Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2715 to Chapter 2758. The wise lord didn't bother to explain further. Fine, fine. I don't care what secrets you're trying to hide. The contract is signed, and as long as you keep your word, nothing else matters. The wise lord's generosity only made Angor more confused. No one knew what the wise lord was talking about, let alone Angor. Angor's real face couldn't be seen? Covered up, was the wise ruler talking about the literal meaning of true appearance, or was it just a metaphor, and true appearance referred to the true appearance of one's personality? If it was the latter, they could understand it. But if it was the former, then it was really confusing. They all saw Angor's real face, and they didn't believe it was something that couldn't be seen. As for whether Angor was hiding his real face, they weren't blind. Apprentices might not be able to see Angor's disguise, but wizards could. Besides, Count Black was here, and they could easily tell whether Angor was using his real face or not. Everyone had their doubts, but they could not speak up for Angor, so they remained silent. Angor, on the other hand, was getting more and more confused. He wanted to ask about the details, but he was also worried that the wise lord might see something related to that person. The wise lord already moved on to the next question. The contract is done. You can choose to let me fulfill it now, or at any other time. What was related to the wise ruler in the contract was naturally the reward after the contract was established. The wise lord was talking about telling Angor about his experiment, as well as the truth behind the snake entanglement. Angor considered. Let's wait until we reach the wise lord's residence. Just as the wise ruler was about to reply, he paused for a second or two. Then, his lips curled into a smile. Even if you want me to say it now, it might be too late. Huh? The wise lord turned around and looked at the stairs of hanging prison through his nightmare domain. Because your first test has arrived. The first test? When everyone heard this, their expressions immediately became solemn. This was because this trial was completely different from the previous trial which the chief sovereign of the wise had given him. Although the test the sovereign of the wise had given them had been forced, he hadn't told them to die. They were purely using the name of testing to gather information about them. This time, the test that the wise sovereign was referring to was, without a doubt, an attempt by her to intercept them. If they couldn't stop him, then they would kill him. Therefore, they had to treat it seriously. I wonder what this so-called test is? The Black Earl asked. This was because they had already guessed that Hidden Slave's test would not be here, but at the fork in the road before the Sage Hall. Therefore, this test definitely had nothing to do with Hidden Slave. What they hoped for the most was naturally the 3 children of Slavey to test them. This was because the wise lord could control them and even ask them to help Angor find out how Phantom Slave could move within the magic array. However, if it wasn't Debeo and the others, then they would have to be careful in this test. The Sovereign of Wisdom didn't immediately reply. Instead, he closed his eyes, as if sensing something. About a minute later, the wise lord finally opened his eyes. However, before the wise sovereign could say anything, a cold snort sounded in everyone's ears. Descendants of Noah, leave now, and you'll still be fine. But if you insist, you'll know what true despair is. It was a woman's voice. Her tone was indifferent as she spoke threatening words. Everyone looked at each other and then at Angor. Since they were inside Angor's nightmare domain, they couldn't find the source of the voice, so they had to rely on Angor. Angor put his right index finger on his lips and made a sh gesture. Soon, the woman's voice came again, but this time, it wasn't directed at the outsider. Wise Lord, you should know that arrogance is a sin. The wise lord chuckled. I'm not arrogant, nor am I a traitor. You should know better than I do. Humph. Give up on your groundless prying. There's nothing you want in the Chamber of Solitude. The wise lord didn't say anything this time. The woman's voice didn't say anything else either. Her voice slowly faded away until it turned into ripples. Literally, ripples. Her voice came from the water of the fountain outside, Angor said. Now that the ripples are gone, she must have left as well. Water? Dorcas frowned as he recalled the dark, stinky water in the fountain. She really doesn't mind her location at all. Even if it's dirty water, the surface of the water can still be called a mirror. It's her, isn't it? Black Count looked at the wise lord. The wise lord narrowed his eyes. Congratulations. You got it right. But there's no reward. Is she here to declare war? Dorcas asked. You can think of it as a declaration of war. Or rather, a prelude to the trial. However, her appearance this time is more of a warning to me. As you heard, she already knew that I'm in cahoots with you. Fortunately, she doesn't know how far we've gone yet. The wise overseer looked away from Angor and turned to the Dark Earls group. Speaking of cahoots, I've already signed a contract with Angor, who likes to keep his head low. We're on the same side now, the wise lord said. What about you? Shouldn't you make a deal with me as well, under the witness of the Tome of Truth? A normal agreement was a gentleman's agreement, and it required self-discipline to keep it. But since the wise lord mentioned the Tome of Truth, the agreement was more or less the same as a contract. We can talk about the agreement later. Shouldn't we talk about the trial first? Dorcas asked. The wise lord wagged his finger. Your trial won't start so soon. Even if the first trial is right in front of you, it won't start right away. There's still time. We can talk about the agreement first, then the trial. Since the wise lord didn't want to talk about the agreement, he wouldn't say anything else. What agreement? Black Count asked in a low voice. Unlike Angor, you only need to write one sentence in the Tome of Truth. I won't tell anyone about what happened in Nether City in any way, explicitly or implicitly. This sounded very similar to the third clause in Angor's contract. However, the wise lord was much more lenient than Angor's. Angor was not allowed to tell anyone about what happened in Nether City. The wise lord asked Black Count and the others to not tell anyone about what happened in Nether City. One was mentioned, and the other was spread. Mention was not allowed to even talk about it. At least in certain circles, people could still talk about it freely. Moreover, the definition of spread was vague. Black Count told his clansmen about what happened in Nether City and made them sign a contract forbidding others from talking about it. This could be considered as digesting rather than spreading. It was obvious that the wise ruler was more afraid of Brute Cavern than Noah's descendants. Wandering wizards and wizards did not have much restrictions on them. Brute Cavern used to be a giant organization 10,000 years ago. It wasn't Brute Cavern's fault that it was declining. It was the entire southern wizarding region that was in a period of decline. Brute Cavern was still powerful enough to crush Nether City. The wise lord was worried that Brute Cavern would set their sights on Nether City, which would be a disaster that could destroy the entire city. Therefore, the wise lord gave Angor a harsh condition because Brute Cavern was an outsider. As for the descendants of Noah, even now, they were still a colossus. They were the top existences among the sorcerer families. However, no matter what, the Noah family originated from Nether City. The place that they were going to was also built by the ancestors of Nether City. Strictly speaking, they were not considered outsiders. Of course, they weren't his clansmen either. The wise lord didn't ask for Noah's descendants to side with Nether City. His goal was to restore Nether City. However, as non-outsiders, they couldn't stand against Nether City. This was why the wise lord didn't ask for as lenient as he expected. As for Dorcas, Kale, and other wandering wizards, he didn't need to worry about them. The wise lord continued, all you need to do is write this down in the Book of Truth. When I tell you about the ruin, I'll use the book as a reference. The wise lord didn't give out a direct reward like Angor did, but his reward was still useful. Using the Book of Truth as a reference meant that the wise lord couldn't lie when he told them about the ruin. Although he could also use ambiguous words to make the Book of Truth unable to determine whether it was true or false, if he used ambiguous words when he could clearly express it clearly, everyone would immediately sense that something was wrong. Without the Book of Truth, it would be difficult to know whether the wise lord was telling the truth or not. Unless someone dared to use a word of truth spell on the wise lord. At least, none of them, not even Black Earl. Therefore, the wise ruler proposed this method of repayment. To them, or rather, to a descendant of Noah like Black Earl, the benefits definitely outweighed the disadvantages. They could only make better decisions after knowing the truth about the ruin. If they gave false information, they would only get themselves into trouble. With this in mind, Black Earl was the first to write down his offer on the Book of Truth. Seeing Black Earl's example, Y didn't dare to back down and followed suit. Dorcas and Kale, on the other hand, didn't need to do so. This was a good thing for Noah's descendants. Despite knowing this, Dorcas and Kale didn't hesitate to write down their offers on the Book of Truth. In less than half a minute, 4 identical statements appeared on the Book of Truth. It was worth mentioning that something unexpected happened when they made the agreement. It came from Kale. The words on the Book of Truth were written using everyone's energy. When the energy was just imprinted on the Book of Mantras, the operating rules of the Book of Mantras would reveal the appearance of the energy source. This was also to avoid cheating. For example, if someone secretly imprinted the energy of their elemental companion on the Book of Truth, the Book of Truth would only show the elemental creature's appearance, not the person's. This would serve as a warning to the others that the person was cheating. This kind of operating rule was very meaningful. Moreover, after so many years of accumulation, the degree of perfection of the rule was quite high. There were even some very detailed rules that were used to find those who cheated. For example, the energy had to come from the user's body. This was based on the information in the Book of Truth. Also, the energy couldn't come from people outside the coverage of the Book of Truth. This was to prevent twins from using each other's energy to cheat. There were many rules about this, and cheating was almost impossible. However, there were always people who couldn't wait to find loopholes. He could indeed take advantage of loopholes. However, these loopholes usually required a certain amount of time to prepare. Therefore, the wise ruler wasn't worried about cheating at all. What he didn't know was that Angor, who signed the most severe contract with him, was actually cheating. Angor didn't know whether this was cheating or not. The contract was indeed in his mind space. However, the energy showed the image of the nightmare realm. If Angor cheated successfully, he would have less restrictions. But if he didn't care. The contract wasn't that tough anyway. But this time, Kale's unexpected appearance was an energy manifestation. Unlike Shava, who had long blonde hair, Kale didn't seem to have any problems at first. The character shown on the Book of Truth did indeed look like Kale. It also showed Kale doing research. Judging from the background, it was Kale's home in the sandworm market. Even Dorcas, who knew Kale the best, didn't notice anything wrong. However, when Kale's image gradually disappeared, the Dark Earl suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked in the direction of the Earl's nostrils and saw that there was another person behind Kale. It wasn't a shadow. It was a real person. However, they couldn't see his face clearly due to the dim light. Still, he looked very similar to Kale. The figure only showed up for a second before it disappeared along with the image. Everyone clearly saw who it was. They all looked at Kale in confusion. Kale himself was also confused. I don't know. Who is he? Kale's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the others for help. Kale was only an apprentice, so it wasn't hard to tell if he was lying or telling the truth. He was telling the truth. He didn't know who the shadow was, and his fear was real. The others didn't understand why Kale was asking for help. They first looked at Count Black, who didn't seem to know. Then they looked at the wise overseer again. The wise overseer was a wise man indeed. He easily gave 2 possible explanations. However, these 2 situations were both possible and not absolute. Even the wise overseer didn't know which one it was, or whether it could be something else. The first one was a split personality. This was different from normal schizophrenia, which meant that there was no absolute coordination between the 2 personalities. It was a rare type of outer personality and inner personality. His signature feature was that he could use the dream gate to bring his avatar or inner persona into the dream wasteland. If it was an ordinary person with schizophrenia, they wouldn't be pulled into the dream wilderness as 2 people. They would still be one person with schizophrenia. The dual personality that Frost had created with the dark movement belonged to this type of personality. However, the split personality created by Dark Symphony was bound to have the most evil personality, which was the combination of all negative emotions. Usually, the split personality would be different from the inner personality, but it didn't necessarily mean that it was a bad personality. In the second case, there were 2 souls in one body. To be more precise, a body that contained the main soul and an incomplete secondary soul. The secondary soul was basically a remnant soul. Here was a simple example. Once upon a time, there was a famous wizard from the Edge of Night in the Evernight Kingdom. He was known as Imp Grag. In the past, Grag had relied on his strength to do whatever he wanted to do. But later, he fell into a big hole and fell into the sleepless city under the dome. Under the pursuit of countless nightmare monsters, Grag finally died. However, he was not completely dead. With Sunder's help, Grag was able to possess the body of a human boy who had just died. From then on, Grag changed his name to Spivet and became Flora's disciple. The Imp of Edge of Night was gone, while Brute Cavern gained a new genius apprentice. Spivet's case was similar to what the wise overseer mentioned. If Spivet injected energy into the Book of Commandments, he would show himself as well as a shadow in the dark. The shadow would be the remnant soul of the boy's original body. The remnant soul wouldn't have an independent personality, but it would affect the personality of the main soul to a certain extent. Spivet, for example, was much more restrained than before. His lawless personality had also become more introverted. This wasn't because he was starting from the beginning and wanted to lay low for a while. It was more likely that the remnant soul of the original soul was affecting his personality. However, this kind of influence wouldn't be too great and wouldn't change the nature of the primary personality. Therefore, it wasn't necessary to deal with it. Once Spivet became an official magus again, he would be cleansed by his soul's baptism, and these soul remnants would naturally be removed. If Kale's case was the second case, the wise overseer suspected that there was a remnant soul in Kale's body as well. End of chapter. I don't have another personality. After hearing the wise overseer's analysis, Kale shook his head vigorously. Dorcas chimed in, if he did, I would have noticed it already. You're right. But you can't keep an eye on him day and night. Maybe he'll turn into a werewolf at night. Don't take Griffith's Flower seriously, Dorcas scoffed. Griffith's Flower was a play about a sadomasochistic love story between a noble who would turn into a werewolf at night and a female knight who hunted down a heretic. It was one of the most popular scripts on the Fey continent. Because every time Torch Academy opened its doors, there would be many apprentices performing the famous plays of the Fey continent. The selection rate of Griffith's Flower was very high, which also caused many extraordinaires to understand the story of Griffith's Flower. I'm just giving an example. Listening to the argument between Vale and Dorcas, Kale's expression was a little confused. He didn't expect himself to suddenly become the center of attention. Dual personality disorder can happen. The primary personality doesn't know about the existence of the second personality, but it's not like the primary personality doesn't know about the second personality. But the main personality and the second personality coexist, so they must know about each other. Since Kale said that he doesn't have another personality, we can rule out the possibility of a main personality and a second personality. Everyone could tell whether Kale was lying or not. Since Kale wasn't lying, there shouldn't be another personality in Kale. So there's someone else's soul in his body? In other words, he might not be the original him, but a soul that entered this body later on. And the original soul of this body has become a remnant? Why, guessed again. You're quick to accept Angwar's explanation. Why didn't you refute it? Dorcas sounded a little jealous. Because you only told me the result. You didn't tell me the process. With that, Whale turned his attention back to Angor with a curious look. That's possible, said Angor. But I can't tell you now. It was impossible to determine whether Kale was the original soul or a soul that had latched onto this body. There were too many possibilities. For example, if a foreign soul entered Kale's body during infancy, then due to the structure of the brain, the foreign soul's memories and consciousness would also disappear, starting from a blank piece of paper. This way, it would be no different from a newborn baby. The wise sovereign nodded as well. If you want to determine whether or not it is a primordial soul, the easiest way is to find a prophetic sorcerer to conduct a test. It would be best if they were from the Asking Bell school. Just ask them if they are true or not, and the answer will come out. After pausing for a moment, the Sovereign of Wisdom continued, in addition, is it really that important whether or not one's soul is original? Although it was a question, the meaning behind the wise sovereign's words was very clear. Whether or not the soul was original was not important. Or rather, it was not important when it came to Kal-El. You're right. Even if it's not your original soul, it doesn't matter to you. You don't have any memories of an external soul. It's either because you're an original soul, or an external soul entered your body when you were a baby. Infants don't have complete intelligence, so they can't be considered as complete intelligent beings. From an infant to a child, and now you are you. You are you. Your family, your teachers, your friends, they all have something to do with you. They have nothing to do with that soul fragment that came out of nowhere. So, you don't have to worry about being a primordial soul. Dorcas took the opportunity to poke fun at Kal-El. If you're really not a primordial soul, are you going to destroy your own soul and let that soul fragment take over your body? You have to think about it clearly. Being entangled in this issue is purely because you have nothing to do. After hearing what everyone said, no matter how bashful Kale was, he should have thought it through. Besides, Kal-El wasn't someone who would be so easily fooled. Seeing Kal-El's calm expression, Dorcas began to make wild guesses. The soul fragment won't affect the essence of your soul, but it might affect your personality, Dorcas said. Speaking of which, from what I know about you, I think you're a bit strange. Huh? You're clearly obsessed with research. Logically speaking, you should be like him, someone who won't go out no matter what. Dorcas pointed at the shut-in bay. You don't like to go out either, but when it comes to historical ruins, you act out of character. No one can stop you. Your passion for historical ruins is a bit too strong. It doesn't fit your academic persona. Dorcas stopped there, but the others weren't stupid. They all understood what he was implying. Dorcas' meaning was very clear. He was saying that the soul fragment in Kal-El's body had affected his personality, causing him to be obsessed with historical ruins. However, since Dorcas said it, the others didn't really care, because there was no evidence to back it up. It was polite to say that he was just guessing, but it was purely his imagination. It was normal for a person to have hobbies. Moreover, exploring historical ruins was also a form of training and research. It didn't really fit the academic persona. Even Kal-El didn't believe it. On the other hand, Vale, who had been bickering with Dorcas all this time, asked seriously, your inspiration? If it was inspiration, they would believe it. Not yet, Dorcas replied. Hearing that he hadn't recovered, Wai rolled his eyes and ignored Dorcas. After this small interlude, the wise ruler finally got to the main topic, the test. Before I talk about the test this time, I have to remind you that I am still unable to help you in this test. Moreover, I have promised her before, so you will have to abide by the rules set by her during this test. Dorcas frowned. We're the ones who are going to take the test. Why did the wise ruler promise her for us? Shouldn't we be considering whether or not to accept the rules that she set? The wise ruler spoke calmly, the reason is simple. Because I'm here to stop her for you. Furthermore, the rules of the test this time may not necessarily be harmful to you. Of course, there might not be any benefits. That's as good as not saying anything, Dorcas grumbled. The wise ruler didn't mind. He looked at Angor. Angor didn't know why the wise ruler was looking at him, but considering the current situation, he decided to take up the topic. So, what's the test this time? The wise ruler answered without hesitation, I already told you about the test. You're not the only ones who came to the stairs of Hanging Prison. Everyone quickly realized who the wise ruler was referring to. Traveling merchants? Dorcas asked. The wise ruler nodded. To be precise, it's a group of people led by Grey Merchant. White Merchant and Black Merchant have already left. Angor was the one who was most surprised by the wise ruler's words. He could sense that Sissy hadn't gone offline at all. She was still in the dream wilderness. In other words, she was still sleeping in the real world. And the people of the traveling merchant organization had clearly entered the space where Xianxia was. How did they get in without Xianxia's permission? The wise ruler noticed Angor's confusion and explained, don't you think the stairs of Hanging Prison is similar to Xianxia's dimension? The wise sovereign answered his own question. That's because they have a primary and secondary relationship to begin with. There's a secret passageway in the void that connects them. You can think of them as biguanide. Biguanide was a kind of magic vine fruit shell that looked like a gourd. It was a material used in alchemy and was extremely hard. It could also be cut in half and used as armor. When the wise ruler described the two dimensions as biguanide, he was actually referring to the similarity between the two dimensions. Since it's a main dimension and a secondary dimension, as long as you can avoid danger, you can use the secret passage to teleport to the stairs of Hanging Prison, the wise ruler explained. She's an unparalleled talent in magic arrays. Also, I once opened the magic array of the stairs of Hanging Prison to her so that she could repair it. She left a lot of backups in there, including that secret passage. Since she's already contacted Grey Merchant and sent them to deal with you, she'll definitely try to find a way to get to you quickly. She will definitely think of a way to get them here as soon as possible. That tunnel is a shortcut. With that, the wise ruler's gaze once again pierced through his nightmare domain and looked at the stairs of Hanging Prison. They're already inside the stairs of Hanging Prison. However, they're still on the 3rd level. You have plenty of time to understand the rules she set. Everyone at the table remained silent. They all looked at the wise ruler, waiting for him to continue. The wise ruler continued. The Grey Merchant's group came with 12 people. However, half of them were held back by the witch's eye, including an official wizard. So, in short, you will be facing 6 people this time. 2 of them are official magi, and 1 of them is Grey Merchant. She said a total of 3 rules. The first 2 rules are actually not bad for you. The first rule is that in one-on-one battles, as long as you don't die or lose, you can keep fighting. You can even take a break and switch with someone else. Once you've rested enough, you can continue fighting. To put it bluntly, this was the cheating version of a tag team battle. No one had any objections. If the opponent could cheat, so could they. It just depended on which side was stronger. No one objected to the first rule, but the second one made them frown. The second rule is that wizards can only fight wizards, and apprentices can only fight apprentices. Whichever side won in these 2 arenas would have the right to move on. The loser will lose the right to move on. In other words, if Angor's group won the fight between wizards, the wizards on Angor's side could move on. At the same time, if the Grey Merchant's group won the fight between apprentices, the apprentices on Angor's side could move on as well. And the loser would lose the right to move on. I thought the wise ruler said the first 2 rules aren't bad for us? We only have 2 apprentices, and they have 4. This isn't good for us. How is this not bad? Dorcas protested. The wise ruler, I only said that it wouldn't be a bad thing, but I didn't say that it would definitely be a good thing. Furthermore, this is a rule that I came up with after negotiating with her. Or perhaps, you wish to act according to her original rules? What's her original rule? One-on-one battles, but there's no distinction between apprentices and wizards. Moreover, Huishang will be the one to decide who will fight each other every time. Dorcas didn't know what to say after hearing the original rules. The original rules weren't rules at all. They were meant for slaughter. If the Grey Merchant wanted to decide who would fight, he could have his own wizards eliminate all the apprentices on Angor's side first. Even if they won the official Magus battle, Vale and Cal's sacrifice would have been in vain. So you don't want to follow the original rules either? The new rules are to fight separately, and one side can leave if they surrender, the wise ruler said. It's not a good thing for you, but it's not a bad thing either. At the very least, you have 3 official magi, while they only have 2. We accept the first 2 rules. What about the third one? Count Dark asked after a moment of silence. The third rule is that she wants you to fight. As the Sovereign of Wisdom spoke to this point, his expression became rather strange. Using a strange tone of voice, he said, she requests that one of you must go up. Fight. Through the various details from before, they already knew that the her hidden in the mirror was vigilant and resistant to Noah's descendants. Therefore, they could roughly guess who had to go on stage this time. It was either Y or the Black Earl. Y was so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. The Black Earl didn't mind at all. However, when everyone looked at Y and the Black Earl, the wise ruler looked at Angor. Angor, you have to fight. Y sighed in relief, but when he heard that Angor had to fight, he frowned again. Why? Why, mister? Y wasn't the only one who had the same question. Everyone, including Angor, had the same question. I don't know, the wise ruler replied. But I think she has her reasons for doing this. You'll know when you see your opponent's attitude later. If Angor's opponent looked desperate, it meant that she simply wanted Angor dead, and didn't want him to come to the ruins. If it wasn't a desperate fight, then it was a trap set up by her. Alright, that's all for the rules. The wise ruler paused a little. They've reached the second level of the stairs of Hanging Prison. You still have some time to analyze these 3 rules. The wise ruler emphasized the word analyze. There was no doubt that he was reminding them that the rules were unavoidable, but if there were loopholes in the contract, could there not be loopholes in the rules? Of course not. All 3 rules had loopholes. And because of that, the wise ruler told them in advance so that they could be prepared. End of chapter. Everyone knew what the wise overseer was trying to say. Dorcas, as the leader, and Whale, who was his vice, were all very excited when it came to finding loopholes in the rules. They all pointed out what loopholes they believed to be and how to use them to their advantage. However, while they were looking for loopholes in the rules, they couldn't help but wonder about one thing. Didn't she know there were loopholes in the rules when she came up with them? He considered for a moment and decided to bring up the question. She doesn't know there are loopholes in the rules? Of course she does. Angor frowned. Then why did she come up with such a rule? The wise ruler, that's because Hui Shang and the others are just pawns she's using to test you. She won't suffer any losses whether she wins or loses this trial. If Grey Merchant wins, she will achieve her goal. If Grey Merchant loses, she will use his men to figure out your trump cards. Either way, she'll benefit from it. To put it bluntly, the travelers weren't her personal guards, nor were they her followers. She controlled Grey Merchant's men to fight Angor, and they were just pawns in her game. And they could be abandoned at any time. This was the so-called City of Sacrificial Soldiers, where the queen sat and watched. She would figure out the enemy's strength and plan her strategy accordingly. Count Black spoke in a low voice, so we can't use all our trump cards when we fight Grey Merchant, even if there are loopholes? The wise overseer nodded. Correct. When you use your trump cards in battle, you will soon face a test that specifically targets your trump cards. So, this test isn't just about fighting, but also about your strategy and choices. Right, Grey Merchant's men must know about this too. She will also secretly urge them to do whatever it takes to force you to use your trump cards. They'll risk their lives, while you'll hide your trump cards. It's hard to say who will win. Also, don't underestimate Grey Merchant's men. As a Slayer team in the Travelers, each of them has plenty of battle experience. They might have as many trump cards as you do. Many of you are academies. You might not be able to withstand their attacks. Giving up at the right time and paying the smallest price for the biggest profit is also a choice. Everyone's mood became heavy after hearing the wise overseer's words. How to choose a trump card that would allow them to defeat the Grey Merchants without exposing their true strength became the biggest problem they faced. Previously, everyone in the Spirit Bond had been excitedly discussing tactics and looking for loopholes, but now, there was only silence. Staying silent isn't a solution. Let's think about how to make a choice. Dorcas broke the silence. A certain degree of communication had been restored in the Spirit Bond, but the excitement was gone. I don't understand why Grey Merchant's people would listen to her. Angor asked the wise overseer instead of joining the discussion. Judging from the wise sovereign's words, the Grey Merchant's party was going to fight them to the death. Something was clearly off. The wise sovereign, I don't know the specifics. However, it's nothing more than a combination of kindness and authority. What, do you want to be an outsider? The wise overseer saw through Angor's plan. It was impossible for the Grey Merchant to listen to her for no reason. Therefore, it was very likely that he had used bribery or threats to achieve his goal. Since that was the case, he could definitely think of a way to instigate a rebellion. This could also be considered a solution. Isn't that against the rules? Yes, it is. However, do you think that a simple bribe and threat would be enough to make 2 official magi bow down willingly? You can think about it, but I don't think you can do it. Angor considered for a moment and decided not to continue the topic. It was not the right time to talk about such things. He still didn't know why the Grey Merchants were being controlled by that woman. Do you know anything about the Grey Merchants, Lord Wise Sovereign? The Wise Sovereign chuckled. If you want to cheat, go ahead and blame it on the judges. The gray merchants have been roaming the underground waterways for many years, so I do know something about them. The wise sovereign paused and looked at Angor. I can tell you something about them, but I need you to give me something in return. Angor sighed. I don't know. The wise sovereign raised an eyebrow. Angor continued, I've never met the woman behind this, nor did I talk to her. She specifically asked me to fight, and I didn't know that. Angor already knew what the wise sovereign was going to ask. The wise overseer nodded and spoke in a meaningful tone, so there's more to it than meets the eye. Angor frowned and prepared to say something. The wise sovereign waved a hand at him. I believe you. I'm only talking about her. Despite the wise sovereign's words, Angor could still sense that the wise sovereign was looking at him with more curiosity than before. The wise sovereign still suspected that Angor was hiding something. Perhaps he didn't even know what it was. Angor could only pretend that he didn't know. Since you already guessed my question, and you've answered it, then I'll go ahead. As promised, it's my turn now. About the gray merchants, the second level of the stairs of Hanging Prison. A group of people in gray uniforms and masks were running down the stairs at high speed. The speed of this group of people was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed several corners of the stairs. Logically speaking, at such a fast speed, there would definitely be a loud noise, especially when the leader was a big guy who was like an iron tower. In the outside world, every step he took would cause the earth to shake. However, at this moment, even if he was flying like a swan goose, he still did not make any noise. Not only were there no footsteps, but no one was talking either. The oppressive atmosphere lasted until they reached a broken platform in the middle of the stairs. Mr. Gray Merchant, there's a signal here. The one who broke the silence was a man wearing half a mammoth mask. The two curved fangs on the mammoth mask were polished to an extremely exquisite degree. The man's face was hidden under the tusks, but only his face was exposed below his nose. Judging from the color of his lips and the faint wrinkles on his skin, this man didn't look too young. The one who was called Sir was the big man wearing a gray mask. He was also the main force behind the pursuit of Angor's group, Gray Merchant, Black Merchant, and Gray Merchant. Gray Merchant walked to where the man was pointing and closed his eyes to sense the aura. Aura of an apprentice. Less than half an hour ago. It should be one of the two apprentices mentioned by Mr. Gray Merchant concluded after a few seconds. With that, the Gray Merchant took out a small parcel wrapped in parchment. He carefully unwrapped the parchment paper and revealed the object inside. Taking a closer look, he found that it was a broken mirror. There was a thin layer of mist on the surface of the mirror that couldn't be removed no matter how hard he tried. Through the mist, he could see a figure inside the mirror. And the silhouette of this figure was exactly the same as Xianxia's. Gray Merchant looked at the figure in the mirror and felt the air around him getting colder. After a long time, he injected the collected pheromones into the broken mirror. The mirror didn't react. There's no blood on the mirror. It's not the one we're looking for. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he put the broken mirror back into the parchment bag. Then, he solemnly put it into the storage space in his earring. Let's move on. Xianxia paused and turned to look at the man wearing the mammoth mask. Golem, you did well this time. Let me know if you find any more signal. The demonic elephant nodded solemnly. Let's go. Gray Merchant didn't say anything else and kept running. Maybe it was because Golem broke the silence, but this time, the atmosphere was not as tense as before. A short girl who wore a mask on her pink hair as a decoration pouted and complained, actually, we found a lot of pheromones along the way. We should have collected them. What's the point of saying that now? A green-haired man wearing a goatskin mask was playing with a flute in his hand. Who would have thought we'd run into that, crazy woman? The demonic elephant frowned. Shepherd, don't talk so much. The green-haired man, the shepherd, said bitterly, so what if I say she's a crazy woman? Am I wrong? The demonic elephant wanted to stop him, but at that moment, Xianxia said, the shepherd is right. Bai Shang told us from the beginning that the group left clues along the way. Furthermore, they didn't destroy the entrance. It's very likely that they were trying to be friendly. To them, friendship is more valuable than fighting. The shepherd said with a gloomy expression, yes, we thought we wouldn't have to fight. But who would have thought we'd run into that crazy woman hiding in the mirror? The pink-haired girl forgot her previous complaints and said angrily with the shepherd, "That's right. She locked Lord Grey Merchant in the mirror and used it to blackmail us. How despicable." The pink-haired girl stomped her feet as she spoke, her fluffy hair bouncing. Grey Merchant sighed softly. "Fenemo, I'm still here. Don't talk like I'm dead." The girl called Fenemo muttered softly, but, Grey Merchant understood what Fenemo was thinking and said softly, "Actually, I feel better now than before. After those memories disappeared, I only felt relieved." Everyone was silent when faced with Grey Merchant's words. The woman hiding in the mirror used some unknown method to seal the most important memory of Grey Merchant's life in the mirror. The figure in the broken mirror was actually Grey Merchant's memory. Indeed, after Grey Merchant's memory disappeared, he looked much gentler. He no longer gave off the feeling of a cold-faced demon. But as subordinates who had always followed Grey Merchant, they knew all too well that Grey Merchant was just suppressing his emotions. Grey Merchant who had suppressed his emotions was closer to Grey Merchant who had completely released his emotions like a cold-faced demon. That most important memory, even if it was painful, was the key to transforming into Grey Merchant. Now, Grey Merchant said that he felt relieved, but it could be seen from his careful handling of the broken mirror that he was just being stubborn. How could he feel relieved when he could not release his emotions? Peace and gentleness were just an illusion. "I've already seen the first floor. We need to be prepared." Grey Merchant saw that everyone was silent, so he did not continue the topic. "Demonic elephant, pay attention to the information element." After arriving at the first floor, Grey Merchant immediately ordered. The reason why they were so keen on collecting information elements was not only because they could determine whether the person they were looking for was the one they were looking for. There was another important reason. The evil woman could use her ability to curse the person who possessed the information element. However, the evil woman's ability came from organ transplants. It was not like the curses of the Western continent's evil lineage. She could not directly curse the person to death, but weakening, pain, illness. These negative attributes were enough. Sometimes, even the slightest flaw could lead to defeat, not to mention adding so many curses. We still only have that apprentice's information element. Not long after, Demonic Elephant came to a bad conclusion. Grey Merchant was silent for a moment. "Forget it. When we fight later, we can also collect information elements. Let's go." Everyone nodded and continued to move forward. When they saw the winding stairs, Fenemo rubbed her swollen temples. "There are only 3 floors, and this is the first one. We should go out already. Why do we still have to go down the stairs?" Although she was ridiculing, Fenmo's movements did not stop. Her speed was very fast. Meanwhile, outside the stairs of Hanging Prison, the wise ruler had finished explaining everything he knew about Grey Merchant's group. To be precise, he only knew about Grey Merchant and the evil woman because they were both wizards. The other 4, including Fenemo, Demonic Elephant, Shepherd, and Ghost Shadow, were all apprentices. The wise ruler only talked about their classes and nothing else. Most importantly, apprentices were not worth paying attention to. Besides, there was no way he was going to fight them. Grey Merchant and the evil woman are both bloodline wizards. After hearing the wise sovereign's words, the main character didn't say anything. Instead, it was the 2 acolytes who revealed looks of worry. It was an undeniable fact that bloodline wizards were the strongest among their peers. But now, 2 bloodline wizards showed up at the same time. Even if they did not have to fight against wizards, Angor still had to. Originally, without the 3rd rule, Dorcas and the Dark Earl could have fought against the 2 bloodline magi. Dorcas was also a bloodline magus, and neither side would be at a disadvantage. The Dark Earl, on the other hand, had far more experience than his opponent. It was impossible for him to lose in a one-on-one battle. But now, Angor would have to fight against either of them. Both Whale and Kale began to worry. However, compared to the worry of the acolytes, the 3 official magi did not have much of a reaction. Angor was thinking, while Black Earl was looking around. Dorcas stroked his chin and said, "Grey Merchant and the evil woman. Grey Merchant should be the strongest among them. But Angor, I think it's better for you to fight Grey Merchant. The evil woman is a modification wizard, and her methods are more unpredictable. As for the strongest gray merchant, Dorcas raised his head like a rooster and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Your Lord Red Sword, of course. You just want to fight Gray Merchant, don't you? Wade looked at Dorcas, who was still laughing. Dorcas said with a solemn expression, this isn't a matter of whether you want to or not. This is a battle of fate. A battle of destiny? Corell raised his head and looked at Dorcas in confusion. Has Lord Red Sword met Gray Merchant before? Why else would there be a battle of destiny? Dorcas nodded. That's right. We're destined to fight. Kale was getting more and more confused. At this moment, Wai reminded the declaration of wheat. Kale was surprised. Lord Red Sword is a supporter of the declaration of Wheatfield? Wai curled his lips and nodded in disdain. A look of understanding appeared on Kale's face. So that's the case. No wonder Lord Red Sword said it's a battle of destiny. Wade didn't hesitate. He's too excited right now. If he thinks Gray Merchant is stronger than him, he'll give up right away. He didn't understand why Dorcas was talking about the fated war, but he didn't know why Dorcas was talking about it either. He thought Wade would explain, but Kale already knew what was going on after hearing the declaration of Wheatfield. But Angor still didn't understand the reason. Angor wasn't someone who cared too much about his reputation. When it was time to ask, he wouldn't hesitate to ask. The wise overseer also looked at him curiously. The declaration of Wheatfield? Is that an oath from somewhere? Hearing their question, the Black Count turned to look at them and sighed in his heart, this old and young one. Angor was too young to know about the declaration of Wheatfield. The wise overseer, on the other hand, was too old to leave the underground sewers. The Black Earl silently cursed, but he did not explain. He did not need to explain such things. Besides, since Angor already asked, someone else was going to answer first. Indeed, the person who rushed to answer the question had already stood up quickly. The declaration of Wheatfield is actually the declaration of Wheatfield Square. Following Vale's explanation, both Angor and the wise overseer learned about the meaningless declaration. If one were to ask which world the world of adepts had the closest relationship with, the answer would undoubtedly be the Abyss. However, if one were to ask which world bloodline adepts had the closest relationship with, it would not be the Abyss, but the desolate world, which was filled with barbarians. There was even a rather prosperous supernatural city built by magi in the barbarian world, the Floating City. Of course, the Floating City wasn't just built by bloodline adepts. It was a capital city of another world built by various major adept organizations. There were magi from all three major organizations in Floating City. However, the bloodline magi had the absolute advantage. 7 out of 10 magi were bloodline magi. The main reason was that most bloodline adepts liked to engage in close combat, while the barbarians and wild gods of the barbarian world were all experts in close combat. This was Wai's own words. According to Dorcas' explanation, the main reason was that the savage world had many bloodline tributaries that were very suitable for bloodlines. Angor couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. Regardless of the dispute, the Floating City did provide bloodline magi with a safe place to stay after a battle. There were 4 famous squares in the Floating City, which were called the Four Seasons Square. They were named Daybreak, Midsummer, Wheatfield, and Woodland Deer. The Wheatfield Declaration was a declaration made by a bloodline magus in the Wheatfield Square. Although it was called a declaration, most wizards only treated it as a joke or an interesting story. Professional magazines would not publish it. Angor never heard of it before. To be specific, a pureblood wizard named Najer made a statement in the Wheatfield Square that belittled and discriminated against all bloodline magi. Basically, he said that bloodline magi were a disgrace to all bloodline magi, that they could never seek the truth, and that they should not be included in the mainstream. Bloodline apprentices should never join the bloodline branch, and so on. There was no doubt that these statements were wrong. If bloodline magi chose the wrong path, they would not have become one of the 3 main branches of bloodline magi. Becoming a mainstream branch meant that there was a complete path that could lead to miracles. This was a path left behind by countless predecessors. If you really wanted to question it, you had to at least become a miracle. Otherwise, if you started talking about the truth of an ordinary wizard, you would become a laughingstock. Besides, he preferred the bloodline lineage to the other mainstream bloodline schools. The three main branches of bloodline magi were bloodline, pure blood, and modification. Bloodline magi focused on the purity of their bloodline. They would advance by strengthening a certain type of bloodline. Therefore, they would be very careful when choosing a bloodline. Pure blood magi would not choose from a single type of bloodline. Instead, they would choose the most suitable bloodline for themselves at different stages. They were called pure blood because every time they changed their bloodline, they would go through a thorough purification process. It was best to purify their bloodline until there were no impurities. This was the meaning of pure blood. Modification, as the name suggested, focused on the pursuit of supernatural organs. At the same time, there were many types of bloodlines in the body. Through special methods, they could achieve a balance between different bloodlines. They had many strange abilities, but it was difficult to achieve a balance between different bloodlines all the time. The lower limit was high, while the upper limit was narrow. However, this was also the first choice of many non-bloodline magi who wanted to learn other branches. Sunder scythe arm of a phantom mantis, Angor soft worm skin. They all belonged to modification. These were the three main branches of bloodline magi. In terms of bloodline magi was more favored by Angor. His projected bloodline was very similar to bloodline magi. However, the projected bloodline was not the same type of bloodline. Therefore, the projected bloodline could also be considered as a branch of bloodline magi. It was just that no one knew about it yet. From the different branches of the bloodline faction, it could be seen that the direction they walked in was actually very different from each other. As a result, the internal disputes between bloodline adepts had never been reduced. As for the declaration in Wheatfield Square, it was just a way for a pure-blood wizard to vent his anger against a bloodline magi. Normal wizards would not even give it a second look. But why did the declaration of Wheatfields this time cause such an uproar and become famous for a time? It even spread back to the wizarding world from the wildlands. This was because the identity of this pure-blooded magus, Nager, was slightly different. He was a wandering magus. Among the wandering magi, as long as they chose the bloodline path, almost 90% of them were either pure-blooded or modified. Very few of them chose bloodline magi. The reason was simple. It was not that they did not want to, but that they could not afford it. Bloodline magi would be very careful when choosing a bloodline. It had to be the same type, and this type of bloodline had the potential to grow. Preferably, this type of bloodline had once produced a legendary creature. It was easy to imagine that bloodline magi required a large amount of resources, and it was not a one-time investment. It required continuous, long-term investment to get the best results. Wandering adepts, on the other hand, were mostly poor. Going down the path of bloodline would only make their already poor lives even worse. Simply put, they were poor. Those who chose bloodline magi might not all be rich, but they were definitely the majority. Thus, Nager's declaration in Wheatfield Square resonated with many wandering wizards, even if it was not worth mentioning and could only be treated as a joke. Dorcas was one of those who had been influenced by the declaration. The so-called internal conflict between pure blood and bloodline magi, if expressed in secular terms, was a classic case of hatred for the rich. So don't try to persuade me. I must personally deal with the grey merchants. This is a duel of fate, and a battle between men. After Vey finished his declaration, Dorcas began to clamor again. Others might not even want to fight you. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Vey ridiculed Dorcas in the face of his hot-bloodedness. The wise ruler revealed an expression of understanding, so that's how it is. In the past, bloodline magi and pure-blood magi were on the same side, and they both had large conflicts with the modification magi. I didn't think that bloodline magi and pure-blood magi would have such a conflict. They replied, Lord Ruler, you misunderstand. This is a single point of hatred between pure-blood wandering magi. Bloodline magi don't actually have any opinions about pure-blood magi. Although bloodline magi believed that bloodline magi were the most superior, this was a normal attitude. For example, in the study of tooling, the synthesis magi believed that they were better than the enchantment magi, but the enchantment magi felt that the synthesis magi were inflexible, and that the enchantment magi were easier to enchant. This was actually a kind of subjective bias. The theories I study are definitely the best. Although they had this sense of superiority, bloodline magi also agreed with some of the ideas of pure-blood magi. In particular, the bloodline purification technique and the bloodline purification technique were compulsory techniques for bloodline magi. Moreover, the most important technique for bloodline magi was the purification of bloodlines. It was also created by the predecessors of pure-blood magi. Therefore, bloodline magi agreed with most of the ideas of pure-blood magi. On the contrary, as the wise ruler had said, bloodline magi were even more disgusted with modification magi. This was because modification magi and bloodline magi were polar opposites of each other. This was why bloodline magi and modification magi were always at odds with each other when it came to a conflict of ideas, no matter the occasion. This was how bloodline magi worked. It might seem chaotic, but this was the norm in the wizarding world. Not only bloodline magi, occult magi, and elemental magi all had conflicting ideas. I don't care if Grey Merchant has a problem with pure-blood magi or not. If I say this is a battle of fate, it's a battle of fate. Dorcas insisted on arguing with Grey Merchant. Angor didn't really care. There were only 2 bloodline magi in front of him, so he could fight either of them. However, he still wanted to ask, what bloodline did Grey Merchant choose? The wise ruler considered for a moment. I can't tell. It might be a bloodline that was developed in the last 10,000 years. But I can show you what he looks like after activating his bloodline. With that, the wise ruler reached out to grab some illusion nodes to create an illusion. However, he soon realized that he couldn't use any of them. The wise ruler once fought against a truthfinder illusionist. Even when he was trapped in the illusion set up by the illusionist, some of the nodes were still weak enough to be manipulated by the wise ruler. But now, he couldn't even use a single illusion node in Angor's extravagant castle hall. Was Angor's spirit so strong that he could control all of the illusion nodes? While the wise ruler was still wondering, Angor cleared his throat and tapped the table with a finger. Following that, a regular structure of illusion nodes appeared in front of the wise ruler. Angor didn't need to explain. The wise ruler already knew that he only needed to use his spirit to manipulate the nodes to create any illusion he wanted. But the wise ruler was still puzzled. Why didn't Angor's illusions have any weak nodes? The wise ruler gave Angor a thoughtful look but didn't ask anything. After all, they had signed a contract and were now on the same side. Probing too deeply into each other's abilities might lead to conflict. Since he had a ready-made illusion, the wise ruler didn't hesitate. He reached out a finger and stirred the air. An illusion appeared in front of everyone's eyes. If the wise ruler didn't tell them that the illusion belonged to Grey Merchant, they wouldn't be able to see the shadow of Grey Merchant. Or rather, the shadow of a human. Although it was humanoid, its entire body was covered in crystals. A large number of yellow crystals formed a sharp angular armor. Its head was also covered in yellow crystals, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes filled with hostility. There were also 2 blood-red horns on its forehead. Upon closer inspection, it was also made of crystals. And this was only its upper body. The lower half of its body was even more ridiculous. Its body was already as sturdy as a small mountain. Now, its legs were as thick and big as an elephant's. The thicker part was the diameter, the thicker part was the coverage of the crystals, and the bigger part was the muscles that even the crystals couldn't cover. Behind him, there was a tail made of yellow crystals that looked very powerful. Generally speaking, it looked more like a human than a crystal monster. This is what Grey Merchant looks like after activating his bloodline. I don't know what kind of bloodline it is. Have you seen it before? After a moment of silence, Dorcas swallowed his saliva and asked, how much bloodline did he activate? The wise ruler considered for a moment. Initial form, I guess. Dorcas didn't know what to say. Dorcas looked at Angor and hesitated. In the end, he turned to the Dark Earl. I haven't recovered my talent yet. I'm at a disadvantage in this fight. How about you go up? The Dark Earl humphed but didn't say anything. Dee covered his mouth and laughed out loud. The wise ruler looked at Dorcas in confusion. Weren't you going to fight him? Why did you suddenly back off? Before the wise ruler could understand, the Dark Earl gave him an answer. The initial bloodline that Xianxia chose was the famous crystal earthworm lizard of the desolate savage world. It was a bloodline that had been purified and developed thousands of years ago. The moment it was born, it leaped into the top bloodline of the bloodline. The crystal lizard isn't strong, but its bloodline has been thoroughly developed. It's said that a bloodline wizard from the origin world has already developed it to the 6th stage. By developed, the wise ruler was looking for a bloodline similar to the crystal lizard. This was a type of continuation of the bloodline. The success rate was higher and the power was stronger. The 6th stage meant finding a level 6 bloodline similar to the crystal lizard. Different bloodlines had different strengths and weaknesses, but generally speaking, a level 4 bloodline was enough to become a legendary wizard. The 6th stage was unimaginable. Grey Merchant has entered the 2nd stage, the Gem Dragon bloodline. He can choose an abyss dragon or a savage dragon from the wild gods. For the 4th stage, he can choose a void rainbow dragon. As for what comes after that, I don't know. The Dark Earl explained the evolution path of the crystal lizard bloodline. The wise ruler didn't know much about the gem dragon, but he was familiar with the abyss dragon and void rainbow dragon. The abyss dragon had the potential to become a legendary wizard. As for the void rainbow dragon, it was a mature dragon that would reach the legendary level. The wise ruler had a general idea about the strength of such bloodlines. So Dorcas changed his mind because his opponent's bloodline was too strong? As a bloodline magus, Dorcas had always thought highly of his own battle prowess. Thus, when he saw the sage's questioning gaze, his self-esteem took a huge hit. I've never been afraid of battle, and I'm not afraid of it either. There's a special reason this time, Dorcas declared solemnly. Beside him, Juan nodded, that's right. He's never been afraid of battle. Dorcas looked at Wa, moved. Indeed, in times of trouble, Wa was still a friend. However, Wa's next words made Dorcas feel as if an arrow had been shot in his chest. Wa said, the reason he's not afraid of battle is because of his inspiration. His inspiration is quite good. If he thinks he can win, he'll fight, and if he can't win, he'll never provoke. Thus, there's no problem with him being afraid of battle. Dorcas, Wa continued, as for why he changed his mind this time, he's not wrong. His innate gift of inspiration was damaged, and he didn't know whether or not he should fight, so he made such a bold statement. Wa had completely reconstructed Dorcas's inner thoughts. Most importantly, the truth was pretty close. As expected of a close friend of many years. With Yi's well-reasoned argument, Dorcas' rebuttal was obviously a little weak. Dorcas glared hatefully at Wa, grinding his teeth so hard that they creaked. He wanted nothing more than to grind Wa's bones into dust. This guy only knew how to undermine him. He had no respect for his seniors. When Dorcas was in a predicament, the Black Earl, who had never been on good terms with Dorcas, spoke up for him. Dorcas's main bloodline is the swordback sandworm bloodline. The Black Earl said, Xianxia's bloodline is the gemstone earth dragon. This bloodline has a natural suppressive effect on all earth-type bloodlines. Thus, the Black Earl meant that Dorcas could only be considered unlucky. Everyone thought about it carefully, and found that this was indeed the case. The swordback sandworm bloodline was one of the strongest in terms of combat strength. Moreover, Dorcas was skilled in swordsmanship, and the swordback sandworm could also control the swords on its back to attack. This was highly compatible with Dorcas's fighting style and rhythm. Dorcas's fighting strength was definitely not weak. However, Xianxia's strength was still unknown. Since he hadn't stepped onto the path of truth, his overall strength shouldn't be too different from Dorcas. Dorcas was only lacking in terms of bloodline suppression. The importance of a bloodline magus main bloodline was self-evident. His bloodline was naturally countered, so Dorcas's chances of winning against the Grey Merchant were greatly reduced. The Black Earl's simple words helped Dorcas out of his predicament. Dorcas looked at Angor and said, how about this? How about I take on the woman, and you take on Grey Merchant? A second ago, Dorcas was still suggesting that the Black Earl and the Grey Merchant should work together. Now that the Black Earl had spoken up for him, he did not hesitate to change his mind. Sure. Angor nodded. In fact, he also advocated for the Black Earl not to go up for the time being. The Black Earl was considered a trump card. Moreover, the black girl was a descendant of Noah and was definitely the target of that person. Perhaps if he went up, there would be an unexpected blow from the sky. He wasn't worried about Count Dark's safety. Instead, he was worried that Count Dark's main body would show up as soon as his nose clone was killed. Should he ask for Iron Granny's help? After thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. After discussing the official wizards of the traveling merchant organization, Corel raised his hand weakly. Do you want to discuss their apprentices? I think we can't beat them with just the two of us. Wai also nodded his head in defeat. How about we just admit defeat? Wai had been hiding for a long time. It was unknown how much fighting power he had left. Still, he had the least desire to fight among the apprentices. Therefore, his suggestion was normal. Corel, on the other hand, did not intend to give up. Even if he was alone, he still wanted to fight the 4 apprentices of the traveling merchant organization. Corel did not want to miss the chance to explore a historical ruin, especially one like the Remnant Land. Angor and the other wizards began to think about the different opinions of the apprentices. In fact, they did not care if the apprentices lost. In fact, there was a high chance that they would lose. As long as the wizards won, they could still go to the Remnant Land, and the Black Earl could go there on behalf of Noah's descendant. Now that Corel wanted to go to the Remnant Land, Angor had to think about it seriously. Corel was the source of this exploration, and his opinion was much more important to Angor than the others. But how should Corel and Wai win the apprentice battle? Angor felt that this problem was more troublesome than winning the battle. Carol's eyes dimmed a little when he saw the other wizard's silence. Looking at the current situation, he had already determined that he might not be able to enter the remnant this time. It wasn't anyone's fault. It could only be said that the rules set by the person hidden in the mirror were too unfair. Apprentices were humans too. It's too early to give up, Angor spoke up while Corel was still sobbing in his mind. Wai and Corel looked at Angor in surprise. It's normal for an apprentice to have a wind creature as a companion, right? Angor looked at the wise overseer with a serious expression. The wise ruler? Several minutes later, the wise ruler spoke in a soft voice, they're here. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone heard the sound of footsteps coming from the direction of the stairs of Hanging Prison. Wai sensed the distant sounds through the tremors of the earth. Why are there only 4 footsteps? Soon, Wai's question was answered. A group of people slowly walked out from the entrance of the stairs of Hanging Prison. At the front of the group was a man who looked like an iron tower. He wore a gray mask and a gray cloak that covered his entire body. This was Gray Merchant, no doubt. From the looks of it, other than having an ample amount of blood chi and a sturdy physique, there was nothing special about him. However, there was a very strange woman behind Hui Shang. The woman floated in the air with her long, purple-red hair that reached her knees. She had a graceful figure, but half of her body was wrapped in bandages. Even the bandages on her ankles were attached to Gray Merchant's wrists. It looked like Gray Merchant was using her as a kite. The unbandaged side of her body was covered in a gorgeous half-dress. Her exposed collarbone was covered in bright red tattoos. Half of her face was covered by bandages as well. However, one could still see the left half of her face through the gaps between her hair. However, her eyes, lips, and the snake tongue she flicked out from time to time were all very different from a normal human. Her aura was not weaker than Gray Merchant's at all. From this, it could be deduced that she should be the magus of the modification branch, the evil woman. The 2 wizards took the lead, while Gray Merchant's apprentices followed behind them. There was a man wearing a mammoth mask, a pink-haired girl who looked like an underage girl, and a green-haired young man with freckles and a lazy expression. Strange. Didn't you say there were 6? Why are there only 5? And there are only 4 footsteps? Wai wondered. Evil woman floated in the air without any footsteps. As for the other 4 people, each of them had a different set of footsteps, so the numbers were correct. There were only 5 people. While Wai was still wondering, Angor pointed at the girl's shadow. Wai looked in the direction she was pointing. The shadow on the ground should have been the slender figure of a young girl, but it was clearly not a girl. It was the shadow of a man with broad shoulders. Wai remembered the 4 apprentices mentioned by the wise overseer, Pink Mo, Golem, Shepherd, and Ghost Shadow. So the shadow on the ground was Ghost Shadow? Was he the last apprentice? As Y pondered, Gray Merchant's group had already left the stairs of Hanging Prison. The pink-haired girl hopped around and looked around. Huh? Didn't they say they were here? Why can't I see anything? The green-haired young man put his mask on his waist and stretched. Isn't it better if they're not here? I don't want to fight them before I know what's going on. Besides. The young man played with his flute and lowered his voice. Besides, I trust Mr. Baishang's judgment. The pink-haired girl lowered her shoulders and muttered in frustration, I trust Mr. Baishang's judgment too, but this was not up to them. Baishang thought the outsiders were trying to be friendly rather than provoke them. Even if they caught up to them, they should talk first and see if they could solve the problem amicably. It sounded like Baishang was a conservative, dev type, but that was not the case. Usually, when he encountered similar situations, he would track down, imprison, and interrogate the intruders. If anyone dared to resist during the chase, they would be killed without mercy. The reason why Baishang preferred to talk this time was because there were at least 2 wizards among the intruders. What was even more unusual was that there was a technical talent who specialized in magic arrays. Facing 2 wizards whom they had not met yet, Baishang advised them not to fight directly from the perspective of the traveling merchant organization, to avoid casualties, and from the perspective of the Belos family. Unfortunately, fate was not up to them. On their way here, they encountered the man in the mirror. The most important memory of Gray Shang was also locked in the mirror. Now, they had no choice but to fight. Looking at the pink-haired girl's dejected look, Gray Shang comforted her. Fenmo, don't think too much. There are winners and losers in a battle, but it's not necessarily life and death. Besides, isn't it more hot-blooded to get to know each other in battle? The pink-haired girl, Fenmo, nodded perfunctorily, but she could not help but sigh as soon as she turned around. Mr. Grayshang was not like this in the past. The more she saw Mr. Grayshang's gentleness, the more uncomfortable she felt. The gentle Grayshang was a ticking time bomb with suppressed emotions. Once he was suppressed too much and could not vent, the consequences would be even worse. Get to know each other in battle? Ha ha ha, Grayshang, you've become so indecisive. The battle I want is a battle of life and death, not a battle of strength. A sharp female voice came from the bandaged woman floating in the air. While speaking, she looked around with a malicious gaze. Only rats in the sewers would hide their heads and tails. You left all those hints to provoke us, right? What now? You're too scared to show up? As the evil woman's voice fell, everyone, including Powder and the lazy shepherd, kept their relaxed expressions and vigilantly looked at their surroundings. They did not forget the purpose of coming here, to defeat the intruder and retrieve Gray Shang's memory. Everyone inside the nightmare domain frowned when they heard the woman's shrill voice. Should we go out now? Why looked at Angor. Angor did not plan to hide. He reached out a hand and snapped his fingers to deactivate the nightmare domain. However, the wise overseer suddenly stopped Angor from doing so. Before Angor could figure out what was going on, the wise overseer stomped his foot on the ground. A gentle stream of energy rushed to the edge of the nightmare domain. Angor did not know what the wise overseer was going to do, but he still waved his hand and released the energy from the nightmare domain. As soon as it left the nightmare domain, the energy quietly melted into the magic array underground. On the other side, the evil woman floating in the air narrowed her eyes when she saw that no one had appeared for a long time. The corners of her mouth gradually cracked and curled up until they reached her ears. Sharp white teeth could be seen in her terrifying scarlet mouth. With a creepy smile, the woman began to release countless white bandages around her. The bandages moved like tornadoes and ravaged every inch of space in the area. It was obvious that the woman was going to use this method to force the intruder out. However, the intruder did not show up. Instead, a man in a black robe slowly rose from the ground. Everyone frowned when they saw the familiar black robe. The person in the mirror from before wore the exact same black robe. This man's body was different from the one in the mirror. But if he was dressed like this, perhaps he had something to do with the man in the mirror. With this in mind, everyone except Gray Merchant glared at the man in the black robe. They agreed to fight the intruder, but they still hated the man in the mirror. However, they could tell that the man in the black robe was only an illusion. Even if they hated him enough to destroy him, they would not be able to do anything. So you don't like the goddess? Well, that's normal. I don't like her either. The black-robed man's words stunned everyone. Weren't they on the same side? Why would he say something like that? The man in the black robe chuckled when he saw the confusion in their eyes. We're just partners. Forgive me, but I can't tell you the details. Let's put that aside for now. Let me introduce myself first. The man in the black robe suddenly stopped and scratched his hood. Forget it. I'll get straight to the point. I'm the judge of this test. Before you fight them, I'll give you a small test. What do you think? The evil woman snorted disdainfully, and the curse words in her mouth were already in place. However, the gray merchant gently moved his wrist, and the bandage on the evil woman's ankle tightened. The evil woman glared at the gray merchant in dissatisfaction, but the gray merchant smiled gently at her. The woman fell silent when she saw Gray Merchant's gentle smile. She turned her head away proudly and said nothing. Gray Merchant looked at the man in the black robe. Hello, I'm Gray Merchant. The man in the black robe said, I know. I know all about you. Gray Merchant wasn't surprised. He smiled and said, what is the small test that you're talking about? The man in the black robe said, it's simple. Find out where your opponents are. I'll give you a small hint. They're also watching you. Alright, start looking. If you find them, I'll give you a small reward. End of chapter. If you say you are the referee, then are you really the referee? Who can prove it? The one speaking was Fenemo. She had pulled out a pink rabbit doll from who knows where. While pulling on the rabbit's ears, she began to question the black-robed person. Perhaps you are the one that wants to duel with us. Deliberately pretending to trick us. Fenemo tilted her head and continued. If anyone else asked this sort of question, it would most likely be considered a provocation, but Fenmo's face was filled with innocence. Although the wise ruler knew that she was pretending, he was too embarrassed to argue with her. Whether or not I am the referee, she will naturally prove it. Just as the wise ruler's voice fell, the distant Hui Shang's body suddenly froze. He once again took out the shattered shard from before, but he did not open the cloth wrapping the shard. Even though there was a layer separating them, everyone could still feel the mental fluctuations coming from the shard. The meaning of the analysis was exactly as the black-robed person had said, he was indeed the referee. After confirming the black-robed person's identity, Fenemo tilted her head and quietly muttered, even if you are the referee, on what basis should we accept your test? The wise ruler still did not get angry, faintly saying, I indeed do not have the qualifications to propose a test. Then let's forget about the test that I spoke of. Fenemo heard the black-robed person retreat, and a pleased expression appeared in her eyes. But in the next second, the wise ruler's words caused Fenmo's expression to freeze. Although there is no test, your goal is to duel with them. Then let's find them first. After the wise ruler finished speaking, his figure floated in the air and no longer spoke. Hearing the black-robed person's words, Hui Shang glanced at Fenemo and gently sighed, not saying anything. But the evil woman that had been kite by Hui Shang sneered, previously, we had a small reward for the test, but now, we have nothing. Is this what you want? Fenmo's small face turned bright red, but she did not dare refute. Because what the evil woman said was correct. She had originally wanted to trick the other side, but the result was that she had been tricked by the other side. Forget it, this is not Fenmo's fault. Hui Shang gently tugged at the bandage on his wrist and said to the evil woman, the so-called reward has always been lip service. We have encountered many cases of lip service with no substance. Now that we have internal strife, those people in hiding will laugh at us. The referee is right. Finding them is the most important thing. The evil woman snorted coldly, but she did not refute him. It could be said that she agreed with what the gray merchant said. Fenemo let out a long sigh of relief, then pinched the ears of the rabbit plushie and ran to hide behind the devil elephant at the back. Thinking back now, her self-righteousness was actually very shameful. Right now, she just wanted to find a place where no one could see her to calm her awkward mood. There was basically no need for demonic elephants and powder to search for people who were hiding. The main force of the search this time was the gray merchant, the evil woman, and the shepherd. Their methods were completely different, but what was rare was that they didn't affect each other. Huishang was using the gemstone dragon's ability to control the rhythm of the earth to monitor every unusual detail on the ground. Previously, the evil woman had used bandages to shoot randomly but had not found anyone. This time, she chose to use her spiritual power to sense. It was worth mentioning that the evil woman's spirit power was quite strong. In the eyes of Angor and the others, the evil woman's spirit tentacles looked like giant octopuses in the deep sea. Countless thick tentacles kept searching the surrounding space. As for the shepherd, his method was the most interesting. He picked up a short flute in his hand, closed his eyes, and began to play a cheerful and lively melody. As the melody drifted away, a group of drunken rats suddenly walked out from the depths of the darkness. Hundreds of rats were sniffing around the area, trying to find traces of something unusual. However, even though hundreds of rats sounded like a lot, when spread out, there were not that many of them. Thus, the shepherd played a new tune. This time, it attracted the insects that liked to hide in the dark. There were also a sea of cockroaches, geckos, spiders, and moths that crawled on the walls. Some of them were natural enemies. However, under the shepherd's command, they all gave up their rivalry and worked together to find the hidden people. Although the shepherd was only an apprentice, he was the one who caused the most commotion out of all of them. The others all had different reactions to the shepherd's actions. The wise lord raised an eyebrow. He did not expect to see so many filthy insects hiding in the corridor that usually looked clean. He should find some time to clean it up. Meanwhile, Dorcas was wondering if the shepherd was an occult sound manipulator or a summoner. Neither, the dark earl gave an answer. A summoner summoned creatures usually came from the outside world. If it was a summoner, he would not need to spend so much effort and use so many small creatures to search for people. Most of the creatures from the outside world were quite good at finding people. Sound manipulators, on the other hand, could use sound waves as a medium. However, the sound waves played by the shepherd used mental energy as a carrier to influence the transmission of the tune. This did not conform to the behavioral logic of sound waves. As for which faction the shepherd belonged to, the Dark Earl's answer was, Rhythm Apprentice. Rhythm apprentices were not sound manipulators. They were elementalists. Moreover, every elemental faction had a different rhythm sorcerer. Among them, the water rhythm sorcerer was the most comprehensive. Because of the tidal nature of the water element and the peak of its periodic changes, it was known as the water rhythm. However, the shepherd was not a water rhythm apprentice. Instead, he was a wind rhythm apprentice. As for why they could tell, it was not because of their eyesight, but because of the speed spirit. When the shepherd played the melody, it could sense the slight changes in the surrounding wind. After the shepherd's identity and abilities were exposed, the two apprentices began to ponder. If they were to face a rhythm apprentice like the shepherd, what methods did they have to deal with him? For the time being, they did not care about what the two apprentices were thinking and returned to the outside world to search. After 3 minutes of searching, the grey merchant, the evil woman, and the shepherd had basically searched every corner, but they still could not find any traces. This caused them to begin to doubt whether these people were really hiding here. Because of their relationship with Fenemo, they did not dare to question the wise lord. However, this thought began to ferment in their hearts. As for the wise lord, when he saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He had achieved his goal. He always felt strange about Angwar's illusion. However, he did not want to use his real body inside the nightmare domain. So, he simply asked the grey merchants group to check it out. Just as he expected, Angwar's illusions were nothing to scoff at. No matter how well hidden an illusion was, it would still leak out some energy. It was just a matter of how much energy was released. However, Angwar's illusion was placed right at the center of the field. Normally, wizards would try to find a way to avoid it. But Angwar didn't do anything. Instead, he allowed the wizards to wander back and forth in the center of the field, but they still couldn't find a way out. This basically confirmed Sagittarius' guess. Angwar's illusion had a certain degree of spatial properties. Was it a combination of space and illusions? The wise lord's speculation was correct. The nightmare domain was an intermediate zone between the nightmare realm and the real world. Angwar was neither in the real world nor in the nightmare realm. It was more like a crack in space. The one who bore the burden of the nightmare domain was using his or her physical body to contain the nightmare domain. Every time he or she used the nightmare domain, he or she would release this crack in space, which was similar to the concept of an alternate dimension. If there was a space wizard on the other side, he or she would be able to find some clues by using a full coverage method. Unfortunately, space sorcerers were rare in the southern region. None of them were space sorcerers. After searching for about 8 minutes, Angor looked at the wise lord. Time to go out and meet them, right? It was a normal question, but Angor's eyes were filled with something else. Angor knew what the wise lord was trying to do. However, he did not point it out and allowed the wise lord to do whatever he wanted. The wise lord did not feel embarrassed. Angor was a smart man, so it was normal for him to notice. Besides, the wise lord also gave Angor a chance to observe the situation by sending the apprentices to find them. Apart from Golem, Fenemo, and Ghost Shadow who did not do anything, the apprentices had a general idea of Grey Merchant and the woman's abilities. They did not know everything, but at least they knew something about them. The more information they gathered, the better it would be for them in battle. For this reason, Angor did not try to stop or expose the wise lord's plan even though he knew what the wise lord was trying to do. They already knew what they needed to know, and it would be difficult for them to learn more. It was time for them to face the challenge. They could not run away from it. They had to face the test sooner or later. The wise lord nodded nonchalantly. Do as you wish. No need to ask me. Angor nodded and looked at the others. Are you ready? Dorcas and Black Girl nodded, while Cal and Y were not so confident. However, they still nodded when they remembered Angor's support. Angor did not say anything else. He tapped the table with his knuckles, and the nightmare domain around them began to change. It turned from solid to transparent like a water curtain, which then disappeared completely. After failing to find anything, Grey Merchant and the other apprentices began to worry. Fenemo, who was hiding behind the golem, could not help but ask again, are they really hiding here? Or is this a trap to waste our energy? Grey Merchant and the woman did not stop Fenemo this time. They also wanted to know the answer. You have a lot of questions, the wise lord commented. The sovereign of Wise cursed, then said, I have no reason to lie to you. Naturally, they are here, watching your every move. I can give you a hint. The one who asked the most questions is this pink-haired girl. Maybe you can find something. The pink-haired girl was obviously Fenemo. Everyone turned to look at Fenemo, but Fenemo had a confused expression. Under everyone's gaze, she pointed at herself, me? Yes. You can try. Well, I don't think there's a need for that. They've already decided. As the Sovereign of Wisdom spoke, everyone immediately turned their heads and assumed a vigilant stance. At the same time, he looked around to see where Angor and the others were hiding. However, when they saw Angor's group, they all looked a little surprised. They thought Angor's group was hiding somewhere they would never expect. But to their surprise, Angor's group was right in the center of the area. They were less than 10 meters away from them. More importantly, they were facing each other. If what the black-robed judge said was true, and these people had been watching them all this time, did that mean they saw their expressions and movements? The apprentices felt a little strange when they thought about this. This was especially true for the 3 people who were searching for them. Other than the evil woman who was tied up and had no expression on her face, the other 2 had awkward expressions on their faces. However, their mental fortitude had always been strong. Very quickly, this kind of awkwardness disappeared. They were curious about the identity of these outsiders, and Bai Shang believed that they had more good intentions than bad. They wanted to know who found the entrance to the underground church. Who was the one who cracked the complex magic array of the church? And who was the one who had left them hints along the way? Now, all of them had shown up. There were 4 of them. The red-haired, golden-eyed young man dressed like a noble, and the red-haired young man with a sword tied to his waist. The other 2 apprentices tried their best to look brave, but they did not hide the fear in their eyes. Wait, there's another wizard's aura. A stone slab with a branded nose? Is this an opponent, or is this someone's trick? While everyone was confused, the Grey Merchant spoke softly, Red Sword, Dorcas? Dorcas was stunned for a moment, then laughed with his head held high. My reputation is really good. People recognize me everywhere. After laughing, Dorcas looked at the gray merchant. I know you're a gray merchant. Since you know me, I should know you too. Why don't you take off your mask and let me see who you are? You're not my old friend, are you? The gray merchant said indifferently, I don't know you, but I've heard some rumors about you. As for my real face, it's not important. I only have one identity now, the gray merchant of the traveling merchant organization. Dorcas shrugged, I don't dare to reveal my identity. I must know, or have seen, or heard about you. But it's up to you. I'm curious, what rumors have you heard about me? Unparalleled swordsmanship, or unparalleled handsome? The gray merchant said, neither. I just saw your article in an idol magazine. I remember the name of the article you wrote was, On the Significance of the Declaration of Wheat to Pure-Blood Wizards and Is Blood Wizard the Best Choice? Dorcas was stunned. He scratched his temples and muttered in a low voice, have I ever written something like that? I don't remember it. Gray merchant chuckled. I think it's called Light of the South. It was the third last issue of the magazine before it ceased publication. When Dorcas heard Gray merchant mention Light of the Southern region, he suddenly understood. Oh, I remember now. Dorcas turned to Y. It's the masterpiece I wrote after we learned about nature back in Lorembier. Y gave Dorcas a disdainful look. You're talking about yourself. Don't drag me into it. I only know that you were excited when you heard about nature. I didn't know you wrote 2 great articles about it. Also, Light of the South. Heh. Y didn't mention the magazine in detail, but he didn't try to hide the disgust on his face. It was obvious that he didn't like the magazine at all. Angor had never heard of Light of the South before. However, he remembered Diablo telling him about the chaos of publishing houses in floating Mech City. Diablo used to be in charge of the registration of a publishing house. According to him, there were many publishers who came to him every day, and some of them closed down. Most of them closed down because they thought too highly of themselves and offended some supernaturals. However, most of them didn't really close down. They just changed their names and continued to apply for new ones. This was why there were so many publishers who closed down and applied for bankruptcy every day. In order to attract attention, the more inferior and worthless a publishing house was, the more sensational the name of the magazine would be. He didn't even consider whether he could suppress these names with his own strength. For example, The Grand View of Truth, Secrets of the Origin, Talk of the World. The names were all big and empty, but the actual content was all meaningless hydrology. Based on the name, the Light of the Southern region was similar to this. Speaking of Diablo, I wonder how he's doing. On the other side, Dorcas didn't mind Whale's disdainful tone at all. He even looked proud. Now that I think about it, I feel like I'm back in the days when my blood was boiling. Y kept complaining. Blood boiling? He's just howling because he's on steroids. Gray Merchant, the articles written by Red Sword Wizard are indeed very exciting. Vale looked at Gray Merchant in shock. It's enough for Dorcas to be happy. Why are you, a blood wizard who was criticized to death in his article, joining in the fun? Also, why are you praising Dorcas' words? Was this a strategy before the battle to lower Dorcas's guard? Wai turned his head to look at Dorcas. As expected, Dorcas was already looking at Gray Merchant with a look of admiration, as if great minds think alike. Wai sighed inwardly. Fortunately, the Gray Merchants had miscalculated. Dorcas wouldn't be the one fighting the Gray Merchants later. Otherwise, based on the way Dorcas was being praised, it would already be pretty good if he could perform at 80% of his standard. Hey, why are you complimenting him? Don't forget, they are enemies now. The evil woman floating in the air said to Hui Shang. The evil woman's attitude was much more restrained than before, and even her tone had become more cautious. Gray Merchant, I'm not complimenting him. I'm just putting myself in the shoes of Red Sword Wizard. Writing these articles at that time can indeed make people excited. Phonemo whispered in the golem's ear. So the old Lord Gray Merchant's ability to empathize was this strong? The golem chuckled and didn't answer. The shepherd lazily leaning against the wall said, even now, Lord Gray Merchant's ability to empathize is still very strong. Phonemo had a look of disbelief. The shepherd didn't explain. If Gray Merchant's ability to empathize was weak, how could his personality change so much because of a memory, after answering the evil woman, Grey Merchant looked at Dorcas. I wonder if Red Sword Wizard can answer some of my doubts. Hearing Grey Merchant's question, Dorcas's expression of regret that he didn't meet him earlier disappeared. I can't. You still have some brains. Yi muttered. Dorcas rolled his eyes at Yi. Yi had been a hermit for so many years, but his impression of him was still from many years ago. Was this good or bad? It wasn't bad. Wasn't it good that someone had always treated you like a youth? Grey Merchant didn't appear disappointed at being rejected. Instead, he continued to speak politely. That is truly regrettable. In truth, we were forced to fight you. I believe you can understand. Dorcas didn't say anything. It wasn't up to him to respond to such an ambiguous topic. There's no point in saying anything more. Let's begin. The one who spoke was the Black Count. He turned around to look at the wise sovereign behind him, but when he turned around, he discovered that the wise sovereign had already disappeared. The black-robed man in the sky had originally been an energy projection, but now he had switched to his real body. His robes fluttered in the wind. The Black Count's sudden words caused Grey Merchant's pupils to contract slightly. Even the evil woman floating in the air instantly narrowed her eyes into slits. They had been trying to guess what the nose floating above the stone was, and why it had such a powerful aura. Now, it had spoken, and its tone was completely different from Dorcas's. This caused them to have a bad feeling in their hearts. They faintly thought of a rumor. That shouldn't be possible. They couldn't possibly be so unlucky as to meet someone from that clan here. I wonder if you, Grey Merchant wanted to confirm the other party's identity, but before he could finish, the Black Count interrupted him. Don't waste time. Let's begin. After saying this, the Black Count raised his head to look at the wise sovereign in the air. After changing his skin, the wise sovereign's appearance was less youthful than before. However, he appeared more mysterious. He didn't respond to the Black Count's words. Instead, he looked at Grey Merchant. If you had agreed to my little test and succeeded, I would have given you the right to choose the location of the competition, as well as propose rules that didn't violate the principles of fairness. For example, you could have proposed that both sides must do a self-introduction before the competition. Wouldn't that have given you the answer you wanted to know? Unfortunately, not only did you refuse my test, you also failed to find them. Sigh. Grey Merchant bowed apologetically. It's our fault. We've disappointed you, Mr. Referee. The wise sovereign calmly looked at Grey Merchant. Several seconds later, he suddenly laughed. I was wondering what she would use to threaten you. I didn't expect her to use this. Dorcas asked, what is it? The wise sovereign glanced at Dorcas. Imprison the person who understands you the best. Dorcas frowned and repeated this sentence in a low voice. Imprison the person who understands you the best. Not long after, Dorcas sighed with emotion. Her methods are truly despicable. Even though there were many shameless adepts who didn't have a bottom line, any adept with a slightly normal mind wouldn't do such a thing. In Dorcas' eyes, this method was a bit despicable. However, Dorcas had clearly misunderstood the wise sovereign's intentions. On the other side, Grey Merchant understood that even though the black-robed referee hadn't said it explicitly, he had definitely seen through his situation. Grey Merchant didn't have much of a reaction to this. After all, this referee should be in cahoots with the person in the mirror. It was normal for him to know the other party's methods. Grey Merchant didn't mind, but Fenemo, who always liked to ask a lot of questions, narrowed her eyes. Shouldn't a referee be impartial? Why do you have to answer their questions? The wise sovereign, I originally wanted to reveal more, but after hearing you say this, I suddenly don't want to. Of course, the wise sovereign had already seen through Grey Merchant's situation. He had observed Grey Merchant before and knew that he was a cold and ruthless man. He definitely didn't have anything to do with his current gentle and elegant appearance. If Grey Merchant's subordinates didn't suspect such a drastic change and even managed to preserve Grey Merchant's strength, then there was only one way to do it, to seal Grey Merchant's most important memories inside the mirror. As for how to remove the seal, only the goddess could do it. However, the wise sovereign saw Angor taking out the wood spirit spawn from the painting with his own eyes. If Angor could crack the secret of the mirror dimension, he might be able to save Grey Merchant's memories from the mirror. For this reason, Grey Merchant finally answered Dorcas' question. However, Fenemo interrupted him again. Once was fine, but twice in a row. The wise sovereign didn't think it was a big deal, but he didn't want to help them anymore. Besides, telling them wouldn't do the wise sovereign any good. It would only make him even more hostile towards the goddess. The wise sovereign worked together with Angor's group to test the goddess, but he wouldn't really go to war with the goddess. Angor's group could leave in the end, but he couldn't. He still had to face the goddess. If another unavoidable disaster like a space storm happened and damaged the magic array, he still had to go to the goddess. Therefore, they had to fight without distinction, and fight without stubbornness. Everyone still had to put on a show. Fenmo's heart skipped a beat when she heard the wise sovereign's sudden words. She couldn't have said something wrong again, right? The woman and Grey Merchant both looked at Fenemo with unreadable expressions, which made Fenemo even more nervous. Before Fenemo knew what to do, the wise sovereign spoke up, but you're right. For the sake of fairness, I'll allow you to ask me a question. Also, I'll answer in the same way as before. This time, the wise sovereign helped Fenemo out of her predicament. The woman looked away, while Grey Merchant gave her a comforting look. This time, Fenemo could be considered to have helped them and obtained a chance to ask questions. The judge already said that he would answer in the same way he answered Red Sword. In other words, he wouldn't give a clear answer, only a direction. He probably wouldn't get an answer for questions like who the wise sovereign was. However, there was one thing that Grey Merchant was really curious about. He always wanted to ask, but he didn't know where to start. Now, he finally had the chance. Mr. Judge, I want to know where they were hiding in the previous test. The wise sovereign chuckled and gave an answer that didn't really count as an answer. Didn't I remind you just now? The Grey Merchant frowned under the mask. Remind me of what? The wise sovereign didn't answer this time. Instead, he made a should gesture with his index finger. It wasn't to tell Grey Merchant to be quiet, but to tell him that he already gave an answer. Asking more questions would violate the principle of fairness. Grey Merchant knew what the wise sovereign meant, but he still didn't know what the truth was. Didn't the judge say that Fenemo might have a chance to find them? Is this a hint? The shepherd asked. Grey Merchant turned around and glanced at Fenemo. He thought back to the traces of illusion left behind when they broke through the encirclement of the mutated squirrels. He had a vague guess. Is it an illusion? Grey Merchant wasn't very confident when he said this guess. If it really was an illusion, there should be traces of illusion nodes and energy. However, they couldn't find any clues even after searching all over the place. Was this kind of illusion that was completely hidden in reality? The wise sovereign chuckled and didn't answer Grey Merchant. Instead, he said, let's put everything else aside for now. If we continue, someone will get impatient. Grey Merchant and the others thought that the wise sovereign was referring to the nose on the stone slab, but in reality, it was the person looking at them through the mirror. Before the competition begins, I'll explain the rules. The wise sovereign repeated the rules that he had mentioned before. The rules included apprentices fighting apprentices and wizards fighting wizards. The winner could replace their teammates at any time, and they could leave the stage to rest. Once they were rested, they could return to the stage, and so on. Apart from having to fight against someone of the same level, there were no other restrictions. This meant that this competition wasn't just about strength, but also about their trump cards. The wise sovereign thought that it would be better to add some restrictions to avoid a one-sided battle. However, the goddess didn't want to do that. She wanted to see Angor's trump cards. If there were restrictions, how could she do that? Grey Merchant and the others already knew about these rules. They were very confident in their own battle prowess, methods, and trump cards. Especially after seeing that the other party had a wandering magus like Red Sword Dorcas, they were even more confident. However, they were a little concerned about the identity of the nose on the stone slab. If it really belonged to that family, they might not be able to use their trump cards. But they shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Probably. After explaining the rules, the wise sovereign added, life and death are not allowed, but I hope you can stop when necessary. It sounded like a fair competition, but it was actually meant for Angor's ears. When it came to trump cards, the wise sovereign didn't think that Grey Merchant's team would win. Apart from the three wizards, Angor also had a wind elemental creature who was almost as strong as a wizard, and a demon from the Panic Realm who was close to a Truthfinder level. Alright, that's all for now. The wise sovereign paused a little. Now, let's begin. Apprentices or wizards first? The sovereign of wisdom pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze towards the Grey Merchant. For the sake of fairness and to reassure the person in the dark, he decided to let the Grey Merchant make the choice. In response to the wise ruler's question, Huishang thought for a moment before politely extending his hand. This decision won't affect the outcome. Let the other party make the decision. If Grey Merchant's memory wasn't sealed, he would have already given an answer. But now, Grey Merchant's personality was back to normal. Of course, this was only on the surface. The wise sovereign sighed in his mind and looked at Angor. What do you think? Wizards will fight first. Both Grey Merchant and the wise overseer agreed with Angor's decision. However, what Huishang did not understand was that the nose on the stone slab seemed to be the leader of the other side. Why was it this red-haired, golden-eyed young man who stood out this time? Who was this red-haired, golden-eyed youth? Was he the illusionist? If it was really as they had guessed, and this group of people had used illusions to hide, then there was no need to doubt the other party's illusions. Of all the outstanding illusionary sorcerers in the southern region, none of them matched this person's name. So he must be using a disguise. Usually, a disguise was used to avoid being recognized, or to avoid being hunted down. Of course, there were also those who preferred to disguise themselves. But considering this, the conditions were a bit too much. Grey Merchant couldn't think of many powerful illusionary adepts in the southern region based on the above conditions. Personally, he believed that the masked man from Phantom Island was the most likely candidate. Rumor had it that the masked man offended an apostle of a demon god in the Abyss Plane and was seen fleeing back to the southern wizarding region. Not long ago, the masked man and Flora went to clean up the base camp of demon believers. The masked man was strong, afraid of being recognized by demon believers, and being hunted down by demon believers. Apart from the genius alchemist, everyone on Phantom Island grew up being hunted down by demon believers. If the masked man wanted to use a disguise, he might not be hunted down by demon believers. But the masked man was already on the path of truth. The red-haired, golden-eyed young man had a strong aura, but Grey Merchant did not think he was a truthfinder yet. But if it was not the masked man, who could it be? While the Grey Merchant was secretly speculating, the evil woman floating behind him suddenly made a sound of surprise. Grey Merchant looked at where the woman was looking and saw the black-robed judge suddenly raise his hands. His fingers touched each other, and a powerful energy wave was released from the gap between his palms. The energy wave was so powerful that it even affected the flow of air and created an eye of wind. The judge's robe was fluttering in the wind. At this moment, looking at the darkness above his head, Huishang had the illusion that there was an inverted mountain hanging above his head. Previously, he had thought that the black-robed referee was probably just a subordinate of the hidden mirror being, but now he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Huishang had only sensed such a powerful aura from His Excellency Manchi back in the Abyss. This black-robed referee was actually a peak rank 3 magus? At the thought of this, the emotions of Huishang and the others became very complicated. When they met the hidden mirror being, they were surprised that there was such a strong person in the underground maze. Even after Huishang's most important memories were sealed, he was still thinking about how he must deliver the news to the Belos family once he left this place. Although the underground maze was actually under the control of the Belos family, the Tsang Mirror Man was an unstable variable that must be dealt with as soon as possible. However, before the hidden mirror man was dealt with, another black-robed judge who was strong enough to stand at the top of the pyramid of the southern region had appeared. Huishang was no longer thinking about informing his clan. Instead, he was thinking about how to convince his clan to give up on the underground maze. While Huishang was worried, Fan Mo was even more worried than him. Fan Mo's experience was not enough to determine the ruler of wisdom's exact level. However, when she saw Huishang and the evil woman's expressions of fear, she understood that she seemed to have offended a very important person. Fan Mo pinched the ears of the rabbit in her hands. Her legs were trembling, and even her lips were trembling. She was thinking about whether she should apologize now. Perhaps the important person would spare her life. While Fanemo was still in fear, the energy in the ruler of wisdom's palm was already showing signs of expanding. However, he did not allow the energy to spread. Instead, he compressed the energy and caused it to fuse. As the energy fused, the pillars around them, the ground below them, and the stone walls above them began to spread large amounts of magical runes. These magical runes glowed faintly, which meant that they had been activated. When all the runes shone, everyone suddenly felt as if the ground beneath their feet had turned into a swamp. It was as if a hand had reached out from the ground and grabbed their ankles, pulling them into the soft ground. No need to resist. I'm just finding a suitable place for your duel. The ruler of wisdom's voice echoed in everyone's ears. To everyone present, the sovereign of wisdom's words were as good as nothing. No need to resist? They couldn't resist at all. The pulling force didn't seem strong, but their limbs felt like they had lost all their strength. They couldn't move at all. However, they also misunderstood. The ruler of wisdom's words were not meant for them, but for Angor. When the ruler of wisdom activated the magic array, he noticed that Angor quickly took out a magic array subplate and quickly gathered the energy inside it. If Angor wanted to, he could easily take the others to safety. The ruler of wisdom was surprised that Angor could find the only way out of the magic array in such a short time. The ruler of wisdom only said this to prevent Angor from escaping the magic array. Next, the ruler of wisdom spoke to Angor through an encrypted channel. Since we've already signed a contract, you don't have to be so cautious of me. It's a good thing she already went to the arena. Otherwise, she would already know one of your trump cards. Since Angor was an expert in magic arrays, this was one of his trump cards. The ruler of wisdom didn't think Angor was stronger than the goddess, but it could at least buy him some time. Angor didn't reply right away. Instead, he followed the magic array's power and slowly entered the arena. As soon as he arrived at the arena, Angor quickly confirmed his current location. This was the alternate space where Xianxia was. Everything around him was pitch black, with only a staircase that looked like a roller coaster floating in the air. The arena was a giant, circular arena that floated in the air. Angor and the others stood on the left side of the arena, while Grey Merchant stood on the right. The two sides were more than 500 meters apart. From afar, they looked like tiny dots in the sky. And this was only the center of the arena. There was also an outer ring. The outer ring was also quite large, where the spectators were. Angor activated Narda's vision as soon as he entered the arena. Under Narda's vision, information about the materials used in the arena appeared in Angor's mind. He was pretty sure that the arena was made of the same material as the staircase in the air, which meant it was extremely sturdy. It looked brand new to the naked eye, but that wasn't the case. On the stage, he found several traces of materials being replaced and repaired. This meant that this arena wasn't a new arena. Perhaps it had already existed a long time ago. Judging from the large number of repair marks, there must have been a lot of duels in this arena in the past. At least, Angor couldn't do that right now. It meant that most of the supernaturals who fought in this arena were Truthfinder wizards or stronger. However, this wasn't really useful information. The only thing Angor cared about was, there's no magic array in this arena? Angor asked through the encrypted channel left by the ruler of wisdom. That's right, the ruler of wisdom replied. There's no magic array here. The ruler of wisdom paused a little and spoke in a nostalgic tone. In the past, this was the arena of life and death. Whoever was kicked out of the arena was the loser. Do you know why? Yes, I do. Angor wasn't the only one who knew. Everyone else also understood the meaning of this arena. Because at some unknown time, countless huge shadows suddenly appeared around the arena. These shadows were densely packed, and all of them were monsters that had been raised in this alternate space. The air around them concealed their appearances, but their huge bodies and glowing red eyes proved their existence. Just think about it, the arena itself was already huge, but these void demons were not much smaller than the arena itself. They were all surrounding the arena, eyeing the living people inside with covetous eyes. I was going to keep you guessing. Too bad I haven't fed these little cuties in a long time. They're so excited about your arrival. Angor really didn't understand the ruler of wisdom's taste. Little cuties? So, it was the ruler of wisdom's idea to let us fight in this arena, right? The reason for this was quite simple. The wise sovereign had said that she could influence magic arrays. She had opened a back door for Huisheng and the others to leave this alternate dimension because of the magic array's safety channel. There was no magic array in this arena, which meant it wasn't within the ruler's power. That's right. This arena has been covered in dust for 10,000 years. It's rare to see it again. What a memorable moment. Even as the wise ruler reminisced, the void monster beside the arena let out a deafening howl. Look, the little cuties can't wait to watch your duel. Are you sure they want to watch? Not because they're hungry? I can't talk to you alone. I can feel someone watching me from the shadows. She's got her eyes on me. Lastly, let me remind you that although she is here to observe your trump cards, and I also hope that you can win without revealing your trump cards, if you have to show your trump cards, don't be stingy. It's more important for you to pass this test than to be targeted by her. The ruler of wisdom was optimistic about Angor's chances. The demon from the panic realm had given them a lot of strength. However, if the demon wasn't included, the result might not be certain. Angor's illusions were strong, but he wasn't sure if he could use them against a bloodline wizard who had great reflexes, speed, strength, and explosive power. If he couldn't, the bloodline wizards would have the upper hand in the duel. There was another thing. The arena looked big, but it had its limits. The ruler of wisdom once observed Grey Merchant's battle. After activating his bloodline, he could gather tremendous strength in his legs. He could even break the ground with one stomp. The arena should be able to withstand his stomp. However, Angor would not be able to avoid the energy transfer from the stomp. Even if Angor tried to hide in the interlayer created by the combination of space and illusions. How was he going to attack? Were they separated by layers of space? The ruler of wisdom wasn't optimistic about Angor's chances. However, if Angor used his trump cards, it wouldn't be hard for him to win. This was why the ruler of wisdom reminded Angor that winning was more important than revealing his trump cards. Angor took the wise man's advice seriously. He was a man of action, and he wouldn't act on impulse. He would use his trump card when necessary. However, judging from the ruler of wisdom's tone, Angor felt he was being underestimated. Elmi and Valaris. Angor didn't hide them from the beginning. They were his trump cards. What was a trump card? Anything he showed was definitely not a trump card. This is where you will fight. In the past, this place was called the Dragon Arena. It was called this because there was a ferocious dragon in the void who loved this place very much. The ruler of wisdom explained a lot, but only a few people really listened. Most of them were distracted by the monsters around them. Angor was one of the few who listened to the ruler of wisdom's explanation. Angor had a feeling that the sage was just spouting nonsense. A dragon who loved to watch fights. To prevent the dragon from killing people in the void, the ruler of wisdom built this arena just for the dragon's entertainment. It all sounded strange, but Angor couldn't put his finger on it. But he would be an idiot to agree with these reasons. Angor even believed that the ruler of wisdom was lying. Maybe it wasn't Dragon Arena at all, but Hungry Dragon Arena. The monsters here didn't like to watch fights at all. They were here to eat people. After the ruler of wisdom finished telling Angor about the history of the arena, he explained the 3 rules of the arena. First, anyone who was knocked off the arena would lose. Second, there was a limit to the height of the arena, and anyone who went above the limit would lose. Third, anyone who damaged the arena during a fight would have to pay compensation. Angor knew about these rules. The first 2 rules were because there were void monsters outside the arena. Angor couldn't leave the safe area to avoid being eaten by the monsters. However, the first 2 rules greatly reduced Angor's fighting space, which was beneficial for bloodline wizards. Just like the Sky Tower, bloodline wizards were able to dominate the leaderboards of Sky Towers all year round because the Sky Tower limited the fighting space. This was beneficial for bloodline wizards, but it was a hindrance to other wizards. Perhaps the woman in the mirror agreed with the ruler of wisdom's decision to hold the duel here because she could see more of Angor's trump cards. For the first duel, the color of the ground will decide who will fight first. If the ground is white, it will start from my left. If it's black, it will start from my right. The color of the ground? Isn't the ground yellow? As everyone wondered, the stone tiles on the ground began to intertwine with each other. They finally understood why there was such a thing as black and white. 3 seconds later, the intertwining patterns on the ground gradually disappeared. In the end, the stone tiles on the ground all turned white. White, representing the Gray Merchants, you'll be the first to send out your first combatant. Gray Merchant frowned when he saw the result. It would be disadvantageous for them if they sent out someone first. Their opponent could choose who to send out first. However, this thought only appeared for a second or two before disappearing. Although it was disadvantageous for them, the range of the battle was limited, which was a great advantage for them. The referee probably did this to balance things out. Gray Merchant stopped thinking about these trivial matters and began to think about who should go up first. Should he go up first, or should he let the evil woman go first? He only knew about Dorcas, and Dorcas was definitely not the one he was looking for. Besides, Dorcas had a reputation. His bloodline had been exposed long ago. Gray Merchant's gemstone dragon bloodline naturally countered Dorcas, so it should not be a problem for him to fight Dorcas. However, if he went up first, would Dorcas go up first? Probably. After all, Dorcas was a pure-blood wizard who supported the declaration of wheat, and Gray Merchant was a bloodline wizard. With his personality, he might be the first to jump out. If he could get rid of Dorcas first, the other wizards would be easier to deal with. The only variable was the nose on the stone slab. Would he be a contestant? Would he? While Gray Merchant was thinking, a light barrier suddenly covered their heads. At the same time, the black-robed referee's voice entered their ears. You have 3 minutes at most to discuss. Oh right, in this light barrier, external energy is completely isolated. You can discuss as much as you want, but it's best not to communicate with your mouth. The isolation of external energy meant that their communication through the spirit bond would not be detected by others. Gray Merchant raised his head and thanked the referee, then turned to look at the evil woman. His voice came from the spirit bond, I'll go first. The evil woman floated in the air and did not reply. Instead, she looked at Gray Merchant with disdain, as if waiting for him to give a reason. Gray Merchant pondered for a moment and told her his analysis. After the evil woman heard this, she sneered, your analysis is correct, but you only see one aspect of the situation. You know about Dorcas, so why can't he know about you? Gray Merchant, my identity has not been exposed. The evil woman's half-exposed face revealed a disdainful smile. As expected, even though the former you and the current you have similar strength, there is still a huge difference in essence. Gray Merchant did not say anything. Can't you see? Xianxia, see what? The evil woman, do you still remember the situation outside when we stepped out of the door of the hanging staircase? Xianxia recalled that when they stepped out of the hanging staircase, there was actually no one outside. At that time, they were very puzzled. Songjin had clearly said that they were there. Why couldn't they find them? Soon after, the black-robed judge appeared and gave them a small test. When he thought about this, Xianxia vaguely understood what the evil woman meant. If the other party didn't know of their arrival, why would they hide in advance? Why would the black-robed referee propose a test? Moreover, the black-robed referee was so strong that the Tsang mirror being could even let him be the referee. Why not let him deal with the target directly? The answer was obvious. Seeing the flash of understanding in Xianxia's eyes, the evil woman continued, do you understand now? This referee might not necessarily be on the same side as Songjin. After we came out of the hanging staircase, he also came out after a while. Maybe he was in the same place as those people before. Do you remember what he said when you introduced yourself? He knows who you are. If he knows who you are, and he might not be on the same side as Songjin, he might even be related to those people. Why do you think Dorcas doesn't know that you have the bloodline of the Gem Earth Dragon? Who knows, he might have already leaked your information. The evil woman said calmly, not just you. Maybe he leaked our information too. Xianxia was speechless this time. The evil woman's words were not without reason. Although it was all speculation, the evil woman's intuition had always been sharp, and the doubts she raised were indeed inexplicable. In the way of survival for wizards, it was not wrong to be too cautious, but it was a sin to be too optimistic. If Dorcas really knew that he had the bloodline of a gemstone earth dragon, Dorcas definitely wouldn't have gone up. Then his assumption would not exist. It's either me or you. You want to go first? Huishang said in a deep voice. The evil woman, as long as you activate your bloodline, your information will be exposed. But I'm different. The parts one had yesterday are different from the parts one have today. Even that black-robed judge can't predict what organs I'll modify today. As for me, if they deal with it based on past information. Haha, empiricism will get you killed. At this point, even if the evil woman did not express her opinion, her meaning was obvious. Huishang thought for a moment and finally nodded, you can go first. However, you have to be careful of that strange nose. It has a certain probability that it is. The evil woman waved her hand, I understand. You don't have to say it. However, compared to the nose on the stone slab, I'm more concerned about the wizard who can cast illusions. I have a feeling that he's not a nobody. After saying this through the spirit bond, the evil woman took the initiative to untie the bandage on Huishang's wrist. She slowly floated forward and finally passed through the light barrier to arrive at the center of the arena. The wise ruler saw the evil woman pass through the barrier and understood that she would be the first wizard to go up. This was not surprising. He had the least information about the evil woman. As a modification wizard, no one could tell exactly how often she changed her bloodline, limbs, and organs. Therefore, everything about the evil woman, including her tactics, skills, abilities, talents, and bloodline, was unknown. No one knew which of her abilities would work against them. Therefore, the woman's appearance was more stressful for Angor's side than the Grey Merchants. However, Angor's team already had a plan. Angor would fight Huishang, and Dorcas would be the one to deal with the evil woman. When the evil woman showed up, a symbolic light barrier appeared around Angor's side so that they could discuss among themselves. However, Dorcas did not need to talk at all. Looking at Dorcas's back, Vale opened his mouth and finally squeezed out a sentence, "Don't be fooled by a witch like you were back then." Dorcas had originally thought that he was walking very confidently, but when he heard Vale's words, he almost stumbled. Dorcas calmed himself down and put on an indifferent look, "I'm not who I used to be anymore. Just wait and see. Let's see how you're going to lose." Dorcas grumbled, "I'm going to return victorious." With that, Dorcas no longer had the mood to argue with Wei and strode to the center of the stage. On the other side, Huishang sighed when he saw Dorcas going up first. He was now sure that Dorcas already knew about him. Otherwise, Dorcas would have waited for him to go first, considering his dislike of blood wizards. Now that Dorcas showed up before the evil woman, it meant that the evil woman's guess was correct. This black-robed judge might not be on the same side as Hidden Mirror Man. But even so, he was willing to be the judge, and Hidden Mirror Man agreed to it. This was something worth thinking about. A limited confrontation, but not an enemy? Was this some kind of survival rule in the underground maze? While Huishang was guessing, Dorcas had already reached the center of the stage and lazily pulled out the red sword at his waist. With a flash of red light, Dorcas twirled the sword around before pointing it at the ground. He then stretched out his other hand and hooked his index finger at the evil woman in what he thought was a dashing manner. The evil woman floating in the air didn't get angry at Dorcas' provocation. Instead, she clicked her tongue twice, "Red sword, Dorcas." It's a bit different from what I imagined. When the evil woman called out Dorcas' name, she purposely paused for a moment. Dorcas asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" The evil woman said, "The Dorcas in my mind is a gentleman. He wouldn't hit a woman. But I didn't expect that you would be the first to fight me." Dorcas snorted, "I'm no gentleman. Aren't you just trying to make me go easy on you?" "I won't." Dorcas didn't even wait for the wise ruler to start. He pointed his red sword and his entire body seemed to merge with it, turning into a red line that slashed towards the evil woman. Faced with this sudden red line, the evil woman's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but she didn't panic at all. Just as the red thread was about to touch the evil woman's body, the bandages suddenly spread out from the evil woman's body at a speed as fast as a phantom. They were like white tentacles that wrapped tightly around the red thread. As the red line was wrapped up, Dorcas' figure slowly appeared. Dorcas shook lightly, trying to break the bandages around his sword, but the bandage's tenacity was beyond his imagination. He used a lot of strength, but apart from loosening the bandages a little, they didn't show any signs of breaking. However, the loosening of the bandages allowed Dorcas to smoothly pull out his sword. Dorcas didn't hesitate. With a flash, he prepared to go around her back. But before he could do anything, an enormous pressure descended from the sky. Dorcas and the evil woman were both suppressed by this pressure and fell from the sky. The one who had released this pressure was, without a doubt, the wise ruler in the air. I didn't say that attacking before the start is a violation of the rules. This is the only time. If you do it again, I will directly throw you out of the arena. After saying this, the extremely powerful pressure slowly dissipated. Dorcas and the evil woman finally had a chance to breathe. Dorcas flipped over, mumbling something as he returned to his original position. The evil woman once again floated into the air, but a haze flashed through her eyes. Before, she had only guessed that Dorcas and the others had made some sort of deal with this black-robed judge and obtained their information. But now, it seemed that the black-robed judge was on the same side as the other party. Although it was called a punishment, there was actually no punishment at all. In fact, the descent of the pressure had directly wiped out all the pheromones floating in the air. This was tantamount to destroying the evil woman's baiting spell. Although the evil woman's teeth itched with hatred, she didn't dare to say anything in front of the wise ruler's powerful strength. She could only glare fiercely at Dorcas. Dorcas felt the fierce glare and turned around. But at this moment, the evil woman put away her evil look and laughed. The judge was right to stop you. Your actions are not gentlemanly at all. Dorcas said unhappily, don't talk about gentlemanly things. I'm not gentlemanly. Is that so? The evil woman suddenly smiled. 6 years ago, I went to Manda Plain to attend a small tea party. I met an unfamiliar witch at the tea party. Someone asked me a question. She asked me which man was the most gentlemanly in the world of adepts in the southern region. Guess who that witch was talking about? Dorcas asked suspiciously, from what you're saying, the gentleman she was talking about wasn't me, was it? The evil woman said word by word, yes. Yes. Oh. Dorcas was shocked by this news, but the wise ruler in the air had no intention of gossiping. He directly said, if you have the ability, then let's chat while we fight. I now declare that the battle begins. Dorcas immediately began to attack as soon as the wise ruler's words fell. As for the gentlemanly question that the evil woman had mentioned, he didn't care at all. Victory was the most important thing before anything else. However, the evil woman didn't stop there. She continued to dodge as she continued. Do you know why she said that you were the most gentlemanly male adept of the southern region? Dorcas didn't answer, and his attacks became even more ferocious. The evil woman answered her own question, because she said that you never fought with women. Even when a woman stepped on you, you still wouldn't draw your sword. Dorcas's movements suddenly paused, but soon, he became even faster than before. The evil woman, oh, right. I forgot to tell you. Her name is Yuna. Dorcas looked up and narrowed his eyes. Yuna? Angor repeated the name in a low voice. Is there such a wizard in the southern region? Angor looked up and saw Kale looking at him. Kale thought Angor was asking about him and quickly shook his head. Sir, I've never heard of her either. Kale didn't forget to drag his fellow apprentice aside. What do you think? But Wa's expression was subtle. After a while, he said, Yuna, I know. Both Angor and Kale looked at Kale in surprise. Kale considered. When Dorcas went up, didn't I tell him not to get played like a fool by a witch? Kale nodded. Yes, I remember. I wanted to ask about it, but he didn't want to gossip. That witch is Yuna. She was still an apprentice like us back then, and we went on adventures together for a while. When Wai said this, a look of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. That was 50 years ago. Vale started off with a reminiscing tone. Judging from his tone, Kale thought that this would be a long, emotional story with ups and downs. But in reality, this story only happened for a short period of time, only a few months. Even if Wai described all the details, he would have finished the story very quickly. To put it bluntly, this was a story of a liar and a fool. The liar was Yuna, and the fool was Dorcas. Of course, there was also a bystander, Vale. At that time, Dorcas had discovered an ancient laboratory through his friend's information and his own conjectures. According to the information, this laboratory had been left behind by an alchemist. Generally speaking, laboratories left behind by alchemists were the most valuable of all, and were also the first choice for wandering magi when they went on an adventure. After receiving this information, Dorcas immediately invited Vale to explore with him. But when they arrived, they discovered that the so-called owner of the laboratory, the alchemist, was actually just an apprentice alchemist. Moreover, he was an apprentice alchemist who studied aromatherapy, a branch of potioneering. Although they were a little disappointed, they still had some expectations. After searching for a while, they really did find a secret room. However, this secret room was filled with a strange fragrance. Wind could not disperse it, and water could not clear it. It was pervasive, and even fully armed people would be affected by it. Once affected by the fragrance, they would fall into a deep sleep. In order to solve this mystery, they found a female apprentice who claimed to be knowledgeable in aromatherapy. This person was Yuna. After traveling with Yuna, they returned to the ruins. After arriving at the ruins, Yuna said innocently that she was only knowledgeable in the aromatherapy of mortals. This was no longer in the scope of her research. Vale and Dorcas were not stupid, and immediately understood that Yuna had only joined because she wanted to know where the ruins were. Yuna had a secret wind technique, and her ability to escape was very strong. Even if she was surrounded, she could still escape. Then, she would find someone to steal the treasures from the ruins. However, even though he knew what Yuna was thinking, as the team leader, Dorcas still forgave her. He even let Yuna join the team, and they would explore together and share the profits. The reason why Dorcas did this was because he was still very naive at the time. Influenced by his mother, he was very tolerant and respectful of women. He had even told Y that no matter what a woman did to him, he would never lay a hand on a woman. Then, Yuna discovered this gentlemanly trait of Dorcas, and began a series of actions that left Vale speechless. In just a few short months of traveling together, he had already swindled half of Dorcas's wealth into his hands. But Dorcas still maintained his composure. Later, they found a way to crack the incense array outside the ruins and found a fragrant box inside. According to the details, it should be the alchemy apprentice's manuscript. Yuna immediately expressed that she needed it, but Dorcas wanted to find someone to decipher the fragrance before opening the box and writing a book for each of them. Yuna had agreed at the time, but what happened next was unexpected. They were surrounded by a group of people who were actually Yuna's companions. From the very beginning, Yuna had companions. Yuna had followed them because she was waiting for the ruins to be opened. Then, she would call for her companions to intercept them. At that time, Yi's battle instincts were very strong. After discovering that he was surrounded, he immediately judged the situation and summoned the prison of Earth to imprison Yuna. But Yuna's companions didn't seem to care about Yuna's life at all. They even attacked Yuna. Seeing that Yuna was about to be killed by his companions, Dorcas, at the cost of being seriously injured, blocked the attack for her. He even released Yuna from the prison. But Yuna didn't show any gratitude to Dorcas. She stabbed him from behind and took the box away. Then, she said to the dying Dorcas, "Remember the lesson I taught you today. Women are like men. They are not to be trusted." Yuna and her companions laughed, accompanied by mocking laughter. As for Ye, those people didn't dare to target him. Yuna had probably secretly told them that Ye was from the Noah clan. Thus, the only one who was truly injured was Dorcas. Perhaps the reason Dorcas hadn't been killed was because of Ye. In the end, I brought Dorcas to the Magus Fair and found someone to save him. At this point, the story was basically over. What happened next could probably be guessed. Carol's expression was sorrowful. So Lord Scarlet Blade had such a past. Y nodded, and said with a sigh, "Actually, thinking back, I don't really hate Yuna. At least Yuna taught Dorcas a lesson." From that day on, Dorcas would still act like a gentleman sometimes, but when it came to matters of personal interest, he was no longer as old-fashioned as before. Angor thought to himself, "I can see that. If he was still a gentleman, he wouldn't have ambushed the woman like that. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. I didn't expect that wretched woman to have met Yuna before, and even know about Dorcas' past from her." Vale stroked his chin, feeling that this was a little unbelievable. What's so coincidental about that? There are only a few topics that the witches love to talk about at tea parties, and male topics are always in the top 10. It was the Dark Earl who spoke. He seemed to be a little disdainful when mentioning this topic. You went to a tea party too, mister? Carell was surprised. The Dark Earl's nostrils flared, but he quickly recovered. I didn't, but there are many women among the Noah's descendants. Cale nodded in understanding. Noah's descendants basically had one of the Black Earl's parts. Although it was a little strange for them to follow their own descendants to the tea party, it was understandable. Angor, on the other hand, sensed the sudden change in the Dark Earl's mood and raised an eyebrow. The Dark Earl didn't need to mention it because he didn't go there himself. Also, men were forbidden in the tea party. There was only one way for a man to join the party. Angor thought to himself, I think I just found out a big secret. Black Earl didn't want to talk about it too much. Many witches like to talk about men during a tea party. So, if the bitch met Yuna, it would be normal for them to talk about it at the tea party. Black Earl seemed to be trying to distract Angor. A new tea party is about to begin. At that time, you, without a doubt, will definitely become the focus of their attention. If some witches with ulterior motives drag you into a storm of gossip, you're going to have a hard time. Angor didn't think much of it. The main venue of the tea party was the Dream Wasteland. If anyone dared to cause trouble for him, he would kill them. I don't think so. I don't know many wizards, and even fewer witches. I don't know many witches. That's true. But you're going to become the center of attention. Let's see what happens in the end. However, speaking of which, you can ask your mentor about this. The Dark Earl's tone changed. He's known as a dark wizard who doesn't show mercy to witches. But surprisingly, he's quite popular in the tea party. I don't know how he did it. I think he secretly asked Lady Mirror and Ivanasha to influence the public opinion. As long as Lady Mirror participated in the tea party, she would be a big shot. Ivanasha was also a witch who lived in the City of Truth from Brute Cavern. She was also one of the top witches in the city. Angor didn't say anything because he noticed that the Dark Earl's tone sounded a little sour. Perhaps the Dark Earl didn't have a good reputation in the tea party. It made sense. Even if the tea party wasn't here, the Dark Earl's reputation was still bad. If Angor didn't ask Mr. Rain beforehand, he would also consider the Dark Earl as a pervert. Although the filter hadn't been completely removed, while they were chatting about irrelevant topics, the situation on the battlefield was changing very quickly. When Yuna was mentioned, Dorcas lost his focus for a split second. It was because of this momentary lapse in concentration that Dorcas was sent flying by the evil woman's bandages, crashing into the ground. However, Dorcas didn't suffer too much damage due to his sturdy body. He quickly turned around and summoned the phantom of a fat worm from his back. As soon as the phantom appeared, a large number of thorns shot out from the worm's back and aimed at the woman. The bandage on the woman's body acted like countless tentacles and blocked the incoming thorns. However, what the vile woman did not expect was that the second wave of sword thrusts released by Dorcas was even more numerous and denser than she had imagined. They were as dense as a black swarm of bees. While dealing with the incoming thorns, the woman glanced at the ground from the corner of her eyes. Dorcas, who was still lying on the ground, had his spine protruded out from under his skin. A large number of thorns covered in blood were growing on his spine. Obviously, Dorcas had activated his bloodline, Swordback Sandworm, the Swordback Sandworm bloodline's greatest and most outstanding trait, other than the bloodline bonuses it already had, was that the spikes on its back could grow without limit. As long as there was enough energy and blood essence, the number of thorns could reach a terrifying number. Bloodline wizards, on the other hand, began to learn how to replenish their blood essence when they were still apprentices. Plus, a formal wizard's mana whirlpool could absorb endless energy. As long as one controlled the number of thorns generated at a time, they could achieve a permanent growth without any burden. Thorns were a great talent, but it required a great amount of spirit power and a certain level of talent in swordsmanship. Dorcas was called Red Sword because of his incredible swordsmanship. Together with the Swordback Sandworm, the benefits were greater than 1+1. Dorcas was probably the only person who could match the bloodline of the Swordback Sandworm so well. Facing the endless waves of thorns, the woman's bandage had its limits. The thorns broke through the encirclement and nailed into the woman's body. Some even went through her body. She screamed in pain and blood splattered everywhere. The woman also fell from the sky, dragging her long hair behind her. Kale looked excited to see this. Y didn't say anything, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes either. However, Angor and Black Earl didn't show any emotion. Black Earl had always been like this. Angor, on the other hand, noticed that something was wrong. The woman's condition was horrible, but Grey Merchant and the others didn't show any emotion. Something was very wrong. He kept reading with a cautious mind. As expected, the woman fell to the ground, but after her scream, she began to laugh sinisterly. She tried to hold back her laughter at first, but it soon became louder and louder until it became insanely arrogant. The evil woman's head, which had been hanging down, slowly lifted up amidst her laughter. As her shrill laughter echoed in the arena, the woman's knee-length hair began to grow crazily until it covered her entire body. Dorcas also noticed that something was wrong. The thorns didn't stop. Instead, they became denser. Some of the sword thrusts were blocked by the strands of hair. Some of the sword thrusts cut off the strands of hair, but their power was quickly reduced by the strands of hair further inside. Some of the sword thrusts broke through all obstacles and pierced into the center of the strands of hair. However, other than the blood on the ground, the evil woman's laughter did not weaken at all. On the contrary, the more serious the wounds and the more blood she lost, the more excited she became. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Dorcas looked at the blood on the ground, and the woman's laughter grew crazier. Even as an opponent, he felt a chill down his spine. The evil woman's laughter continued, but at this moment, a strange voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. "Yuna, Yuna." It sounded like the woman's voice, but it also sounded like a sorrowful moan coming from an endless abyss. Angor and the others only felt that something was wrong. However, something unexpected happened on Dorcas's side when the voice appeared. The originally densely packed sword thorns were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At first, they were as dense as a swarm of bees. But now, the number of thorns decreased with each wave. And as Yuna called out more frequently, the number of thorns decreased. In the end, Dorcas could only control less than 100 thorns. As for these sword thorns, let alone breaking through the cocoon-like hair, they couldn't even pass through the bandages. "What's going on?" Kale was shocked. Why? Why are there fewer thorns?" Corel looked at Vey, but Vey was just as confused. "Does Dorcas still have feelings for Yuna? That can't be right. Dorcas never liked Yuna back then. Besides, isn't that woman in front of him? What does she have to do with Yuna?" While they were talking, the situation on the battlefield changed one after another. The evil woman flew into the air again, but her body was now completely covered by her waterfall-like hair. Blood dripped down from the woman's hair, drop by drop. The woman's faint voice came from behind the hair. "Do you know why I'm always wrapped in bandages?" Before Dorcas could answer, the woman's shrill laughter drowned him out. Because, as she finished speaking, an energy shockwave spread out from inside the hair. The hair was pushed to the sides, revealing the woman's miserable condition. Yes, it was miserable. His entire body was dripping with blood, especially on his body. Countless pieces of flesh were hanging just like that. But the woman didn't seem to mind. Instead, she revealed a perverted smile. "Because there are wounds under the bandages. He left them, she left them, it left them, you left them, and I left them." Ha 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 ha, the woman's shrill laughter made her look even more terrifying. Following the laughter, the blood aura from all the wounds on the woman's bandages gathered together and turned into a blood-red spear that shot straight at Dorcas. Dorcas wanted to use his sword to block, but the strange voice echoed again. "Yuna. Yuna." Nah, Dorcas was momentarily distracted. However, this absent-mindedness was fatal. Because, the blood-red spear had already reached Dorcas' chest. End of chapter. A direct spear attack, such a simple attack. Dorcas should be able to block it, right? Although this was what Yi thought, his expression clearly began to become nervous. Even though Yi and Dorcas usually didn't see eye to eye and were like bad friends, Yi was still worried when it came to critical moments. Just like now, Yi's heart was hanging high in his throat. His gaze didn't move as he wanted to see how Dorcas would counterattack. According to Yi's understanding of Dorcas, he would definitely be able to block such a direct attack. Even if he couldn't, he could activate his bloodline and use the swordback sandworm's thick, gold-like skin to block the attack. However, an unforeseen event occurred at this critical moment. That strange call of Yuna seemed to pass through layers upon layers of mountains, coming from afar and reverberating in the air above the arena. Hearing this call, Yi's expression became even more nervous. Before this, Dorcas had continuously reduced the number of stabs because of this strange call. Now that this call had appeared at such a critical moment, would it affect Dorcas again? Yi's guess was correct. As the call of Yuna reverberated, Dorcas became absent-minded. Even if it was only for a tenth of a second, it was enough to cause an irreversible and fatal crisis. Accompanied by the evil woman's sharp and arrogant laughter, the blood-colored spear of light suddenly accelerated. It was already as fast as lightning, but now it reached a speed that could almost pierce through space. Pooh! A violent sound was heard as the blood-colored spear of light pierced through Dorcas's chest at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Seeing Dorcas get pierced, Cal and Yi were both stunned. At this moment, in their eyes, even time seemed to slow down. They could even clearly see the pierced Dorcas look down in confusion at the large hole in his chest. His absent-mindedness turned to shock, and finally to helplessness. Seeing the changes in Dorcas's expression, they could roughly guess. Perhaps even Dorcas himself didn't know what had happened at that moment. Time slowed down, in the end, was just a kind of sensory delay. It couldn't be fixed at this moment forever. When they felt the flow of time again, the first thing they saw was a fountain of blood spurting out from Dorcas' chest. Immediately after, there was a thud as Dorcas knelt on the ground powerlessly. He used the red sword as a crutch to support himself from falling to the ground. His fighting spirit still hadn't dissipated, and when he looked at the evil woman in the sky, his eyes became even redder. It was just that everything was at a loss. This scene had the tragic feeling of a hero who had been defeated because of his twilight years. Kal-El and Y couldn't even bear to look at her and turned their heads away. Only Angor and Black Earl were still reading the book. The evil woman's laughter became even more arrogant. She looked down at Dorcas with disdain. Isn't it great to be on the verge of death? A strange and crazy voice came out of the evil woman's mouth. It's a feeling that makes you addicted. It's like countless hands dragging you from the hard human world into the soft, comfortable, and worry-free underground world. Do you want to go? Do you want to go? Haha. Pfft. Of course I do. Dorcas looked up with bloodshot eyes while coughing up blood. But I want to take you down there and come back on my own. The evil woman behind the hair narrowed her eyes and became even more violent. Still struggling? Then I'll send you on your last journey. The evil woman's words were harsh, but she was still cautious when it came to fighting. She didn't forget that the judge above her might be on Dorcas' side. If he tried to stop her, she would immediately withdraw. However, the evil woman was overthinking things. The wise ruler was on Angor's side, but he had his own rules. As long as he didn't break any rules, he wouldn't interfere with the duel. Even if the evil woman killed Dorcas on the spot, the wise ruler would only look on coldly. Besides, Dorcas wasn't important. The two most important people hadn't even come yet. The evil woman saw that the black-robed referee did not react at all after her feint attack. She immediately grinned and turned her feint attack into a real attack. Your sword stab really hurt me. Then I'll let you stab me with my blood spear. This can be considered an eye for an eye, right? With a mocking tone, blood flowed out of the wound under the evil woman's bandage, which turned into blood-red spears of light. These blood-colored spears of light were exactly the same as the ones that had pierced through Dorcas. However, there was only one spear before. Now, there were 10 spears in front of the evil woman, all aimed at Dorcas's weak points. If all 10 spears hit him, Dorcas would never survive. In the eyes of everyone, Dorcas's current situation meant that he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. Y had been keeping a straight face all this time, but when he saw that Dorcas was in danger, he couldn't hold it anymore. He turned around and looked at the Dark Count with a pleading look. In his eyes, the only one who could save Dorcas now was his master. Y and the Dark Count had a telepathic connection. Without Y saying anything, the Dark Count understood what he meant. However, the Dark Count shook his head and said to Y through their telepathic connection, "If I interfere in the duel now, I will only be violating the rules. The person behind the scenes wants to see Noah's descendants violate the rules. If that's the case, according to the rules, even the wise ruler will act against us." "Why, but Dorcas is my only good friend." The Dark Count, "Even so, I can't save him." Y's face was full of shock. "Why?" The Dark Count, "Because of curses. In each major school, there were different types of curses. One could use blood, hair, skin, nails, and so on to curse others. However, these curses weren't very effective against official magi. This was because curses were a type of killing technique. As long as it was a killing technique, once it landed on a magus, even if they were thousands of miles away, the magus would instinctively sense danger and avoid it. Hence, in the southern region, curses were the methods of low-level magi. Of course, there were also curses that could be used on official magi. For example, the western continent's Ifa clan's curses could even curse legends, let alone official magi. However, the Ifa clan had never entered the southern region, so this was negligible. Now, in the Dark Count's eyes, Dorcas had been cursed. Moreover, he had been cursed in the middle of a battle. With the Dark Count's experience, he could tell at a glance that the vile woman's curses weren't very strong. The reason why she was able to successfully cast it on Dorcas was because of the right time, place, and people. Moreover, the vile woman had attacked and cursed at the same time. This confused the Magi's premonition and made it impossible to determine whether the danger came from the vile woman's attack or the curse. In addition, the vile woman had mentioned Una, which distracted Dorcas. Even if it was only for a second, it gave the vile woman a chance to cast the curse. It was estimated that when Dorcas was beaten to the ground by the vile woman, that attack had been mixed with the curse. As for the vile woman's curse, it was obvious that it came from the extraordinary organ that she had transplanted. This curse wasn't strong, but it was rather stubborn. With the Dark Count's nose, there was no way he could directly remove it. If he wanted to remove it, there was only one way, to directly attack the vile woman and remove the extraordinary organ that had cursed her. Saving Dorcas was already a violation of the rules. In order to save Dorcas, he had to directly attack the opponent. This was a continuous violation of the rules. Not to mention the wise ruler's reaction, even the Dark Count himself would be embarrassed to do so. The conversation between the Dark Count and Y quickly flowed through his mind. There was almost no time limit to this kind of exchange of thoughts, and Y understood the current situation in an instant. However, the more he understood, the more dejected Y felt. According to his lord, Dorcas was completely beyond saving. Perhaps sensing Y's depressed mood, the Dark Count added, "Bloodlines have very strong self-recovery abilities. Even if he only has a head left, he might not necessarily die." Whether or not the Dark Count's words of consolation were effective was still unknown. However, on the stage, the 10 blood-colored spears that the vile woman had condensed in front of her had already transformed into streaks of light that shot towards Dorcas. The Black Earl was right. The evil woman had indeed held back. All the blood-colored light spears were aimed at the weak points. Although all of her spears were aimed at the most important part, the head, the vile woman hadn't aimed at it. In this kind of situation, Dorcas might be on the verge of death, but he might not necessarily die. The reason why she had held back this time was actually because of the Dark Count. Before entering the stage, Xianxia had warned her that her opponent was very likely from that family, and that the clone of that lord might even be present. In order to not anger the Dark Count, the vile woman had held back this time. However, whether or not the vile woman had held back this time, the result would have been the same. The variables in a duel were never something you could predict. When the 10 blood-colored spears shot towards Dorcas, despair flashed through his eyes. Scenes of his life flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. When one of the scenes flashed through his mind, the revolving lantern paused for a moment. It happened not too long ago. In the background, there was a luxurious banquet hall, where Angor was looking at Dorcas with a smile. The scene suddenly stopped. Dorcas looked at the blood-colored spears that were already inches away from him and gritted his teeth. A sword pierced through his chest, and there was something that looked like a leather scroll attached to the tip of the sword. Without hesitation, Dorcas reached out his hand and pulled the scroll down. The scroll revealed its long and winding appearance. As the scroll was pulled open, a halo of light flashed. The halo was extremely dazzling, and it carried a very strange energy. Dorcas, who was closest to the scroll, was forced to close his eyes. When he closed his eyes, he felt as if everything around him had disappeared. The world became so peaceful. All the noise was excluded, and all the worries seemed to have disappeared. The discomfort of the past, the worries of the past, and the past of being deceived, wronged, and wronged seemed to have turned into smoke and dissipated. All the mental wounds were healed in this moment of tranquility. This feeling was even better than drinking Windsor's advanced witch soup. It was as if the haze in his spirit sea had turned into a clear blue sky under the gentle breeze. Furthermore, it was not just his spirit that was satisfied. Even his body felt extremely satisfied. The places that were supposed to hurt suddenly became numb and itchy. This kind of numbness and itchiness was not uncomfortable. Instead, it was like a slender finger gently stroking the spine, unconsciously producing an electric shock. His scalp was tense and numb, but his spirit was unusually happy. Dorcas resisted the pleasant feeling and opened his eyes. Until now, he still didn't know what had happened. Also, what did Angor give him? Was it really going to help him fight back? When Dorcas opened his eyes, he saw that the scene in front of him had completely changed. A circular light barrier appeared in front of him. This light shield enveloped him tightly. Everything outside, including the noise, energy, and even the monsters roaring in the void, were all blocked outside the light shield. In addition, the 10 blood-colored light spears that the evil woman had condensed earlier were also repelled by the light shield. What surprised Dorcas even more was that the spears on his body were gone. The big hole in his chest was completely healed. His body, spirit, and mana whirlpool were all at their best, and there was something else that Dorcas could not believe: his talent of inspiration was restored. And the effect of his talent was the clearest he had ever seen. In the past, his inspiration was only a vague direction. But now, his inspiration had reached an unimaginable level. He could even see through the woman's weaknesses through his inspiration. It might just be an illusion or a temporary feeling, but Dorcas could not believe that his inspiration could reach such a level as soon as it was restored. What the hell was that magic scroll Angor gave him? Wasn't it the sunlight garden? Dorcas blankly looked at his surroundings. After the light barrier flashed, it slowly condensed into the image of a temple. In the center of the illusory image was Dorcas. At the very top of the temple, a beam of holy light descended and shone directly on Dorcas. The warm feeling appeared again. Dorcas was a little puzzled. Hadn't his physical and mental injuries already healed? Why were they here again? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard a scream. When he turned around, he saw that the evil woman, who was originally floating in the air outside the light barrier, had suddenly bent over and covered her only exposed eye. Blood flowed out from between her fingers. Why? Why? The evil woman's voice was filled with misery. Why did my eyes backfire? Aha! The evil woman let out an ear-piercing howl as her hair began to grow crazily. A large number of strands of hair rushed towards Dorcas. However, they were all blocked by the outer layer of light. The evil woman used all kinds of methods, but the light barrier still did not budge. Damn it, damn it. What the hell is this? Why did the curse break? Why? Why? The evil woman crazily asked. But Dorcas himself did not know the answer. However, apart from the evil woman, everyone present, including Dorcas, already had a vague idea when the light barrier appeared. There was a strange, dense energy inside the light barrier. And this energy was mystery power. In other words, what Dorcas just activated was a mystery scroll. On the other side of the arena, Grey Merchant and his team had thought that victory was in their hands when they saw Dorcas being successfully cursed and having his chest pierced by the blood spear. However, the situation on the battlefield changed too quickly. No one had expected that Dorcas, who had been on the verge of death just a second ago and could have died at any moment after receiving another blow, would suddenly come back to life with full health. On the other hand, the evil woman, who had the upper hand, suffered a backlash from her curse, and the transplanted ominous eye instantly exploded. Everything happened so quickly that even before their joy was over, it had turned into a head-on blow in the next second. Fenemo covered her mouth and shook her head, her eyes wide open. She could not believe what was happening in front of her eyes. Most of the other apprentices were the same. Even the golem, whose expression could not be seen through the mask, was sighing nonstop. The shepherd put away his lazy expression and muttered to himself, "Is this a battle between magi?" Reversal, reversal, and reversal again. The changes in the battle were too fast for the eyes to take in. Grey Merchant, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth and said, "The evil woman has lost this round." There was no uncertainty in Grey Merchant's tone, he was very sure of the result. Even if the duel had not really ended. Following Grey Merchant's words, the morale of the people who were already at the bottom of the abyss took another hit and became even lower. Seeing the situation, Grey Merchant said, "However, the outcome of this duel does not have much to do with the evil woman. Who would have thought that a wandering magus would have a mysterious scroll hidden on him? From the looks of it, the mysterious scroll's effect does not directly attack, it seems more like it has the ability to repair damage and defend. The evil woman's curse was counterattacked by the defensive effect, this is the key to her defeat. So, we can only blame it on bad luck." Grey Merchant's words slightly calmed everyone's emotions. However, the youngest Fenemo, who was always the best at spoiling the mood, was doing the same at this moment. Then if it were an adult, would he be able to win? Although Fenmo's question was also what everyone was thinking, probably only Fenemo dared to ask. Grey Merchant did not blame Fenemo for asking the question at the wrong time. If he were in Fenmo's position, he would probably have the same doubts. If that mysterious parchment only shows a pure defensive and restorative ability, it's not impossible to win. Grey Merchant was actually very confident in his own strength. However, in the face of the mysterious leather scroll, he was still a little scared. Therefore, when he answered this question, he didn't give a definite answer. If he wanted to win against Dorcas, who was under the protection of the mysterious parchment, he had to be sure of two things, the effects of the mysterious parchment, and the duration of the mysterious parchment. From the looks of it, it wasn't an attack, so Huisheng was confident that he could stall for a while. However, if the mysterious parchment lasted for a long time, Grey Merchant might not be able to last until the end. Therefore, even if the Grey Merchant's bloodline completely countered Dorcas, when faced with such an unpredictable variable, the battle would still become anxious and troublesome. Huisheng, however, if I were Dorcas, I probably wouldn't use the mysterious scroll. With Huisheng's eyesight, how could he not see that the vile woman didn't immediately kill Dorcas? She even gave him a chance to survive. Under such circumstances, if he lost, then so be it. All he had to do was slowly recover. But the mysterious leather scroll was something that could only be used once. Even if it was the kind of scroll that could be used repeatedly, it would still cause endless trouble. Because Dorcas was only a wandering wizard with no one to rely on. Even someone as powerful as Mr. Monkey would be tempted by such a rare treasure, especially one with recovery properties. Therefore, even if Huisheng had the Belos family as his backer, he would never use such a scroll in a duel. Unless he was certain that he would die, then there was no need to worry about the consequences. Dorcas' bold use of the scroll was not even a life-or-death situation. Even if he could win, he would still attract unwanted attention. Perhaps the mastermind hiding in the mirror would also be tempted by the scroll. While Huisheng was thinking about this, Dorcas, as the person in question, knew what was going on. He had mixed feelings, especially toward Angor. He felt both grateful and resentful at the same time. He was grateful that Angor was willing to give him such a precious scroll, which made him feel happy that he was trusted. This also meant that his strategy of making friends was a great success. Angor must have known about the consequences of using the scroll. No wonder Angor said something like that when he gave the scroll to Angor, "Don't worry about it. This is the trump card I'm lending you. If you feel that you have no chance of winning, or are in a life-or-death situation, you can use it. However, you have to think clearly. Once you use the trump card I lent you, you will have to pay a price corresponding to this trump card." When Dorcas saw the familiar runes on the scroll, he immediately thought of the Sunlight Garden Angor used in Princess Town. Back then, he used the Sunlight Garden scroll so that Arisa, a talent from Brute Cavern, would not be affected by the curse. Dorcas felt sorry for Angor because he did not want to use such a precious scroll on a talent. So Dorcas had seen the sunlight garden before. When Angor gave the scroll to him, Dorcas immediately knew the truth about it. At that time, Dorcas was still thinking that although this sunlight garden scroll was indeed very valuable, and even had a trace of mysterious aura within it, Dorcas would still be able to find something that was worth the price. Because of this, Dorcas did not take Angor's words seriously. He did not even think that he would need to use the scroll one day. When he activated the scroll and sensed the dense mystery energy, he knew that he had been tricked by Angor. Right now, Dorcas felt extremely comfortable and high-spirited. Even the stubborn ailments in his body that could not be cured no matter how hard he tried, as well as the hidden injuries that he never noticed before, were all healed. However, he felt extremely conflicted. He even wanted to kneel on the ground and beg Angor to let him go. How could he afford to pay the price of the scroll? Why couldn't he figure it out? It wasn't the final moment yet, so why would he use this leather scroll? Dorcas did not even want to fight anymore. At this moment, his peripheral vision suddenly swept not far away. In the center of the holy temple simulated by the light shield, there was a leather scroll suspended motionlessly. Dorcas's eyes lit up. He ignored the fact that they were still fighting and looked at Angor. This scroll can be used infinitely, right? Right? It has to be. Everyone looked at Angor after hearing Dorcas's words. Even the wise overseer was looking at Angor curiously. The ruler of wisdom witnessed how Dorcas went from a terrible state to full of vigor. He even saw the drastic change in Dorcas's spirit. It was as if the old world had been replaced by a new one. This sort of incredibly powerful regenerative ability was something that the chief sovereign of the wise was unable to achieve, at the very least. Even if someone managed to do it, they would have to pay a terrible price. Thus, even the sovereign of the wise was somewhat envious of this mysterious scroll that possessed regenerative powers. Both the ruler of wisdom and Dark Earl were jealous. He saw Angor giving something to Dorcas, but he did not expect it to be such a valuable item. Dark Earl did not say anything, but he was already regretting it. He should have just taken the scroll from Dorcas. What if Dorcas fought an ostrich egg? I'll do it. On the other side, Grey Merchant was also looking at the red-haired, golden-eyed wizard. Previously, he had thought that Dorcas actually possessed a mysterious leather scroll, but now it seemed that the owner of this leather scroll was someone else. Speaking of which, Grey Merchant had been keeping an eye on this strange wizard for a long time. Back then, when the woman fought against Dorcas, it was very likely that this wizard was Dorcas's opponent. According to Grey Merchant's analysis, Dorcas was mysterious and obscure. Now, Dorcas's words made the wizard even more mysterious. And he must be someone important. While everyone was looking at Angor, Angor's reaction was slow and sluggish. It took him a long time to look up at Dorcas with a confused expression. What did you say? Oh, I remember now. I was wondering what kind of price you should pay to justify the scroll's value. That's why I got distracted. Don't mind me. Dorcas really wanted to cry when he heard Angor answering his own questions. He didn't care what the others thought about it. His guess was right. Angor had been plotting against him for a long time. Damn it, Angor asked, you asked the correct number, right? Under Dorcas's expectant gaze and the others who were waiting to eavesdrop, Angor gave an answer that made Dorcas despair. One more time, Angor said, I can tell from the damage of the scroll. Are you satisfied with this answer? Satisfied Dorcas forced himself to stop cursing. No matter what, this leather scroll really saved him, this point was not wrong. Furthermore, he had indeed used it on his own accord. As long as you're satisfied. I hope you'll be satisfied with it in the near future, Angor said with a smile. Dorcas staggered back several steps as if he was struck by lightning. His chest was so tight that he almost puked blood. However, he did not vomit. Because the holy light was still coming, all the negative effects were gone from Dorcas's body. Even his anger toward Angor seemed to be slowly improving. Damn you, damn you, damn you. You think you've won already? I'll show you what real pain is. The woman screamed in a shrill voice. Probably because Dorcas ignored her and talked to Angor, the woman felt extremely humiliated. In this situation, she activated all of her bloodline, as visible energy ripples spread around the arena, the woman's body began to twist, expand, and change shape. Several seconds later, the woman in front of everyone could no longer be called a human. She could even be classified as one of the void monsters outside the arena. Her outer appearance had already turned into a mountain of flesh. Her dense hair was like soft tentacles with mouths and sharp teeth at the tip of the tentacles. Her entire body looked twisted and horrifying. The woman raised her head, which no longer resembled a human face, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you know what pain is?" Dorcas gulped. "I don't want to know." The woman opened her mouth full of sharp teeth without saying anything. Instead, she turned into a predator and rushed at Dorcas. The terrible wind pressure caused by the airstrike even blew up the stone tiles on the ground. The wise ruler spoke in a timely manner, "You destroyed the arena. Pay after the duel." However, the woman could no longer hear anything. Her only target was Dorcas. At the same time, Angor spoke, "I think it's better for you to end this match as soon as possible. The Sunlight Sanctuary's effect will weaken. It's too much for you to enjoy it alone. Of course, this time, the Sunlight Sanctuary belongs to you. You can enjoy it if you want." Dorcas complained angrily when he heard Angor's voice. "Sunlight Sanctuary? Sunlight Garden? So similar. You're obviously trying to trick me," but soon, Dorcas realized something and his eyes lit up. "That's right, after the Sunlight Sacred Hall was activated, it completely belonged to me." Was Angor trying to tell him that he could let others enjoy the Sunlight Sanctuary's effect as well? And he could even charge a fee for it. Maybe he could earn enough money to pay Angor? The possibility was low, but Dorcas had already lost his mind. He needed to get as much as he could. With this in mind, Dorcas did not waste any more time. He reignited his blood and charged at the woman who was going all out. After activating her bloodline, the woman no longer looked like a human. With such a powerful bloodline buff, no wizard of the same level would dare to face her head-on. Even Truthfinder wizards would be in great danger if they tried to fight her head-on. Basically, the woman had given up on defense and gathered all her firepower to launch a challenge. She was not only challenging Dorcas, but also the majestic illusion of the sanctuary. Dorcas did not dare to face the woman's attack head-on. Instead, he used his red light to dodge and backed away for several dozen meters. However, the woman's powerful attack did not break through the Sunlight Sanctuary's defense. In fact, it did not even cause a ripple. Dorcas stared at the holy light that seemed to have descended from the sky and muttered, "Is this absolute defense?" Dorcas's low murmur caused the expressions of the Grey Merchants group to become very serious. If it really was absolute defense, they had no way to fight against Dorcas. However, Angor decided to expose them again. "I can't tell you for sure if it's absolute defense or not. However, the Sunlight Sacred Hall will be damaged after receiving a large amount of attacks. After all, it's not meant to be used for battle. The Sunlight Garden was meant to provide a peaceful paradise in a dark and despairing place. The Sunlight Sanctuary, on the other hand, was meant to ignite the flame of civilization in an era of ignorance. The most important aspect of the Sunlight Sacred Hall was the spiritual baptism. This baptism could allow all living beings to be reborn. Because of this, Sunlight Sanctuary was called the Holy Light of the Age of Ignorance, the torch of civilization in an unenlightened land. Dorcas quickly turned around. "How can you say something like that? If I don't say it, you'll use it as a shield. The Sunlight Sanctuary will always be a tower behind the believers, not a barricade pushed to the front. By the way, after the Sunlight Sacred Hall is attacked, even if it is not destroyed, its effect will be weakened." Of course, Dorcas knew what Angor was implying. Hiding behind the comfortable Sunlight Templar, even if he won by exhausting the evil woman's stamina in the end, it would still be a loss and very embarrassing. If he wanted to win and gain more benefits through the Sunlight Sanctuary, there was only one way. Attack. End of chapter. The Sunlight Sacred Hall would resist the evil, but it would not stop Dorcas from leaving. When Dorcas, who was no longer affected by the curse, recovered to his peak, and even his innate gift of inspiration reached its peak, stepped out of the Sacred Hall's protection. Although the comfortable feeling disappeared, his confidence reached its peak. The current Dorcas even felt that he could challenge Hui Shang. As a matter of fact, it was possible to challenge the Grey Merchants, but whether they won or lost in the end, that was another story altogether. However, Dorcas' innate gift of inspiration had been strengthened in all aspects. If he really fought Xianxia, he still had a slight chance of winning. Even if he lost, he would definitely be able to last much longer than before. Xianxia's bloodline naturally countered Dorcas. One was an earth dragon, the other was a sandworm. This level of suppression could even cause Dorcas to not be able to use half of his strength after activating his bloodline. But the evil woman was different. Without bloodline suppression and in peak condition, Dorcas was not afraid at all. Carrying countless sword thrusts, Dorcas charged straight at the evil woman. He came out of that barrier. The evil woman should have a chance of winning, right? On the other side, Fenmo's eyes immediately lit up when she saw Dorcas leave the Sunlight Sacred Hall. In her opinion, it was the appearance of that barrier that changed the outcome of the battle. Otherwise, the evil woman would have won long ago. Now that Dorcas had left the barrier, it was equivalent to cutting off his escape route. The evil woman should be able to win, right? Xianxia pondered for a moment, but still shook his head. My conclusion is the same as before. The evil woman has already lost. Let's wait and see. Fenmo, wait and see what? Xianxia sighed softly. Let's see if Dorcas wants to win, or fight to the death. Xianxia's sigh was clearly filled with worry. Now that the evil woman's bloodline was fully activated, her intellect was almost taken over by her bloodline instincts. She could not even admit defeat. This was also the flaw of the transformation lineage. Transformation lineages rarely fully activated their bloodline, because a mixed bloodline would cause a certain degree of confusion in their thinking. Even if they had spells to improve it, their intellect would not be as flexible as usual. Only after becoming a legend would there be a way to eliminate this flaw through the new blood fusion technique. But how difficult was it to become a legend? There wasn't a single legendary battle pet warrior in the southern region. Therefore, almost everyone in the transformation element would achieve the intelligence reduction achievement when they went all out in battle. It was also because of this that the bloodline magi were very disdainful of magi of the same faction who would turn into idiots once they started fighting. In addition to their different ideologies, the bloodline magi looked down on the transformation magi. Pure-blooded magi, on the other hand, were very similar to bloodline magi. Even if their bloodline was fully opened, they would not experience any loss of intelligence. Based on this, the Grey Merchant did not think that the evil woman could win against Dorcas. At this moment, the evil woman had completely given herself over to her instincts. This kind of ability to give up her rationality to her battle instincts was indeed very strong. But if there was no reason to control it, and everything was for the sake of winning, the battle instincts would take the initiative to touch all the lower limits of the combatant. The evil woman might not even have been defeated by Dorcas, but had been dragged to her death by her battle instincts. Even if he did win, the evil woman might lose the possibility of advancing further due to the exhaustion of her potential. Fenmo, Lord Xianxia, is there a difference between the two? Xianxia, of course there is. There's a huge difference. If Dorcas only wants to win, he can use the rules of the arena to beat the evil woman out of the circle. Even if the outside is surrounded by void demons, we still have a chance to save her. But if Dorcas decides to fight to the death, the evil woman will not admit defeat. The final result is very likely. Dorcas will win by a great margin, and the evil woman will die. To kill a magus with a fully opened bloodline, even if it was Dorcas, he would have to pay a huge price. At this moment, the shepherd softly said, "If it was you, sir, would you choose to win or fight to the death?" Xianxia looked at the shepherd. Among all the apprentices that Xianxia had brought, the shepherd's thoughts were the most profound. Don't be fooled by his lazy appearance. When it came to a critical moment, his gaze would become extremely sharp. He could even quickly find the key point with a speed that was not inferior to that of an official magus. The shepherd definitely had a secret. Perhaps this secret was not hidden on his body, but in his heart, or even in his soul. Xianxia was not afraid of people with secrets. As long as the shepherd was loyal to him, so what if he had some secrets? Xianxia said, "If I was in Dorcas' position before, I would probably only choose to win and not fight to the death. But now, I will choose to fight to the death." The shepherd fiddled with his green hair hanging over his eyelids and softly said, "Is it because of that light barrier?" Huisheng nodded, with a shelter that can quickly heal injuries, even if the result is a great margin of victory, Dorcas can still be healed in that shelter. It could be said that the existence of that shelter had completely changed the situation of the battle. It had broken the evil woman's curse, and it had even backfired on her, making her unable to cast any more curses in a short period of time. It had defended against the evil woman's most powerful attack, and it had also consumed her blood essence. It had provided Dorcas with an all-around recovery effect, becoming his most powerful shield. Without it, the evil woman would have a great chance of winning. But now, it was too late. Huisheng was even thinking about how he would deal with Dorcas, who had a shelter, in the next match. "Then is there no way for us to save the evil woman?" Fenemo asked with some agitation. Huisheng glanced at her indifferently. "When Dorcas was cursed and pierced by the blood spear, did you see anyone move?" Fenemo, but, you're thinking that Dorcas has a trump card, right? This duel doesn't limit your means. In fact, the Songjing people want to see their trump cards. Huisheng murmured softly, "Their opponent's background is definitely not ordinary. He could easily give the mysterious scroll to Dorcas. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it." Not to mention that it was impossible, Huisheng would never use the mysterious parchment if he knew that there was still a slim chance of survival. Let's keep watching. No matter what the result is, this is the bitter fruit we need to swallow. Huisheng also wanted to save the evil woman, but the rules were there. The black-cloaked referee looked down from the sky. In this situation, he had no other choice. The only thing he could do was to keep watching. How would Dorcas choose? How would Dorcas choose? Actually, he already had an idea. Countless rapiers moved with Dorcas. Every time Dorcas controlled the rapiers, he would wildly cut at the evil woman's barbed tentacles. These tentacles were originally made from the evil woman's hair, so they naturally weren't a fatal weakness. The reason why Dorcas cut these tentacles to death was because he found that every time he cut a tentacle, the evil woman would let out an extremely painful scream. At the same time, the evil woman would be forced back a few steps. Dorcas didn't know why cutting off the tentacles would cause so much damage to the evil woman. Perhaps, the woman cared a lot about her hair. No matter what, as long as he found a way to force the evil woman back, it was fine. Right now, the evil woman couldn't curse him, and her body had become extremely heavy. Even her thoughts were starting to become unclear. Then the easiest way to win was to force the evil woman out of the arena and win. That's right, Dorcas didn't choose to fight to the death. He chose to win with the smallest price. Dorcas also really wanted to kill the evil woman. This woman could modify herself to look like a deep-sea creature. She was definitely ruthless and decisive. And from her words, it could be seen that she was also very narrow-minded. If he didn't get rid of her this time, she would definitely become a disaster in the future. Even so, Dorcas didn't plan to fight to the death with the evil woman this time. He also knew that if he wanted to punish the evil woman on the arena, he himself would probably be severely injured. It was like fighting a trapped beast. The evil woman's mind was already thin, and she was fighting purely on instinct. The arena was only so big. If Dorcas wanted to kill her, he had to face the enemy head on. There was no way he could escape unscathed from the evil woman who had turned into a war machine. According to Angor, if Dorcas was seriously injured, the light shrine would not be as effective as before even if he could recover from it. When he wanted to sell the experience tickets, he would definitely get a discount. Therefore, even if it was for his own benefit this time, Dorcas couldn't afford to get hurt again. As long as he could win, he would put aside all other troubles and troubles. Of course, apart from this reason, Dorcas also wanted to repay the favor. He already felt that the evil woman's 10 blood-red spears didn't aim at his vital spots, which meant the evil woman wanted to let him go. Since that was the case, Dorcas decided to use this method to repay the favor. However, if Voss heard this reason, he would probably think that Dorcas was just comforting himself because he couldn't kill the evil woman. Voss knew Dorcas well, and he wouldn't be too far off from the truth. Every time a tentacle was cut off, the evil woman would scream in agony. The pain of the evil woman would make her even more insane. Although this insanity deepened the toughness of her body and the strength of her strength, It also made her mind simpler and more stupid. If the evil woman was facing an opponent who could fight head-on, she might have already turned her opponent into minced meat by using her buffs. However, Dorcas didn't want to fight the evil woman head-on. He kept dodging while waiting for an opportunity to strike. The evil woman had a lot of hair to begin with, and the tentacles were flying everywhere. Dorcas didn't have to think about which one to cut. As long as he could reach her with his sword, he could do whatever he wanted. The evil woman kept growing bigger and fiercer, but she still couldn't do anything to him. Her tentacles were cut off one by one, and the arena was filled with withered tentacles and sticky, pitch-black blood. In the next few minutes, the audience could only hear screams coming from the arena. It was so mournful that even someone with a heart of stone would be moved. Seeing this, even Boz couldn't help but say, "Dorcas is too unreasonable. He could have just killed her with one strike, but he still has to torture her like this. Was he hurt so deeply by Yuna? Has he already become so perverted with women?" Boz didn't hold back at all, and his words reached Dorcas' ears. Dorcas only needed to dodge and slash to cut off the tentacles, so he still had the energy to retaliate. "You call this a woman? Then I hope the women you find in the future are all like this." Dorcas' words didn't affect Boz much, but they dealt a heavy blow to the evil woman's intelligence. She became even bigger and more violent. However, this was even more beneficial to Dorcas. Previously, when the evil woman's tentacles were cut off, she would occasionally move left and right, but now her intelligence was completely lacking. Every time a tentacle was cut off, the evil woman would retreat. Not only was Boz annoyed, but Dorcas was also annoyed by the evil woman's continuous screams. Fortunately, they weren't too far from the edge of the arena. On the other side, Fenemo and the others couldn't bear to hear the evil woman's screams. However, they now understood that Boz didn't choose to kill the evil woman. Instead, he planned to force her out of the arena and win through the rules of the arena. Even though they couldn't bear it, they still let out a sigh of relief. It seems that Lord Baisheng was right. The shepherd returned to his lazy appearance. He summoned a black-faced sheep from somewhere and sat cross-legged on the ground with his back against the sheep's soft body. How could the crowd not understand the shepherd's intentions? Before Baisheng left with the black merchants, he had said that they should try their best to communicate with the intruder and solve the problem. This was because from all the signs, the intruder didn't seem to have any ill intentions. He had even left behind a few messages that might have had good intentions. The crowd didn't reply. They knew in their hearts that Baisheng might be right, but sometimes, they couldn't help themselves. The shepherd smiled and didn't mind the silence around him. He patted the black-faced sheep behind him, then leaned his head back and closed his eyes. "I'm going to rest for a while. I still have to fight later." Fenemo looked at the shepherd who seemed to have fallen asleep in the blink of an eye and muttered in a low voice, "You just want to sleep, right?" The shepherd didn't reply, and the black-faced sheep curled up, sleeping soundly beside the shepherd. At the same time that the shepherd fell asleep, the black-robed referee in the air announced the end of the match. Nothing unexpected happened. The evil woman who had lost her mind was forced out of the arena by Dorcas. As soon as the evil woman left the arena, the demons in the air began to boil and charged at the evil woman. At the same time, the gray merchant's figure disappeared from the arena. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the evil woman. The energy released by the large number of demons in the air was extremely terrifying. It even caused gusts of wind to blow. The hem of the gray merchant's clothes fluttered in the wind, and the mask on his face also rustled in the wind. The gray merchant didn't retreat in the face of the terrifying energy storm. Instead, he bent his body and slowly pulled out a purple blade covered in crystals from his waist. With a wave of the blade, a crescent moon appeared. This brilliant crescent moon carried an unparalleled sharpness as it swept through the energy storm. When the energy storm created by the demons in the air came into contact with the crescent moon, it caused a violent explosion. The explosion even spread to the edge of the arena, causing cracks to appear on the sturdy ground. The arena has been damaged. Compensate according to the rules. The wise ruler's voice had already been swallowed up by the sound of the explosion. However, the gray merchant heard it. He raised his head and nodded lightly at the wise ruler, mouthing the word understood. Then, the gray merchant took advantage of the energy shockwave from the explosion to drag the dumbfounded evil woman back to the arena following the direction of the shockwave. The gray merchant's actions clearly angered the demons in the air. They all roared angrily, and some even wanted to charge into the arena. However, the wise ruler coldly snorted, and the demons in the air seemed to have been electrocuted. They all quieted down. At this moment, the wise ruler made another judgment. This time, it wasn't a sound, but a solemn one. The battle is over. End of chapter. Dorcas won the first match. After the match, the reactions of the two sides were different. When Grey Merchant brought the woman back, she was still in a state of frenzy due to the ongoing battle. Angor and the others believed that the woman's goal was to kill Dorcas if she went back to normal. But that was not realistic. The duel was over, and it was not wise to linger on. But if they did not solve the problem, the duel would not go on. This was because the Grey Merchant would be fighting in the next round. Once the Grey Merchant left, the remaining apprentices would not be able to stop the Berserk woman no matter what. Angor wondered what Grey Merchant Guild would do in this situation. Grey Merchant's solution was simple. He grabbed one of the woman's tentacles, wrapped it around his wrist, and tied it into a bow. While everyone was puzzled by his bewitching behavior, the evil woman actually stopped howling. Moreover, her bloodline seemed to have been stimulated halfway and reversed. The tyrannical look in her eyes slowly receded and her huge body also began to shrink. Soon, the woman returned to her human form. However, she still did not look human. This was because half of the evil woman's body that was previously bound by bandages was now completely exposed. There was no spring scenery. Instead, it was withered flesh, yellowed bones, and shrunken organs. She looked no different from a half-dead person. Half of the evil woman's face was ruined, but she didn't seem to care. Instead, she glared fiercely at Dorcas, and then said to Grey Xiang with some shame, "I lost." She admitted the truth without saying that Dorcas won with external help. She did not try to find any excuses. Grey Merchant said, "It's fine. You're lucky to be alive. You also exposed your weakness this time. It's not realistic to try to balance your strange power with your body. Even the strongest power will be reduced to a child's hammer if you don't have the intelligence to control it." Grey Merchant was not the only one who noticed the woman's weakness. Anyone who was not blind could see it. In the early stages, the woman's power tended to be strange. In the later stages, when her bloodline was fully activated, she could create energy ripples with her fists. However, strange disappeared and was replaced by clumsy. The clumsier she was, and the clumsier she was, the more flaws she had. Of course, now he was using the results to reverse the evil woman's shortcomings. If Dorcas had been tricked by the curse from the start, the evil woman would have won without the help of the Light Temple. But now, the situation would be different. At that time, even if the Grey Merchant saw the evil woman's weakness, he would not point it out. Because sometimes, only when you experience it and begin to reflect on yourself, will you realize your own shortcomings. Otherwise, a well-intentioned reminder would only sound like malicious words to an overconfident person. As expected, the evil woman lost. She did not reject the Grey Merchant's reminder. It was just that how much she listened to, whether she would change in the future, and how she would change, was her own business. "Humph, if it was you from before, you wouldn't have said something like that." The evil woman snorted and turned her head away. Huishang did not mind. After confirming that the evil woman had regained her consciousness, he did something that shocked everyone. He broke the hand that was holding the evil woman's hair and tore it off from his arm. Then, he gently tossed the severed hand to the evil woman. Even though Huishang did not say anything, the evil woman seemed to know what was going to happen. She took the severed hand, and her eyes immediately became bloodshot. Then, under everyone's gazes, the evil woman treated the severed hand as food and began to crazily chew on it. As she ate, the withered half of her body slowly regained some vitality. Her bones and organs could no longer be seen clearly. But this was all she could do. It would take a long time for her to fully recover. Wai watched the evil woman eating the severed hand and frowned. He clicked his tongue and said, "Is she so hungry that she can't be picky? Eating her own friend's flesh. Why didn't she prepare energy for it?" Wai spoke very softly, but Grey Merchant still heard his words. Huishang turned to Wai and spoke in a gentle tone, "You misunderstood me. Grey Merchant did not explain what he meant. Instead, Black Earl explained for him that severed hand belonged to the evil woman. Grey Merchant only attached it to his body. Otherwise, how could the Grey Merchant wake the evil woman up from her insanity with just one hand and nothing else? That was impossible. The only explanation was that the evil woman knew that she might lose her mind after going berserk, so she prepared for it. Modification wizards were best at disassembling their own bodies. It was perfectly normal for them to remove their own hand and attach it to Xianxia's hand. As a bloodline wizard, Xianxia could control his own body at any time, so it was not difficult for him to attach an arm to someone else's body. Therefore, the evil woman was eating her own hand. Only her own flesh and blood could be digested so quickly, allowing her to recover slightly from her critical state. Xianxia showed a grateful look at Black Earl's explanation. It was obvious that he was trying to be friendly. However, Black Earl did not mind at all. If he cared about the goodwill of a weak wizard, his reputation would be tarnished. On the other hand, the other participant of the duel, Dorcas, did not look like he was going to talk about his own shortcomings. As far as he was concerned, his biggest weakness was that he had not recovered his talent of inspiration. If he did, he would not be cursed at all, and all the problems would be solved. Besides, Dorcas was not in the mood to reflect on his own shortcomings. What he needed to do now was to put aside his past and focus on his promotion. Of course, he was going to sell tickets to the Sunlight Sanctuary. He kept talking about how great the Sunlight Sanctuary was, and everyone was looking forward to it. Some even looked excited. However, no one responded to Dorcas's words. Just as Dorcas was feeling doubtful, Y finally couldn't stand it any longer and said to him, "Everyone knows that it's good, but we need a clear answer as to how long it lasts, its effects, and whether or not it will change one's spiritual beliefs. You can't answer these questions." They were waiting for a clear answer from Angor. It had nothing to do with Dorcas's flattery. Yi's explanation already answered most of their questions. However, there was one thing that Yi did not consider. The mysterious leather scroll shouldn't have a completely positive effect, right? What are its negative effects? The Black Earl asked the biggest question he had. Almost all wizards knew about mystery items. However, only a few in the southern wizardry region knew how to classify and quantify mystery items. Most of them only knew that mystery items were very useful, but they also had some side effects. Even the Black Earl understood this. It was not their fault. Most of the research on mystery items was done in the Origin World. The southern wizardry region had been separated from the Origin World for many years, so there was rarely any information about them. However, this was a misunderstanding. Most controllable mystery items did not have any side effects. For example, if the Endless Corridor in Floating Mech City had side effects, who would dare to challenge it? Also, if the Mystery of Stars in Starliege Temple had side effects, why did so many prophets go there every stargazing day? Of course, if the Mystery of Stars needed half a year to recharge after using it, then it did have side effects. However, such side effects did not affect a wizard too much. Most mystery items that had side effects were either half out of control or completely out of control. However, the effects of these mysterious items were also unimaginably powerful. More importantly, the term side effects was only used by humans. In fact, most of the side effects were actually the true effects of mystery items. The positive effects were actually incidental. Of course, Angor could not go into details about mystery items right now. He had to answer Yi and Black Earl's questions. First, I need to correct a mistake. The magic scroll from the Sunlight Shrine is not a mystery scroll. It's just a scroll that contains a bit of mystery energy. In other words, it was a half-music item. So, its side effects are not that serious. In fact, you can say that there are no side effects at all. Angor was going to say no side effects directly, but he decided to leave some leeway for himself. If someone simply did not like peace of mind, liked the turbulence in their spirit, or hated being illuminated by holy light, these were all side effects for certain people. Leaving some leeway was not for the sake of debate, but to avoid bickering. There was a bickering maniac in Angor's team. However, this maniac was currently trying to sell tickets to the Sunlight Shrine, so he would not bicker over such a trivial matter. Therefore, one would speak according to one's position. Bickering was only for personal gain. As for its duration, as long as it is not destroyed, it will remain as a shrine in the darkness. As for whether its effect will weaken, we'll have to look at it separately. Angor continued, let me first answer a question. The main effect of the Sunlight Shrine is to dispel evil spirits and curses, as well as resist most evil spells. As for its healing, recovery, and calming effects, they are all secondary. The main effect is due to the effect of the mysterious energy. Therefore, as the mysterious energy is gradually depleted, it will slowly fade away. One day in the future, it will definitely disappear completely. Healing, recovery, calming, and cleansing one's spirit sea are all secondary effects, but they are still boosted by the mystery energy. When the mystery energy is at its strongest, the Sunlight Shrine will be most effective. But as long as the Holy Church still exists, it won't disappear. It's just that its effects will become inferior to even healing magic. However, there are several effects that come with the Sunlight Shrine itself. As long as the shrine is not destroyed, it will always exist. These effects include self-cleansing, anti-pollution, temperature control, releasing life energy, meditation enhancement, and so on. These effects were the effects of the Sunlight Garden. In other words, as time passed, the Sunlight Shrine would slowly become a Sunlight Garden. After listening to Angor's explanation, everyone looked enlightened. So it was not the real mystery scroll, no wonder there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. It was a pity for the Dark Earl and the Wise Lord who wanted the scroll. But for the others, it was actually a good thing. Because a half-step mystery was also related to mystery. Besides, its effects were more concentrated. Not only did it have no side effects, but it also had better healing effects. Dorcas saw that everyone was ready to make a move, and hurriedly hyped up the tempo. My inspiration talent was originally still in the recovery stage, but now that it has recovered, the soothing effect it has on my spirit sea is like a rebirth. Dorcas did not need to say anything. Everyone already knew this. This was why many people wanted to try it. After all, there were very few things that could directly affect one's spirit sea. The Windsor series of high-grade witches' soups might be able to influence the market, but the price was not something ordinary wizards could afford. Even Truthfinder wizards might not be able to afford it. Even if their spirit sea was fine, it would still be a great benefit if they could remove some of the dust from their spirit sea. With this in mind, Y was the first to express his desire. As for the entrance fee, would Y give it to him? Of course he would. However, Y only gave a verbal promise. When you ask me to use Smell of Death in the future, I'll give it to you for free. Dorcas was speechless. I've never given you money before. But Dorcas was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Y did come to him every time he needed help. Although Y claimed that he would charge for it, Dorcas only treated it as paying for a few drinks in his tavern. This time, Dorcas really did not want to stop Y. In other words, Y's promise this time was as good as nothing. If he went to experience it, it would be completely free. Still, Dorcas held on to some hope. Do you ever need Smell of Death? I can give you a number of times. Dorcas hoped that he could lower Angor's price by a little bit. But Angor only smiled. No need. He had Dodoro's support. Why would he need Smell of Death? Then, whatever you need, I'll find a way to get it for you, Dorcas mumbled. I don't need anything for now. But I do need someone to do some errands for me. Dorcas shook his head frantically. No. Don't treat your most sincere friend like that, okay? Angor only chuckled. Dorcas said, didn't you want little gold? I'll give you a few more. You promised to give me Goldie. I only need one. Angor shook his head. Dorcas didn't know what to say when he saw Angor's flawless plan. Was he going to lose his freedom just like that? Dorcas wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to continue struggling, but he looked at the Dark Earl. Maybe Black Earl could give him a good price? Dorcas looked at the Count expectantly. The Count sniffed a little. Dorcas couldn't see the man's expression, but he felt that the man was looking at him with disdain. So what? As long as he could sell the tickets, he didn't mind being disdained. The Count scoffed. No need. Dorcas was shocked. why would he not need it? Just now, the Black Earl had clearly expressed his admiration for the Sunlight Sanctuary and was eager to give it a try. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Just because the scroll turned into a semi-mystical one? The Count didn't give an explanation, but Wai already knew what was going on. His master did want to test the light shrine, but that didn't mean he had to go there himself. Wai could do the same. Wai's senses could be replaced by the Count's at any time, and so could his body experience. Therefore, as long as Wai went in to experience it, it meant that the Black Earl had gone in as well. There was no need to buy a ticket from Dorcas. He could just do it for free. From a practical point of view, Wai's conjecture was correct. However, the Count's real reason was not limited to this. It was because he suddenly felt sorry for Dorcas. Dorcas was too frightened by the loss of his freedom to think clearly about the situation. He was still fooled by Angwar's words. Thinking about it carefully, how could there be logic in using the creditor's things to repay the creditor's debt? Even if it worked, it would be done in private without telling the creditor. Now that the creditor was telling Dorcas to do this, there must be something else going on. After the Dark Earl expressed his rejection, Dorcas showed a hint of despair. Could it be that the Sunlight Sacred Hall had suffered a loss this time? Even if he had to pay the same price to Angor, that was something to be discussed later. At least he could earn some magic crystals now. Dorcas glanced at Wai and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but he didn't say anything. Then he looked at Yan. Kale. Do you want to try? Kale quickly shook his head. I don't have any magic crystals. Kale had some savings. But how much could an apprentice have? Almost nothing in the eyes of wizards. As such, Kale's words were not wrong. A wizard's spirit sea is already fixed. They can heal wounds and perform the cleansing, but it's not as effective as an apprentice's. If an acolyte goes in, the spiritual baptism is enough to make you feel as if you have been reborn. This meant that the effects of the Sunlight Holy Church were similar to high-grade recovery potions for magi. It had the effects of healing the body and dispelling evil spirits. But for apprentices, it was completely different. They could further develop the potential of their spiritual sea, and this kind of potential development was quite significant. It was even more subversive for future development. After all, the spirit sea was an existence that transcended dimensions, and it was not so easy to affect it. Kale was already looking forward to joining the Light Shrine. Now that he heard Angwar's words, he was even more curious. He kept counting his belongings in his mind, but he couldn't find anything of value even after going through it once. Seeing the disappointment in Carol's eyes, Dorcas knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. He sighed. How about this, you owe me for now. You can pay me back when you can give me something valuable in the future. Dorcas knew Kale well. This was a wizard with a lot of potential, and he was also a rare manipulator of space. There would be many things he could use Kale's help in the future. This was why Dorcas had been working on his relationship with Kale for a long time. It would be better if he could make Kale owe him even more now. However, when he thought about how the Sunlight Sacred Hall didn't get any benefits, he felt his heart ache. Dorcas swept his gaze around. He had already asked around, but none of them were willing to pay the price. This made him very vexed. Just as Dorcas was feeling discouraged, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the wise sovereign in the air. His eyes lit up, and he quickly flew into the air. However, he didn't dare to go too far for fear of being attacked by void monsters. When he was about 10 meters away from the wise ruler, Dorcas stopped. Say, ahem, Lord Ruler, are you interested in joining the Sunlight Holy Church? Dorcas asked in a flattering tone. The wise ruler was indeed interested in the Sunlight Holy Church. However, he was more interested in Angor. Angor gave Dorcas a semi-secret scroll so casually that it could only be used a limited number of times. How could the wise ruler give it away? At the very least, if it were the sovereign of wisdom, he wouldn't be willing to do so. Besides, the wise ruler couldn't see how close Angor was to Dorcas. Why would he give away a semi-secret scroll just for a duel that he was sure to win? There was something else that the wise ruler didn't understand. Noah's descendants were the ones who really wanted to win the duel. Only Noah's descendants could enter the ruins, while the others were only there to serve as foils. Therefore, Noah's descendants must have given Dorcas a trump card. But Noah's descendants didn't. Instead, Angor gave it to Dorcas. This was interesting. The wise ruler still didn't believe that Angor had any reason to go to the ruins. He only found it interesting because he could tell that Angor really didn't care about the scroll at all. Why not? Because he still had it? Or could it be that he was the one who made the Sunlight Sacred Hall scroll? This was why the wise ruler didn't answer Dorcas' question right away. Instead, he contacted Angor through a private channel. The wise ruler promised that he wouldn't ask about Angor's business again. Therefore, the wise sage didn't ask any questions. Instead, he told Angor all of his guesses, allowing Angor to decide whether or not to answer. Of course, the wise ruler wasn't completely passive. He was also observing Angor's reaction. Sometimes, the wise ruler preferred to believe that a human couldn't give a direct answer. Unfortunately, Angor was disappointed this time. Angor hid his thoughts very well. There were more than one way to interpret his subtle reactions, and each of them felt fake. The wise sovereign sighed to himself, then gave up on his observations. If I tell you that I just made a random move without any expectations, you won't believe me, wise ruler. But that's the truth. As for where the Sunlight Shrine came from, you must have considered many possibilities already. I'm sure you have your own preferences. It doesn't matter how I explain myself. As long as I don't give you any solid evidence, you won't believe me anyway. Since I don't have any proof, why don't you just go with your own preferences? That saves me a lot of time and effort. He was not sure if Angor was being sincere or not. Still, the wise ruler couldn't find anything wrong with Angor's answer. Since Angor already agreed not to ask questions, the wise ruler ended the topic. The wise ruler was a paranoid person. If Angor didn't give him a clear answer, he wouldn't be able to tell whether the scroll was made by Angor or not. Thus, the sovereign of the wise could only sigh helplessly to himself. Since he didn't get the answer he wanted, he had to accept it. However, he still had some questions about the Sunlight Shrine, which neither Whale nor Black Girl mentioned before. This time, he didn't contact Angor through the encrypted channel. Instead, he looked down at Angor and asked, I want to know if the Sunlight Shrine can be moved. If no one uses it, will it stay on the arena forever? The chief sage's question caused Dorcas' heart to clench. If the Sunlight Shrine couldn't be moved and no one used it, wouldn't it stay here forever? Wouldn't that give the wise ruler an advantage? With this in mind, Dorcas quickly looked at Angor. If it could be moved, then he could bring the Sunlight Sacred Hall to other places. Wouldn't he make a lot of money by selling the tickets at a high price? However, not only did Dorcas overthink things, his thoughts had not even circled around. Angor smiled. That's the point, Mr. Judge. The Sunlight Shrine's purpose is to bring faith and civilization to a dark world. If it can be moved, wouldn't pilgrims have to change their direction every day? Sunlight Garden was the same. If the garden was moved, would the flowers and plants inside be moved as well? This was why the Sunlight Shrine scrolls couldn't be moved after being activated. Once the Sunlight Shrine was activated, its position would be fixed. Dorcas was disappointed by Angor's answer. The sovereign of the wise finally said to Dorcas, I am indeed very interested in the Sunlight Sacred Hall. However, you heard it as well. The wise sovereign paused for a moment, but he didn't continue. Dorcas thought that he understood the wise sovereign's intentions and thought that the wise sovereign wanted to freeload. As he cursed in his heart, he pretended not to understand at all. Doesn't that mean that the Sunlight Temple will have to remain here in the end? If we let the Sunlight Sacred Hall stay here, the price will definitely be higher. Upon hearing Dorcas's nonsense, the sovereign of the wise looked at Dorcas with a smile that wasn't a smile, not to mention what the others thought. He had originally wanted to wake Dorcas up, but seeing how stubborn Dorcas was, the sovereign of wisdom couldn't be bothered to say anything. He directly said, I won't treat you unfairly either. As for the price, when we go to my residence, I'll give you a choice. For now, let's prioritize the duel. Dorcas looked happy. He didn't know what choice the wise ruler was going to give him, but at least he had something to look forward to. After the sovereign of the wise finished speaking, he gently snapped his fingers. The area where the sacred hall of light had been located was suddenly isolated by an even larger barrier of light. Outside the light shield, there was an obvious narrow path. This way, the battle wouldn't be affected and the Sunlight Sacred Hall wouldn't be destroyed. After doing all of this, the Sovereign of Wisdom said, "Before the next duel, I can give you a few more minutes. What you want to do is up to you. Also, I want to remind you, don't be deceived by words. When anyone says that they are giving you a gift, there is always a hidden price. This includes fate, as well as man-made." The wise ruler glanced at Angor and closed his eyes to take a nap. Dorcas didn't understand what the wise ruler was trying to say. Before he could think further, he heard a voice. "Red Sword, may I ask if we can enter the Sunlight Shrine? I'll pay the price." Dorcas turned around and realized that the person who spoke was the Grey Merchant. Dorcas was a little hesitant about Grey Merchant's request. They didn't have much enmity with the traveling merchant organization. According to the wise ruler, this duel was instigated by her behind the scenes. If Grey Merchant was willing to pay the price, Dorcas would accept it. However, the duel was about to begin. Dorcas knew all too well how powerful the Sunlight Shrine was. It could even heal hidden injuries, and hidden injuries in one's spirit sea. Bloodline wizards, on the other hand, were the ones most likely to suffer from hidden injuries. If Grey Merchant could heal his injuries, wouldn't he be screwing Angor over? Plus, there were more apprentices on the other side. If those apprentices also developed their potential, how should Dorcas deal with them? It was because of this that Dorcas was very hesitant. Grey Merchant wouldn't say anything if Dorcas refused. But now that Dorcas was clearly showing hesitation, Huishang's mind turned and he understood what he was thinking. Thinking of this, Huishang added, "We can talk about this after the duel." When Dorcas heard this, he immediately wanted to agree. But Angor's voice came from their spirit bond. "After the duel, if your opponents are seriously injured, the Sunlight Shrine's effect will be greatly depleted. If you really want to let them in, it's best to let them in now." Angor suggested this because the wise ruler already promised to compensate Dorcas. The compensation would depend on the total amount of Sunlight Shrine's effect left in the duel. If Grey Merchant and his apprentices used up too much of their power, they wouldn't be able to compensate the wise ruler even if they had to pay a corresponding price. This was the point where Dorcas needed to think more deeply. "If I let them in first, you'll be under a lot of pressure during the duel, right?" Dorcas hesitated for a while before speaking his mind. Angor remained silent for a moment. "Don't worry about us. If I can borrow your trump card, I have other trump cards as well." As for the apprentices, they weren't sure if they could win the duel anyway. However, they would have a higher chance of winning if they used their trump cards. With that in mind, Dorcas made up his mind. He spoke to Grey Merchant, "I can promise you that. There's no need to wait until after the duel. But if you let that tentacle monster into the Sunlight Shrine, you'll have to pay more than the others." The tentacle monster Dorcas was referring to was Evil Woman. When the vile woman heard how Dorcas addressed her, she raised her eyebrows and glared at him fiercely. However, before the evil woman could finish her sentence, Huishang pulled her back. He signaled her with his eyes, telling her to calm down. Grey Merchant then looked at Dorcas. "If the Red Sword Magus has misunderstood my companion because of the previous battle, I apologize to you on her behalf." Dorcas grumbled, "I'm not as stingy as she is." Her injuries were obvious to all. Ever since she entered the Sunlight Sacred Hall, she had consumed more energy than everyone else combined. Of course she has to pay more than everyone else. This isn't discrimination. It's a fair trade. Grey Merchant thought for a moment and recalled Angor's explanation about the Light Shrine's weakening effect. He already had an answer. "I see. We misunderstood." Grey Merchant apologized again. "We can accept this condition." Hearing that the Grey Merchant had agreed to Dorcas's request, the evil woman hurried forward. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by the Grey Merchant. "You don't know when you'll fully recover. Also, don't forget about the organ you bought a while ago. If you waste time, the transplant might not work. Those tens of thousands of magic crystals will go to waste," Grey Merchant said in a low voice. "Remember what the leader said. Be patient, and wait." The evil woman exhaled deeply and nodded, no longer resisting. After the two sides reached an agreement, the arena became much quieter in the following period of time. Y and Kale entered the Light Shrine one after the other to receive their spiritual baptism, while Dorcas and Grey Merchant discussed the price. In order to prevent Evil Woman from arguing with Dorcas, Grey Merchant sent Evil Woman to talk to the black-robed judge about compensation. Grey Merchant acted like a gentleman, which made Dorcas hesitate to raise the price. However, when he realized that he might lose his freedom if he didn't, Grey Merchant made up his mind and asked for an exorbitant price. Grey Merchant didn't show any anger even though he didn't like the price. Instead, he negotiated with Dorcas from different angles. He didn't see any heated exchanges, but he still felt that neither side was willing to back down. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Dark Earl's voice reached Angwar's ears. "It's up to Dorcas to raise the price." "Why should I?" The Dark Earl chuckled. "Are you really going to screw him over?" Angwar gave him an innocent look. "When did I do that? Didn't he do it willingly?" "Black Earl, do you think he doesn't understand?" Angwar knew what Count Dark was trying to say. Maybe he doesn't know. He just doesn't want to. By the way, his inspiration talent has recovered. Maybe it's because he doesn't understand it on purpose? The Black Earl pondered for a moment. "You're more comprehensive than I am. If it's because of the innate gift of inspiration, then Dorcas's subconscious feels that losing his freedom isn't a bad thing?" Angwar was puzzled. "Why must I lose my freedom? The freedom I understand also includes the breadth of one's heart, not just the long-term vision. Moreover, I don't intend to restrict what he can see and where he can go." He gave Dorcas the Light Templar scroll as a trump card. As for the rest of the scroll, it was just a casual move. He didn't expect this random move to bring him such a great surprise. The Dark Earl chuckled and concluded the discussion with a meaningful sentence. "Dorcas's inspiration talent is quite useful, right?" Angwar looked at the Dark Earl and smiled. "You're right." The result of Dorcas's negotiation was soon announced. Judging from their expressions, both sides were satisfied with the result. and Kale also walked out of the Light Templar in a daze. It was hard to see their changes with the naked eye. However, all the wizards present could clearly sense that their spirit powers had become purer and more refined. It was as if there was no impurity in them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this change was earth-shattering. Apart from the contamination caused by spells, everyone had impurities in their spirit power. The more complicated one's mind was, the more impurities there would be in it. It didn't mean that one's thoughts were evil. It meant that one's thoughts could become impurities in one's mind. Such impurities were invisible. To put it in philosophical terms, they were like dust in one's mind. They wouldn't affect one's spirit too much, but they would narrow the path for one's spirit development. It wasn't impossible. It was just more exhausting. Now that their spirit had been cleansed, most of the impurities were removed. This meant that the path of spirit development was once again smooth. To put it bluntly, one's potential had greatly increased. The improvement was most obvious for apprentices. Since their spirit powers were still weak, the impurities could still be detected. However, once they became wizards, the impurities would be hidden deeper and more stubbornly. and Kale's changes were very obvious in the energy vision. Grey Merchant and the others couldn't wait to see what would happen after they entered the Light Templar. After and Kale returned to their side, it was Grey Merchant's turn to enter the Light Templar. The Light Templar didn't have a hard limit on the number of people it could accommodate. The larger the area, the more people it could accommodate. Grey Merchant and the others could all enter together. Before entering the Light Templar, Grey Merchant handed a space capsule to Dorcas. Judging from Dorcas's wide smile, it was obvious that this was the price they had to pay for their negotiation. Dorcas took out the mysterious scroll and didn't care about what would happen next. Once they came out, the Light Templar would be in the hands of the wise overseer. Dorcas wrapped the precious scroll in energy and walked to Angwar. Finally, he removed the energy barrier and handed the scroll to Angwar with a serious expression. Both Dark Earl and the wise overseer looked at the scroll at the same time. They wanted to see the real thing as well. However, before Angwar could take the scroll, he already placed a nightmare illusion on it. All the prying eyes were blocked by the nightmare illusion. Angwar wasn't worried about the effect of the Light Templar being exposed. However, if a professional were to obtain the scroll from the Sunlight Sacred Hall and do a careful and in-depth study, they might be able to find some clues. In order to not expose his crazy hat's coronation, Angor had to take precautions. Both Dark Earl and the wise overseer were disappointed. They both had different reasons for their disappointment. The wise overseer wanted to find out the direction of the runes from the scroll. Of course, the wise ruler didn't know about Mad Hatter's coronation. He only wanted to check the runes because he had seen Angor's work before. By comparing the runes, he would know whether the scroll was made by Angor or not. But Angor didn't give him a chance at all, which disappointed the wise overseer. As for Dark Earl, he was disappointed because of Angor's attitude. The semi-mysterious scroll only had one use left, but it was still very valuable. Not only could it be used as a life-saving straw in a time of crisis, but it could also be used to nurture the potential of the next generation of talents. Therefore, Dark Earl wanted to buy it from Angor. But Angor had already shown his attitude. Dark Earl could tell that Angor didn't want to sell the scroll, which disappointed him a little. Still, he decided to ask Angor for the slightest chance. As expected, Angor refused to sell the scroll. Dark Earl didn't want to force Angor, so he had to give up. After returning the scroll to Angor, Dorcas picked up the space capsule and began to check the treasures inside again and again. He had a small treasury of his own, but it was always empty because he needed to manage some connections and buy some supernatural knowledge from Cross headquarters. It was extremely rare for Dorcas to have so many treasures in his hands. Dorcas was fascinated by the sight, but he still forced himself to hand the capsule to Angor. Angor didn't take it. Instead, he gave Dorcas a puzzled look. "I know this isn't enough to pay back the light shrine, but it should be enough to pay back a quarter, right? I'll make sure to pay back the rest. Please give me some time." Dorcas' meaning was clear. He wanted to pay back the debt instead of asking Angor to make a request. He knew that Angor's request would be something like join Brute Cavern, become his follower, and so on. Dorcas didn't want to risk losing his freedom. However, Dorcas did not notice that after he finished speaking, the Dark Earl turned his head and sighed softly. The wise overlord was also looking at Dorcas with a mocking expression. Angor looked at Dorcas' serious expression and smiled. "I think you've misunderstood." "Dorcas, huh? The scroll from the light shrine is mine," said Angor. "I lent it to you once, and the price you have to pay for it is the price of using the scroll once. But you used it, found so many people to use it, and gained something from it. According to the rules of exchange in the wizarding world, the price you have to pay must be added together." Angor paused for a moment before he said something that Dorcas could not believe. "So, you'll have to pay a higher price than before." Dorcas' eyes widened as if he was struck by lightning. Angor continued, "Of course, you'll get credit for the negotiation. So, if we split the loot according to your work, you'll also get some benefits. I won't owe you anything for that." Dorcas still couldn't come back to his senses. He was still thinking about Angor's words. Although he always felt that those words were a little roundabout and a little fishy, when he thought about it carefully, what kind of person would use the creditor's things to make money in front of the creditor and even want to return the money earned to the creditor to offset the debt? It might work in secret, but it wasn't right in front of his face. Dorcas finally understood what was going on. It wasn't hard to understand. But why did he think he did the right thing in the first place? Dorcas kept going back. In his memories, he saw the Dark Earl looking at him with pity. He also saw and heard the wise overlord's meaningful words. He also saw Angor setting a trap for him with a smile, and then adding fuel to the fire. When Dorcas thought this was the end, the memory kept going. Soon, it stopped at the last scene. Dorcas stared at himself in disbelief. Yes, in the last scene, it was Dorcas himself. But he felt that he didn't know this person at all. In the image, Dorcas was looking at the descending temple, feeling the cleansing effect of the holy light on his spirit sea. His expression was full of expectation, enjoyment, and sincerity. But Dorcas clearly remembered that his body was enjoying the holy light, while his spirit and heart were suffering. He almost peed himself when he thought about the scroll. How could he show such a joyful expression? Soon, Dorcas turned around, as if he was looking at him. But in reality, Dorcas knew that at that time, he was actually looking at the light Templar scroll floating in the air. Back then, Dorcas' expression was one of despair, and he almost knelt down and begged for mercy. But the Dorcas in the image was full of hope, longing, and joy. This was obviously different from what Dorcas remembered. Was his memory messed up, or did he really show such an expression back then? Just as Dorcas was feeling dazed, the Dorcas in the image slowly lowered his gaze. This time, the Dorcas in the image was truly looking at Dorcas in person. It was a strange feeling. Was he looking at himself? Dorcas saw himself in the image, and after looking at each other for a few seconds, he suddenly revealed a sly smile. Next, the image shattered and disappeared. But soon, the image reformed. It was still the same scene, but this time, the Dorcas in the image was behaving exactly the same way as the Dorcas in his memory. Worry, heartache, suffering, despair, all these expressions appeared on Dorcas' face one by one. Looking at these two completely different memories, Dorcas began to understand. They were both himself. However, one was external, while the other was internal. The internal Dorcas was his subconsciousness, or rather, the embodiment of his talent of inspiration. So, the answer he was looking for was himself. When he realized this, Dorcas understood why he didn't realize it until now. The Black Earl gave him a hint, the Wise Lord also hinted, and Angor even told him directly, but he was still lost in his own logic. It wasn't that he couldn't remember. It was just that his subconsciousness was clouding his mind. Why was this? Was it the side effect of his talent evolving? Or did his subconsciousness really think that owing someone was the best thing for him? What? Do you have a problem with my explanation? Angor asked when Dorcas didn't respond. Dorcas looked up at Angor and exhaled deeply. He didn't say anything. His eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions. Angor couldn't tell what Dorcas was feeling even with his beyonder senses. Sadness and doubt, excitement and absent-mindedness, helplessness and confusion, sadness and expectation. In a short period of time, all kinds of opposing and extreme emotions were born and extinguished like bubbles. Angor couldn't tell what Dorcas was feeling right now. In fact, Dorcas didn't even know how to describe it. It was like two selves were fighting against each other. Which one was his ID? Which one was his real self? Dorcas felt his head was in a mess. His mind was like a small boat floating on the ocean, sometimes pushed to the depths, and sometimes pushed back to the surface. After a long time, Dorcas finally spoke in a small voice. I don't mind. I'm glad you don't have a problem with that. Take this 1U space capsule. Consider it a gift from me. Of course, there's also a fee for your service. In fact, he was hinting that Dorcas would have to work for him for a while, at least. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for benefits first. Dorcas didn't say anything. Just as Angor said, he put away the capsule. It didn't matter if Dorcas understood Angor's words. At least, he had given up. Angor didn't say anything else. He looked at the light shrine, where Grey Merchant and his people were already coming out. There was no doubt that even if they tried to suppress the change in their expressions, it was difficult to conceal the joyous aura around them. Everyone, from the Grey Merchant to the apprentices, was glad and happy. The changes brought to them by the Sunlight Sacred Hall were too great. Originally, it was very difficult for an individual to feel this kind of internal enhancement, unless the enhancement reached the limit. But the Light Shrine did just that. Even apprentices could feel the tremendous change in their spirit sea. Such a positive change could affect them for the rest of their lives. How could they not be happy about such an opportunity? As for the woman, she was still in the Light Shrine. It would take her some time to recover from her injuries. However, judging from her happy expression and the fact that half of her withered body quickly regained its luster, she wouldn't complain about the Light Shrine. Now that both sides are in position, the second match will begin. The wise ruler's voice came from above. The woman was already eliminated, so it didn't matter if she was still in the Light Shrine. In any case, the second duel would definitely be fought by the Grey Merchant himself. As long as Grey Merchant was in position, he didn't have to worry about anything else. Upon hearing the referee's voice, Huishang suppressed his excitement and temporarily forgot about the positive changes brought to his body by the Sunlight Sacred Hall. Step by step, he walked towards the center of the arena. Now that Grey Merchant had shown up, it was time for Angor's side to show up. That meant the red-haired, golden-eyed wizard was the only one who could fight Grey Merchant. Wait. Maybe that stone nose could fight too. If the nose was really from that family as the gray merchant had guessed, then this duel would be very difficult. While Huisheng was deep in thought, he did not know that his opponent had already been decided. According to her request, Angor had to fight no matter what. Since Madame and Dorcas were fighting, Angor had to fight this time. While Vale and Kale were cheering Angor on in their spirit bond, Count Black and Dorcas didn't seem to care much about Angor's arrival. Try to defeat him before he activates his bloodline, Dorcas said. Count Black didn't say anything. If Angor could give Dorcas the light shrine, Count Black believed Angor must have something else up his sleeve. Count Black wasn't sure if he could defeat Elmi in a short time. If Elmi worked together with Angor, even Count Black himself would have to retreat. So, there was nothing to worry about. He would win for sure. It all depended on which trump card he was going to show to her hiding in the dark. Angor didn't feel any pressure. The only thing he said before entering the stage wasn't about the match. Following your heart isn't a bad thing. There's more than one definition of freedom. Shackles are like a cocoon. While you think you're not free, it's protected, and it's growing peacefully. When you break out of the cocoon, you think you're going to see your freedom, but you're probably going to face a violent storm. So, you choose to stay in a tree hole that can shelter you from the wind and rain. Even in a narrow tree hole, you still think you're free. But in reality, you're just flying from a cocoon to another ivory tower. There's only one hole where you can see the sky outside. That's the perspective of an ivory tower. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well, who can only see the sky as big as the mouth of the well. Angor sounded like he was talking to himself, but everyone knew who he was talking to. Angor had said something similar before, but he only expressed his own opinion and did not try to analyze it. Now, he probably saw Dorcas' blank expression, so he said something like that. Black Earl also thought Angor's words were a little wrong, and a little too naive. But one thing was for sure. Looking at the sky from the bottom of a well would not allow one to see true freedom. Jumping out of the current social class, jumping out of the established perspective, and looking at a completely new world, one would see different things, including the understanding of freedom. So, Dorcas, who blindly pursued so-called freedom, had already entered the wrong path. Angor didn't care if Dorcas hurt him or not. He stretched his body and stepped onto the stage. He didn't mention anyone's name, so Dorcas could just ignore it. Of course, if Dorcas really did that, Angor would choose to give Dorcas the freedom he wanted. As for the so-called price, it would be paid one day in Dorcas' world of freedom. Angor stepped onto the stage and walked to the center step by step. He didn't take any big steps, but each of his steps was very serious. He also secretly activated his ultra-perception. He wasn't trying to sense Grey Merchant's emotions. Instead, he was trying to find her in the dark. Since she asked him to enter the stage, she would definitely spy on him after he stepped onto the stage. As long as she looked at him, and as long as her real body was still in the underground sewer, Angor believed that he could sense her location even if they were separated by an alternate dimension. Angor walked slowly, which attracted a lot of attention. Some were from Grey Merchant's side, and some were from Dorcas' group. Everyone was looking at him with different emotions. Using ultra-perception, Angor could vaguely sense their emotions and even read their minds. However, Angor didn't have enough time to read their minds. He simply categorized all the emotions he sensed into 3 categories: kindness, indifference, and malice. Basically, Dorcas and the others only felt kindness toward him. Grey Merchant's side, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. Grey Merchant's side didn't show any kindness or malice at all. As for malice, that was what Angor was most concerned about. In his mind, she was definitely hostile toward him. If he could find the source of the malice, he might be able to find out where she was. However, Angor didn't consider everything. The malice he sensed on the stage was more than all the kindness and indifference added together. And all of it came from the void monsters. They roared, howled, and stared at the people on the stage with greedy eyes while drooling. Angor didn't know how to react to so much malice. He thought that there would be the least amount of malice, so if there was any, it would be the most obvious. However, he did not expect that his super perception would detect the malice of these monsters as well. This was a little out of his expectations. Angor walked forward while trying to come up with a plan. There was no doubt that these void monsters were all chaotic and evil. Most of them had no sense of reason. They only had the instinct to kill and devour. Perhaps she wanted him to enter the stage to observe him. But would she want to kill him? Angor wasn't sure. But she wouldn't want to eat him, would she? Also, the wise overseer never told him that she was a cannibal. With that in mind, Angor blocked out all the malice that looked at him as a snack or food. With that, most of the malice coming from the void was reduced. The rest of the malice was pure murderous intent. They probably thought that humans were too small to fill the gaps between their teeth, so they preferred to follow the rules set by their masters and kill anyone who left the stage. Angor considered for a moment and decided to block out another batch of malice. This time, he chose to block out extreme malice. She might want to kill him, but Angor believed that he was not on the must-kill list yet. She might have something against him, but it was not the most extreme case yet. Therefore, Angor chose to block out extreme malice. With this, the malice coming from the void was reduced even further. There were less than 100 of them left. Angor glanced at them and found out where they came from. The ones with weaker malice were mostly small monsters. They weren't the main force in the first place, so their malice wasn't as strong as before. It was worth mentioning that one of them was a whale-shaped monster with a horn on its head. Its body was huge even among void monsters, but its malice was rather faint and almost non-existent. Still, its outward appearance was no different from the other monsters, immeasurably excited, roaring and howling as if drooling. If it weren't for its drooping eyelids, which made it look like it was about to fall asleep at any moment, Angor would have a hard time telling it apart from the other extreme monsters. What a great actor! Angor thought to himself. Not only was it good at acting, but it also knew how to keep a low profile. Without a doubt, the whale-shaped monster must have gained sentience. Otherwise, it wouldn't be acting like this. Angor only sighed in his mind before he moved his eyes away. There were still a lot of malice, but he already remembered where they came from. Apart from the great actor, nothing else was out of place. Maybe, she wasn't looking at him yet. As he pondered, he reached the center of the arena. Maybe it was because Angor's expression was serious and respectful. No one complained even though Angor's pace was slow and irritating. When Angor came to a stop, Grey Merchant nodded to him politely. He also briefly introduced himself. He didn't use his real name. Instead, he referred to himself as Grey Merchant. It could be considered polite, but it could also be considered cunning. This was because even though the Grey Merchant had concealed some information in his self-introduction, the information was basically true. If Angor returned the gesture, he would have to do the same. Even if Angor only used a nickname, Grey Merchant would be able to figure out who he really was. That was Grey Merchant's goal. Of course, Angor didn't have to answer, and Grey Merchant wouldn't mind. Still, he returned the gesture. While he was introducing himself, the shadow on the ground began to wriggle until a human-shaped shadow crawled out of the ground and attached itself to Angor's body. Only then did the strange phenomenon stop. As the shadow attached itself to him, Angor's appearance changed drastically. His body was bigger than before, but it wasn't his real body. It was a shadow that looked like black flames. The shadow covered Angor's face completely. The only thing that could be seen were his green eyes. Other than that, the most eye-catching thing about Dim's shadow was that there was a blue lantern flower on top of his head that was emitting a faint light. Under the breeze, it swayed from time to time and spat out a few small bubbles. After transforming, Angor used a hoarse voice to introduce himself. Elmi. No matter what Grey Merchant's reaction was, Dorcas and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Angor to use this method to introduce himself. Using Elmi's possession to call himself Elmi wasn't wrong. Angor's self-introduction was only a brief interlude. What surprised them the most was that Angor revealed Elmi's identity right away. Did this mean Angor had something even more powerful than Elmi's? While everyone was guessing, Huishang was looking at his opponent in confusion. Elmi? Was that his name, or was it an alias as well? Grey Merchant searched through all his memories but couldn't find anything similar. Soon, Grey Merchant no longer cared about whether the name was real or not. This was because his opponent had grown into a 3-meter-tall shadow giant. It wasn't a big deal if the shadow only grew bigger. However, as the shadow grew bigger, the aura of his opponent also grew stronger. In fact, it had already surpassed Grey Merchant's knowledge. End of chapter. The Shadow Giant's aura grew stronger as time went by. It was like a spell that required a certain amount of time to activate, requiring a certain amount of time to accumulate power. Normally, the referee should announce the start of the match. However, the referee did not say anything. Grey Merchant and the other apprentices could only watch as Angor's aura grew stronger. Angor's aura had exceeded their expectations. When Angor's aura was about to reach its peak, the referee slowly announced, "The second match begins now. Prepare yourselves." Grey Merchant, who was ready to attack, almost choked on his breath. Grey Merchant, who had lost important memories, could not help but frown. On the other side, the other apprentices were also furious. They knew they were on the same side, but they did not expect the referee to be so biased. The referee did not want them to win at all. Angor, who was hiding inside Earl's body, could clearly sense that the other apprentices were starting to hate him. They were neutral before, but now, they were neutral to the point of hostility. Interestingly enough, although they were cursing the wise lord in their minds, they were still neutral toward the wise lord. Perhaps this was what people meant when they saw the situation. Knowing that the wise ruler was so powerful that even the Byros family couldn't contend against him even if they used all their strength, they would only hate others, and wouldn't dare to implicate the wise ruler. It was worth mentioning that among the acolytes, there was a green-haired acolyte with his back against the black-faced goat. His emotions had always been absolutely neutral. Even if he had seen the injustice of the wise master, it did not change his views. If I remember correctly, the man's code name was Shepherd. Judging from the aura of the black-faced goat behind him, it should be a summoned creature. So, he was a summoner apprentice, Shepherd. Summoner apprentice. This reminded Angor of some old memories. Among the summoner apprentices in Brute Cavern, there was a group of people who were known as the Three Losers. The Three Losers referred to the three most promising summoner apprentices, and the three most useless ones who had no future. This assessment of potential was based on the summoned creatures they summoned. Abel was one of the Three Losers. Of course, Angor wasn't thinking about Abel. Instead, it was the Dog Master of the Three Wastes and the Fox Master that he had already killed in the ring. Speaking of which, these two names were very similar to the shepherds on the other side. Of course, Angor did not think that the shepherd had anything to do with them. He only felt that summoners all liked to use such nicknames. Was this some kind of custom? Speaking of which, he was actually very suited to disguise himself as a summoner. Elmi was his summoned beast. Should he give himself a codename, Demon Herder? As Angor's mind wandered, the Grey Merchant's expression grew more and more serious. This was because the aura that Elmi was releasing had reached a level that Grey Shang could not imagine. Truthfinder, it was just an aura that did not carry any pressure, but it made Hui Shang feel as if he was being targeted by his natural enemy. Even if he wasn't a Truthfinder wizard, he was at least a Truthfinder wizard. Grey Shang's expression became more and more serious. He was not afraid if he was only facing an illusionary wizard. However, if his opponent was a Truthfinder adept, he would have to be careful. Angor also noticed the change in Grey Shang's expression. Even though he knew the judge was biased, his impression of Angor did not change at all. He was still kind to Angor. Angor asked Elmi to keep showing off his aura while trying to release his aura as much as possible. Elmi did as he was told, but nothing changed except for Grey Shang becoming more cautious. She who was hiding in the dark was still nowhere to be found. While Angor was observing, he heard the voice of the sage coming from their spirit bond. "When are you going to stop showing off your muscles?" "You can start now," Angor replied. The sage humped coldly and did not send any more messages. Angor was the reason why the wise ruler made such a huge enemy. Angor wanted to use his aura to find out who was watching him from the dark. That was why he asked the sage to hold off for now. The sage also cooperated with Angor, which was why Grey Shang put on such a show. Grey Shang and his companions kept cursing in their minds. What they did not know was that Elmi was already close to a Truthfinder wizard, so he did not need to charge up at all. That was just a show for the others. So they really thought that they were fooling themselves. Time's up. Let the duel begin. Angor and Grey Shang dashed toward each other at the same time. The shadowy giant carried the dark shards, while Gray Shang's hands turned into purple gems and left a long trail of light behind them. The shadowy figure and the purple light collided. They separated as soon as they touched. The energy ripples created by the collision only exploded when both combatants landed on the ground. This was enough to show how fast they were moving. Just like the black mist and purple light created by the explosion, the energy ripples were also created by two different colors, which cancelled each other out and spread in all directions. They spread so fast that they reached the edge of the arena in the blink of an eye. The wise sovereign acted in a timely manner, cutting off these two energy ripples that were still active and preventing them from harming the apprentices. Of course, even if the sage did not stop the energy ripples, they would still be fine. This was because the Dark Earl and Dorcas were here. On the Grey Merchant's side, the evil woman had also come out of the Sunlight Sacred Hall. Her appearance had already returned to how it was when they first met. Bandages fluttered in the air, and it was no problem for her to protect a few acolytes. They even wanted to feel the energy ripples. That way, they would be able to see the difference between their power levels. Unfortunately, the sage stopped them halfway, which disappointed them a little. However, even if there was no way to judge it through the energy ripples, the changes in the battle situation on the stage were enough to show who had the upper hand in the first exchange. The moment both sides landed on the ground, the shadow giant still maintained its original size. However, 2 seconds later, the outermost shadow began to burn. Even though the blue flower on top of the shadow's head kept swaying, trying to stabilize the shadow's shape, it still dissipated 1/3 of its huge body. The shadowy figure was still a giant, but it looked much weaker than before. There was no doubt that Angor's side was at a disadvantage this time. However, Gray Shang's side did not seem to have the upper hand either. When Gray Shang landed, he rolled several times on the ground, bounced up, and fell down again before he finally stopped. Gray Shang did not seem to be hurt, but he lost control of his body for at least 4 or 5 meters. If he was at the edge of the arena, he would have been knocked out of the circle already. There was one thing that Gray Shang did not know. It looked like Angor was fighting against Grey Merchant, but it was actually Elmi, the demon from Panic Realm. As a bloodline wizard, Gray Shang only activated the bloodline in his hands. However, his bloodline was already boiling inside him, which meant that he was already at least half awakened. Generally speaking, a half-awakened bloodline wizard would still be far stronger than other wizards of the same level in terms of melee. Elmi, on the other hand, used his body to block Gray Shang's attack. Judging from this, Elmi's body was incredibly tough. Also, Elmi was still in his shadow form. His true form and elemental form had not been activated yet. More importantly, Angor had not done anything yet. It seemed that Angor did nothing other than instructing Elmi to attack. However, everyone was wrong. Not only did Angor not attack, he did not even instruct Elmi to attack. Who was Elmi? An awakened demon from the realm of terror. What was the demon's strongest trait? Battle instinct. Because of this, Rain immediately thought of the demon when he heard about the distorted seats effect. Even if the demon did not have intelligence, his or her battle instinct was already better than many wizards who studied battle tactics seriously. Angor did not think that he was qualified to instruct Elmi in a battle. So, he did not do anything at all. Wait, no. He was trying to sense the hostility around him. But this had nothing to do with the duel. As for the duel, Angor had already let Elmi do the talking. After the first fight, Gray Shang had a rough idea of his opponent's strength. Therefore, when he turned around to face the smaller shadow giant again, Hui Shan became even more solemn than before, but the sense of vigilance had lessened by a lot. Caution came from the unknown. Now that he had come into contact with the unknown would naturally disappear. The shadow giant attacked first this time. This time, Gray Shang did not move. He crossed his arms and created a bright yellow diamond-shaped gemstone shield. A tail covered in crystal spikes grew out from his tailbone and stabbed into the ground, giving him a solid support point. Clearly, Gray Shang was going to fight head-on this time. The wise ruler did not ask Gray Shang to pay for the damage to the ground, which meant Gray Shang's gemstone dragon tail did not destroy the ground. Instead, it directly melded into the arena. This was actually a kind of signal. It was very likely that the Grey Merchant's tail was not just a fulcrum, but also a sharp blade to attack. If it was Angor, he might be able to tell from the wise ruler's silence. But if it was Elmi, it would be even easier. Besides, he did not need to ask the wise ruler for confirmation. Elmi could simulate all kinds of elements and was as familiar with the ripples of the earth as an earth wizard. Gray Xiang, on the other hand, had the bloodline of a gemstone dragon and could be considered half a gemstone arcanist. However, he was still weaker than a real one. Therefore, trying to play tricks like an earth wizard would not work against Elmi. However, even though Elmi had seen through some of Grey Merchant's little tricks, he had no intention of stopping. The shadow giant charged towards Grey Merchant with extreme speed. Black mist swirled around it, and a huge fist was imitated by the shadow giant. It smashed down on the Grey Merchant's shield violently. Gray Xiang was confident in his gemstone shield. Even if the shield was broken, he would have enough time to react. Therefore, Gray Xiang did not care about the fist at all. Instead, he controlled his tail to come out from the ground behind the shadow giant. The gemstone earth dragon's tail was covered in sharp crystals. As long as it stabbed down, it would definitely pierce through a person. However, Gray Xiang did not do so. It was not because he was being merciful, but because he still did not know how to deal with the shadow giant. So far, he did not know how this shadow giant was related to the red-haired, golden-eyed wizard. Was it his ability, or his summon? Furthermore, when Hui Xiang and the shadow giant came into contact, Hui Xiang clearly sensed that the shadow giant's charge had the characteristics of a true shadow. If Hui Xiang's fist didn't carry the power of his bloodline, he would have been immune to the shadow giant's attack. Therefore, Gray Xiang did not think that his attack would do much damage to the shadow giant in its shadow form. At most, the energy contained in the crystals could cause piercing damage. However, shadow wizards were famous for their ability to transfer damage. As long as the damage was transferred to a level where it would not affect Gray Xiang's fighting ability, the shadow giant would not be affected at all. Instead of using his tail to stab the shadow giant, Gray Xiang let his tail blossom. It literally blossomed. The bright yellow tail suddenly split into 4 petals like a piranha flower. The split tail did not have the sharp teeth of a piranha flower. Instead, it was filled with gemstones of various colors, sizes, and elemental attributes. Under Gray Xiang's control, these gemstones silently floated up. When the shadow giant was not paying attention, they turned into streaks of colorful light and charged towards the shadow giant. These gems all had elemental properties inside them. When they were flying, they had already become unstable. However, the gemstone shell created by the gemstone dragon restrained this unstable state and prevented it from exploding immediately. However, once this gemstone shell came into contact with any other energy or physical collision, it would immediately fall apart. One could imagine that once these gemstones came into contact with the shadow giant, there would definitely be a huge explosion. Even the shadow wizard's ability to transfer damage was powerless in the face of such a large-scale explosion. However, what Gray Xiang did not know was that Elmi was not a shadow wizard. In other words, he did not only have the ability to transform into a shadow. If there was a mistake in one's judgment at the beginning, then the subsequent results would definitely be different. In battle, this difference would be infinitely magnified. It might even determine the final outcome. Whether or not Hui Xiang's little trick would succeed was not mentioned for now because even if it did, it would only succeed after the second confrontation between the shadow giant and Hui Xiang. The shadow giant's black mist fist was already smashing towards Hui Xiang's gemstone shield. Hui Xiang was very confident in his gemstone shield, which was why he dared to play tricks in secret. However, what Hui Xiang did not expect was that the moment the huge black mist fist came into contact with the gemstone shield, it actually assimilated. Yes, it was assimilated. Hui Xiang watched helplessly as the black mist fist turned into a cluster of yellow crystals. These crystals were as round as gemstones and were exactly the same as the gemstones produced after Hui Xiang's bloodline was activated. They shone with a unique and luxurious luster. Under normal circumstances, even if the black mist fist had assimilated into a gemstone fist, it should have been blocked by the gemstone shield because it would have to deal with a physical collision first. However, what Hui Xiang did not expect was that the moment the gemstone fist came into contact with the gemstone shield, it bypassed the physical collision and passed through the gemstone shield in its elemental form. It did not sound very difficult. To put it bluntly, it was just elementalization. However, the real situation was several times more complicated and difficult than it looked from the outside. It was true that elementalization was the only thing that could pass through the gemstone shield. However, there was a very crucial point. Even if it was elementalization, it had to abide by a basic elemental principle. When different elements intersected, the result would be different due to the different nature of the elements. For example, coexistence, fusion, dissolution, explosion, and isolation. Even when the same elements intersected, the result would be different due to the degree of inertia of the elements themselves and the different forms due to external influences. Although explosions were rare, they still existed. Most of the time, they were coexisting and isolated. Just like this time, Huishang's gemstone shield was undoubtedly the gemstone secret method of the earth attribute and qualitative change branch from the point of view of the elemental side. Among the qualitative change branches, the most representative branch was not the gemstone secret method, but the mystical alchemy warlock. Although the mystical alchemy warlock and the gemstone secret method were both qualitative change branches, after elementalization, it was difficult for the two to merge. They were coexisting and isolated. Even elements of the same structure, the same element, and the same branch could not fuse together. This showed how amazing the attack of the shadow giant was. It could even be said to be exaggerated. The most exaggerated part was that the moment the black mist-like fist touched the gem shield, it immediately analyzed the gem shield's elemental composition, elemental situation, and elemental properties. It directly transformed itself into the exact same elemental structure and then elementalized to pass through the gem shield, putting aside the fact that this wasn't something an ordinary adept could do, just the difficulty involved was beyond imagination, and most importantly, how did his opponent convert elements? Wasn't he Yuing? How did he become a gem? These questions appeared in Huishang's mind when he was struck in the chest by the gemstone fist and sent flying. He fell in a parabola in midair. Even though the pain in his body and the sound of his bones breaking was loud and clear, it was nothing to Huishang. What he was most concerned about was why? What had happened, of course. Besides that, Huishang did not forget about his little tricks in the dark. Could those unstable elemental gems cause any harm to this strange opponent? The answer was soon revealed. Huishang fell heavily. He rolled with all his might and propped himself up from the ground. When he stood up, he saw an unbelievable scene. The shadow giant opposite him. No, there was no shadow giant now. It was a gem giant. Previously, only one of its fists had turned into a gem. Now, its entire body had turned into a gem. The gem giant was covered in yellow crystals. It looked more like a gem dragon. Huishang, who truly possessed the bloodline of a gem dragon, was covered in dust. Originally, various shadow fragments would constantly appear around the gemstone giant, but now, they were replaced by colorful rainbow mist. The moment the gems shot out from Huishang's tail touched the gem giant, they passed through it just like the previous gem shield. This opponent who called himself Elmi had elementalized once again, and this time, it was assimilated. All the gems passed through his body without causing an explosion. In the end, they followed the trajectory and pierced into the void, disappearing without a trace. Gray Shang felt his brain buzzing as he watched the scene unfold before him. What kind of monster was he facing? Why? What was going on? What happened? These questions kept echoing in Huishang's mind, but he could not find an answer. After Huishang stumbled to his feet, his questions had not been resolved. He simply voiced his doubts to Elmi. However, the gem giant not far away only looked at Huishang condescendingly and said nothing. Huishang laughed self-deprecatingly. That's true. This is a duel. I'm actually stupid enough to probe my opponent's ability. However, I still have to thank you. No, thank you, sir, for not taking the opportunity to attack me. The gem giant still did not speak or attack. It only looked at Huishang indifferently. Huishang seemed to have understood something. I understand. What you want is a real battle. Huishang raised his head. His expression instantly became solemn. His eyes revealed a strong desire to fight. I will fulfill your request. As Huishang spoke, his blood energy kept flowing out. His muscles became huge and his limbs began to swell. His legs were like elephant legs, strong and thick. Crystals formed on his body at an extremely fast speed. These crystals covered his entire body. This meant that Xianxia was ready for a real battle. Bloodline full release, the aura of the gem dragon continued to climb. Facing this terrifying dragon's might, Dorcas, who was outside the arena, couldn't help but shiver. His swordback sandworm bloodline was restless. He wanted to challenge the dragon's aura, but more than that, he was terrified because of the bloodline suppression. Dorcas suppressed the restlessness of his bloodline and looked at the center of the arena with a frown. What's he doing? Even Elmi might not be able to suppress Xianxia's bloodline after he fully releases it. Dorcas also warned Angor to kill Xianxia before he fully released his bloodline. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unlike alteration wizards, bloodline wizards used the same bloodline. Even if they fully released their bloodline, there would not be any serious side effects. However, a bloodline wizard who fully released his bloodline would be unimaginably powerful. Only Y could answer Dorcas' question. What do you know? Mr. told Xianxia to fully release his bloodline for a reason. The battle at the top is a head-on confrontation. Dorcas did not want to talk to Angor's crazy fan. He only looked into the distance and waited for the next change. Not only Dorcas, but Wise Lord, Dark Earl, and Shrew were also curious about what Angor was doing. Was it really all for the sake of a hearty battle? Of course not. When Elmi turned into a gem giant and allowed the bombs to penetrate his body, Angor called for a halt. Finally, he sensed the strange emotion in the air. However, the strange emotion was very subtle and came and went from time to time. Angor only stopped Elmi for a moment so that his senses would not be affected because of Elmi's sudden movements. Still, Angor knew his priorities. Defeating Xianxia was the most important thing right now. Finding her was only a side option. Angor only dared to stop Elmi because he was confident that he could win. That was why he placed the side option at the top of his list. After Elmi stopped, Angor began to carefully examine the source of the strange emotion. Without the interference of the rampaging elements, Angor soon found the source of the strange emotion. Angor was surprised by the answer. The strange emotion came from Xianxia, yes, Xianxia, who was still in a duel with him. Angor sensed two different emotions from Xianxia. The first emotion came from Xianxia himself. It was the most obvious and unconcealed kind emotion. Angor did not know why Xianxia was so agitated right now. The second emotion also came from the Grey Merchant. It was different from the emotions of other creatures. It was very faint, and sometimes it was absent. It was as if there was a layer of gauze between them. It was blurry. Even so, Angor still noticed the strange emotion. It was parasitic on Xianxia's body. Angor, who was surrounded by hostile emotions, paid attention to the few friendly emotions he received. Especially when Xianxia was his opponent and the only one in the traveling merchants who showed him kindness. Angor paid more attention to him. This was why Angor noticed the strange emotion coming from Xianxia right away. Xianxia's strange emotion was because Xianxia was kind to Angor, while Xianxia's emotion was the complete opposite. It was obviously hostile. If it was in the void, Angor would not notice it at all when it was surrounded by the chaotic and violent emotions. But it was too obvious when it came from Xianxia. In Angor's opinion, there were only three possibilities. First, Xianxia had multiple personalities. Another one of his personalities was trying to harm Angor. Second, Xianxia had a life form or energy entity like Elmi or his elemental companion. These intelligent beings were trying to harm Angor. The third possibility was that person who was watching him from the dark. Angor naturally preferred the third possibility. The first two were only probabilities, but he was sure that that person was watching him from the dark. Angor believed that the third possibility was more likely to happen. But if that person was really watching him, Angor was a little surprised. He thought she would observe the duel through the magic array. Or maybe she would just hide somewhere near the stage. He did not expect that person to observe him from the stage as his opponent. Angor did not know what he did to make that person so hostile. Could it be because of the oil painting that he had destroyed? That painting was so important that she would put the Noah family aside and only care about him. Angor did not know the reason, but he was certain that that person meant harm. Since he already knew where she was, Angor withdrew his senses so that she wouldn't notice. I see. You're looking for a real battle, mister. Grey Merchant's voice was heard as soon as he retracted his senses. What did you just say? Before Angor could react, Huishang activated his bloodline and looked at Angor with a determined look. I will fulfill your request, mister. Angor did not know what to say. It was only a few seconds. Why did Huishang become so hot-blooded all of a sudden? Angor felt that it would be a mistake if he did not join the fight. Also, where did Huishang get the idea that Angor wanted a real fight? If he really wanted a real fight, why did he ask El to join him? Angor did not know what to do. But when he looked at Huishang's bulging muscles and surging aura, he knew that he could not stay still any longer. It was time to decide the winner. Activating a bloodline did not take long. This was especially true for bloodline magi, who had a pure bloodline. Even if their bloodline was fully opened, they could still activate it while fighting, and the duration would not exceed 2 seconds. But now, Huishang already spent 20 seconds to activate his bloodline. The form of his bloodline was slowly taking shape. First, various crystals and gems slowly seeped out of his skin, followed by scales and armor made of crystals slowly covering his entire body. Then, his muscles gradually expanded, his bones gradually changed, and his draconic aura gradually rose to the peak. There was another signature feature, which was Huishang's mask. It covered his entire face at first, then turned into a forehead ornament, then a hair clip, and finally an ornament on his crystal scales. Angor could tell that Huishang's body was growing bigger. Would he become stronger like this? No, he would look more handsome like this. Of course, Huishang was not trying to look handsome. He was just waiting for his opponent and El to make a move. As long as El showed that he wanted to fight, he would immediately enter his battle mode. In his mind, this was a real fight, and it was necessary to show respect to his opponent. After about half a minute, Angor finally realized what was going on. He slowly reached out a hand and aimed at Huishang. Huishang knew that the fight had begun. Without any hesitation, the giant gem dragon leaped into the air and controlled its muscle center to turn it into a sharp crystal wheel that rolled toward Angor. Grey Merchant's body moved like a spinning top. When he landed on the ground, he created a giant crater on the stage, which showed how terrifying his strength was. Obviously, the wise ruler would remind Grey Merchant to pay for the crater. However, the current Grey Merchant no longer cared about these rules. If they were restrained because of these rules in a real battle, how could they enjoy themselves to the fullest? How could he be worthy of the opponent who had gone all out against him? Grey Merchant ignored the noise around his ears and used his spinning top again. His dragon aura left a long trail on the stage as he dashed toward Angor. As long as Grey Merchant did not show his head, the rest of the gem dragon's body was beautiful. Grey Merchant was now a spinning top, but he left a trail of rainbow-like dust behind him. The dust was formed by the ground gemstone powder, which shone brightly under the dim light. What the onlookers saw was dreamy colors. But to Angor, such colorful rainbows represented a terrible danger. The space between his eyebrows began to swell. He felt his scalp tingling in the face of the imminent danger. It was also a warning from his intuition, which meant that he would not be able to withstand the next attack with his current strength. Even Elmi was trying to warn Angor about something. The real danger had not arrived yet, but Angor now understood why bloodline wizards could dominate other wizards of the same level. Grey Merchant's terrifying pressure, unavoidable trembling, and unavoidable fear. Angor could clearly see the difference between them. Bloodline adepts were true war machines, or perhaps, battle monsters. Based on his sense of danger, Angor was sure that Grey Merchant was going all out. Probably because of the real battle, he was going all out. Of course, Angor could not just stand there and do nothing. However, what he did confused the onlookers. He reached out his hand and clenched it. The flickering blue lantern above his head slowly became still. The whole series of actions looked like the ending of a pantomime show. No one sensed any energy from it, nor did they see anything unusual with their energy vision. They did not understand Angor's intention until they saw Grey Merchant. Grey Merchant was still in his spinning top form and was charging at Angor at full speed. It was supposed to be a head-on clash. But strangely, Grey Merchant suddenly changed his direction while moving toward Angor. Gray Merchant's path was supposed to lead them to Angor's. But for some reason, Gray Merchant's path deviated from Angor's path. The deviation caused Gray Merchant's path to skip Angor. At first, people thought Gray Merchant predicted Angor's movement and went straight for Angor's possible escape route. However, Angor did not move at all. Gray Merchant, on the other hand, moved past Angor at a slight angle and rolled out of the arena. Gray Merchant's path just so happened to pass Angor. Even the light around Gray Merchant's body brushed past Angor. Everyone finally realized that Angor must have done something. However, no one knew exactly what he had done. Even the wise overseer didn't notice anything amiss. It could even be said that Xianxia himself did not know what he was doing. From Gray Merchant's point of view, he was running toward his opponent. With the size of the gemstone giant, there was no way the Gray Merchant would lose his target. Gray Merchant kept his eyes on Angor the whole time, but he did not touch Angor at all. When Xianxia saw that the pitch-black void outside the arena was right in front of him, he used all his strength to stop the huge inertia. A long, broken track on the ground extended to the edge of the arena. There was also a huge hole at the edge of the track that was bigger than the one created by Gray Merchant's landing. It was obvious that Gray Merchant had to use a lot of strength to prevent himself from going out of the space. When the match finally came to a stop, Xianxia immediately heard the black-robed referee warning him of a fine. Xianxia raised his head slightly and said, "I will repair the arena and compensate you after the match." Gray Merchant did not say it explicitly, but it was clear that he hoped the judge would stop nagging him during the match. How could the wise sovereign not understand Gray Xianxia's intentions? He smiled and said in a meaningful tone, "All right." After saying this, the wise sovereign suddenly pointed at the arena. Xianxia immediately felt a sense of tranquility in his ears. The howls of the magical creatures outside, the whispers of the audience, and all other noises had been blocked out by the Sovereign of Wisdom. After doing all of this, the Sovereign of Wisdom spoke once more. "As you wish, no sound from the outside world will disturb you. I hope you'll keep your word after the match." The wise ruler's words were still full of meaning. Xianxia thought that a powerful existence like the black-robed referee liked to speak in an unfathomable tone, so he did not pay much attention to the referee's tone. Instead, he nodded to the judge gratefully. Without the noise of the outside world, he was indeed able to calm down and carry out a duel between men. However, Gray Merchant did not notice that everyone was looking at him in surprise. The pink-haired girl was shouting at Gray Merchant as much as she could. However, the wise ruler blocked out all the noise outside, so Gray Merchant, who was focused on his duel, did not look outside. Gray Merchant looked at the gemstone giant in front of him and took a deep breath. "You are a noble man. I respect you. I won't make any more mistakes from now on." Gray Merchant said that because his opponent could have chased after him when he made a mistake. However, the man did not do so. A normal person would think that his opponent was looking down on him. However, Xianxia had already determined that his opponent was a qualified opponent from the very beginning. What he wanted was a real battle. Then, according to this logic, the fact that his opponent did not pursue him was not a sign of contempt. Instead, it was a kind of demeanor and a noble character. Whether Gray Merchant's assumption was correct or not was not certain. However, the spectators outside the arena all had strange expressions on their faces. The Gray Merchants could not hear their voices, but they could hear the voices inside. From this, it could be seen that the wise ruler was quite humane. However, compared to these minor details, the traveling merchants were still angry and helpless about the fact that the judge put up a sound barrier at such a crucial moment. Gray Merchant had a problem. Besides, Gray Merchant's problem was something that the spectators could see clearly. Gray Merchant was completely unaware of it. If they did not point it out, Gray Merchant would keep thinking about it. It was hard for outsiders to tell what the problem was. However, they could clearly see that Gray Merchant's actions were strange. For example, Gray Merchant stopped and spoke to the black-robed judge. Gray Merchant subconsciously looked up at the left side of the arena. He even thought that the black-robed judge was in the left side of the arena. However, the judge was clearly in the right side of the arena. Gray Merchant was looking at the air and talking to himself. It was also because Vanemo realized that Gray Merchant might have been tricked that she shouted, "Wrong, wrong. Wrong direction." She hoped that gray merchant would quickly realize his problem. However, the judge put up a sound barrier at that moment. How could they not be angry? Although they knew that the judge was most likely in cahoots with gray merchant, such blatant favoritism made them feel bitterly disappointed and helpless. They hoped that gray merchant would realize the abnormality as soon as possible, but they were too naive. Gray merchant said a bunch of noble character to his opponent, but he was not facing the mysterious wizard who called himself Elmi. It was just air. Elmi was clearly standing on the other side of gray merchant. What should we do? Lord Grey Merchant still hasn't realized that something is wrong. Fenemo anxiously jumped up and down, wishing that she could rush into the arena. There's no point in being anxious. A slightly tired voice came from behind. It was the shepherd who had woken up at some point. It's normal that Lord hasn't realized it yet. When his second attack missed, he should have realized it. You only know how to make sarcastic remarks. That multiform freak is so cunning. It's a mystery whether or not Lord will make a second attack. Fenemo snorted. The shepherd was stunned. Multiform freak? It's that guy called Elmi. One moment, he seems to be of the shadow element, the next moment, he's of the earth element. Isn't that multiform freak? Fenemo said with a serious expression. Shepherd, no matter who Lord Grey Merchant's opponent is, it must be your senior. Aren't you afraid that he will hold a grudge against you? Fenemo did not know how to refute. She curled her lips. He can't hear it now anyway. The shepherd pointed at the other side. The people inside can't hear it, but the people outside can. Didn't you notice that an acolyte on the other side has been glaring at you for a long time? Fenemo looked over in confusion. She saw an acolyte standing very close to Red Sword Dorcas, glaring at her with a hateful expression. Perhaps because she felt guilty, Fenemo took a glance and immediately looked away. Shepherd, let's not talk about anything else. Aren't you curious about Lord Elmi's methods at all? Fenemo, what's there to be curious about? This time, the shepherd did not speak. Instead, it was the golem that spoke. Previously, in the corridor with the scavenger squirrels, Lord Grey Merchant clearly sensed the existence of illusion nodes. We've always guessed that there must be an illusionary magus on the other side. However, he hasn't shown himself yet. After a pause, the golem said to Fenemo, don't you think that this Lord Elmi's methods are very similar to illusions? The golem was only stating a fact, but the shepherd waited for the golem to finish speaking before shooting at Fenemo. Don't forget, you're also an illusionary magus. If the opponent really is an illusionary magus, as someone of the same element, how can you be so insensitive? Fenemo opened her mouth and suddenly did not know what to say. She could only look at the evil woman, hoping to find out from the evil woman that the opponent was not an illusionary magus. However, the evil woman said indifferently, previously, I didn't feel any fluctuations from the illusion nodes. I don't know if it's an illusionary magus. However, this method does seem to be from the illusionary magus. The evil woman also felt that it was an illusionary magus, which made Fenemo feel a little awkward. As an illusionary magus apprentice, she actually did not feel anything at all. Instead, it was people from other elements who reminded her, Shepherd, you're an illusionary magus. What type of illusion do you think Lord Elmi used if he's an illusionary magus? Although the shepherd was asking a normal question, Fenemo still felt like she was being humiliated. Most importantly, she could not get angry. After a moment of silence, Fenemo said, if it's really an illusion, it might be a misdirection of the senses. After Fenemo finished speaking, the evil woman shook her head. From the outside, it does seem like a misdirection of the senses. However, affecting the senses is not a high-level illusion. Huishang should be able to sense it, but he still hasn't. It shouldn't be a misdirection of the senses. The so-called misdirection of the senses was actually a type of manipulation of the five senses. This was the foundation of the illusionary magus. For example, the first illusionary magus would use illusions to deceive the opponent's eyes, which was their vision. After that, it could be their hearing, smell, touch. These were all misdirection of the senses. In the evil woman's opinion, if it really was a misdirection of the senses, it could only be a visual guidance. However, visual guidance was the most basic of illusions. How could Huishang not see through it? Although the gemstone dragon bloodline had high resistance to physical attacks, its resistance to spiritual attacks was weaker. However, this did not mean that Hui Xiang's spiritual resistance was weak. After all, the previous stage of the gemstone dragon bloodline was the crystal lizard. The crystal lizard's elemental resistance was extremely weak, and its physical resistance was average. However, its spiritual resistance was extremely strong. As a bloodline magus, Hui Xiang had undoubtedly inherited the strength of the crystal lizard when he was optimizing his bloodline. His spiritual resistance was definitely not weak. It was impossible for him to be misled by a low-level illusion. Evil Woman's opinion was shared by most of the people in the room, including the wise overseer. However, the truth was completely different from what they thought. Fan Mo's guess was actually the closest to the truth. Angor's illusion was really one that affected one's senses. However, it did not only affect one's senses. It also extended from one's senses and went even deeper, one's cognition. Sometimes, even apprentices would not be fooled if their senses were only affected by the illusion. However, if the illusion also affected one's cognition, it would be very difficult to wake up on one's own. The so-called misdirection of cognition was to rationalize all one's beliefs. In other words, the illusion must be self-consistent in one's own cognition. For example, someone who suffered from red-green color blindness would find it difficult to realize that their perception of colors was wrong. Red-green color blindness was a cognitive deviation caused by the disease, so it was different from Angor's illusion. However, there was something in common in terms of cognitive impairment. Turning all one's beliefs into a logical closed loop in one's brain was called cognitive impairment. When Angor asked Elmi to fight Grey Merchant, he was not only AFK. Apart from looking for abnormal emotions, he was also thinking about the best time to make his move. In the end, he decided that it would be best to attack at close range so that Elmi could cover for him while he did some sneaky tricks. Therefore, when Elmi's fist penetrated Grey Merchant's gemstone shield and landed on his chest, Angor made his move. Through the energy ripples created by the collision, Angor attached his illusion onto Grey Merchant's body. In fact, it was best to directly affect Grey Merchant's body from the inside. However, Angor never underestimated the physical strength of a bloodline wizard. To avoid being discovered, he chose to attach his illusion onto Grey Merchant's body. Elmi's elemental simulation successfully simulated the energy properties of Grey Merchant's body, which also covered up Angor's remaining illusion. The illusion did not show any signs of being activated at all. Also, Grey Merchant did not notice it at first because of the gemstone shield. Angor did not plan to use the illusion at all. He only planned to use it as a preemptive strike. He would wait until the right time to activate it. However, he did not expect the opportunity to come so soon. Hui Xiang fully activated his bloodline and leaped into the air like a spinning top. When he saw this, he knew his chance had come. When Hui Xiang was spinning at high speed, he could hardly lock onto his target with his naked eyes. Now, he had to use his spirit power to locate Angor. When attacking, he would use offense as a defense. Under such circumstances, Hui Xiang's spirit power defense would be weakened. Of course, it didn't mean that the spirit power was gone. It just meant that it was less sensitive than before. Besides, Hui Xiang's bloodline was fully activated, so he was not afraid of spirit attacks from the outside world. Therefore, Hui Xiang was now in a situation where he was heavily guarded from the outside but unimpeded from the inside. However, Angor's illusion was attached to Hui Xiang's body, so it could be considered as an inside. Seeing his chance, Angor began to play his little trick. Under Elmi's control, Angor reached out a hand toward Hui Xiang and clenched it. The movement did not mean anything on the energy level, which was why no one could detect it. However, that didn't mean the movement was meaningless. It was one of the cues Angor used when he was practicing mind illusion. Every illusion-type magus would design a corresponding movement when they practiced illusions of the heart. Waving a pocket watch, snapping fingers, playing a zither in the air, and so on. These cues were similar to the ritual actions used before hypnosis. Since they were similar to ritual actions, they were only related to the complete ritual. It was related to the illusion he cast on Hui Xiang earlier, which allowed him to manipulate the illusion to a certain extent. Apart from manipulating the illusion, Angor also used it to distract Hui Xiang's attention. When Hui Xiang was distracted, the success rate of the illusion would be higher. Angor didn't know if he managed to distract Hui Shang. However, when Hui Shang's movement began to deviate, Angor knew that the illusion worked. The name of the illusion was spatial imbalance. It was a name Angor came up with recently, but he felt it was fitting. The illusion was only meant to fool one's senses, so its name was simply basic illusion. However, Angor made some changes to the basic illusion. First of all, it was a nightmare illusion, and he was using his right eye as a medium. In essence, this raised the level of illusions by several levels. Coupled with the enhancement of the heart illusion from the green pattern in his right eye, the basic illusions targeted at the senses became illusions targeted at the cognition. Next, he added his understanding of space into the illusion. Even though there was no spatial energy mixed into the illusion, the caster's understanding of space had deepened the foundation of the illusion. For those who didn't have enough understanding of space, the structure and power of this illusion was almost overwhelming. Lastly, the release of the illusion was dependent on the circumstances. In a completely asymmetrical space, it was obviously inappropriate to forcefully change the other party's spatial perception and use the method of swapping to cause the other party to create spatial confusion. However, it was very suitable for the current situation. This was because the arena itself was symmetrical and spacious. Moreover, the arena was suspended in the void, and the surroundings were pitch black. Other than the void demons, there was nothing else for reference. On the other hand, void aberrations were living creatures that were reflected in the illusion, which was why there was no need to worry about using them as reference points. Moreover, most void aberrations did not reveal their bodies, and all that could be seen in the pitch-black void were pairs of bloodthirsty eyes. It was difficult to use them as reference points. He only dared to use such an illusion when the space in front of him was compatible with the illusion. As it turned out, Angor had both the right time and the right place. Hui Shang fell for the trick without a hitch. He did not realize that his perception had been swapped. This was Angor's illusion. To put it bluntly, he was using illusions to simulate the symptoms of a symmetrical space imbalance. For mortals, this was a disease that could never be cured. They had to get used to it and change their habits. However, for wizards, there was a limit to how long this kind of space imbalance could take effect. It mainly depended on human harmony. By human harmony, Hui Shang was referring to himself. Whenever he touched something that he could see but couldn't feel, he would naturally become suspicious. This kind of confusion could be fooled once or twice. However, if it happened too many times, even if the victim's perception was deceived, he would start to doubt himself and realize that something was wrong with him. For example, if Hui Shang's attacks missed several times in a row, he could use his imagination to make up for it. But after a while, he would also start to feel strange. However, the key here was the number of times. Would Angor give Grey Merchant so many chances to attack him and then doubt him after he fell into the trap? Of course not. Therefore, when Hui Shang fell into the illusion and no one could warn him, the result was already decided. The Grey Merchant was full of praises for his opponent who did not exist at all. After saying that, he continued to assume his stance and prepared for a real battle with Elmi. Normally, Angor could make his move now. Whether it was by deceiving Elmi's perception or tricking him out of the arena. In other words, Elmi's combat ability alone was enough to defeat Grey Merchant, who had spatial cognitive impairments. Whether it was planning or fighting, victory was already assured. However, Angor chose neither. He chose to stall. Or rather, stall until change happened. It didn't matter whether he won the battle or not. Even if he lost, he still had Dorcas and the Black Earl to deal with. In terms of wizards, they would definitely win. Knowing this, Angor hoped that some unexpected changes would happen in the battle. Angor placed his hope on Hui Shang. Since that thing was observing him from such a close distance, would she use this chance to attack him? Even if she didn't, would she give Hui Shang special treatment and wake him up from his cognitive disorder? If she really did that, Angor would have a reason to go after her directly. In fact, he was already trying to locate the source of the strange emotion he sensed earlier. However, as time went by, Hui Shang missed Elmi again and again. When Hui Shang began to doubt himself, that thing still didn't do anything. Angor's perception of the strange emotion was getting weaker and weaker. Either the thing noticed Angor's presence, or it was moving away from Hui Shang. Angor was leaning toward the latter. He occasionally glanced at key locations, but he didn't do anything specific. Unless the thing could read minds and directly read Angwar's mind through Elmi's shell, she shouldn't be able to sense Angwar's presence. But if it was the latter, the thing was moving away from Hui Shang in a strange way. He could still sense the strange emotion on Hui Shang's body, but it was getting weaker and weaker. It was as if Hui Shang had a space tunnel on his body. At first, she was near the entrance, but now, she was moving away from the entrance and heading deeper. Angwar vaguely thought of something. Soon, the strange emotion disappeared, and an idea popped up in his mind. He looked at Hui Shang, who was still struggling with his cognitive disorder, and decided to use this chance to verify his theory. Angwar's hesitation looked like he was toying with Hui Shang. Hui Shang was trapped by the illusion and never tried to fight Angwar head-on. Instead, he fought with the air around him. This scene caused even Dorcas to sigh with emotion. He could easily defeat or even kill Angwar, but he chose to humiliate his opponent in such a way. TSK. I told you he's evil. Do you believe me now? Dorcas looked at Whale. Whale curled his lips. What do you know? Sir must have a reason for doing this. Dorcas widened his eyes. You think he's innocent? I don't think so. Besides, even if Sir did it on purpose, so what? Didn't you hear how those people were cursing my lord just now? They called him a fickle freak? Whale grew angrier and angrier as he spoke. Sir promised to let them into the light shrine. What a bunch of ungrateful bastards. So Sir humiliated them. So what? Whale spoke out loud so that the people on the other side could hear him. And Witch and her companions heard him. However, Fenemo was the only one who paid attention to Whale's words. The others, including Witch, didn't really care. This was because even though Elmi seemed to be toying with Grey Merchant, he did not take any further action. Moreover, who could say for sure whether or not Elmi's illusion would require some time to buffer after casting it? Or maybe he couldn't use other abilities after casting it. After all, this was an ability that could affect bloodline wizards. Wasn't it normal to have some side effects? Witch and her companions didn't think too much about it. However, when Elmi was done toying with Hui Shang and began to move closer, they began to feel nervous. They didn't care because Hui Shang wasn't hurt. But now that Elmi started to move, they were uncertain. No one knew if Elmi's attitude towards Hui Shang was to forgive or kill him. Witch and her companions didn't dare to blink. They carefully watched the battle in the arena, afraid that they would miss any details. But soon, their expressions began to become strange. Elmi didn't kill Hui Shang, but his actions confused Witch and her companions. The blue lantern above Elmi's head swayed slightly, and broken hands made of crystals or gems appeared in front of Elmi. In just a few seconds, close to 20 severed hands of different colors but identical shapes were created. The evil woman and the others might not be familiar with the appearance of these broken hands, but the Black Girl and the others were very familiar with them. These were hands that were made with Dankros as the original form. Even the eyes and mouth on the palms were exactly the same. After these broken hands were created, they approached Hui Shang from different directions with the aura of the earth. In order to prevent Hui Shang from discovering their aura, Elmi even used the method of mirror symmetry to constantly feign attacks to attract Hui Shang's attention. But even so, a portion of the broken hands were still affected and were completely damaged. However, even if the broken hands were damaged, they had used up their last bit of strength. They changed their aura and turned into residue, making Hui Shang think that he had attacked Elmi and reducing Hui Shang's suspicion of cognitive impairment. When the broken hands approached Hui Shang, there were less than half of them left. These broken hands were as small as ants compared to Hui Shang, who had fully activated his bloodline and transformed into his original form of an earth dragon. However, it was also because of their insignificance that Hui Shang did not notice them immediately. These severed hands crawled up the Grey Merchant's tail and kept moving on the Grey Merchant's crystallized skin. This was what the outsiders saw happening in the arena. There was no way he would be able to kill Hui Shang by relying on those extremely weak broken arms. However, the scene of those broken hands moving on Hui Shang's body was a little hard to describe. Fortunately, Hui Shang had activated his bloodline and did not look like a human at all. Otherwise, the broken hands would look like they were caressing Hui Shang's body. It would be even more unsightly. I was wrong. Dorcas suddenly sighed. I thought he already humiliated his opponent with his playful look. But he still has more tricks up his sleeve. If she's a witch, she'll definitely fight to the death after she leaves the arena. Everyone except for the two people on the arena heard Dorcas's words. Whether Dorcas was slandering or actually saw through the truth, they did not know. His words caused the evil woman's eyes to darken. None of the men in the arena felt like they were in the same situation. As a witch, the woman followed Dorcas's words and felt like she was in the same situation. She didn't think Angor was doing anything wrong before. She didn't think he was humiliating the grey merchants. But now, she had a different opinion. She stared at Angor with a vicious glare. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that the gemstone giant had a perverted aura. Of course, Angor also felt the woman's gaze. He also noticed that the woman's neutral attitude toward him suddenly turned into a hostile one. He didn't know what happened, but he didn't have the time to think about it. This was because he felt another unusual emotion. Furthermore, this strange emotion didn't come from Xianxia, but from the void. As a matter of fact, Angor had already begun to weaken his transcendence perception. Just like a supercomputer, transcendence perception required a lot of computing power, which was a huge burden on Angor's brain. However, Angor wasn't sure if the strange emotion came from her. For safety's sake, Angor only weakened his transcendence perception toward known sources while remaining vigilant toward unknown ones. Because of this, Angor noticed the strange emotion coming from the void as soon as possible. The so-called abnormality was actually different from the rest. What was the main theme of the emotion coming from the void? Evil, murderous, bloodthirsty, and cruel. What was contrary to the main theme, which was also what was different from the rest, was naturally kindness. This kindness was even stronger than what the wise overlord showed to Angor. It was similar to how the Dark Earl showed him kindness. Count Black's kindness toward Angor was already very high. Count Black's kindness toward Angor was based on his old friend, Rain, as well as Count Black's knowledge of Angor's talents. Angor was surprised to see such a clear stream of kindness amidst the chaos of space. At first, he thought it was Miss Xianxia looking at him. However, the dream gate clearly showed that Xianxia never left the dream wasteland. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Angor asked Elmi to keep working while he hid inside Elmi's body and looked toward the source of the kindness. When he found the source of the kindness, his expression turned strange again. He already felt strange when he sensed the strange emotion coming from Grey Merchant. Now, he sensed the same thing from a monster in the void. Also, Angor was familiar with this monster. It was the whale-shaped monster with a horn on its head. Previously, he only sensed extremely malicious emotions in the void. However, there were still some relatively weak ones, or even non-existent ones. This whale-shaped monster was the only one Angor sensed that didn't show any malicious emotion. The monster preferred to be neutral, but it didn't want to be a maverick. Therefore, it had been roaring, howling, and acting like the rest of the crowd. But in fact, its eyelids were drooping all the time. It would rather go back and take a nap than join the fun. At that time, he was still thinking that the whale monster must be very intelligent, and it was also a great actor. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. But to his surprise, in just a few minutes, the whale-shaped monster's mood changed from slightly malicious all the way to kindness. Was it conquered by Elmi's heroic fighting style and became a little whale? As Angor pondered, he suddenly sensed another familiar emotion from the monster. It was Wheeze's decadent, neutral, and evil emotion. It was filled with exhaustion, but it was obvious that fact, it was filled with anger. Wasn't that the whale-shaped monster's original emotion? He was stunned for a second before he realized that he misunderstood something. The whale-shaped monster's emotion didn't change at all. The kindness he sensed was the same as Grey Merchant's. It was another emotion he sensed from the whale-shaped monster. What's wrong? Are the creatures in the underground sewers all about possession now? Angor was even more confused when he realized the truth. If the whale-shaped monster was showing hostility, he could explain it as a little whale. But the whale-shaped monster's emotion didn't allow him to convince himself. Where did the kindness come from? Where did it come from? Where did it come from? These were all questions that confused Angor. There was another point of confusion. Was the goodwill attached to the whale monster the her the wise ruler was referring to, or was the malice attached to the gray merchant the her the wise ruler was referring to? If the latter was her, then who was the former? It couldn't be a split personality, right? Or vice versa? Angor couldn't figure it out. He thought for a moment and made up his mind. Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well face it directly. Earlier, Angor had to be careful when dealing with Grey Merchant's hostility. He didn't want to set off an unknown bomb before reaching the ruins. But unlike the Grey Merchants, the abnormal emotion this time was kind. Angor believed that his beyonder perception wouldn't make a mistake. Since it was kind, why not just face it directly? Maybe he could get the answer from Grey Merchant himself. However, he was not going to run right up to the man. At least, he needed to know Grey Merchant's attitude first before deciding what to do next. How to determine Grey Merchant's attitude? How to determine whether Grey Merchant was willing to talk? The solution was simple. Angor asked Elmi to stop what he was doing and stood still. Then, he slowly looked up at the sky. To prevent Grey Merchant from getting angry because of his discovery, Angor told Elmi to choose a place where Elmi, the wise lord, and the whale-shaped monster stood in a straight line. Elmi looked up as if he was looking at the wise lord, but in fact, he was hinting to the person who might be hiding on the whale-shaped monster, "I found you." By doing this, Angor could give Grey Merchant some leeway. If Grey Merchant didn't want to talk, Angor could use the excuse of looking at the wise lord to save himself some time. Angor's plan was very considerate, but he neglected the opinions of others. In the eyes of Angor and the others, Grey Merchant was already in cahoots with the judge, and the judge was even more biased. Angor tried to cover it up a little before, so he didn't go overboard. But now, he was openly making eye contact on the stage? Angor and the others used to be neutral toward Angor. But now, they all began to dislike him. Meanwhile, Dorcas was also puzzled by Angor's behavior. Angor already had the absolute advantage. Why was he talking to the wise lord again? Was he really going to make it sound like he was taking a shortcut so that Grey Merchant would hate him so much? The onlookers were all confused. As for the wise lord, he didn't think too much about it either. The wise lord could more or less guess why Elmi created the arm. But when Elmi looked at him, he didn't know why. Without a doubt, Angor's victory was already assured. Also, judging from how Grey Merchant created the severed arm, Angor might have noticed something strange about Grey Merchant. Otherwise, why would Angor let the arm search Grey Merchant's body? Angor suddenly looked at him. The wise lord pondered. Did Angor want to ask about the specific location of the person? Or did Angor notice something strange about Grey Merchant and ask if he should release Grey Merchant's memory? Based on what he knew, the wise lord could only come up with a few possibilities. But on second thought, he didn't think it was right. He could wait until the duel was over. Asking now would only make Grey Merchant hate him. He couldn't think of anything good. The wise lord couldn't use spirit bond to communicate with Angor either. Now, they were only exchanging glances, so they could still smooth things over. But if they used spirit bond to talk to the judge during the duel, it would prove that they were cheating. Therefore, the wise overseer could only stare at Angor, no, Elmi, who had a pair of red and blue gemstones in his eyes. Meanwhile, Angor, who thought he already had a way out for both himself and his enemy, went around the wise man and looked at the whale-shaped monster from afar. He already sensed the strange emotions around him, but he didn't have time to think about it. Besides, people's minds were always changing. He kept staring at the whale-shaped monster's eyes. At first, the monster thought that Angor was looking at the wise lord. But after a while, Angor noticed that the friendly emotions in the air began to change. The kindness didn't change, but there was a hint of surprise. Then came a long silence. The monster didn't leave, nor did it take the initiative to talk to Angor. Angor started to feel a little awkward. Should he talk to it? Forget it. It wasn't easy to encounter friendly emotions. If he accidentally pointed out the monster's location and caused the monster to hate him, he would lose more than he gained. Then, why don't I just look for the Sovereign of Wisdom to say a few words to give me a way out of this embarrassing situation? Angor believed that this method was more suitable for him. But what should he say to the wise lord? As Angor pondered, Elmi sent him a message. Angor's eyes lit up at the news. Angor cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. He then asked, "Mr. Judge, I have a question. In a duel, can the winner take spoils from the loser?" Everyone had different reactions to Angor's question. The evil woman furrowed her brows, and the look of disgust on her face became even more pronounced. On the other hand, the group of apprentices under the Grey Merchant had indignant looks on their faces. As for the Dark Earl, his reaction was much calmer. Apart from Dorcas muttering "I lost" to Angor, there was no other reaction. The wise lord glanced at Angor, then at Grey Merchant, who was still fighting against the illusion and had no idea about the broken arms crawling all over his body. He already knew what Angor was going to take from the merchant. The wise lord wasn't sure if he should let Angor go. What Angor wanted was Grey Merchant's mirror. The mirror didn't have anything special about it. However, when the goddess sealed Grey Merchant's memories inside, a reflective space appeared inside the mirror. When the goddess entered the reflective space to observe Angor, it meant that the mirror was no longer a separate space. It was connected to the world the goddess traveled to, as well as Serene Slave's homeland. It didn't matter if someone else obtained the mirror. Without the proper method, they couldn't enter the mirror. But Angor was different. He reached his hand into the mirror and took out the wood spirit spawn. He might actually be able to enter the mirror. The wise lord was hesitant about whether giving Angor the mirror was a good or bad idea. If Angor only wanted to release Grey Merchant's memories, it would be fine. But if Angor wanted to follow the mirror and enter the deeper world, he would have to think twice. It wasn't that the wise lord wanted to monopolize the entrance. It was just that it was easy to get lost in that strange world. Once lost, it would be difficult to find the exit. For this reason, not even the wise sovereigns would dare to rashly enter. The wise lord was worried that Angor wouldn't be able to control his curiosity and enter the mirror by himself. The wise lord considered for a moment. Not within the rules. The wise lord didn't say anything else. Generally speaking, the wise lord meant that Angor could do whatever he wanted because it wasn't within the rules. This was how Shrew and the others interpreted the wise lord's words. They believed that the wise lord was on the same side as Angor, so they would naturally side with him. However, Black Earl and the others, including Angor, knew that the wise lord would simply say yes when it came to something that didn't involve secrets. However, the wise lord didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he purposely left out the first half of his sentence. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. Angor considered for a moment. He didn't know what the wise lord was trying to say, but he was sure that the wise lord didn't want Angor to take something from the loser. The winner had the right to claim the spoils of war. This was a rule that existed in many places, including Sky Tower. But why would the wise lord hesitate when it came to such a general rule? Maybe the wise lord wasn't hesitating about the rule, but the thing he wanted from Grey Merchant. Did the wise lord already know what he was going to take? So the wise lord was hinting at Angor to stop him. At first, Angor didn't know what Grey Merchant was carrying. However, he sensed something unusual from Grey Merchant's body. Until there was nothing else, he would just assume it was the she the wise overseer was talking about. But how could she hide on Grey Merchant's body and observe him from such a close distance? Angor couldn't figure it out until she left. When the strange emotion gradually disappeared, Angor had an idea. He thought about the mirror. Perhaps the other party was hiding on an object with a mirror surface. Just like the painting in the stairs of Hanging Prison, which allowed someone to observe the outside world through a mirror. That was why Elmi created a severed arm to search Grey Merchant's body. Elmi told Angor that the severed arm really did find something on Grey Merchant's body. It was a broken lens wrapped in leather. Angor had a general idea after hearing the wise lord's answer. He only searched for the mirror on Grey Merchant's body to prove his theory. But now, his theory was confirmed. Angor didn't really care whether he took the mirror or not. Since the wise lord wanted to stop him, it meant that the mirror wasn't safe. After all, Grey Merchant could use the mirror to attack him. Angor nodded to the wise lord. I see. Angor already made up his mind. He only said that he wanted to take Grey Merchant's loot so that he wouldn't look at Grey Merchant's body. Now that he achieved his goal, he didn't mind giving up. However, before he could look away and tell Elmi to remove the broken arm, he suddenly heard a strange voice in his ears. End of chapter. If you want to go to the cryptic world through the mirror tunnel created by Adonis, don't forget about it. Without it, you'll be lost forever. It was a voice Angor had never heard before. It was similar to mediocre Muse's, which was a lazy male voice. However, compared to Muse, the other party's tone was clearer and more serious. Maybe it was because of the current situation. Still, he was sure that it was a strange voice he had never heard before. Angor didn't know who it was. But judging from the source of the voice, it should be the owner of the strange emotion he sensed from the whale-shaped monster. It was a male voice. So it shouldn't be the she mentioned by the wise overseer. Who was the Adonis he was talking about? Angor tried to reply, but he couldn't find the speaker's voice. He couldn't use his spirit power to connect. I didn't think you'd notice me either, the old man spoke again, but you didn't notice me either. But now is not the time for us to meet. Wait. Remember what I said. You can take the broken mirror, but do not go to any of the mirror tunnels created by Adonis, and do not get caught by the phantom slave. These outsiders aren't your biggest threat. Adonis has released a powerful infant spirit from another world. It will try to kill you in the remnant. Don't fight it. Find a way to enter the secret chamber, which is the remnant you mentioned. I'll be waiting for you there. Don't ask the wise overseer to help you fight the infant spirit. He's not a bad person, but no one can afford to pay him. Finally, please come to the remnant. I've been waiting for too long. The voice grew weaker and weaker until it finally disappeared. Following his words, Angor sensed that the whale-shaped monster was no longer showing any kindness toward him. Previously, he had only been guessing, but now, he was almost certain that it was the goodwill that had spoken. But he didn't know who this man was. What did he want? Should he believe his warning? From what he said, he was also in the remnant. However, the wise ruler had never mentioned that there was a he in the ruins other than she. The wise ruler didn't mention it, but Angor and the others had their own guesses. After all, half of the symbols were male and the other half were female. Since she had already appeared, then the man in the logo might also exist. Could the person who was talking to him just now be the man wearing a hat in the logo? He could not confirm it without proof. However, the Adonis that the Lord of Wisdom had been referring to was probably the her that the Lord of Wisdom was referring to. Moreover, from the other party's tone, it was clear that Adonis harbored ill intentions towards them. In order to stop them, she had even created a baby spirit. Of course, he knew what an infant spirit was. As far as he knew, infant spirits were nothing more than low-level undead creatures. But this infant spirit seemed to be very powerful. Putting aside these difficulties for the time being, Adonis's malice towards them coincided with the Grey Merchant's abnormal emotions. In conclusion, the mirror demon was divided into male and female. The female ones were malicious, while the male ones were kind. The female ones wanted to stop them from going to the remnant, while the male ones wanted them to go. Angor wasn't sure if his guess was correct, but he was sure that there were at least two beings with different ideologies in the remnant. So, divided and contradictory. Angor's thoughts were suddenly awakened by a large number of feedback from Elmi. When he regained his consciousness, he realized that Elmi had sent him several messages in a row. At first, it was just a simple statement, but later on, it became a warning. And it all started when the Grey Merchant found the severed arm on his body. The Grey Merchant was only affected by the spatial imbalance, but he was still aware of it. When the severed arm searched his body without restraint, the Grey Merchant still felt it. However, the severed arm was too small for the Grey Merchant who had turned into an earth dragon. It was as small as an ant. At first, the Grey Merchant was distracted by the Elmi outside and didn't notice the abnormality on his body. However, after several failed attempts, the Grey Merchant began to doubt himself and finally looked at himself. Then, the severed arm was found and destroyed by the Grey Merchant. By now, there were only two severed arms left. One of them touched the mirror, while the other kept attracting the Grey Merchant's attention. Seeing that the severed arm was about to be found, Elmi kept sending feedback. In other words, Angor had to make a decision now. Should he give up on the lens, or let the severed arm take the lens and leave immediately? Before this, Angor decided to give up on the lens because of the Ruler of Wisdom's hint. But now, after hearing the explanation, Angor could roughly guess what the Ruler of Wisdom was thinking. Perhaps the ruler of wisdom was worried that he would get lost in the mirror world. If that was the only reason, Angor believed that the ruler of wisdom was overthinking things. Angor seemed to be a reckless person, but he was actually a very cautious person. All of his actions were based on the fact that he had a trump card, a backup, and an escape route. When he knew that there was no way out, he would become very cautious. Even if he really wanted to enter the mirror world, he would do it carefully first. He would only do so after making sure there was no danger. Perhaps the ruler of wisdom saw that Angor was going to risk his life even though he knew he wouldn't get anything out of it, so he thought that Angor was a reckless adventurer. That was why the ruler of wisdom hinted that Angor wouldn't risk his life again after getting the lens. After thinking it through, Angor made a new decision. He still wanted to get the lens. Since the one in the void had said that he could take the broken mirror, but not the mirror tunnel that Adonis had built, then why didn't he take it? As long as he didn't enter the mirror world, he could use it as a research subject. Why not? Besides, Angor had been studying the mirror dimension recently. Purely relying on Mirror's grudge to research it was still a bit slow. Perhaps this broken lens could bring him a surprise. With that in mind, Angor ordered Elmi to take out the broken lens. After receiving the order, Elmi's severed arm, which was still attracting the Grey Merchant's attention, no longer hid. Instead, it became aggressive and directly provoked the Grey Merchant. It attracted most of the Grey Merchant's attention. The severed arm, which was still holding the broken lens, jumped down from the Grey Merchant's body without hesitation. Hui Shang also noticed the severed hand and realized that the severed hand was holding an important lens that contained his memories. He panicked and immediately prepared to ignore the other severed hand's provocation and deal with the severed hand that was holding the lens first. The severed arm, which was ignored by the severed arm, quickly disintegrated. Its energy structure was exactly the same as the gem energy on the Grey Merchant's body. The severed arm didn't trigger any resistance from the gem energy around it. Instead, the Grey Merchant assumed that another gem energy had merged with the severed arm. However, the gem energy wasn't rivers returned to their course. It was only meant to confuse the Grey Merchant's judgment. The method was simple. Simply activate the gem energy and create a rainbow-like mist that blocked the Grey Merchant's vision. The Grey Merchant quickly activated his energy vision. However, when he used his spirit power to do so, he noticed that the severed arm with the important lens had already disappeared. It was only for a split second. How did it disappear? The Grey Merchant kept searching, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find anything. For the first time, the Grey Merchant's emotions began to fluctuate violently. In his anger, he began to bombard the gem energy that blocked his vision. However, the gem energy was no longer under Elmi's control and had truly merged with the Grey Merchant's body. In other words, the Grey Merchant was bombarding his own energy indiscriminately. This was just an ineffective form of anger. The Grey Merchant couldn't find the severed arm because of the spatial imbalance. When the severed arm was still on the Grey Merchant's body, the spatial imbalance wouldn't work. However, once the severed arm was far away from the merchant, the spatial imbalance would naturally block the Grey Merchant's vision again. At this time, if there was a large-scale attack, it would be able to shake the severed hand out. However, the Grey Merchant didn't do that. Angor wondered why the Grey Merchant didn't just launch a large-scale attack. Angor was already close to the Grey Merchant, ready to grab the severed arm at any time to avoid being swept away by a large-scale attack. However, the Grey Merchant didn't do that at all. Angor managed to retrieve the severed arm without much trouble. The Grey Merchant couldn't see Angor's movement, but everyone outside, including the wise overseer, did. Dorcas and the others had no idea what Angor was doing, nor did they know what was inside the leather bag in Angor's hand. However, judging from the expressions of the women, Dorcas and the others knew that Angor must have taken something very important. Before this, no matter how Angor tried to provoke them, only the pink-haired girl kept stomping her feet while the rest of them remained calm. But this time almost everyone on the other side was furious. This was especially true for the evil woman. She even floated into the air, wanting to rush into the arena. However, the wise overseer stopped her. Still, this didn't mean the woman gave up. The bandages on her back began to expand, as if she was going to fight Angor to the death as soon as he came out of the arena. Of course, Angor sensed the hostility in the woman's eyes. Or rather, the travelers' group changed their attitude from neutral to hostile. Of course, Angor noticed it right away. Angor was quite confused about this. The broken lens was probably given to the Grey Merchant by her, or Adonis, so that she could observe him during the battle? He didn't take anything from the Grey Merchant, so why did the woman and the others suddenly change their attitude? Angor shook his head and decided not to think about it. He had to deal with this first before anything else. However, before he attacked the merchant, he glanced at the wise overseer. Angor tried to read the wise overseer's reaction, but the wise overseer's face was completely covered by his cloak, so he couldn't tell what the man was thinking. He could only vaguely feel that the atmosphere around him seemed to have become more solemn than before. Angor decided not to talk to the wise overseer and looked at the Grey Merchant again. Now that her was gone, Angor didn't really need to use any of his trump cards. However, he didn't really need to use them against the Grey Merchant. Besides, the Grey Merchant was still under the influence of spatial distortion. The Grey Merchant already realized that something was wrong and tried to break free, but it was already too late. Angor even used the sense of surprise that Grey Merchant learned from illusions to slightly undo the effect of spatial distortion and let the man think that he saw the truth behind the left-right switch. In the end, the Grey Merchant walked out of the arena on his own. When the wise overseer announced that the Grey Merchant lost the duel, the merchant thought that he had broken free from the illusion and was walking toward Angor. As it turned out, everything was part of Angor's plan, including his arrogance. The announcement of the end of the competition came from the mouth of the Sovereign of Wisdom. A figure quickly rushed into the arena. It was coming at Angor at full speed, carrying a strong aura of blood and evil thoughts. Without a doubt, only the woman would dare to attack Angor now. However, before the woman could reach Angor, Dorcas also rushed into the arena and stopped her with his sword. After being blocked, the evil woman had yet to come back to her senses when thin stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground. These stone pillars were like coiling snakes that intertwined with each other, biting the evil woman within. In the end, these thin stone pillars turned into a twisted black birdcage that floated in the air. The woman didn't resist at all. It wasn't that she didn't want to. She just couldn't move because of the overwhelming pressure. The pressure didn't come from the black-robed judge. It came from the floating stone slab on the other side. The evil woman, who had been locked up in the birdcage, seemed to have withered and directly collapsed in the cage. The only thing she could do now was to glare at Angor fiercely. Her gloomy eyes peeked through the gaps in her hair, like a venomous snake hiding in the grass, staring at you, cold and ruthless. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill down their spine. The woman didn't say anything, but her strong hostility was already expressed through her actions and eyes. At this time, the apprentices led by the demonic elephant also came to the arena. They didn't dare to do anything. They only stayed by the woman's side and looked at the people on the other side cautiously. In the crowd, Fenemo glared at Angor. "Give it back. What you took? Give it back." Following Fenemo's angry roar, on the other side, Huishang, who had just recovered from his defeat, also woke up. Huishang turned around and saw that the evil woman and all of her apprentices had rushed onto the arena. The apprentices were fine for now, but the woman was trapped in a giant, twisted birdcage. Hearing Fenemo's words and the person Fenemo was targeting, Huishang immediately understood what was going on. He sighed softly. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in the middle of the confrontation between the two parties. The winner takes the spoils. That's the rule agreed by the judge. Who gave you the right to take the spoils? Why chimed in? Since Fenemo was the one who called them out, it would be beneath them to let other wizards do the talking. Therefore, Why naturally became the front line of the argument. Of course, Why didn't care about that at all. He only stood up to protect his idol. Besides, life and death are unpredictable in the arena. Mr. Grey Merchant could have been killed, but he spared his life and only took the spoils. Not only are you not grateful, but you even tried to rob him? The sunlight sanctuary you used before was Mr. Grey Merchant's. He allowed you to use it because he was kind enough. Now you're turning your back on him? Also, we suggested Mr. Grey Merchant to destroy the magic array in the underground church, but Mr. Grey Merchant left it intact and gave you a warning. He was worried that you'd be trapped in a space crack if you changed the magic array. Now look at you. Not only are you not grateful, but you're also accusing Mr. Gray Merchant. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Wai didn't give the other party a chance to speak at all, opening his mouth with a series of crackling fragrances. While cursing, Wai also revealed some information. Dorcas put his hand on his forehead and sighed. Luckily, the information wasn't that important. At most, they could tell that Angor knew magic arrays and was suspected to be a light wizard. Everything else was fine. Considering the illusions he used in the arena, people might think of Angor as a possible suspect. However, the stereotype of Angor was more like a master alchemist. As for fighting power, how could a wizard who trained for less than 10 years achieve anything else after studying alchemy? How was that possible? Angor's identity shouldn't be exposed yet. And with Wai's sweet words, Fenemo couldn't find anything to refute for a while. In terms of emotions, Ymo didn't hate them at all, but he did show them kindness along the way. The most important thing was that the other party was a powerful sorcerer. As a powerful sorcerer, he didn't use his power to oppress others, but instead greeted them with respect. This was actually quite rare. In terms of logic, Ymo didn't violate any rules of the arena. Ymo also didn't take any spoils of war. He didn't do anything to his space storage either, which was a sign of restraint. Therefore, whether it was reasonable or not, the other party had done nothing wrong. This caused Fenemo, who had always liked to cause trouble, to not know how to refute. Because she could not find anything to refute, Fenemo nearly ground her teeth to pieces. Fortunately, at this moment, Huisheng woke up and came to the center of the confrontation. Huisheng naturally heard Wai's series of well-founded rebuttals. Huisheng's resentment from being tricked by the other party's illusion disappeared. Through Wai's words, it basically confirmed Bai Sheng's guess that they had no ill intentions towards the traveler's organization. In fact, he even started by expressing goodwill. Moreover, Vale was right. Whether it was Dorcas or this magus who called himself Elmi, both of them had the opportunity to kill them, but they did not do so. Compared to everything the other party had done, their side seemed to be making trouble for no reason. Thinking of this, the moment Huisheng appeared, he arrived next to Fenemo. With a light tap, Fenmo's mouth was sealed with a layer of crystal. Clearly, Huisheng was warning Fenemo, telling her not to speak carelessly. Then, Huisheng used his eyes to signal the other apprentices to shut up, while he himself came to the evil woman's side. This time, we were rude. I apologize on behalf of the evil woman. Huisheng bowed slightly to everyone. I will prepare a small apology gift for everyone. I hope everyone can forgive us for being impulsive. Dorcas and the others had a normal reaction to these words, but on Huisheng's side, Fenemo kept jumping around, wanting to say something. Moreover, the evil woman also looked at Huisheng and said in a gloomy voice, "Are you trying to hurt our feelings?" From the evil woman's point of view, they were thinking for Huisheng, but Huisheng was pressing on their heads and apologizing to the other party. Wouldn't that hurt their feelings? Huisheng looked at the evil woman locked in the distorted birdcage and said softly, Bai Sheng once said that there is more than one way to achieve a goal. Using violence to solve problems is always the worst strategy. The evil woman sneered. In the past, you sneered at Bai Sheng's words. Huisheng, I understand why I despised those words at that time. But I also believe that at that time, I definitely agreed with those words in my heart. The evil woman glanced at him coldly and did not delve into this topic. She could use Huisheng's past as an example, but Huisheng knew himself best. The evil woman, then how do you plan to solve this? After all, it's something that belongs to you, and something that you can't live without. Huisheng said indifferently, I will try to make a deal. If the deal doesn't work, then forget it. Huisheng turned his head and looked directly at the evil woman. Nothing is indispensable. I will always be me. In the past, I used the methods of the past to find a path. In the present, I might be able to open a new path. Huisheng said it in a carefree manner, but the evil woman understood that the difficulty of this was not something that outsiders could understand. The experience of narrowly escaping death created the ruthless Huisheng. And that experience was now locked in the broken lens. Without that experience, Huisheng might not have become a Huisheng at all. It seems that we have paid the wrong favor. The evil woman snorted and turned her head away, no longer looking at Huisheng. Hui Shang stared at the evil woman for 2 seconds, sighed in his heart, and turned his head away. How could he not understand the evil woman's thoughts? He also knew how difficult it was to open a new path. However, the situation was better than the person. Hui Shang's concession was indeed partly because of Hua's words, but more, it was because he saw the evil woman. Or rather, he saw the evil woman's pitch-black, twisted stone birdcage. The reason why Hui Shang stood beside the evil woman was actually because he had deliberately chosen his position. At first, he was confused. The evil woman was locked in the birdcage, and she was not injured. Why didn't she struggle? When he stood beside the evil woman, he felt the terrifying pressure. It was at least the pressure of a truth-finder. A nose embedded in a stone slab could reach the level of a truth-finder wizard. This was just an organ without any other enhancement, and it had such terrifying energy? In addition, the birdcage that imprisoned the evil woman was obviously an earth elemental ability. Combining all these details, Hui Shang had already figured out the true identity of the stone slab in front of him. The Black Earl. It was definitely the Black Earl. Other than the Black Earl, there must be a descendant of Noah. An organ accompanied by a descendant, this was the standard of the Noah clan. Who was the Black Earl? He was a super wizard like Mon Chi, standing at the top of the pyramid of the southern wizard world, just a small step forward, and the Black Earl would be able to step into the legendary forest. Such a person, even if it was just an organ, had reached the level of a truth-finder. Hui Shang asked himself, what could they use to compete with him? They had previously guessed the identity of the Black Earl, but that was only a guess. Now, there was no doubt. Even if Hui Shang did not care about Elmi's goodwill, he still had to look at the Black Earl's face. Because of this, Hui Shang understood that if he acted like the evil woman and started a conflict with the other party, he would be the only one to suffer. He had only lost a part of his memory, and there was no other loss. However, if they continued to confront each other, they might lose even more, and even their lives. Hui Shang, who had lost his memory, was gentle and elegant. Hui Shang, who had not lost his memory, was cold and heartless. However, no matter who he was, he would always choose to adapt to the situation. Therefore, Hui Shang's compromise was not a wrong payment as the evil woman said. Instead, it was a form of redemption. Hui Shang apologized politely and said that he would pay compensation. Dorcas, who was frowning, began to calm down. Even if Hui Shang did not agree, Hui Shang was still the one in charge. As long as Hui Shang's opinion could not influence Hui Shang, he would listen to Hui Shang's words. After Dorcas calmed down, the gray merchant respectfully bowed to the Black Earl. However, he didn't say anything, nor did he mention the Black Earl's name. This was actually a tactful move. Finally, Hui Shang looked at Angor. Hui Shang first congratulated Angor on his victory, then said in a self-mocking tone that he was not qualified yet and needed to work harder. After saying all kinds of compliments and praises, the gray merchant got to the point. Mr. Elmi, you must have heard my conversation with the evil woman. I wonder if I can exchange it for the fragment that you took away. Hui Shang paused and quickly added, of course, if you're interested in the fragment, I won't take it away from you. Hui Shang's attitude made the traveling merchants feel uncomfortable. Dorcas, on the other hand, was much more relaxed. When Hui Shang asked Angor directly, Dorcas and the others did not stop him. Also, they wanted to know what exactly the item was. The wise ruler clearly didn't want Angor to take it away, yet Angor insisted on going against the wise ruler's wishes. They moved aside to give Dorcas and Angor some space. Angor did not answer right away. Instead, he removed his fusion with Elmi first. Elmi was still in his gem giant form. When he removed his form, the different colored gems on his body shone brightly like rainbows. After a visible separation of energy, Elmi turned into a black shadow. He nodded at Angor and slowly sank into the ground while swaying the blue flower on his head. Then, he merged with Angor's shadow. Everyone finally saw Angor's appearance. He looked exactly the same as before the duel. Even his curly ahog was still there. The only difference was that he was holding a trophy wrapped in leather cloth. A demon from Panic Realm? It was Grey Merchant who spoke. He looked at Angor in surprise. He never saw Elmi's true form before, so he always thought that Elmi's transformation into a shadow giant or a gem giant was just a talent or ability. But when Angor separated from Elmi, he realized that Elmi was a lone existence. When he thought about Elmi's various abilities and the distinctive features of Elmi's true form, he immediately thought of a supernatural race that was far away from the wizarding world and was labeled as extremely dangerous, a demon. Angor did not say anything. Dorcas glanced at Hui Shang. "Your eyes are not good enough." He meant that Hui Shang should have known that Elmi was a demon long ago. The duel was over, and he only found out who Elmi was. However, as soon as Dorcas finished speaking, Hua Yi, who was beside him, spoke in a low voice, "You didn't recognize him before." Dorcas pretended that he did not hear anything. After all, he was being scolded by an apprentice in front of outsiders. Hui Shang heard Huai's words. He did not say anything, but he already knew who Huai was. Someone who dared to speak so rudely to a wizard must be a descendant of the Noah clan. Huai only dared to act so brazenly because he had the support of the Black Earl. Hui Shang's conclusion was correct, but his deduction was wrong. Even without the presence of the Black Earl, Huai still treated Dorcas with the same attitude. Now that they had the Black Earl and the Noah's descendant, they finally knew which family the Hidden Mirror Man was targeting. However, Hui Shang still had another question. Who was this Elmi who could control demons? Did the Noah clan have someone like that? Hui Shang quickly put his question aside. It was not because he already knew the answer, but because Angor finally mentioned the broken lens. Angor picked up the leather cloth and weighed it in his hand. "You want to make a deal with me for this?" Hui Shang nodded quickly. "Yes." Angor already took the item, and the woman was trapped in the cage. It was impossible for him to say that he did not care. The only way to get it back was to show his sincerity and respect. "Name your price, Mr. Elmi. I will do my best to fulfill your request." Hui Shang bowed respectfully. Angor did not feel anything about Hui Shang's attitude. He still did not understand why Hui Shang was interested in Adonis's broken lens. Wasn't it just a medium Adonis gave them to keep an eye on him? Before Angor could think, Dorcas came up to him and asked. Dorcas knew that he already owed Angor too much to pay back, so he wasn't afraid to keep doing so. While the others were still confused but did not dare to ask, Dorcas ran to Angor and asked with his eyes, "What's inside?" Angor glanced at Dorcas but did not answer. Instead, he opened the leather cloth right in front of Dorcas. No one knew what was inside because they did not want to use energy to see what was inside. When Angor opened the cloth and saw what was inside, they finally realized what was inside. Angor and Grey Merchant were telling the truth. Grey Merchant was right. Fragments were really fragments. Lying on Angor's hand was a broken corner of a mirror. At first glance, they did not see anything strange. No energy ripples, no glow. It was just an old broken lens. Even the surface of the mirror was a little blurry. Both Angor and Hui Shang wanted something like this? And the wise lord did not want Angor to get it. Before coming to the underground sewer, they would not have understood this at all. But after coming to the underground sewer, they looked at the broken lens and had an idea. It was very likely that the broken lens had something to do with that person. But even if it did have something to do with that person, what was so valuable about it that both Angor and Hui Shang wanted it so much? End of chapter. Just as everyone was puzzled, they suddenly heard Dorcas make a sound of surprise. "Look, doesn't this look like a human figure?" Dorcas pointed at a black mark on the broken mirror. The others only noticed the blurry surface of the mirror and didn't pay much attention to it. Now that Dorcas mentioned it, they began to pay attention to the black mark on the mirror. It did look like a human figure at first glance. And, why does it look so familiar? The one who spoke was Hua Yi. He also felt that the black marks resembled a human figure, and he felt like he had seen them somewhere before. As he spoke, Hua Yi also moved closer to Dorcas. He stretched his neck and carefully observed the mirror, almost pressing his face against it. Suddenly, the mirror reflected a bright light and blinked Hua Yi's eyes. Hua Yi subconsciously took a step back and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed that his surroundings were completely silent. Looking around, he found that everyone was staring at the mirror with a stunned expression. Hua Yi rubbed his sore eyes and walked up to the mirror to check it out. When he looked at the mirror again, Hua Yi's expression was the same as everyone else's, one of bewilderment. Why did it change color? the black shadow was still there. However, the blurry surface of the mirror had turned blood red, as if there was some kind of blood-red light flowing around it. Even Angor was surprised, let alone the others. Earlier, he was still paying attention to the shadow. But now, he couldn't help but feel puzzled by the sudden change. He tried to sense the mirror, but there was nothing wrong with it. If there was something wrong, it should be inside the mirror. But now, the mirror was changing. Did the mirror space affect the material world outside? He looked up at the wise man and tried to get an answer from him. The wise man didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Grey Merchant. Ever since Dorcas said that there was a shadow on the mirror, Grey Merchant and the others didn't say anything and just stood aside. When the mirror suddenly turned blood red, Grey Merchant and the others looked at each other and tried to communicate with each other using their eyes. Still, they didn't say anything. Now that the wise ruler's gaze was focused on Xianxia, even without any additional power, Xianxia could still feel a sense of solemnity. Xianxia understood what the sage meant. He wanted him to explain the reason behind the mirror's abnormality. Xianxia was also hesitating if he should say it. If he did, he might offend that person. And if he didn't say anything, he would offend the Noah clan. If he offended the hidden mirror man, he probably would not be able to get his memory back. However, after offending the Noah family, Xianxia felt that his entire person would be gone, let alone his memory. After weighing the pros and cons, Xianxia chose to come clean. The mirror turned red because it was contaminated with the target's pheromone. Dorcas asked, "Target information element?" Xianxia nodded and briefly explained the cause and effect of the incident. Actually, when Xianxia was halfway through his explanation, everyone roughly understood what was going on. The she that the wise ruler was referring to was definitely looking for the Grey Merchant. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fighting right now. After she found Grey Merchant, she handed the broken mirror to them and told them that once the mirror came into contact with the target's pheromone, it would turn blood red. All they needed to do was to find the target and do their best to stop or even kill the target. The mirror did not change when it came into contact with Angor's and Dorcas' pheromone. However, when Y's pheromone came into contact with the mirror, the surface of the mirror glowed red. Without a doubt, Y was the hidden mirror man's target. Or rather, one of the targets. By now, Xianxia, Angor, and the others all knew that she was looking for the Noah clan. Apart from Y, there was another Noah clan member present, the Black Earl. If Xianxia knew that Y was the target before this, he would probably try to kill him. But now that he knew that the Black Earl was nearby, he no longer wanted to do anything. At worst, he would just lose his memory. That was better than losing his life. She can locate the target through pheromone. Dorcas chuckled and patted Y's shoulder. Looks like many of your ancestors died in her hands. It was obvious that this method of locating a target relied on bloodline connections. Since it was related by blood, she must have Noah's blood in her hands. However, Dorcas' explanation was still a little biased. She might not necessarily have killed Noah's ancestors. She could have obtained Noah's blood through other means. Still, Y did not refute Dorcas' words. Judging from the fact that the woman asked Xianxia to kill Noah's descendants, it was possible that Noah's ancestors did die in her hands. Humph. We'll get rid of this mess. Y said angrily. In Vale's view, the remnant was left behind by Noah's ancestors to their descendants, which means that it belongs to the Noah clan. Even if the intelligent beings in the remnant only listened to Noah's ancestors and not his descendants, they should still respect the descendants of Noah. If they failed to do so, it would be considered a betrayal and a civil war. A civil war must be quelled. And the best way to quell it was to get rid of it once and for all. Sir, I'm sure we can do it, right? Y looked at Angor with a hopeful look. What's the point of asking him? He didn't turn the mirror red, Dorcas complained. That's not the point. Y choked. This time, he really didn't know how to refute Dorcas' words. His question was purely out of instinct. He completely forgot about Angor's identity. While Y did not know what to do, Angor suggested, we don't have to get rid of him. Maybe we can work together? Y did not refute Angor's words, but he did not really agree with the idea. They were already at daggers drawn, and Angor still wanted to work together? How? At this moment, Wai realized that even Lighthouse's words were not completely understandable. The others had the same thought. Only Huishang thought that Angor was implying that they could use peaceful means to achieve their goal. Did that mean Angor agreed to the deal? However, their understandings were all wrong. Angor was not talking about working with Adonis. He was talking about the man who spoke to him earlier. Angor did not know who he was yet, but it was very likely that he was the man in the mirror demon's emblem. His kindness was obvious. Maybe working with him could help Noah's descendants achieve their goal. Maybe it could even influence Adonis' opinion of him. Angor was really thinking from the perspective of a Noah's descendant. But there was one thing he did not understand. Why would both Adonis and the kind male voice pay attention to him? He was clearly an outsider. He should have been sitting in the audience. Why did the lights have to be aimed at him? Why did it feel like the stage was going to run under his feet? It had to be an illusion. Adonis said that she was going to kill a Noah's descendant. Besides, he might not be the only one contacted by the man. Maybe the Dark Earl received the message before him? With that in mind, he managed to put aside his doubts for now. He looked back at Huishang. He had to deal with the mirror sooner or later. Huishang's explanation was very detailed. He did not hide anything from Angor. Now, everyone understood why Huishang and the others reacted so strongly, and why Huishang valued the mirror so much. The hidden mirror man was the one responsible for everything. She sealed Huishang's most important memory inside the mirror. Huishang did not explain why the memory was so important. But judging from Huishang's reaction, it might be related to Huishang's secret, or even the secret of the traveling merchant organization. Huishang had a reason to take back the mirror, which was why Huishang tried to take it by force. The reason why the gray merchants suddenly chose to back down, achieve their goal through the transaction, and was even willing to give up. It was not hard to understand. Judging from Huishang's respectful attitude toward Dark Earl, he must have recognized the man's identity. Most people in the wizarding world knew how to adapt to circumstances, and Huishang was no exception. This lens. Angor paused to think. This caused the gray merchant's heart to be hung high, unable to calm down. Angor did not stop on purpose. He was really thinking about how to deal with the mirror. He wanted the lens for research purposes, but Huishang wanted to retrieve his sealed memories. Angor and Huishang did not have conflicting goals, so they could reach an agreement. To reach an agreement, Angor only needed to solve one problem, freeing Huishang's memory sealed inside the mirror by Adonis. As long as Angor could unseal Huishang's memory, the mirror would be useless to him. Angor could then take it away without any problems. However, the problem now was, how was he going to unseal it? Huishang was getting more and more anxious. He could not see what the red-haired, golden-eyed wizard was thinking. If the wizard did not want to make the deal, he could simply refuse. However, the wizard did not reject him directly. He seemed to want to make a deal. So why did he stay silent for so long? Was he thinking about what to trade? Or was he still considering whether he should make the deal or not? After some time, Dorcas waved a hand in front of Angor's face to see if the wizard was still thinking. Angor finally looked up. Angor seemed to have regained his senses. However, he did not continue his words. Instead, he used his spirit feelers to wrap around the broken mirror and lifted it from his palm. The floating mirror allowed everyone to see the image on it more clearly. The bloody light still hadn't disappeared, and the silhouette of the figure in the mirror became even clearer in the bloody light. From the outline of the figure, it could be seen that Huishang was not lying. The figure inside was exactly the same as him. Huishang stared at the figure in the mirror with a complicated expression. Angor's next move stunned everyone. Angor reached his hand toward the broken mirror. Normally, his hand would be blocked by the mirror. But in reality, Angor's hand went straight into the mirror without any resistance. It looked like Angor reached his hand into the mirror, but that was not the case. The broken mirror itself was not big. It was not even as big as Angor's hand. The mirror was only a medium. If one looked closely, they would see that Angor's hand already caused ripples in space before he touched the mirror. His hand did not touch the mirror directly. Instead, he reached inside the mirror. Angor's action was normal in the eyes of Dark Earl and the others. Angor already showed them how he reached his hand into the painting in the stairs of Hanging Prison. But to Hui Shang's group, it was quite shocking. After Hidden Mirror sealed Hui Shang's memories in the mirror, they tried all kinds of methods to test the mirror, but nothing happened. In their eyes, the mirror was just a broken and fragile mirror. They could easily break it if they used a little bit of strength. Therefore, after many failed attempts, they chose to admit defeat and gave up. They already knew how weak and ordinary the mirror was, which was why they were so surprised when they saw Angor doing something they could not. Angor reached his hand into the mirror. It was an abrupt move, but no one here was stupid enough to guess that Angor was trying to remove the seal based on the Grey Merchant's explanation. Hui Shang and the others quickly realized what was going on. They all forgot about their previous conflict and looked at Angor with hopeful eyes. Even the evil woman changed her gaze and stared at the hand in the mirror. From the slight movement of his arm, they could see that Angor's hand was searching inside the mirror. Of course, no one except Angor could tell if he found anything. A moment later, Angor pulled his hand back. It was empty. On the surface of the mirror, the figure remained the same. Hui Shang and the others looked a little disappointed, but they did not give up hope. If Angor could reach his hand into the mirror, it was possible for him to remove the sealed memories. Maybe he was just not close enough to touch Hui Shang's sealed memories. Or maybe Angor already touched Hui Shang's memories, and he just wanted to negotiate with Hui Shang before removing the seal. They looked at Angor with eager eyes, hoping for an explanation. But they were too embarrassed to ask. Fenemo was the only one who did not care about her position and the situation. As for Fenemo, she was silenced by Hui Shang. Just as they were thinking about whether or not they should secretly release Fenmo's restraints and let her stir up the atmosphere, someone spoke up first and asked what they were thinking. Is there anything good in the mirror? From the way he asked the question, it was obvious that it was Dorcas. I don't know. I didn't touch anything. Angor shrugged. Angor's words made the eyes of Grey Merchant's people dim. Dorcas, on the other hand, was still in disbelief. Really? Nothing? You didn't even touch the mirror's shadow? Dorcas's questioning caused the Grey Merchant's gloomy eyes to be filled with anticipation once more. Unfortunately, every time Dorcas spoke up, the fire of hope would be extinguished by Angor's merciless words. If I said I didn't touch anything, then I must have taken Grey Merchant's shadow with me. Seeing Dorcas still doubting him, Angor narrowed his eyes and spoke in an encouraging tone. How about I send you inside and you go see if there's anything good? Me? Can you really send me inside? I haven't tried, but I can try. Dorcas was surprised. He actually considered the possibility. But the more he thought about it, the deeper his frown became. In the end, Dorcas' face began to turn pale, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. At this moment, the Black Earl suddenly snorted at Dorcas. To an outsider, it didn't sound like much, but to Dorcas, it was as if spring thunder had struck the ground. The rumbling sound reached the clouds, and Dorcas was abruptly pulled back from his thoughts. Dorcas was still pale when he came back to his senses. He was gasping for air as if he could not breathe properly. Everyone was puzzled by Dorcas' strange behavior, especially Angor, who had a puzzled look. He did not do anything. All he did was say something. How did Dorcas become like this? He then looked at Count Black and tried to get an answer from him. Mental block, the Black Earl gave a simple answer. Mental block? Angor repeated the word again, but he felt it was a strange word. He had heard of the term inner demons before. It was a sudden mental illness, which could be understood as sudden demonization. There were many ways to forcefully drag a normal person into the state of inner demons. But Angor had never heard of inner demons before. It wasn't just Angor who had never heard of such a thing. So did everyone else. The Black Earl remained silent for a moment and gave a simple explanation. To put it simply, you're overthinking. Thinking too much? While Angor was still trying to figure out the meaning behind the word, Dorcas finally came back to his senses. The first thing he did when he regained his senses was to release a long sigh of relief. He showed a grateful look to Count Black, then he turned to Angor and yelled, "You almost killed me." Dorcas continued to complain, "I was wondering why you suddenly told me to go into the mirror. You're actually trying to incite me." Next, Dorcas began to pour out his grievances. His words were a little jumbled up and vague. Grey Merchant's group didn't quite understand what Dorcas was talking about. Angor's group, on the other hand, had a general idea of what Dorcas was talking about through their spirit bond. It had to be said that the Dark Earl's conclusion was very accurate. Dorcas was simply overthinking things. Dorcas' inspiration would have needed some time to recover, but with the help of the Sunlight Sanctuary, not only had it recovered, but it had also reached its peak. Because he had recovered too quickly, he didn't have time to gradually adapt. This caused Dorcas to still use the same methods and habits as before when he used his inspiration talent. When he heard Angor's words, he subconsciously wondered if there was any danger involved. If there was danger, how should he avoid it? If he could avoid the danger, how should he maximize his benefits? If he couldn't avoid the danger, but it wasn't fatal, how should he get the benefits? How much should he gain to make it worth the price? All these questions appeared in Dorcas' mind at the same time. Some of these questions sounded ridiculous, but they were just Dorcas's usual way of thinking. Before, Dorcas had inspiration, which was a passive ability. It only gave him a vague general direction, and he could solve most of these problems in a second. But now, even though inspiration was still a passive talent, after it had been upgraded, it was no longer a vague general direction. Instead, it had become more detailed, more comprehensive, and combined with more information, allowing Dorcas to obtain more accurate and detailed information. However, this ability consumed a lot of energy. What it consumed was brain power, comprehensive insight, and powerful computing power. One question was enough to make Dorcas dizzy. Now that so many questions were popping up in his mind, his brain was about to explode. The upgrade of inspiration and the fact that he boarded a new ship with an old ticket and set sail without getting used to it led to Dorcas's tragedy. Luckily, the Dark Earl noticed Dorcas's condition and woke him up. Otherwise, Dorcas would have ended up seeing stars, smoke coming out of his ears, and a mosquito coil flickering in his eyes before he collapsed on the ground. He wouldn't die, but he would have to rest for at least half a year before he could use his talent again. After hearing about Dorcas' story, he really wanted to express his sympathy, but he couldn't help showing a grin on his face, which betrayed his true feelings. Now he understood why Dorcas's mind was always so erratic. It was because Dorcas's talent ability allowed him to think in such a crazy way that people couldn't understand what he was doing most of the time. Now that inspiration had been upgraded, Dorcas's erratic mind was temporarily restrained. But it shouldn't last long. Considering Dorcas's brain speed, it should only take him 10 days to half a month to get used to the new talent. It wouldn't last long, but it was good enough to prevent Dorcas from thinking about random things while he was in the underground sewer. Just now, even though I was trapped in that heart obstruction, I was still able to sense some things. If you successfully instigated me into the mirror, I probably won't be able to get out. Dorcas described the fear he felt. Everything was blank. Everything in front of my eyes and my mind was blank. Like there was nothing. Or maybe there shouldn't be anything. I don't even know if I'm dead or gone. But I'm sure my consciousness is being destroyed, and my soul is being torn apart. In the end, even if I don't die, I won't be myself anymore. This was the main reason why Dorcas was so angry at Angor. The mirror world was so terrifying, and Angor actually instigated him to go inside. Angor rubbed his chin. So the world inside the mirror is dangerous? Dorcas said unhappily, of course it's dangerous. Don't tell me you don't know. Angor spread his hands with an innocent look. I really don't know. I never went inside. You never went inside? How can you put your hand inside? Who are you trying to fool? Dorcas was still angry. Angor said, I don't think it's a big deal. But if you insist that I went inside on purpose, I'll allow you to use word of truth. I really didn't go inside. Angor was being very honest. He even opened up his mind and allowed Dorcas to pry into his mind. When Dorcas saw this, although he kept muttering to himself, he had already believed him. Angor continued, as for how I can put my hand inside. I learned a similar spell from a senior. Angor didn't mention who this senior was, but Dorcas immediately thought of a name. The most famous senior in Brute Cavern wasn't a wizard. It was the Elder of Books, who seemed to be an encyclopedia of everything. There were two others who were as famous as the Elder of Books in Brute Cavern, Tree Spirit and Lady Mirror. The senior Angor was talking about, and the one who knew such a strange spell had to be Lady Mirror. Thinking about it this way, the logic was self-consistent. Angor continued, besides, I didn't instigate you. I just asked you to go ahead first, and I'll follow you later. Since I'm sure it's dangerous, I'll give up. Dorcas rolled his eyes countless times in his mind. That doesn't sound nice at all. After saying that, Dorcas crossed his arms and sulked on the side. He also preached to Y through the spirit bond, telling him about Angor's dark history and persuading him to change his target of worship. Angor also heard the slander, but he didn't say anything since Dorcas's face was still pale. Anyway, Dorcas still owed him a big favor. One day, good karma would come to him. As soon as they finished talking, Grey Merchant walked up to them. Mr. Elmy, you can send people into the mirror? If so, can you send me in? Needless to say, Huishang's intention was to enter the mirror world and retrieve his sealed memories. You heard what Red Sword said. Once you enter, there's a high chance you won't be able to get out. Grey Merchant couldn't wait to express his fearlessness, but Angor cut him off. I know you want to say that you're willing to try even if it's dangerous. I won't deny that. But what if you're going to die? Will you still choose to go in? If you're going to die, will you still go in? Grey Merchant didn't answer this question. Even though Huishang did not say anything, the answer was obvious. Compared to the death notice, what was a sealed memory? After a while, Grey Merchant spoke again. Mr. Elmy, are you willing to make a deal with me? Grey Merchant didn't want to die, but he didn't want to give up either. About the deal. Are you sure you can find a way to retrieve your memories if you take back the fragment? Grey Merchant didn't respond to Angor's question again. Again, he remained silent. Not only Grey Merchant, but also the woman and the other apprentices of the traveling merchant organization had strange looks on their faces. They already considered this question. The hidden mirror being only gave them a task, which they would release Grey Merchant's memories after completing it. However, there was no contract, nor was there any binding force that could guarantee that the hidden mirror being would keep his word. It wasn't that they didn't want to sign the contract, but the hidden mirror being was too powerful and had no way to resist. They had no choice but to accept the condition. They didn't want to talk about this topic because they didn't want to think about the worst-case scenario. They could only pray that the hidden mirror being was trustworthy. After all, the hidden mirror being was a powerful senior. He shouldn't lie to juniors like them, right? Besides, the sealed memories were only useful to Grey Merchant. Even if someone else obtained them, they would only get depressed instead of benefiting from it. So, the hidden mirror being would pay it back, right? It should be, right? Holding on to this illusory but rootless hope, they had reached this point. Now, Angor's words tore open the veil of illusion, forcing the Grey Merchants group to face up to the possibility of what was about to happen. Seeing the strange atmosphere, Angor knew that Grey Merchants' group didn't have a backup plan. They were putting all their eggs in one basket and leaving their fate in the hands of Adonis's word. But would Adonis keep her word? Angor didn't think so. Adonis was observing Angor through the mirror, so Grey Merchant's memory must be there as well. However, she did not show Grey Merchant's memory to Angor until she left. Also, the male voice told Angor that he could take the fragment, but he couldn't enter the mirror. It was clear that Adonis wouldn't return to the mirror fragment. If that was the case, how could Angor remove the seal on Grey Merchant's memories? Should Grey Merchant go to the ruin himself and find her, Angor believed that Adonis would help him break the seal, which was probably a shattered dream. I can't be sure. I can remove the seal on the fragment. But if I can't get it, I can't remove the seal either. Grey Merchant's voice was loud at first, but it soon became lower and lower. He was almost mumbling to himself. Besides, even if she doesn't keep her promise, I can always find someone else. Someone else? That's one way, Angor said. But who can you find? Grey Merchant didn't say anything. The woman who was still trapped in the birdcage spoke up. I don't care who I find, there's always a chance. But there's no chance at all if it stays with you. Fenemo, who was silenced, also jumped out and nodded with a I agree expression. Angor didn't say anything. Dorcas, who was a professional, spoke up. Maybe you'll have no chance if you go outside and find someone else. In other words, Angor might have a better chance of keeping the fragment. Dorcas' words didn't cause much of an uproar. Neither side took it seriously. On the other hand, the wise overseer showed a thoughtful look under his hood. I can tell you clearly that we don't have the same request for the fragment. You only want the memory, and I want the fragment. In a way, we can both get what we want. Grey Merchant sighed. But I can't get the memory without the fragment. Angor considered for a moment. I know. But after thinking about it, I think there's a way to get your memory. End of chapter. Maybe it was because he had been experiencing too many ups and downs, but he was now numb to it. Even when Angor told him that there was a way to retrieve his sealed memories, Grey Merchant didn't show much excitement. He thought it was just another empty promise. Even Dorcas didn't believe Angor's words. Didn't you say it's empty? What, now you're saying you have a solution? I do have a way. But whether it works or not is another matter. Dorcas didn't know what to say. He did have some ideas, but as he said, they were still in his mind and had not been put into practice yet. He could not tell whether the result would be good or bad. Angor continued, there are two methods I'm talking about. The first is to wait. Waiting was actually asking for help. Angor wanted the lens for research purposes. He had Mirror's Wrath, which allowed him to know a thing or two about the mirror dimension. He might be able to crack Adonis's sealed memories after studying it. But asking for help had a downside, it required time to do research. Therefore, if they wanted to use this method, the Grey Merchant would have to wait. As for how long? Angor wasn't sure. Waiting for a while is waiting. Waiting until death is also waiting. What's the difference between this method and bullshit? Besides, if you wait until the end, it'll be a waste of time, Dorcas complained. Because of Dorcas' complaint, Grey Merchant's group began to have a better impression of Dorcas. They used to look down on egoists like Dorcas. But now, they were in a different time and space, so their opinions had changed. Besides, Dorcas' complaint also helped Grey Merchant answer his question. If Grey Merchant was the one to answer, he would probably be too tactful to be understood. Dorcas' complaint was sharp and direct. It went straight to the heart of the matter, which was much better than Grey Merchant's answer. Angor wasn't annoyed by Dorcas' complaint. Instead, he nodded and admitted, you're right. Waiting does have a lot of drawbacks. Dorcas felt strange after hearing Angor's words. He began to wonder if he was being too harsh. Actually, this method isn't impossible. After all, if we really use research methods to find a way to crack it, then we'll be able to do it. Right now, you're probably the only one who can see hope. Dorcas added after a moment of thought. So far, Angor was the only one who could look into the mirror, which meant he had the highest chance of success. Regardless of success or failure, waiting is the last resort. Let's put that aside for now and talk about the most immediate solution. The second method is to ask for help. Since he couldn't ask for help from himself, he naturally had to ask for help from others. In his mind, there were two ways to ask for help. One was to go to the big bosses in the dream wasteland, while the other was to ask the friendly man in the void. If Angor was not mistaken, the man hiding in the void was the male half of the mirror demon's emblem. Since the woman on the demonic god's emblem, Adonis, had the ability to seal people's memories, then the other him on the emblem might have a similar ability. Even if he didn't, he should know how to remove the seal. Angor already had an idea, but he didn't say it out loud. Going to the dream wasteland or looking for the man in the void was a secret, so he couldn't say it out loud right now. Therefore, his words stopped at the word begging. Then he began to think about how to express his request. However, his silence was taken as a hint by the others, who began to fill in the gaps in their minds. Ask for help? Who? The only one who could solve this problem was Hidden Mirror Man. Of course, it wasn't Hidden Mirror Man. If Hidden Mirror Man asked for help, Angor could just give the mirror to Grey Merchant. Who else could it be other than Hidden Mirror Man, Rain? Angor's backer? Although the analogy was a little wrong, the Black Earl and Rhine were existences of the same level after all. Their knowledge and experience shouldn't be too far apart. Even the Black Earl didn't have a solution, so how could Rhine have one? What about Lady Mirror or the Elder of Books? According to rumors, Lady Mirror hadn't shown up for a while. She didn't even attend the tea party, so Angor might not be able to meet her. As for the Elder of Books, even Brute Cavern couldn't meet him. How could Angor meet him? Besides, even if Angor did meet the Elder of Books, it wouldn't be the best solution he could think of. Angor couldn't go to the Elder of Books through a plain passageway, and then come back. Angor might not care about such a luxurious method, but Grey Merchant might not. After all, Grey Merchant needed Angor's help, and he couldn't possibly ask Angor to pay for the materials. Grey Merchant, on the other hand, wouldn't be in a hurry. If Grey Merchant knew that Angor was going to find the Elder of Books, he would wait for Angor to come out instead of using a plain passageway. Of course, it would be a different story if they knew that Angor had a teleportation array disk that could teleport him back to Brute Cavern. Since Angor didn't ask for help, and he clearly said that it was the best solution they could think of, everyone pondered over Angor's words and found an answer. They slowly looked up and saw the wise ruler floating in the air, who hadn't said anything for a long time. Did Angor mean to ask the wise ruler for help? Now that they thought about it, they had forgotten about the wise ruler. Now that they thought about it carefully, they realized that the wise ruler was related to the hidden mirror monster. Besides, the wise ruler had lived in the underground waterway for 10,000 years, and he must have seen what the hidden mirror monster could do. Besides, Phantom Slave and the Cyclops all had an unbreakable connection with the wise ruler, and they could freely enter and exit the mirror. They were all subordinates of the wise ruler. They might be rebellious, but the wise ruler must know more about the mirror world than anyone else. Perhaps the wise ruler was the only solution they could think of right now. Even the wise overseer took Angor's words as a request for help. When everyone looked at him, the wise ruler sighed in his mind. There is a way to remove the seal, but you need to fulfill 2 conditions. Everyone's eyes lit up. Angor was right. The wise ruler did have a solution. Angor, on the other hand, was surprised. The wise ruler had a solution? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did I have to think so much about it? But when he saw Wise admiring look, as well as everyone else's I knew it look, Angor realized something. When he said he needed help, he was asking the wise ruler for help. Angor accepted the explanation and looked at the wise ruler with a wise look. The wise ruler didn't think too much about Angor's strange look. With a wave of his hand, Angor felt something pulling the fragment away. He hesitated for a moment and let the gravity pull the fragment away. The fragment slowly floated into the air, landing in the Sovereign of Wisdom's palm. The wise ruler looked at the broken mirror and saw that the redness on it had faded away, leaving only a blurry mirror surface and a vague figure. The wise ruler sighed again. He told Angor not to take the fragment, but the boy still did it. The wise ruler didn't mind if Angor wanted to meddle with Grey Merchant's memories because Angor was the only one who could do it. However, the wise ruler didn't want Angor to enter the mirror world because of this. Besides, the wise ruler had an agreement with the goddess that he wouldn't stop anyone from entering the mirror world. The wise ruler agreed to it to make things easier for Netherworld Slave. But now, he couldn't tell Sunders what he wanted. Fortunately, Dorcas' talent of intuition was triggered, which alerted Angor about the danger inside the mirror world. Otherwise, Angor wouldn't have known what would happen to him. The wise ruler reached out a finger and ran it across the mirror. It was as if he was wiping the dust off the surface of the mirror. After a long while, the wise sovereign shifted his gaze away from the lens and lowered his head to look at the crowd. May I know which 2 conditions I have to fulfill, Lord Judge? Grey Merchant bowed to the wise ruler and asked. Delivery from the inside and receiving from the outside, the wise ruler replied. There were indeed 2 conditions, and they were very straightforward to understand. However, when Hui Shang heard these 2 conditions, he frowned. You mean someone has to enter the mirror, Lord Judge? Grey Merchant asked. The wise ruler shook his head. Not necessarily. The hardest condition isn't delivery from the inside. It's receiving from the outside. Grey Merchant and the others were puzzled. As far as they knew, delivery from the inside meant delivery from the inside, while receiving from the outside meant receiving from the outside. Obviously, delivery from the inside was harder. But why did the judge say that receiving from the outside was harder? The wise sovereign. That's because there are actually quite a few creatures that can roam the mirror world. However, there are very few people who can directly touch the world inside the mirror from outside the mirror with their physical body as a medium. Among all of you, he's the only one who can do it. The wise overseer tossed the shard into Angor's hand, which drew a bright arc in the air and landed precisely on his palm. The wise ruler was not only returning the fragment to Angor, but also telling Grey Merchant that Angor was the only one who could receive from the outside. Grey Merchant understood. The so-called receiving from the outside didn't mean what he expected at all. He just had to wait outside for someone to deliver the fragment to him. Instead, someone had to use their body as a medium to reach into the mirror and receive the sealed memory from the creature inside. On the other hand, the magus who called himself Elmi had put his hand into the mirror in front of everyone. No wonder the judge said he was the only one who could do it. When he thought about it this way, what the Lord Referee said about it being more difficult to receive outside help was not without reason. However, the problem now was that Elmi seemed to have the intention to strike a deal with him. In other words, it seemed like there was a chance for them to accept the deal from the outside. On the other hand, they still didn't know how to satisfy the Lord Judge's request for them to accept the deal from the inside. Before Grey Merchant could ask the judge, Elmi's voice came from the other side of the mirror. If these are the only two conditions, I think I know what to do. Grey Merchant looked at Angor in surprise. He didn't know how to do it before. If you only need someone who can travel inside the mirror world, I can find one. As a matter of fact, Angor already thought of the name Mirror's Grudge when he heard the wise ruler's explanation. If Mirror's Grudge could touch the fragment, it might actually be able to enter the mirror world without any problems. However, Mirror's Grudge was not easy to control. Besides, Angor didn't want to keep it forever, considering what Mirror's Grudge had done. Once Angor finished studying the mirror space, he would send it to the afterlife. For this reason, Angor didn't say anything even though he already had an idea. He only spoke now because the wise ruler asked him to. Angor didn't know why the wise ruler took the broken fragment away. When the wise ruler returned it to him, Angor was surprised to see that the wise ruler left some information on it. Angor learned that the wise man used a special method to contact the Cyclops family after obtaining the mirror. The wise ruler meant that he could help Angor solve the memory transfer condition. He would ask any one of Slaveview's children to hand over the sealed memories from within. However, they had to wait until they got past Hidden Slave's blockade. It wasn't the wise ruler's decision. It was One-Eye DeBayo's idea. Although One-Eye DeBayo didn't explain it to the wise ruler, Angor could guess what the wise ruler was thinking. The wise sovereign had said before that although the three treasures of the One-Eyed clan were more biased towards him than Adonis, if one were to compare him with Underworld Slave, there was no doubt that he would be biased towards Underworld Slave. After all, Hidden Slave was their mother. One-Eye DeBayo would only help them after they got past Hidden Slave's blockade. This was also a warning. If they were to injure or even kill Hidden Slave while dealing with Hidden Slave, then there was no need for them to help. The only way to get help from the Cyclops family was to avoid harming Hidden Slave when they got past Hidden Slave's blockade. This was the first piece of information the wise sovereign had left behind on the fragment. The second message was what Angor told Grey Merchant earlier. The wise ruler didn't want to expose himself, so even if Grey Merchant's memory was sent out, it would be done by Angor. At least on the surface, it had nothing to do with the wise ruler. This was all of the information the wise sovereign had left behind on the fragment. The general contents were explained, but the wise sovereign didn't say why he was willing to help. Also, did he need anything in return for what he had done? Angor didn't think too much about it. If the wise ruler really wanted something in return, Angor would simply pass it on to Grey Merchant. Besides, this wasn't something he should consider right now. Huishang's face lit up. Really? Mr. Elmi, do you really have a way? Angor nodded. Grey Merchant said, if Mr. Elmi can really hand over my memories, all the conditions I mentioned before will be effective. Also, I will personally swear that I will owe you a favor. If you have any requests, wait until the duel is over, the wise god interjected. You can discuss them yourselves after the duel is over. Now, you have 5 minutes to prepare yourselves for the upcoming duel. The wizard duel was over. The next duel would be between apprentices. Grey Merchant opened his mouth. He wanted to say that if Elmi could give him his memories, the duel could be cancelled. But in the end, Grey Merchant did not say anything. The duel was not only about his memories, but also about whether they could continue exploring the underground waterway. Gray Merchant and the woman might not be able to continue, but if the apprentices won the duel, they would at least have a chance to go deeper. Besides, it might be their only chance to explore the underground waterway. Along the way, they encountered the powerful hidden mirror beings, the black-robed judge, and the clone of the Dark Earl. If everything went well, the Garden of Labyrinth would become a mess in the future. Goman Kingdom was already on the brink of chaos, and now, a group of hidden experts had appeared in the underground sewers. It could be said that one wave had not yet subsided, and another had risen. Gray Merchant did not know what would happen in the future. But he was sure that the Belos family would not dare to think about the Garden of Labyrinth anymore. Their so-called traveling merchant organization had probably come to an end. But he would worry about the future later. He was still Gray Merchant, one of the 3 merchants in charge of clearing out monsters in the underground waterway and searching for secrets. As long as he was still in power, he would be responsible for it. More than half of Gray Merchant's life was related to the underground waterway. His most important memories were also recorded in the underground waterway. Gray Merchant wanted to explore the unknown secrets of the underground waterway more than anyone else. He did not want to give up the chance. Even if he lost the chance to explore, his apprentices still had a chance. Thinking of this, Xianxia swallowed back the words "we don't have to duel" that were in his throat. Hui Merchant gave Angor and the others an apologetic look, indicating that he still wanted to fight. Angor and the others did not mind. A duel had a beginning and an end, which sounded better than a midway breakdown. Moreover, they also had a supporter who wanted to continue the duel, the Black Earl. As for the reason, it was obvious from Yi's rolling eyes. After the 2 sides reached a consensus, they entered the preparation stage. However, in the so-called preparation stage, neither side had actually made any preparations. The only thing the Black Earl did was to remove the birdcage and release the evil woman. As for Xianxia's side, because Fanemo had been silenced, no one spoke. The group of acolytes only looked at each other and seemed to have come up with a strategy. It could be seen that they often worked together and had a very high degree of tacit understanding. Time slowly passed. During this process, Yi looked at the Dark Earl from time to time. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he was disheartened. Yi really didn't want to fight. Even if he wanted to fight, he hoped to receive support. For example, support from Mr. Superdimensional. However, his master did not seem to want him to use any tricks, which made Yi feel very uncomfortable. Finally, the time given by the wise ruler for both sides to prepare was up. Go, at least your master won't leave you in the lurch. Moreover, it's time for you to fight. The last time I saw you fight was, a few decades ago? Dorcas patted Yi's shoulder. His words were comforting, but his expression was one of schadenfreude. Yi waved Dorcas' hand away and coldly snorted, "Don't be so happy. Don't forget, you were defeated by me at that time. I still have proof of your loss here. Do you want me to release it for everyone to see?" Dorcas' eyes suddenly widened. "At that time, you used the shadow recording stone?" Yi snorted twice. "A memorable scene naturally needs to be preserved for a long time. I'll take it out from time to reminisce." Dorcas pointed at Yi, his hand trembling and his cheeks flushing red. However, in the end, Dorcas didn't say anything and swallowed his anger. Dorcas' reaction made everyone curious about the shadow recording stone in Yi's hands. It seemed that Yi had something on Dorcas. Although Yi had the upper hand in his conversation with Dorcas, this didn't give him much comfort. He still had to go on stage. Yi sighed and slowly walked onto the stage. It was a short journey, but the atmosphere was miserable. It was as if he was walking the final path of life and death before the guillotine. When Yi went on stage, not only did the atmosphere become lively, he also surprised the Grey Merchants group. The Grey Merchants group had already prepared to go on stage first. After all, no matter what, they had 4 apprentices on their side, while the other side only had 2. If they still insisted on going on stage after gaining such a huge advantage, it would be very tactless of them. Thus, they were only waiting for the wise ruler to make an announcement before taking the initiative to go on stage. However, they didn't expect that the other side would go on stage before the wise ruler even made an announcement. Although they didn't know the name of the other apprentice, they could tell from the red mirror that it was a descendant of Noah. "It's your turn." The wise ruler glanced at the dejected Yi, then looked at the gray merchant's side. The gray merchant and the evil woman looked at each other, tacitly not saying anything. Yi had already gone on stage. With their eyesight, they could naturally see Yi's strengths and weaknesses. If they were to guide him, it would be equivalent to taking advantage of him. Thus, it was better for the 4 apprentices to decide who would go up and who would go down. As for the apprentices, they had already decided to let the magic elephant go up first. That was because the magic elephant would have the advantage no matter who it went up against. But now, it was the descendant of Noah that they were most concerned about. They needed to make other arrangements. Noah's descendant dared to go on stage first. Even if he acted as if he was unwilling to fight, having such courage meant that he was definitely not weak. He had a large family backing him, so he definitely had powerful offensive items on him. He should also have a lot of alchemy potions. And these were not prohibited in a duel. Thus, letting the magic elephant go up first was very likely to be at a disadvantage. The 4 apprentices looked at each other. In the end, they set their gazes on the one with the least presents. The first match of the apprentice duel was between Yi and Ghost. Previously, when the wise ruler had introduced the gray merchant and his group, he had only emphasized the evil woman and gray merchant. As for the 4 apprentices, he had only mentioned their general attributes and had not said much. The main thing was that the apprentices were not worth paying attention to. Ghost actually did not need the wise ruler to say much. From his nickname, it was obvious that he was a shadow apprentice. It was not surprising that the other side would send out a shadow apprentice. They had 2 apprentices on their side, Kale and Yi. Kale's temperament was that of an academic, and the academic's fighting strength had always been looked down upon by the practical faction. Thus, Kale was definitely the one that was overlooked. As for Yi, his red mirror had already proved that he was a descendant of Noah. The other side would definitely pay attention to him. Under such circumstances, it was actually a better choice to send out the shadow element, who had strong survivability and had a more scout-based combat style. With the shadow apprentice's abilities, he could definitely fight a long battle. The longer the battle, the more the opponent's abilities would be exposed. Even if Ghost lost in the end, he would still be able to figure out most of Yi's abilities, which would allow the other contestants to target him. To avoid such a situation, Angor had to seize the opportunity to kill Ghost as quickly as possible. On second thought, Whale was an earth manipulator apprentice, which was one of the rare elements that excelled at resisting physical attacks. Shadow apprentices, on the other hand, were more inclined toward energy transformations. Yi would not have a good time fighting Ghost. This was probably Ghost's plan. Ho ho ho. You're being targeted. Dorcas laughed arrogantly, which made Yi glare at him from the stage. At this moment, Kal-El muttered from within the spirit bond, "Perhaps I should go first." Space manipulators were considered strong among occultists. They could both deal with the physical world and disturb energy realms. There was basically no such thing as a counter to them. This was why most wizards would choose space manipulators when they wanted to learn a different element. If Kale's opponent was Ghost, Ghost would not dare to fight a long battle. He would have to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, Kale would only need to create cracks in the surrounding space to reduce Ghost's movement space. If he directly opened a crack on Spirit Shadow's body, then Spirit Shadow could only immediately admit defeat if he wanted to live. Kale could not afford to drag this out. The longer the battle dragged on, the smaller his advantage would be. This was also the reason why Kale sighed at this moment. Your opponent might not send Ghost even if you go first. Maybe you'll face Demon Elephant instead, Dorcas said. Demon Elephant was a bloodline apprentice. Judging from the purity of his blood aura, he would probably become a bloodline manipulator like Hui Shang. The bloodline mastery could be used to stretch out the battle line, and it could also be used to achieve the effect of ending the battle quickly. Kale was an academician, so he would not stand a chance against a bloodline manipulator like Demon Elephant unless he had some tricks up his sleeves. Kale thought about it for a moment and felt that Dorcas was right, but, well, there's no need to let Yi go first. If they go up first, we can decide if I should go up first or if Yi should deal with them. Well, Dorcas said. Dorcas paused and glanced at the Dark Earl. It was the Dark Earl's decision whether Yi should go first or not, so he should be the one to answer Kale's question. However, the Dark Earl did not seem to want to say anything. Dorcas thought for a moment and said, "You're not going to ask your opponent to cooperate with you when you're exploring a ruin, are you going to ask them to cooperate with you? Besides, even if it's not a sudden battle, you can't predict who your opponent will be in the Sky Tower. You won't be able to predict whether you'll be able to counter them or be countered by them." "Cal, that's true, but," Maddox made a shushing motion and said, "No buts. Think about Yi's identity." Dorcas lowered his voice even though it was meaningless in the spirit bond. "His opponent is a minion from the Belos family, while Yi is a descendant of the Noah family. They're both wizard families, so winning is not the only thing that matters. He shouldn't choose the easy difficulty." Of course, that was just Dorcas's guess. Still, he was not speaking without thinking. He and Yi had gone on adventures together, and Yi had complained more than once that sometimes, family background was not a plus. Instead, it was a burden. In the end, sorcerer families and sorcerer organizations were different. Families were bound together for good or ill. That was why they valued reputation more. Even a top family like the Noah family would find it hard to get rid of this principle. It did not mean that organizations did not care about reputation. It was just that there were many factions in a wizard organization, and that often led to conflicts due to the uneven distribution of resources. Sometimes, the predicament of public opinion in the outside world was caused by the other factions in the organization. Their own people were attacking each other, and the issue of reputation naturally became a marginal issue. It was not that it was not important, but it was not as important as one might think. Based on this, Dorcas made this guess. Since the Black Earl did not deny it, Dorcas was not wrong. Maybe it was not the most correct answer. Maybe the Black Earl just wanted to train Yi's ability to deal with crises. Still, it was probably because of the family's burden. Kale was confused. He did not know there was such a thing between wizard families, but Angor understood. What Dorcas said made sense. Dorcas was right to bring the wizard family into the traditional relationship between nobles. While they were whispering to each other, the battle on the arena had already begun. As expected, the phantom shadow sent out by the enemy only showed his face at first, which showed that he was a man wearing a pitch-black mask. Then, just like Elmi, the phantom shadow crawled into the shadow on the ground. However, the phantom shadow was only an apprentice. He was not as strong as Elmi. Elmi would crawl into a shadow whenever there was a shadow, and when there was no shadow, he would turn into a shadow giant and fight head-on. The phantom shadow, on the other hand, was different. He could only use his shadow. The stage was bright, and there were no buildings nearby that could show shadows. The only one with a shadow was Yi. There was no way the phantom shadow would go into Yi's shadow right from the start. That would be suicide. Therefore, in order to create a shadow on the ground, the phantom shadow created a cloud of mist above the stage before disappearing. The mist would protect him from the shadows. Unlike Angor's illusions, this was a common trick used by shadow manipulators, which was also known as mist. Although there was a common name, most of the shadow element acolytes, or rather, all of the magi who had used disorienting fog spells, had different sources of fog spells. Some were concocted with special consumables, some were energy fogs created by multiple spells, and some were illusions created by light and shadow. Of course, there were also alchemy tools. This was because every fog originated from a different source. Therefore, if you want to decipher the fog, you must have a lot of knowledge, and you must have a lot of experience. If Yi wanted to defeat the phantom shadow, his first task was to break the mist and make it impossible for the enemy to hide. Looking at the white fog above the stage, Yi's mind started to work quickly. While V was trying to break through the fog, the wizards at the edge of the arena were also staring at the fog that filled the air above the arena. "That's an interesting fog spell," Angor commented after observing for a while. "Another one who doesn't do his job properly. How did the traveling merchant organization manage to train so many apprentices?" Dorcas shook his head and sighed. Kale was completely dumbfounded by Angor and Dorcas' comments. Kale knew that mist was only a general term, and that it depended on the apprentice's own performance. However, Kale had no idea how the mist worked since he was too far away to use his spirit power. He could only guess from Angor and Dorcas' comments. But the more he listened, the more confused he became. What's wrong with this mist? Kale couldn't help but ask. Nothing. It's just special, Dorcas said. Just like that shepherd over there. He's special, and he doesn't do his job properly. Kale was still puzzled by Dorcas' explanation. What did it have to do with the shepherd again? Angor explained, this mist spell has nothing to do with mist. It's made by a special kind of mycelium. Mycelium? Kale was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed, plankton? Dorcas scoffed. You think an apprentice can create a floating bacterial barrier in such a short time? Besides, the plankton bacteria barrier requires a very harsh environment. None of the indicators here can be met. The plankton was once the most widespread fungal disaster in the southern region, causing the greatest number of casualties among supernatural life forms. Floating bacterial barriers were dense intertwining mycelium that created a mist-like environment. If someone accidentally stepped inside, the mycelium would invade his or her body and become a breeding ground for the fungus. Even official magi could die if they were not careful. Hence, for acolytes, the floating bacterial barrier was extremely terrifying. As for why they used to be the most widespread and deadly fungal disaster in the southern wizarding region? Ever since the dome appeared in the Evernight Kingdom, the dome disaster replaced floating bacterial barriers as the most serious fungal disaster. Currently, there was a belief among wizards in the southern wizarding region that the light spots that escaped from the dome, which could be controlled by wizards, were actually some kind of special fungus cultivated by humans. Therefore, it was also classified as a fungal disaster. Of course, this wasn't the mainstream opinion, but the gossip magazines had spread this opinion without restraint. In the end, the dome disaster of Evernight Kingdom was still hijacked by public opinion and replaced by the floating bacteria as the most terrifying fungal disaster at present. It's not a floating fungus, but it's still a fungus, right? Once the bacterial barrier spread, it could almost swallow up some small countries. On the other hand, the bacterial barrier on the stage looked like clouds and mist, but it could only cover 100 meters. It couldn't be compared to the floating bacterial barrier at all. However, it was a bacterium after all, and it had the characteristics of a bacterium: invasion, spread, and division. Invasion and spread were the literal meaning, and there was no need to explain. As for division and multiplication, this was very special. It was like an earthworm. Most earthworms were cut in the middle and could be divided into two individuals instead of dying directly. Similarly, once the mycelium in the bacterial barrier was cut off, it would not lose its vitality. Instead, it would split more and more. There was definitely a limit to this kind of proliferation, but when the number reached a certain level, even if there was a limit, there was no way to eliminate the bacterial barrier by cutting off the mycelium. There weren't many bacterial barriers on the stage, so Wai could find a way to cut them off. However, if Wai did it alone, it would take him a long time. Wai couldn't spend that much time cutting off the mycelium, not to mention there was still a ghost shadow waiting for him. Is there any other way to get rid of the mist apart from cutting off the mycelium? Kale asked. If Wai couldn't get rid of the mist quickly, he would have a hard time finding Ghost Shadow. And if Wai couldn't find Ghost Shadow, he wouldn't be able to win. It depends on the nature of Ghost Shadow's mycelium and what it fears, Dorcas said. We just need to do a little test in the lab to find out. But do you think Wai has time to do that? Then, what should we do now? Since Wai can't do that right now, he can only try his luck. He'll try the most common methods to get rid of the bacterial barrier. If they still don't work, he'll have to face Ghost Shadow head-on. After hearing Dorcas's explanation, Kale sighed and thought to himself, sure enough, it's his turn to go first. Ghost Shadow's ability was too much for Wai. But it was too late for that now. Wai was already on stage. They could only pray that Wai could find a way to get rid of the bacterial barrier. Wai, the one everyone had high hopes for, was now pale with fright. Although Wai hadn't fought in a long time, his combat theory was still very advanced. After all, Wai rarely stepped out of Mesopotamia. Aside from staying in his own fortune-telling shop, his favorite hobby was to watch battles in Mesopotamia's Sky Tower. After watching battles for decades, even if he didn't go on stage, his combat theory was very rich. It was enough for him to be called Allmouthy King. It was also because of his strong combat theory that when Yi saw the specter release the dense fog, he immediately followed the theoretical flow of fighting against the shadow element and began to appraise the enemy's dense fog. As long as he could get rid of the mist, defeating Ghost Shadow would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. However, when Yi's mental power probed into the fog, he was shocked. What kind of mist was this? It was filled with dense mycelium. This was a bacterial barrier. Moreover, the bacterial barrier seemed to react to mental power. As soon as Yi's mental power reached into the mist, he felt a numbing sensation transmitted from his mental power tentacles to his mental power center. In just a moment, Yi was forced into a daze. Firstly, the appearance of the bacterial barrier scared Yi. Secondly, Yi knew all too well what would happen if he suddenly lost his focus in battle. It could very well give his opponent a chance to kill him in a single strike. The combination of the two made Yi's face pale. And just as Yi expected, Ghost Shadow attacked at this time. Even though Yi had set up defenses and even placed earth spikes in the area where his shadow could spread, he was still hit. Ghost Shadow didn't sneak up on Yi like a normal shadow. Instead, he turned into a solid body and attacked Yi from the air. When Yi felt a gust of wind above his head, he immediately knew that he had fallen into a trap. He wanted to extend his defenses to the sky, but it was too late. For most acolytes, if their heads were not protected, they would be crippled if not dead. But Yi panicked when he lost his focus. He only thought that Ghost Shadow would attack his shadow from below, forgetting that Ghost Shadow could also return to its physical body and attack his head directly. If Yi was hit by this attack, not to mention winning or losing, he might not even be able to walk out of the arena standing. At this critical moment, Yi knew that he couldn't hide anymore. Without hesitation, he activated the Noah bloodline. Almost instantly, Yi's entire head turned to stone. The inheritance of the power of the earth, this was the secret of the Noah bloodline. However, the reaction time was too short. Apart from turning his head into stone, Yi didn't take care of many details. For example, the stone was too fast and there was no fixed point. Therefore, apart from protecting his head, he received all the other impacts. The huge force sent Yi flying. He bounced several times on the ground before finally falling heavily from the sky. Yi didn't have time to worry about his injury. The moment he fell, he used the power of the earth to create a completely sealed stone prison around himself. Stone prison was a type of control spell that could immobilize an opponent's movements. But now, when Yi used it on himself, it became a powerful defensive technique. With the protection of the stone prison, Yi was able to catch his breath and adjust his condition. Yi sensed his injuries. Apart from some unavoidable external injuries, he was basically fine. However, there was a big hole in his head. From this, he could tell that Ghost Shadow was quite strong. He wasn't like those weak shadow apprentices he saw in the Sky Tower who only trained their shadows and not their bodies. Although there was a hole in his head, it didn't matter that his head was completely petrified. Yi patted his ear and the hole was restored. After his head was restored, Yi took out 3 potions from his brooch without hesitation. The potions were all different. One was conical, one was chained, and the last one was wrapped in vines. The conical potion was glowing velvet potion, a low-level potion that could quickly heal external injuries. The chained potion was pheromone-changing water. It could quickly block the supernatural connection of pheromones and change or hide them at the same time. The vine-wrapped potion was Carissa's antidote. The 3 potions were all basic potions, but other than the glowing velvet potion, which was a common potion, the pheromone-changing water and the Carissa antidote were rare and precious potions on the market, and their prices were not cheap. Moreover, of the 3 potions, the glowing velvet potion was the most effective. The other 2 potions were more of a precautionary measure for Yi. Pheromone-changing water was because Yi was worried that Ghost Shadow would use his pheromones to attack him. After all, he was injured and bleeding. If Ghost Shadow cursed him because of the pheromones left in his blood, it wouldn't be worth it. Carissa's antidote could prevent and cure toxins. It also had a certain resistance to energy toxins. Yi took it as a precaution. He was worried that his opponent's attack might contain poison. Since Angor could have used his shadow to attack, but he chose to use his body to attack. There must be something else going on. Maybe Angwar's attack contained poison, so he drank the antidote first. This was probably a sign of how rich he was. Although the acolytes couldn't see what Y was doing through the stone prison, the official magi present could see everything clearly. Dorcas scolded him for being wasteful in their spirit bond. Pheromone-changing water and Carissa's antidote were completely wasted. Kale also agreed with Dorcas, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. On the other hand, he was mumbling something similar: maca fragrance, light blue potion, Blueno's buff potion, black charm soup, sunlight salute. These were all the scientific names of certain potions, all of which could be used to prevent all kinds of tricks or boost one's strength. At first, Dorcas didn't know what Angwar meant. Angwar explained, "You should drink all of them together. It's safer." Dorcas didn't know what to say. Angwar continued, "Most of them are useless, but if you want to use them to prevent your opponent's tricks, you should be more comprehensive." Once again, Dorcas felt the disparity between the rich and the poor in this world. Maybe Dorcas and Kale were staring at him too intensely, because Angwar glanced at them and spoke in a soft voice, "It's just a small suggestion. You guys have more battle experience, so you don't really need it." Angwar's words made them feel sorry for themselves. More battle experience? Don't need it? No, they could use it. They just couldn't afford it. Angwar thought he had a high EQ and a great sense of empathy to resolve the awkward situation. He changed the topic and talked about what happened in the arena. His head can turn into elementium. Wow, Wai can do that as an apprentice. That's surprising. Dorcas, are you surprised? Why didn't I see that? Dorcas complained in his mind, but he still followed Angwar's words. Wai learned petrification very early. It must have something to do with his Noah bloodline. At this point, Dorcas glanced at the Dark Earl. Seeing that he didn't react, he continued, "He also used this move to win against me when I was young. It's his trump card. Now that he's showing it so early, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult." Angwar agreed with Dorcas' assessment. Earlier, Ghost Shadow was holding back when he attacked Wai from above. It wasn't that Ghost Shadow didn't want to kill Wai. It was just that he knew he couldn't kill Wai even if he used all of his strength. Ghost Shadow didn't use his full strength because he didn't want to hurt Wai. Instead, he was doing research. Studying Wai's ability. Wai's trump card, Petrification, was easily discovered by Phantom. It could be said that the gap between Guiying and Wai in terms of actual combat experience could be seen in a single close combat battle. However, Wai was not completely without a chance. After all, Wai had another ace up his sleeve: money. As long as Wai's money could make up for the gap between him and Ghost Shadow could turn his disadvantage into an advantage. No error-free chapters of Dimensional Warlock will be updated in the new book pavilion. There will be no advertisements. Please bookmark and recommend the new book pavilion. If you like Dimensional Warlock, please bookmark. Dimensional Warlock is the fastest in the new book pavilion. After Wai drank the potion, he made a prompt decision and removed the stone prison. The moment he removed the stone prison, Wai's skin began to turn into stone. With the disappearance of the stone prison, Wai could see the situation outside. At that moment, Wai's pupils shrank. From the reflection in Wai's eyes, he could see a black devil mask. And this mask was worn by Spirit Shadow. This meant Spirit Shadow was waiting for him outside the stone prison. Right now, they were almost touching each other's face. Wai's heart skipped a beat as he directly attacked Spirit Shadow. When his palms overlapped, multiple earth spikes emerged from his palms. After increasing in length and increasing in speed, the sharp earth spikes could reach a threefold impact. They could break shields, drill holes, and shatter bones, layer by layer. At the same time, the earth spikes released horizontally would form a reaction force, allowing him to immediately retreat and open up a distance. The earth spikes successfully penetrated Spirit Shadow's body, and Wai also successfully opened up a distance. However, he didn't have a trace of joy because the recoil brought by the earth spikes was obviously wrong. It was soft, as if he had stabbed cotton, and not a real person. While Wai was still in shock, there was a sudden sound of wind behind him. Wai didn't turn around. He stepped lightly on the ground, and a stone pillar rose from the ground. Wai stood on top of the stone pillar, and directly rose 10 meters into the air. Only then did Wai turn his head to look below. From the shadow of the stone pillar, a human figure slowly separated. The faint shadow gradually became solid, like a black outline that was painted by a painter. After becoming solid, it was Spirit Shadow. Wai immediately looked back at the place where he had released the earth spikes. There, Spirit Shadow was gradually fading, disappearing into nothingness. One side fading, the other side fading. Although he didn't know what the connection was, Wai understood that the move just now didn't cause any damage to Spirit Shadow. At this time, the solid Spirit Shadow turned his head, and Wai could clearly see his face. Only this time, Spirit Shadow wasn't wearing a mask. His face was pitch black, like a deep abyss. Under Wai's horrified gaze, Spirit Shadow slowly raised his hand. A large number of black dots filled his hand, and finally combined to form a devil mask. With one hand, Spirit Shadow covered his face with the mask. As the mask covered his face, Wai could feel that the face under the mask was returning to its original appearance. Before the mask was put on, Wai saw Spirit Shadow's thin lips. The corners of his lips curled up, as if he was mocking him, but also as if he was declaring victory. Wai didn't understand why Spirit Shadow had suddenly revealed his real body, and why he had deliberately taken off his mask and revealed a strange smile. But this didn't stop him from attacking Spirit Shadow. If Spirit Shadow was still in his shadow form, Wai wouldn't be able to deal much damage to him. But since he dared to reveal his true form, Wai wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation. Wai's body, Spirit Shadow to Earth's face to the ground. Rock spikes that looked like the ribs of a giant dragon emerged from the ground and spread out in an attempt to surround Wai. When these slightly curved rock spikes were placed in a circle, they could form a dome similar to that of a prison. Although this dome was the same as the stone prison and could trap the enemy, trapping the enemy was not its greatest effect. This dome was called the Earth Cocoon. It was a secret technique passed down by the Noah clan. Since it was a secret technique, it naturally had its own uniqueness. It could create a huge space like a cocoon. When the cocoon was formed, it could directly strip the space of all non-earth elements. Once trapped inside, apart from using the power of the earth, he could only fight with his bare hands. It could be said that if Spirit Shadow was hit, the battle would basically be over. Moreover, even though these rock spikes appeared one by one and seemed to come out very slowly, giving people the illusion that anyone could dodge them, this was actually not the case. If an outsider learned the cocoon of the earth, it was indeed possible for people to avoid it. However, once the earth cocoon released by the Noah clan was released, it would immediately activate the Noah clan's bloodline. A powerful aura would spread out from every rock spike. Once one was enveloped by the aura, there was basically no way to move. Spirit Shadow was currently in a state of power. It wasn't that Spirit Shadow didn't dodge, but Wai had cleverly used the stone pillar under his feet as the first rock spike of the earth cocoon. Spirit Shadow happened to be right next to the stone pillar, so he was immediately enveloped by its power. Seeing the rock spike spreading through the enclosure method, it would soon form an earth cocoon. But at this moment, Wai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the stone pillar. At this moment, the rock spikes also happened to pause for a second. A second later, Wai didn't even have time to check why he spat out blood and immediately looked at the ground. Spirit Shadow was still in the same place. Fortunately, Wai was about to continue spreading the rock spikes, but suddenly, he thought of something and a small rock spike emerged from the ground, wanting to pierce Spirit Shadow's body. But when the rock spike entered Spirit Shadow's body, it only felt a soft feeling. It was exactly the same as the first time he used the rock spike to test Spirit Shadow's body. This was a fake one. Wai was startled and immediately stopped the cocoon of the earth. Although the secret technique's effect was amazing, it also consumed a lot of energy. If it was completed and a fake Spirit Shadow was trapped, then he would suffer a huge loss. The dragon bone-like words sank back into the ground. Wai observed his surroundings. He didn't know where Spirit Shadow went, even the fake Spirit Shadow from before had disappeared. Unable to find Spirit Shadow around him, Wai could only look at the fog in the distance. If he wasn't wrong, Spirit Shadow must have hidden in the fog again. But when Wai looked at the fog, his expression became somewhat fearful. The dense fog spell that Spirit Shadow released earlier had clearly spread very fully. Why did it suddenly start to spread faster? Moreover, looking at the direction the fog was spreading, it was coming for him, we've been tricked again. Dorcas sighed softly in the spirit bond. Kale, did something happen? I think Wai had the upper hand before. Although I don't know why he removed the rock spikes from the ground, they should still be evenly matched, right? Dorcas, I don't know if they're evenly matched or not. This was because Ghost Shadow had never faced Wai head-on. There was no direct contact, so how could they be evenly matched? Spirit Shadow was purely relying on tactics to exhaust Wai's mana. So far, the only cantrip Spirit Shadow had used were Fog and Shadow Concealment. As for the Mist spell, it couldn't even be considered a magic trick. It could only be considered a trick. Shadow Concealment, on the other hand, was the foundation of all shadow manipulators. Just like how illusion nodes were used by illusionist wizards, Shadow Concealment couldn't be more basic. Creating shadow clones was just an application of Shadow Concealment. In the end, 2 simple tricks were enough to reveal Wai's 2 trump cards. The outcome of the duel was still unknown, but Spirit Shadow's tactics were completely superior to Wai's. Dorcas shook his head and sighed. So many theories, but when it comes to the real battle, he's already exposed. Then why did you lose to him back then? Angor's voice came from the spirit bond. Dorcas hummed. I was still young back then. Besides, Wai knew all my tactics and abilities, but he liked to hide his own abilities. He always said it was a family secret. So, isn't it normal that I lost to him in a duel? Also, Wai was good at setting up traps. When we went out for training, he always controlled the pace and solved the puzzles. You just thought it was an accessory? Dorcas didn't know what to say. My intuition wasn't that bad, so you're saying that apart from your talent, you're nothing but an accessory? Dorcas remained silent and changed the topic. Anyway, Wai was pretty strong back then. It's just that he's been wasting away for so many years. Dorcas didn't say too much because the reason for that was related to the Black Earl. Wai was always wary of the Black Earl and didn't dare to train too aggressively. This was why Wai was still stuck at the peak of apprentice level, while Dorcas became a wizard many years ago. To avoid being controlled, Wai didn't leave Mesopotamia for many years. No matter how good a strategist was at setting up traps, they would all slowly lose their edge as time went by. Dorcas didn't feel any mockery as he looked at Vey, who had been outshone in the battle. Instead, he felt helpless and emotional. Who knows, maybe Wai is plotting something? Kale stole a glance at the Dark Earl after he finished speaking, hoping to find some clues from him. Unfortunately, the Black Earl didn't react at all. If that's the case, then he's really going all out. Using his trump card to trick his opponent into using a basic cantrip? Dorcas shook his head. Besides, didn't you notice that Wai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood when he used the cantrip? Kale naturally saw the scene of Wai vomiting blood. In fact, he wanted to ask what had happened, but seeing Wai recover so quickly, he didn't think too much about it. He just assumed that it was a side effect of Wai's ability. But now he heard Dorcas saying that there was something fishy going on. Of course there's something fishy going on. There's no way he would spit out blood for no reason. When Dorcas said this, he didn't continue because another change had occurred on the stage. The mist spread out and completely surrounded Wai. Wai activated his bloodline and petrified his skin to stop the virus from invading his body. However, he was now in a double trouble, getting lost and being ambushed. Wai was trying to find a place that wasn't covered by the mist, but no matter where he went, he couldn't find a way out. As for the ambushes, Wai was being ambushed by Phantom from time to time. Even with his petrified skin, he couldn't hold on much longer. Sigh, it's going to be hard. Dorcas sighed. Kale looked at Wai, who was running around like a headless fly. Dorcas turned to Kale. How is it? Do you understand? It's best if you understand. Maybe you'll be up against Phantom in the next round. Hearing Dorcas's question, Kale forcefully pulled his thoughts away from his worries. No matter who won in the end, it would be best if he could analyze the situation himself and find the key to victory. Otherwise, he might fall into his opponent's trap in the next round. And if Phantom was so cunning, wouldn't the others be cunning as well? They might be even more cunning. Kale began to analyze the situation from the very beginning. When he looked back at the previous battle, he found that the key point was that Wai had suddenly spat out blood, interrupting the earth cocoon's casting and allowing Phantom to escape. If Wai hadn't been injured, Phantom might have already lost. But why did Wai spit out blood? According to Dorcas, there was something fishy about Wai spitting out blood. The so-called trick was definitely something that Spirit Shadow had done. It could be a sneak attack, or it could be something else. If Phantom wanted to do something, he would have to come into direct contact with Wai. Up until now, Wai and Phantom had only come into contact once. At that time, Wai had been hit by Phantom's attack from above and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. That was the only time Kale could remember that they had come into contact. Could it be that Guiying had done something when they were fighting at close quarters? Kale thought about it for a moment and rejected this guess. Because after that encounter, Kale hid in the stone prison and began to take medicine. At that time, Lord Scarlet Sword and Lord Chowei were still talking. From their conversation, Kale didn't hear that Wai had been ambushed. If he had really been ambushed, even if Lord Chowei didn't say anything, Lord Scarlet Sword would have muttered a few words. But excluding that one encounter, they hadn't come into contact with each other. Then how did Wai get ambushed? On the arena, Wai was constantly being ambushed. Every time Phantom attacked, he would retreat immediately. He didn't want to fight, nor was he greedy. At first, Wai was able to hold on, but when the attacks became more frequent and his petrification disappeared, he couldn't hold on any longer. On one hand, he had to resist the invasion of the mycelium, on the other hand, he had to contend with Phantom. He couldn't do two things at once, and Phantom succeeded again and again. Now, Wai's whole body was covered in blood. But until now, he still hadn't lost. This meant that Phantom didn't attack Wai through pheromones. So, the pheromone-changing water Wai drank before was basically wasted. Below the arena, Kale was constantly reviewing the battle footage. Finally, from the countless clips, he found something that felt wrong. Wai had suddenly created a stone pillar. This was very strange. But from his reaction afterwards, Wai should have been dodging an attack from behind. From Kale's perspective, there was no one behind Wai. But in the real battle, Wai's senses were the most important. Creating a stone pillar was strange. But the strangest thing was that Phantom really did appear. But Phantom actually appeared from the shadow of the stone pillar. That was very strange. When did Phantom sneak into the shadow of the stone pillar? And why did Phantom leave from the shadow of the stone pillar? And why did it materialize? Just as Kale was feeling that something was wrong, another scene appeared in his mind. Wai was standing on top of the stone pillar. Phantom left from the shadow of the stone pillar. Kale's suspicions about Spectre's motives stemmed from this scene. But now that he looked back, he found a blind spot. When Wai stood on top of the stone pillar, his shadow was actually connected to the shadow of the stone pillar. In other words, when Phantom left from the shadow of the stone pillar, it was the same as leaving from Wai's shadow. Phantom was an apprentice of the shadow element. And the shadow element's specialty was to use the shadow to cause damage to the real body. Just from this point alone, Kale could basically confirm how Wai was ambushed. Wai spitting out blood was definitely related to this, and Phantom was on the arena, an opponent, an enemy. He couldn't have been so merciful as to only injure Wai once. Since he was able to sneak into Wai's shadow, he must have done something to Wai that no one knew about. And Wai's current predicament, could it have been caused at that time? Kale shared his guess. Not bad, Dorcas praised. Dorcas praised, but in the next second, he suddenly changed the topic. However, the analysis after the fact was still a step too late. Battles are constantly changing, so how could there be so much time for you to slowly think about it? You're still not good enough. After mocking Kale for a while, Dorcas finally answered Kale's question. You're right. They all made a small mistake by summoning the pillar. He didn't consider that his shadow was already connected to the pillar, which gave Ghost Shadow a chance. But you're wrong about one thing. Ghost Shadow didn't do anything to Veil's shadow multiple times. He only did one thing. Kale looked at Dorcas and waited for him to reveal the answer. However, Dorcas stopped talking and looked at Angor. It's a hypha matrix. Dorcas turned to Corel. That's right, it's the mycelium mother. Kale was speechless. Is that why you're looking at Mr. Superdimensional? Kale's suspicious gaze made Dorcas feel slightly uncomfortable. He turned his head to avoid meeting Kale's gaze and coughed lightly. The name isn't important. What's important is its effects. The mycelium mother can attract other mycelium to itself. You've seen for yourself why the fungal barrier is expanding so quickly. No matter where Yi goes, the fungal barrier will cover him completely. It's because there's a mycelial matrix in his shadow. Dale tried to avoid the mycelium mother by moving around the arena, but this only caused the mycelium mother to expand even faster. Now, Dale was lost in the mycelium mother because no matter where he went, the mycelium mother couldn't get rid of it. Even if there were areas in the arena that weren't covered by the mycelium mother would cover those areas in advance. As long as the mycelium mother was inside Vale's shadow, he would always be lost. Apart from attracting mycelium, the mycelium mother can also be controlled by ghost shadow, Dorcas said. Previously, Yi had suddenly spat out blood at the top of the stone pillar, interrupting the casting of the earth cocoon. It should have been Spirit Shadow who used the mycelium to influence Yi. However, the extent of Spirit Shadow's influence on the mycelial mother shouldn't be too deep. Otherwise, he could have relied on the mycelial mother to win long ago, instead of constantly harassing and attacking like he is now, fighting a war of attrition. That's true. How could a little apprentice like Spirit Shadow control the bacteria completely? This might be a method given to it by an official magus. My lord, are you saying that the evil woman and the grey merchant gave it to him? Dorcas shook his head. Judging from Ghostly Shadow's proficiency in using the mycelium barrier, this shouldn't be the first time he's done this. Perhaps he's already obtained the mycelium matrix before. As for who gave it to him, that's hard to say. Despite what Dorcas had said, Kale was still furious. How shameless of you to resort to such methods. Dorcas looked at Kale strangely. If my memories weren't messed up, you would also have some tricks up your sleeves, and they seem to be even more. Dorcas didn't continue. After all, Kale was on their side, so he didn't want to overdo it. Kale's gaze drifted away, and after a while, he muttered in a low voice, "It's not the same." As for what was different? Kale naturally couldn't say, or else he wouldn't have been so weak. Dorcas didn't continue on this topic, because it would be embarrassing if he did. Now, let's see if Yi can find the mycelium matrix. Dorcas paused and looked at the arena that was almost 90% covered in fog. However, even if he does find the mycelium matrix, it'll be very difficult. Kale, don't tell me there's no chance at all? I don't see any chance right now. After saying this, Dorcas glanced at the Black Earl, wanting to see if the Black Earl had prepared any asymmetrical methods for Yi. However, the Black Earl didn't react at all. It was as if he didn't hear their conversation at all. Dorcas muttered in his mind and walked to Angor. What do you think? There's still a chance, Angor replied. Kale's eyes lit up and looked at Angor expectantly. Dorcas furrowed his brows. How do you know there's a chance? Angor didn't answer. Instead, he gave Dorcas a meaningful look. Dorcas couldn't help but wonder why the Black Earl didn't say anything. Was there really something he didn't notice? Could Yi still have a chance to win? With that in mind, Dorcas turned his attention back to the arena. On the other hand, Angor seemed to be watching the duel as well. But in his mind, he was wondering if Kale had a way to win against Phantom and the other 3 apprentices. Yes, Angor didn't think Yi could win either. As Dorcas said, Yi was facing a lot of difficulties. Even if he found the Haifa, it wouldn't help him. Right now, the only thing he could do was to ignore these factors that were affecting him and focus on dealing with Spirit Shadow. However, this place was Phantom's home ground. It would be very difficult for Yi to defeat Phantom on his home ground. The reason why Angor told Dorcas there's still a chance was because the Black Earl didn't say anything. Based on the Dark Earl's habits, whenever Dorcas and Cal were discussing something, he would definitely voice his opinion. But now, he didn't say anything. Angor wasn't sure if this had something to do with Yi's victory, but he still kept his opinion to himself. Besides, there's still a chance was an ambiguous statement. It didn't mean Yi could win. Besides, Angor didn't mention who the subject was. He could simply say that there was still a chance for the apprentices, not Yi himself. Anyway, he had the right to explain. It wasn't like he gave a definite answer. As for that meaningful look he gave Dorcas, could he at least pretend for a while? Besides, wasn't that the basics of being a wizard? Back at Pat Manor, Angor often saw White Bear reading a book called Self-Cultivation of a Wizard, which detailed the basic qualities a wizard should have. In Angor's opinion, the book was more like Self-Cultivation of an Actor or The Birth of a Wizard. Still, White Bear really did look like a prophet after reading the book. Angor despised White Bear at first. But later, he realized that when you couldn't explain something or give an answer, you could always pretend to be a profound person and get away with it. He already knew this when he was a judge in the Rising Star competition. When other special judges like him were commenting on the contestants and guessing who would win or lose, Angor only needed to show an unreadable expression to change the topic. He did not need to explain too much or talk too much. It was the same today. If he couldn't explain why he still had a chance, he would just pretend. Of course, this kind of acting couldn't be done too often. Once someone determined your character, acting would no longer work. Luckily, Dorcas only saw Angor as an honest person on the surface. He was still a long way from acting. So he could still put on a show. Since he didn't expect Yi to win, Angor naturally placed his hope on Kale. Unlike the Dark Earl, Angor wasn't going to test his own descendant at a time like this. After all, Kale was the organizer of this expedition. If Kale wanted to go deeper, Angor would do his best to support him. Based on the current situation, if they were to lose, Kale would most likely be sent out to deal with the other 4 apprentices. The most mysterious one was probably the shepherd, a wind-manipulating rhythm apprentice. However, Angor wasn't worried about the shepherd at all. Angor planned to let Soling fight alongside Kale. Of course, such a trick was a little shameless in Dorcas' eyes. How could an official magus lend his elemental companion to someone else as a means of escape? If you did that, wouldn't that mean the woman and the grey merchant would also lend their elemental companions to other apprentices? Dorcas misunderstood Soling as Angor's elemental companion, but it wasn't a big deal. Of course, Angor wouldn't do such a thing. As an alchemist, he had plenty of alchemy materials and half-finished products. He only needed to give Soling an outer shell and engrave a rune to hide its identity. Besides, elemental companions usually had a mental connection with their masters during battle. Soling, on the other hand, wasn't Angor's elemental companion. Soling didn't need to worry about exposing its relationship with Angor. With Soling's help, Kale should be able to defeat the shepherd. Among the remaining 3, Fenemo was the easiest to deal with. She was an illusionist apprentice. As an illusionist, Angor had plenty of items that could break illusions. As long as Kale wasn't affected by the illusion, Soling and Angor could defeat Fenemo on their own. Golem was a bloodline wizard, which was a little more troublesome. Still, Angor wasn't completely helpless against an apprentice bloodline wizard. Kale was a space manipulator apprentice. Perhaps the item left behind by Dusk could help him. Last but not least, Phantom. Kale told Angor many times that things would be different if he joined the battle first. But Angor believed that Kale was being too optimistic. Phantom might be able to drag out the battle, but it didn't mean it couldn't unleash a sudden burst of power. Also, shadow manipulators had the best ability to avoid damage, so Kale didn't have much of an advantage. With Angor's help, Kale should still be able to win. But it would be difficult. Was there a way for Kale to win so easily? Angor looked at the shadow on the ground. Elmi. He wasn't planning to let Elmi fight. He just thought of something. He still had a shadow demon in his hands. He had given it to Elmi to train. Perhaps he could let the shadow demon fight, before Angor could contact Elmi to see if shadow demon could be used. The ruler of wisdom's voice suddenly reached his ears. It wasn't the ruler of wisdom's voice. Instead, the ruler of wisdom announced the result of the duel. Angor looked up out of reflex. He was already prepared for Y's defeat. But when he looked at the stage, he realized that there was only one person standing there. Y, next to Y, a giant spike pierced through Phantom's abdomen and lifted him up high. Drip, 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 drip. Blood dripped down from the spikes. This meant that Phantom wasn't just a shadow. The winner of the duel was Y. A trace of surprise flashed across Angor's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He had been thinking about how Kale would win, so he didn't pay attention to Y's fight. How did Y win? And how did he turn the tables around? Puzzled, he began to check his memories. Although he had been thinking about other things, his eyes had not moved away from the arena. Therefore, he was able to recall what had happened before by recalling his shallow memories. Images flashed through his mind like a montage, and he finally saw Y's fight. 3 minutes ago. Y's petrified skin was mottled, and half of it was cracked. Blood continued to seep out from the cracks. There wasn't a single part of Y's body that wasn't damaged. White, fluffy things were growing out of the cracks on Y's back. These were the larvae of the fungus. Using Y's body as a cradle, these larvae were nourished by Y's blood and mana. If Angor didn't stop the fungus as soon as possible, these larvae would continue to grow until they sucked Y's body dry. The only consolation was that the fungus didn't invade Y's mind space or soul space, unlike the fungus Myrtle created. Y still had a chance to survive. Y wasn't in a good condition. Not only was he bleeding and growing fungus, but he was also feeling dizzy, and he was also staggering. He no longer resisted the fungus invasion. Instead, he wandered around in the mist like a zombie. His actions seemed disorderly, but from his resistance time and time again, one could basically guess what he wanted to do next. Y must have decided to go all out and attack Phantom instead of looking for a safe zone. Just as he expected, he could change the outcome of the battle by seizing the opportunity. However, while Y's tactics could be understood by outsiders, so could Phantom's shadow who was in the battle. Instead of ambushing him, Phantom chose to stay away from Y. Phantom could move freely in the mist and sense Y's location. If he didn't want Y to find him, Y couldn't do anything about it. Now, Phantom only needed to wait for the fungus larvae to spread, and he would win the battle easily. While Y was moving further and further away, Phantom didn't plan to approach him at all. However, right at this moment, Spirit Shadow's gaze narrowed slightly. Y was using potions again. Phantom's ambushes prevented Y from using his potions. But now, since Phantom wasn't attacking him, Y had the time to do so. Phantom stared blankly as Y swallowed a potion to recover his HP, and at the same time, he forcefully tore the flocule off of his skin. This couldn't stop the fungus larvae from spreading, but Y's potion worked perfectly. It couldn't directly remove the fungus larvae, but the potion had reached a perfect balance with the fungus. When in this state, Y could fight as well as he could in a normal battle. The cost was great, but Y could still endure it. Phantom felt a little irritated as he watched Y's condition recovering. However, he still restrained his urge and didn't ambush Y again. Phantom wouldn't lose anything if he kept dragging this out, but Y's potion would run out sooner or later. That was Phantom's current plan. He decided to bide his time and wait for a change. However, very quickly, Spirit Shadow's thoughts changed. Because of Y, he had walked into a dead end. They, who had lost his way, stumbled to the edge of the arena. Although he was still more than 10 meters away from the edge, he was already very close to the void outside. Phantom's eyes lit up. In the previous duels between two official magi, the final victory was to force the opponent out of the arena. Now, it seemed like he could try to do the same. Phantom was a little tempted, but his rationality told him to wait. As long as Vei's potion ran out, he would definitely be able to win. But could he really wait until Vei's potion ran out? Would there be any accidents during the process? After all, Vei was a descendant of the Noah clan. He must have a lot of potions and magic scrolls. Maybe he could really find a way to break through the bacterial barrier. At this moment, there seemed to be two different voices in Spirit Shadow's mind. One was called Be Conservative and the other was called Go For It. They had completely different thoughts and values. In order to defend themselves, they were constantly arguing with each other. Conservative, following the teachings of the original self, with absolute rationality as the core, and with the argument of 100 secrets and a chess move as the basis, they spoke of their own views. Go For It was the new radical faction. In the name of Follow Your Heart, they used the story of indecisiveness to explain their own views. Currently, no one could convince the other. However, in this situation where no one could convince the other, Conservative actually held the advantage. Because if they could not convince the other, then they would do nothing. This was in line with conservative thinking. If there were no accidents, Phantom's inclination would most likely not change. However, accidents often happened when you thought they wouldn't. They did not know if it was because of his bad luck or something else, but he began to walk straight towards the edge of the arena. Previously, he was walking close to the edge of the arena, but now, he was directly facing the void. Phantom's heart skipped a beat, and the thought of giving him a push arose in his mind again. However, the value of being conservative was Phantom's fundamentalism. He believed that only by being cautious could he save his life. Therefore, even if the devil's temptation had already turned into a whisper, singing softly in his ears, he still restrained his impulse. Guiying kept saying in his heart, "The other party is scheming, deliberately luring him over, I can't be fooled." But after muttering to himself, Phantom unconsciously asked himself, "There's no doubt that the other party is lost." This was because Yi's entry into the fog was part of Ghostly Shadow's plan. After that, he made him unable to find the direction. Through the characteristics of the mother body attracting the child body, he naturally expanded the range of the bacterial barrier. This was all within Spirit Shadow's calculations. Therefore, he should not be acting now. In that case, he was walking towards the edge. Perhaps it was not a trap, perhaps he could give it a try. Thinking of this, Phantom's heart began to itch. However, his years of experience in cleaning up monsters in the underground sewers allowed him to restrain himself more than other acolytes of the same rank. And this habit of patience had long been ingrained in his bones. Before he completely dispelled his doubts, he chose to be cautious. It wasn't until Yi seemed to have noticed that he was walking towards the edge and was about to retreat that Spirit Shadow finally couldn't take it anymore. Instead of continuing forward, Yi chose to retreat. This meant that he really did lose his direction and was not deliberately walking towards the edge to lure him into a trap. Now that he had confirmed this fact, and with Whale's endless supply of drugs, Phantom's heart was filled with jealousy, and he finally decided to make his move. However, even if he wanted to make his move, Spirit Shadow did not choose to go forward immediately. He still had one last test to do. Spirit Shadow summoned a shadow with his original appearance, which slowly rose from the shadows on the ground. Following that, the figure slowly walked towards Yi's direction without making a sound. He walked until he was about 50 meters away from Yi before he stopped. Yi did not notice that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from within the fog. He was still gradually retreating to avoid stepping out of the arena. As he retreated, Yi's expression was still viciously looking towards the edge. Although he did not speak, Spirit Shadow could guess his mood from the direction he was staring at. He was probably still afraid, and cursing the dome that the black-clothed referee had created. Thinking about it, if there was no dome, Yi would be able to determine how far away he was from the edge through the roars of the demons in the air. Now that he could not hear anything outside and was in the fog, he almost lost his footing and fell out of the arena. Looking at Yi's vicious expression and cautiously observing his surroundings, Spirit Shadow's suspicions were completely dispelled. The reason why he created a shadow with his appearance was to see if Yi had any other tricks up his sleeve. But even after 50 meters, Yi still did not discover the shadow, which meant that his perception was still suppressed by the bacteria barrier. And 50 meters was a very suitable distance for Spirit Shadow. The intensity of his attacks would not decrease within 50 meters. Therefore, if he could not detect the shadow, then he should be the same as well. After many tests, Spirit Shadow was finally relieved. His body slowly emerged from the shadows, and soon, he stood still in the fog. He looked at Yi, who was still stumbling in the distance, unaware of the danger that was about to befall him, and gently took off his mask. One could see that the corners of his lips were slightly raised. "It's over." Spirit Shadow's voice conveyed his unparalleled confidence. However, a turning point appeared at this moment. In the distance, Yi suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. At the same time, a huge spike rose from the ground a few meters behind Spirit Shadow and pierced through his body with lightning speed. Spirit Shadow did not even have time to react before he was lifted into the air by the spike. His current body was his real body. A large hole was left in his body, making him look like a broken doll that was stabbed by a spike. In the distance, Yi stood up and turned to look at Phantom. Yes, it's over. The whole process was strange. Even after going through all the scenes in his memory, he still couldn't figure out when Yi attacked Ghost Shadow. Dorcas mentioned that when he and Yi went on an adventure, Dorcas was in charge of fighting while Yi was in charge of setting up traps. Did Yi set this up from the beginning? Angor thought about it carefully and still did not think so. This was because Yi's actions were traceable. What he did, the meaning of his actions, and the consequences of his actions were clear as day. Angor could not find any trace of such a scheme. Still, the final counterattack must have been planned. Maybe it wasn't planned from the beginning? Instead, he played along and set up a trap midway through the battle. Angor tried to find the logic behind it. There were two obvious problems in this. Firstly, Spirit Shadow used his shadow to test Yi, and Yi did not react even when he was only 50 meters away. Secondly, as soon as Spirit Shadow's body emerged from the shadow, Yi immediately locked onto his position and stabbed him. From these 2 points, Angor could tell whether Spirit Shadow was real or fake. Judging from the Earth Spike's preparation, Yi had already discovered Spirit Shadow's hiding place. However, Spirit Shadow had been hiding in his shadow, so Yi couldn't make a move. Only when he had materialized did Yi decisively release the Earth Spike. How did Yi do that? Angor recalled Yi's actions and combined them with what he knew about Yi. An answer slowly formed in his mind. What's going on? Why can't I understand? Kale looked at the battlefield with a confused expression. 1 second, Kale had been worried about Yi's condition, and the next, the battle was over. Did the wise lord just announce the result? This reminded Kale of the time when he was taken to the Grand Plain by his teacher, Aesop, to study science at the Imperial Academy of Finance and Economics. Physics was actually a type of mathematics. When Kale first came into contact with it, his teacher would often teach him the basics of 1 + 1, but he would take a nap or even a yawn, and by the time he opened his eyes again, the blackboard would already be filled with incomprehensible formulas. How similar was the situation in the classroom back then to what was happening now, but this time, Kale did not yawn or take a nap. All he did was blink his eyes, and the battle turned upside down. How many steps were skipped in the process? Why did he suddenly jump to the end? Kale looked around before finally looking at Dorcas. My lord, Dorcas knew what Kale wanted to ask. However, he did not have a definite answer in his mind. Plus, he kept saying that Yi did not have a high chance of winning. If he gave the wrong answer now, he would be slapping himself in the face again. Dorcas did not answer Kale's question. Instead, he looked at Angor. So you were right. After a pause, Dorcas continued, you saw through his plans back then? Angor chuckled but did not say anything. Besides, he did not know what to say. Dorcas thought Angor was admitting to it. He then turned to Kale and said, since he already knew about it, you should ask him. I only found out about it at the end. Dorcas successfully diverted Kale's question to Angor. However, Kale was too stunned to notice Dorcas' change of topic. Instead, he thought it was reasonable. Mr. Superdimensional must have found out about Yi's plan long ago. It was better to let Mr. Superdimensional tell the story. Angor did not answer Kale's question right away. Instead, he mercilessly exposed Dorcas' confusion. That's a very awkward way of changing the topic. So, you don't know how Yi won? Dorcas chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. I know Yi better than you do. Angor shrugged. Tell me then. Dorcas pursed his lips. He really wanted to change the topic, but Kale was already giving him a suspicious look. If he changed the topic now, he would be admitting his ignorance. Besides, Yi was about to step down from his position. Knowing Dorcas' personality, Kale would complain about it for decades. Therefore, it was best to resolve this topic before Yi stepped down to avoid being nagged by him later. However, Dorcas wasn't sure how Yi had managed to win. He had several possible answers in his mind. Which one would it be? While thinking, Dorcas saw Angor looking at him with interest. I know Yi knows you well. But it seems you don't know Yi at all. Angor glanced at the stage while speaking. Yi noticed Angor's gaze. He put one hand on his chest and gave Angor a mission accomplished gesture. When Dorcas saw Angor's evil expression, he knew the boy was up to something. Angor was definitely thinking about how to slander him and drive a wedge between him and Yi. Maybe Angor already had an excuse ready. As soon as the dome was removed, he would immediately tell Yi through their spirit bond. Dorcas panicked and didn't care if it was right or wrong. He immediately said, "Nose." Angor narrowed his eyes. Dorcas replied, the reason why Wai was able to defeat Phantom was because he had already determined Phantom's position. From the placement of the spikes, it was obvious that they weren't placed recently. They were definitely placed in advance. As for how to determine the ghostly shadow's location and differentiate between real and fake, it relies on Wai's innate ability to smell. The more Dorcas explained, the clearer his mind became. It's true that Wai hasn't fought for many years, and his combat experience has decreased a lot. But he hasn't been wasting his time all these years. Since he owns his shop, he has to use death sense almost every day. After so many years of training, his sense of smell is quite sensitive. Wai entered the fungal barrier and was attacked by the Phantom multiple times. But he still managed to find the Phantom's scent. It's a pity that Wai was under constant attack. Coupled with the invasion of the mycelium, even if he captured the ghostly figure's aura, there was no way to effectively resist. So, he simply pretended that he didn't know where the Phantom was and waited for an opportunity to turn the tables. When the Phantom stopped attacking Wai, he found an opportunity. He began to drink potions to recover, and used a sense of smell to locate the Phantom's location. That was how he managed to turn the tables. You can say that Wai won because of the Phantom's hesitation. Of course, Wai is quite good at acting. It's worth mentioning that Wai already thought of a way to win. When I went on an adventure with Wai once, I noticed a typical trait of his when it comes to setting up a plan. If he thinks about something, he'll assume that his opponent will think about it as well. Therefore, he will include the prerequisite that the opponent will consider my layout into his own layout. Dorcas paused for a moment. It sounds weird, but it's not hard to understand. Just look at his behavior. When he was hiding in the stone prison, he drank 3 potions in a row. Among them, the glowing velvet potion is used for healing, so it's within the scope of consideration. As for the Kalisa antidote, it's also considered normal. The shadow element specializes in sneak attacks, and in order to maximize their attacks, they'll often add poison to their attacks. Thus, there's no objection to using the Kalisa antidote as a preventive measure. But the water of pheromone is interesting. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it before, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized that the first 2 bottles of potions were based on evidence, but the pheromone water was out of the blue. When Dorcas said the word out of thin air, he deliberately emphasized it. Indeed, Dorcas thought that Wai was just preparing for a rainy day. But now that Dorcas pointed it out, he realized that the water of pheromone was actually different from the other 2 potions. The water of pheromone was more like Wai's imagination. Wai might use his pheromone to track him down, so he prepared ahead of time. The glowing velvet potion and Carissa antidote, on the other hand, were both targeted. Since when did Wai start to think about this for no reason? It's when he wants to do it himself that he'll consider the possibility that his opponent might do the same. Dorcas shook his head. It's been years, and he never changed his habit. I always said that he was overthinking things, and that he might be found out by others. It's a bad habit. But now I see that I'm right. Ghost Shadow doesn't have the ability to track people using his pheromone. That may be the case, but only Lord Red Sword would be able to see through such small details. Dorcas humphed. Of course. If there's anyone who knows Wai best, it's me. As soon as he finished speaking, Dorcas seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at the Dark Earl beside him and added, of course, his family isn't included. Dorcas looked at Angor proudly. What do you think? I'm telling the truth, right? Looking at Dorcas' smug expression, Angor held back his urge to complain. He nodded to show that he agreed with Dorcas' explanation. Just as Dorcas said, Angor also believed that Wai used his sense of smell to locate Phantom's location and turned the tables around. However, Dorcas was still able to analyze some of Wai's actions to determine when he had this idea. Angor did not expect this at all. Through his beyonder perception, he could tell that Dorcas's words went from vague to clear. Also, Dorcas was hesitant at first, which meant he wasn't sure how Wai would win. The reason why he could be so accurate was probably because of his inspiration. However, Dorcas was right, and he was right. There was no point in arguing with him at this time. It could only be said that Dorcas's talent for inspiration was very strong. Also, Dorcas was indeed Yi's best friend. He knew Yi very well. Yi and Phantom both came down from the stage. Phantom was carried off the stage by the demon elephant. The wound on his abdomen had been treated, so he wouldn't die. However, he still needed some time to recover. On the other hand, Yi walked down on his own. As he walked down, he drank a new bottle of potion. Perhaps Y was too focused on his opponent during the battle to notice how uncomfortable the larvae were. But as soon as the battle ended, Y felt itchy all over his body. He felt like there were countless tiny tadpoles running around in his blood vessels. Also, Y learned from Phantom that he couldn't get rid of the larvae right away. However, Phantom had already returned to his mother's body, so the larvae would die on their own after a while. There was no need to worry about them. If he couldn't stand it, he could use physical methods to pull them out of his body one by one. But he couldn't do that right now. Left with no other choice, Y had to keep drinking potions to numb the discomfort. When Y returned to the stage, he was still activating his bloodline and petrifying his skin to prevent the larvae from expanding. "I'm sorry for making a fool of myself in front of you." The first thing Yi said when he returned was an apologetic self-reflection. "We used to laugh at you a lot," Dorcas added. Yi glared at him and didn't bother to reply. "Don't blame yourself. You did a good job." Angor nodded. Y scratched his head. "I just think I could have done better." "Indeed. If it were you in the past, you would definitely have started formulating a plan to deal with this kind of acolyte as soon as you got on the stage. You wouldn't have waited until the end and even used yourself as bait." Without a doubt, these words came from Dorcas. This time, Y didn't even bother to look at Dorcas. But Dorcas' words had hit him right in the heart. Y never thought that he was so different from Dorcas. He didn't become a wizard because of the obstacles in reality. But after this duel, Y realized that the gap between him and Dorcas was getting bigger and bigger. Even though Dorcas also got hit, Y couldn't compare to him in terms of battle experience and awareness. Y couldn't even figure out what Dorcas did during the fight. It must be known that when Yi and Dorcas had gone on adventures together, Yi was very clear on every detail of Dorcas's battle. He could even predict Dorcas's battle style through the subtle changes in his expression, movements, and eyes. In the past, Y had looked down on Dorcas when it came to the big picture. But now, there seemed to be an insurmountable chasm between Vey and Dorcas. During the period when Y was abandoned, Dorcas had been improving, but he had been walking on the same spot, and had even regressed further and further. Y felt a little depressed at this thought. Time to get rid of your boredom. A message was sent directly into Y's mind. The only one who could do this without anyone noticing was his lord, the Black Earl. "When I gave you a few decades, I thought you would be able to figure it out yourself. But I didn't expect you to be like those mediocre people, fearful of advancing because of some groundless information." What a joke. The Dark Earl's tone was sarcastic. "If you don't want to be left behind by Dorcas, change quickly. Of course, if you feel that a peaceful life is very comfortable and you don't want to step out of this comfort zone, then pretend I didn't say anything." At this point, the Dark Earl didn't send any more messages to Y. But Y now understood why the Dark Earl wanted him to go, and even forbade Lord Chowei from providing any support. Perhaps, he wanted to use this opportunity to make him understand reality. He kept calling him Dorcas and didn't even call him by his honorifics, thinking that they were equal. But in reality, Dorcas just didn't care. The so-called equality was just a pretense. When the balance of power was already out of balance, it was hard to talk about equality. Unless, like what his master said, the balance of power was once again reached. Only then would the situation change. But, did he have the right to step forward? Was Lord Chowei encouraging him to step forward? Or was Lord Chowei trying to persuade him because he couldn't stand it anymore? Y suddenly felt a little lost. "Hey, how long are you going to wear those white hairs on your head? Are you still going to wear those new clothes for the duel?" Dorcas' voice echoed in Y's ears. Y shivered and snapped out of his daze. He looked up and saw Dorcas standing behind him, tearing the mycelial larvae apart with his bare hands. "I didn't do it willingly. I can't get rid of those things now." Besides, can I still fight in this condition? Y looked at Corel and spoke with an apologetic tone, I'll leave the duel to you. Corel was still receiving tactical guidance from Angor. When he heard Y's words, he quickly stood up and spoke with a serious look, leave it to me. Y looked at Carol's spirited look and smiled happily. Why are you so happy, Lark? Dorcas patted Y's shoulder, just these sparse white hairs are affecting your battle? Y glanced at Dorcas coldly. I'm fine because I've been drinking potions. If you can reimburse me for the cost of these potions, I'll keep fighting. Y paused and continued, however many bottles I drink, you'll reimburse me. How about that? Dorcas immediately shut up at the mention of magic crystals. Still, Dorcas tried to see if he could help Y get rid of the mycelial larvae. It was possible, but as Phantom said, he had to use physical methods to remove the living mycelial larvae one by one. After all, this was Y's body. Dorcas couldn't reach deep into Y's blood vessels and bones to remove the mycelial larvae. Dorcas had to give up. However, even though he had given up, it did not mean that he would stop talking and continue to talk non-stop. You don't have to use potions. Isn't there a Grandmaster Mushroom here? Go ask him, maybe he can help. Grandmaster Mushroom? Y didn't know what to say. It wasn't until Dorcas pointed at him that Y realized Dorcas was referring to Mr. Hyperdimension. Since when did I get this nickname? Angor looked at Dorcas with a puzzled look. Before becoming a hyperdimension wizard, Angor heard a lot of nicknames, including Music Box Sorcerer, Illusion Manipulator, Lionheart Bramble, and even Baron Milk. But he never heard of Grandmaster Mushroom. Shouldn't Regina be the one to call him that? Dorcas showed a proud look. I just invented it. Not bad, right? Everyone was speechless. Before Angor could say anything, Y spoke up for him. Y crossed his arms in front of his chest and spoke to Dorcas, I also invented a new title for you. Potion Provider. Not bad, right? Come on, give me the potions, and I'll join you in the next duel. I'm not joking. I'm not joking either, Y said. Or, if you don't like the name, you can change it to something else. Potion Master? Potion Maker? Potion Provider? Pick one. Seeing Y's stance, Dorcas knew that if they continued to argue, Y would definitely side with the new idol. Since he couldn't reason with Y, Dorcas looked at Angor and said, Grandmaster Mushroom is joking, but I'm not joking. Don't forget, last time at Princess Town, Angor cleared his throat and interrupted Dorcas. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't spread rumors. Angor looked at Y. But I can check your condition. I didn't mention it before because it might affect your privacy. So, Y immediately changed his attitude and showed a grateful look. It's fine. Do as you please, sir. Angor walked to Y and glanced at the Black Earl. Seeing that the Earl didn't stop him, Angor reached out to touch the larvae. Strangely enough, Y gasped in surprise as soon as Angor touched the larvae. They're not moving? Yes, Y felt that the itchy mycelium larvae in his body had completely stopped, as if time had stopped. This made Y feel as if a dragon's roar had suddenly appeared in a forest full of life. In an instant, the insects and birds stopped chirping, and the little beasts quietly hid in their caves. It was as if their natural enemy had arrived. Dorcas quickly spoke up. I was right, wasn't I? I didn't call myself Grandmaster Mushroom for no reason. Not to mention Dorcas, even Vale felt that this title was quite suitable for Sir Superdimensional. One had to know that when his master had transmitted his voice to him earlier, he had also used energy to check the inside of his body. Back then, the larvae didn't react at all even when Black Earl's energy entered their bodies. They were like mindless sandworms. Larvae didn't have any intelligence, nor did they have complicated emotions. They didn't show any fear when Dorcas tore them apart. But Mr. Superdimensional's touch seemed to have triggered their instinctive fear. They didn't dare to move at all. If this wasn't Grandmaster Mushroom, then what was? Or maybe he was the natural enemy of all fungi. Both Ray and Dorcas's words drew everyone's attention. Even the Black Count was probing Y's condition through their bloodline connection. Angor calmly pulled back his hand. They're still there, Ray said. The larvae inside his body didn't dare to move, as if they knew that their natural predator was still nearby and didn't want to be careless. Dorcas, who was lucky enough to meet Cha-Cha before, was already used to Angor's miraculous methods. What do you think? As Master Mushroom, you must have a way to get rid of the mycelium, right? Call me Master Mushroom one more time, and I'll give you your tavern as compensation to the Light Shrine. Of course, your tavern isn't worth as much as the Light Shrine, so it's only the first payment. Angor glanced at Dorcas as he spoke. Angor's tone was calm, but Dorcas could tell that he was telling the truth. Angor was going to use his precious tavern as compensation for the Light Shrine? Damn you! You're threatening me, Dorcas cursed in his mind, but he still managed to keep a smile on his face. I'm just kidding. Don't look at me like that. There won't be a next time, I promise. Dorcas gave up. As for the reason, Angor's words were harsh, but he was right. The Cross Tavern was important to Dorcas, but it was worthless to Angor. It was nothing compared to the Light Shrine. Angor only included the tavern because he wanted to annoy Dorcas. Dorcas didn't want to lose the Cross Tavern over such a small matter, so when it was time to admit defeat, he would still follow his heart. Of course, Angor knew what Dorcas was thinking. But since Dorcas didn't express it, Angor would just pretend he didn't notice it. How do I get rid of the mycelium inside him? You can do it now. Angor changed the topic. Dorcas paused for a moment. You still need to pick them out one by one? Angor nodded. Dorcas asked, is there no other faster way? For example, drink a potion, and they'll all come out. Wai asked weakly, why do you have to use vomit? Dorcas glared at him in annoyance. Don't tell me you want to pull it? Wai's expression changed and he didn't say anything. That's the fastest way, and the one that won't hurt his body. Of course, there was a faster way, but it would probably cause a loss of blood and chi. As for how long it would take to recover, half a month? 1 month? Or even longer? Dorcas still wanted to say something, but Wai quickly stopped him. That's enough. They're not moving now, so it's much easier to remove them. As he spoke, Wai forced out more than 10 strands of mycelial larvae. Of course, he didn't spit them out. Instead, Wai opened a small hole in his petrified skin, allowing the mycelial larvae to fall out of his body. For the first time, it was so smooth to force the mycelium larvae out of the body. Although the number was not much, it was so easy and smooth that he thought he was dreaming. Most importantly, it didn't itch at all, nor did it hurt at all. When he pulled the mycelial larvae out of his body, it hurt a lot. Also, the larvae seemed to realize that they were about to be pulled out of his body and swam faster, which made Wai itch even more. Now, he could easily force out a bunch of them without feeling anything. This was like heaven and earth. After tasting the sweetness, Wai sat down on the ground and closed his eyes to focus on forcing the mycelial larvae out of his body. At first, there were only a dozen or so of them. But as time went on, more and more of them fell out. Dozens or even hundreds of them fell out of his body. However, these larvae were very small. Even if there were hundreds of them, they would only look like a small puff of dog fur. Compared to the tens of thousands of larvae inside his body, they were not worth mentioning. However, Wai was very motivated. At this rate, he would be able to remove all the mycelial larvae in his body in about a day. This was much faster than before. After Wai got into the zone, he ignored Dorcas, who was still standing there in a daze, and continued his discussion with Kale. The more Kale listened, the more surprised he became. He felt as if his soul was being pulled out of his body and placed in a dream. What Angor said was simply too imaginative, or rather, too ridiculous. Could he really do it? Before Kale could fully comprehend Angor's words, the ruler of wisdom in the air announced that it was time for the duelists to enter the arena. Kale was pushed onto the stage in a daze. Again, they would go first, while the Grey Merchants group would come later. But it didn't matter now. Kale was the only one who could go on the stage. The opponents must have already figured out their strategy and who would be fighting. The order of the duelists didn't matter. Kale's first opponent was Fenemo. The opponents saw Angor discussing tactics with Kale and guessed that Angor was an illusionist. Yet they still sent Fenemo, an illusionist apprentice, to test Kale's strength using Ghost Shadow again. Repeating this tactic over and over again would make the audience tired, but it wasn't a bad idea. Since Wai couldn't go on stage, Kale would be their only opponent. They had 3 illusionist apprentices on their side. One could test Kale's strength, one could wear him down, and the last one could attack. It was the best arrangement they could make. But it was highly likely that they wouldn't even need to use brute force. They could simply test Kale's strength and wear him down. In their eyes, Kale was too weak to fight against an illusionist apprentice. What they didn't notice was that Kale sighed in relief when he saw that Fenemo was his opponent. Among all the strategies Angor told him about, Fenemo was the easiest one. In Kale's opinion, Fenemo was the easiest one. Angor was an illusionist himself, so he didn't need to use fancy tricks. While Kale was rejoicing, the wise ruler's voice, "The duel has begun." Together with the dome, it descended upon the arena. The duel had officially begun. The duel between Kale and Fenemo was still going on. Angor was also watching Kale's performance when the private channel was suddenly activated again. Angor didn't show any reaction. He kept his eyes on the stage while speaking in his mind. Mr. Dark Earl. Only Dark Earl and the Ruler of Wisdom could use such a private channel. Since the Ruler of Wisdom was in the center of the stage, anyone who used Spirit Bond would be able to sense it even if they couldn't see through it. Therefore, it was obvious that the one who contacted him was the Black Earl. Angor wasn't surprised that Count Dark contacted him all of a sudden. Dark Earl and Wai were basically one entity. Dark Earl must know what Angor did inside Wai's body. When Angor placed his hand on Wai's body, Dark Earl deliberately turned around and stared at Angor with his nostrils. Angor knew that Dark Earl would come looking for him. And he was right. What's that mushroom? The first thing Dark Earl asked Angor was this. The others probably didn't know what he did. Even Wai probably didn't know what Angor did. But Dark Earl did. Yes, it was a mushroom. Angor left a mushroom inside Wai's body. It was also this mushroom that made the Black Earl feel puzzled. If it was just an ordinary mushroom, Dark Earl wouldn't mind. Maybe it was Angor's way of healing. But Dark Earl didn't expect the mushroom to be so special. It was as if it was alive, jumping back and forth in Wai's body, as if Wai's flesh and blood were the mountains and rivers that it had conquered, patrolling its territory back and forth. In the beginning, when the Black Earl noticed it, he thought that it was a mutated form of the mycelium. Later, through the trembling movements of the mycelium larvae when it was patrolling, he confirmed that this mushroom was the real culprit that the mycelium larvae did not dare to move. Count Dark finally noticed Angor's presence. Without a doubt, Angor was the one who created the mushroom. Dark Earl was surprised, but he didn't ask Angor about it. He already told Dark Earl that he wouldn't ask about Angor's strange behavior in the underground sewer. However, the Dark Earl's thoughts quickly changed. The mushroom seemed to have noticed his gaze. Dark Earl's guess was that the mushroom would stop moving as soon as he looked at it. But when Dark Earl looked away, the mushroom would continue to patrol its territory. It was surprising that the mushroom could detect Dark Earl's gaze from inside Wai's body. The Black Count was observing the mushroom through their bloodline connection, but the mushroom was able to detect the Black Count's gaze through such a complicated and distant chain of logic. Previously, Black Earl only felt that the mushroom was like a living creature. But now, Black Earl increasingly felt that it might be a living creature. But very soon, the Dark Earl's thoughts were slapped in the face. It was Wai who did it. When Dark Earl tried to tell Wai to control the mushroom, Wai responded with a puzzled look, "What mushroom?" Dark Earl finally noticed that Wai was only shocked about why his larvae suddenly stopped moving. He didn't know that there was a small, green-spotted mushroom inside him. Wai followed Dark Earl's order and did not find the mushroom either. It was as if the mushroom was in a half-real, half-illusory state. Count Dark was now really curious about the strange mushroom. While no one was paying attention to him, Count Dark sent a private message to Angor. As expected of Mr. Dark Earl. "I tried so hard to hide it, but you still noticed it," Angor complimented. "Black Earl, at times like this, I hope you can learn from your mentor. No matter what the situation is, don't talk nonsense. Go straight to the point." Angor didn't know what to say. "What do you want to know, Mr. Dark Earl? Do you want to know what the mushroom will do to Wai? Or do you want to know where the mushroom came from?" "Both." You can tell me as you see fit, Dark Earl replied. In other words, Dark Earl meant that Angor was free to hide anything from him, and he wouldn't force him. This was in line with Dark Earl's promise. Angor considered for a moment. The mushroom won't do anything to Yi. It'll disappear on its own once the poison inside his body is removed. Regarding this, the Black Earl had no objections. He didn't believe that the mushroom could harm Yi at all. Otherwise, he would have stopped Angor from doing so already. Based on his observation of Angor, Dark Earl knew that Angor wasn't a bloodthirsty man who would attack Yi for no reason. Besides, Dark Earl was right next to Angor. Black Earl, what else? As for where the mushroom came from. Mr. Dark Earl, you should know that it's just an illusion, right? Dark Earl didn't say anything this time. He did feel that the mushroom was both real and illusory, but it looked too much like a living creature. Dark Earl didn't know whether it was an illusion or not. Now, Angor's words confirmed that the mushroom was just an illusion. The mushroom itself seems to be able to suppress fungus creatures that aren't as strong as it is. Just like a wizard's aura. Based on this point, I used a special illusion technique to create an illusion of it and infused it with the true meaning of the mushroom to achieve the effect of passing off as the real thing. That's why the mushroom larvae inside Yi's body were restrained. The illusion Angor mentioned sounded like a real illusion to Dark Earl. But an illusion created by a real illusion could sense his gaze? The illusion did what only a living creature could do, which was different from a real illusion. Regarding this, the Black Earl was very confused and wanted to ask about it. But when he described the illusion, he mentioned that it was a special illusion. If it wasn't special, Angor would have told him its name and type. Since Angor didn't want to tell Dark Earl the truth, it meant that he didn't want to reveal the truth. Even if Dark Earl kept asking, Angor would only answer, albeit unwillingly. Dark Earl was surprised, but he didn't want to create a rift between him and Angor over such a trivial matter. Instead of asking about the illusion, Dark Earl went straight to the mushroom's body. The mushroom can move around? What kind of mushroom is it? Did Regina grow it? The mushroom's body is called Mystic. As for what kind of mushroom it is, where it came from, and what it can do, I think you should ask Mr. Rain for more details. What Angor did was to create an illusion of Mystic. He already learned from Regina's research that Mystique was a living fungus that could suppress its own kind, especially those that were parasites. Mystic itself was also a parasite. Perhaps it was for the sake of seizing the host that bewitching gave birth to such a wonderful pressure. When Angor learned about the mushroom larvae inside Yi's body, the first thing he thought of was to use Mystic to suppress them. However, Mystic's body couldn't be exposed. Besides, Regina was still studying it, so Angor decided to use a nightmare illusion to create an illusion of Mystic. Angor purposely used his right hand to touch the mushroom larvae inside Yi's body so that it would be easier for him to use the illusion. Just as he expected, it worked perfectly. However, he didn't expect it to be so effective that even the Black Earl started to take notice of it. Mystic? I've never heard of that name before, Dark Earl said. You mentioned Rain. Is he related to Mystic? Angor nodded. Yes. So you should ask Mr. Rain about it. I don't think it's appropriate for me to tell you. Dark Earl considered for a moment and agreed with Angor's explanation. Angor couldn't possibly lie to Rain, so the strange mushroom really did have something to do with Rain. Since that was the case, Dark Earl didn't need to trouble Angor. After the matter here was over, he could ask Rain about it when he had time. Black Earl didn't think Angor would be bold enough to blame Rain. But he still underestimated the boy. Still, Rain would definitely help Angor when it came to the Land of Despair. It was a tacit agreement between the two of them. After making sure that the mystic gem was just a strange illusion, Black Earl didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he floated to Yi's side. Next, all the openings on Yi's body began to shoot out white, silky substances from every orifice on Yi's body. In the blink of an eye, Yi had turned into a furry ball. The white silk remained glued together for 2 seconds before a gentle breeze blew past. The silk floss fell like snowflakes, revealing Yi inside. Yi's appearance didn't last long. Soon, more strands of silk came out of Yi's body. One round after another. Now he knew that Dark Count was going to help Whale get rid of the larvae inside his body. Judging from this efficiency, it was many times faster than Yi's own cleaning. At this rate, Yi's job should be done in a matter of minutes. However, even though the cleaning speed had increased, it wasn't necessarily a good thing for Yi. Yi's furrowed eyebrows and pursed lips indicated that he wasn't feeling well. But since it was Black Earl who helped him, he had no choice but to endure it. Yi didn't feel uncomfortable when he was doing it alone because he knew where his bottom line was. He knew how much he would feel if he exceeded it. Therefore, he could maintain a comfortable safety line throughout the process. Now that Black Earl joined the cleaning team, Yi's bottom line was broken. He fell from the plane to the bottom of the Rift Valley. Or rather, he fell into a bottomless abyss. This kind of acceleration was already very uncomfortable, and this huge difference only increased Yi's discomfort. It was like asking someone to massage your sore muscles. A moderate massage would relieve the pain and help you relax. But if the massage wasn't so moderate, it could even be called salvation. That would be terrible. At first, it was just a slight pain. But now, it had evolved into bone scraping. It was easy to see how much pain the acceleration would cause. However, the physical pain wasn't too bad. The greater pain was psychological. You could grit your teeth and endure the collapse of your physical body, but a mental breakdown could instantly crush all your perseverance. Think about it, you originally arranged a small wound as an exit for mycelium. But now, every wound on your body, whether it was visible, shameful, non-painful, painful, obvious, or shameful, were all erupting at the same time. Just imagining that kind of feeling was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Originally, the larvae of the mycelium could be concentrated and cleaned up, but now, the larvae of the mycelium spread all over your flesh and blood, exploring every part of your body like ants, and then gushing out from places you are too embarrassed to mention. Most importantly, this was in front of so many people. Angor believed the psychological damage would be worse than V's physical injuries. Even if he increased his speed, Yi would still be traumatized by it. Speaking of which, the Black Earl didn't really care about V's condition. They were close, but the Earl was more like an elder who watched from the sidelines. As long as V was on the right track, the Earl wouldn't say anything. But now, the Black Earl suddenly began to control V and help him get rid of the remaining mycelium in his body. What was going on? TSK, TSK, TSK. Poor guy. Dorcas's voice came from beside him. Angor looked back and saw Dorcas staring at V as well. V was trying his best to endure the pain, but as V's best friend, Dorcas could easily tell that V was holding back. Poor guy. Dorcas sighed again. V heard Dorcas's voice and pursed his lips even tighter. Angor glanced at Dorcas and used Spirit Bond to talk to him. Maybe he'll feel better if you don't say anything. Apart from physical pain, V was suffering more from the psychological damage caused by shame. Dorcas's words wouldn't ease V's pain. They would only make V wish he could crawl into a hole in the ground. The best way to deal with this was to stay quiet. Just pretend you didn't see or hear anything. Dorcas narrowed his eyes and used Spirit Bond to reply. Oh, I see. He paused and cleared his throat. I'm talking about that pink-haired girl on the stage. Yes, her name is Pink Mo. Poor guy. In fact, this kind of explanation was already a bit too much. But when it came to this, it was fine. However, right after Dorcas finished speaking, he added another sentence, I'm not talking about my dear friend. Angor glanced at Dorcas again and didn't use Spirit Bond to persuade him. No doubt, V was doing this on purpose. But to Angor's surprise, V didn't show any signs of mental breakdown. One had to know that when Dorcas had spoken earlier, Yi's emotions had fluctuated greatly. From what Angor could tell, V was only one step away from breaking down. But now, V's expression was calm. His emotions were fluctuating, but they were much smaller than before. Was the Black Earl talking to V? Or was it that Y had already given up? Angor wasn't sure if the latter was a good or bad thing. That was because there was no longer any sense of shame when the jar was broken. Although one could quickly rebuild a firm psychological shell after losing the sense of shame, without shame as a bottom line, one wouldn't even know how despicable one could be. Just look at Dorcas. He was a typical example. Why do you think the Black Earl suddenly helped V get rid of the mycelium? Dorcas asked Angor through the spirit bond. I think you're asking the wrong person, Angor replied. But now you're talking about it in the spirit bond, huh? You don't know how to talk about it. Why don't you just ask? Maybe the Black Earl will answer you. Dorcas chuckled and gave Angor a look that said, you know who I am. After giving Angor a flirtatious wink, Dorcas resumed his serious look. I think the Black Earl wants V to fight again. Angor pondered for a moment. Dorcas' guess was not baseless. It was indeed possible. Speaking of which, the Black Earl was already acting strange. From the Black Earl's point of view, this duel was so important to the Noah clan that the Black Earl was willing to trade his secret method for Angor's participation. But at such a crucial moment, the Black Earl decided to test V. Even V's good friend, Dorcas, didn't think V would win the duel against Phantom. Angor said that V had a chance, but he was just speculating. He actually agreed with Dorcas' opinion. No one expected V to win. Of course, now that Y had won, using the result theory to reverse the situation, everything seemed acceptable. But what if Y lost? If V lost, Angor could only put his hope on Kale if he wanted his apprentices to enter the ruins with him. He could let Kale fight against all 4 apprentices by himself. But was the Black Earl the kind of person who would put his hope on someone else? This was an important place left behind by Noah's ancestors. Angor wouldn't put all his hope on an outsider either. However, the Black Earl did something out of the ordinary at this time. This was very strange. Did the Black Earl know that V would win? Probably not. V's victory was due to his opponent's carelessness. If Phantom kept attacking without giving V a chance to recover, he wouldn't lose. So what was the Black Earl's reason for doing this? Angor really couldn't figure it out. But since the Black Earl already did something out of the ordinary, it wouldn't be a problem to let V fight again. While Angor and Dorcas were chatting, the battle on the stage was coming to an end. The outcome of the battle between Phanemo and Kale was already decided when Dorcas diverted his attention to V. Since Dorcas was distracted, there was no doubt that Kale would win. And it was true. The speed at which Kale won was faster than anyone could have imagined. Grey Merchant's plan didn't work at all. They sent Phanemo to test Kale's abilities, but Kale didn't use any of his abilities. All he did was create spatial cracks, and Phanemo's combat space was reduced to an extremely limited state. In the end, Phanemo was completely trapped inside the spatial rifts and couldn't escape. As for Phanemo's illusions? Of course she did. However, Phanemo's illusions didn't work on Kale at all. It was as if Kale was born immune to illusions. Without the illusions, Phanemo's strength was reduced by 80%. On one side was the complete Kale, and on the other side was Phanemo, who only had 20% of her strength. Their ranks were the same, and Kale had frequently appeared in large ruins, so he wasn't someone who didn't have any combat experience. Under such a comparison, Phanemo's defeat was without a doubt. It was fine if Phanemo lost, but what made Grey Merchant and the others worried was that they couldn't see how Kale avoided the illusions. When Phanemo entered the stage, they wanted to get some information from her. After all, Phanemo was in direct contact with Kale. She might be able to see how Kale avoided the illusions. But Phanemo said with a sad face, I don't know either. Hearing Phanemo's explanation, Grey Merchant and the others frowned even more. Phanemo used different illusions to test Kale, but whether it was fog illusions, inducing illusions, or creating illusions of herself, Kale didn't care at all. He just kept creating spatial rifts to limit Phanemo's movements. At this time, Phanemo could see that Kale was most likely immune to illusions, so she immediately changed her battle strategy. She began to use different angles of view, as well as the projection of light and shadow, to hypnotize Kale. This was no longer an illusion technique, but a very advanced hypnosis technique. Some of Phanemo's items were given to her by Grey Merchant. They were harmless, but they were effective against apprentices who didn't have any spirit defenses. However, Phanemo was disappointed that her hypnosis technique didn't work on Kale at all. It was as if everything she did was just a clown's game in Kale's eyes. In the end, Phanemo was defeated after using up all her tricks. After hearing Phanemo's explanation, Grey Merchant and Grey Merchant looked at each other and saw the same confusion in each other's eyes. Kale's victory was too simple. There was only one decisive factor in the duel: Kale was immune to illusions. Because of this, Fanemo couldn't even get close to Kale, let alone test his abilities. Is it that wizard you met before? The woman pointed at Angor. Grey Merchant, it's possible. He's probably an illusionist. But even if he's an illusionist, we should be able to see through his tricks, right? Grey Merchant and Grey Merchant looked at each other again. They probably wouldn't know the answer to this question. Actually, the reason was simple. It was similar to the illusion Angor created inside Vale's body. Even Vale himself couldn't see it, let alone other people. Black Earl was an exception. His nose was connected to Vale's body. If Black Earl's nose and Vale's nose were two separate entities, he wouldn't be able to see through Vale's illusion. Using the same method, Angor planted a mark inside Kale's body. He used nightmare energy to create a nightmare mark. Nightmare illusions were much more effective against ordinary illusions. Especially when it came to apprentice-level illusions, as well as related mental attacks, it could even be directly immune to them. With the help of the mark, Kale didn't need to use anything else. He didn't even need to summon his speedy spirit. He only needed to use a basic space cantrip to achieve victory. Just like the previous duels, the ruler of wisdom gave both combatants some time to recover. Ever since the end of the match, Kale had been suppressing the joy of victory. He knew that what he was about to face would be the most difficult part of the match. After leaving the arena, Kale planned to calm himself down so that he wouldn't affect the next battle. However, Vale's condition attracted Kale's attention. Somehow, Vale was no longer petrified and was now standing quietly beside Black Earl. At a glance, there was no longer the white mycelium that made people feel uncomfortable. His skin was very smooth, and there were no scars at all. Was Vale healed after the duel? Also, being cured should be a joyous occasion, but why did Yi's eyes look so gloomy? You got rid of the larvae already? Kale hesitated for a moment before walking to Wei's side. He preferred to stay close to Wei, who was also an apprentice, since there were so many wizards around. Yi didn't say anything and just nodded silently. Kale thought Wei's reaction was strange, but he didn't think too much about it. You said it's hard to get rid of. How come it's done now? As soon as he finished speaking, Kale felt that the atmosphere was a little off, because he inadvertently glanced at Dorcas, who was standing across from him. Dorcas clenched his fist and covered his mouth. He turned his face to the side, his shoulders trembling. Was he giggling? Kale looked to the other side in confusion. Angor, on the other hand, was looking at Kale with a meaningful look. The atmosphere was so strange that Kale was at a loss for what to do. He turned his head to ask Wade, only to find that Wade, who had been silent all this while, had his head tilted 45 degrees to stare at the pitch-black sky. Through the light source above the arena, Kale could faintly see that his eyes were slightly moist, as if there were tears in them. Was Yi crying? Just as Kale was wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him, the Dark Earl's voice suddenly sounded. You're still up next. But we'll switch you out for the next match. Since Earl Black didn't sound like he was going to negotiate, Kale didn't dare to refuse. As for who should go next, it was obvious that Wei was the only one who could do it. So Wei was crying because he didn't want to fight. If that was the case, Kale didn't need to worry about it. Mr. Superdimensional already told him how to fight each match. For example, Angor was the one who planned Fanmo's duel. So, Wei should be fine as long as he explained the strategy to him, right? Kale tried to sound out his guess in a roundabout way. In response, the Black Earl did not say anything. He merely sneered. Wei, on the other hand, didn't seem to hear him at all. He just stared into the distance like a soulless man. Angor gave him an answer through their spirit bond. No strategy. Like before, Wei will come up with his own plan. Kale, don't we need to discuss strategies? But Kal-El wanted to say, didn't Vi seem very resistant? But when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. Instead, he said, but the remaining two apprentices on the other side don't seem easy to deal with. Regardless of whether it was the devil elephant whose appearance could not be seen clearly, or the shepherd who was leaning on the black-faced goat, they all looked much stronger than Fanemo. This was especially true for the demonic elephants, whose thick blood energy made Corel feel threatened even from afar. As for the shepherd, although he couldn't tell how strong he was, the Black Earl had clearly said that he was a rhythm apprentice. As long as it was a rhythm apprentice, even if it wasn't the strongest rhythm apprentice, it definitely couldn't be underestimated. Angor comforted him. Don't worry. Ghostly Shadow's ability was quite effective against Vey's, and Vey managed to turn the tables on his own. Believe in why, he will have his own strategy. Moreover, compared to the duel with Spirit Shadow, Yi's next duel will at least know who his opponent is. This will also give him more time to think of a plan. There were only 2 apprentices left on the other side. No matter who Corel would fight next, the last one would definitely be Yi's opponent. Of course, Corel had to win his next duel. Otherwise, Yi would have to fight against 2 opponents at once. However, Angor wasn't certain that Corel would win. He only gave Corel one of his trump cards, the Nightmare Mark. If the rest of them couldn't even deal with one opponent, how could Angor call them his trump cards? Corel agreed with Angor's words. If he had to fight the Devil Elephant, Yi would only need to think about how to deal with the Shepherd, and vice versa. This way, Yi would know who his opponent was in advance, and he would have more time to prepare. Just like what Sir Chowei had said, he believed that Yi would definitely have his own strategy. I understand. Corel nodded. I'm glad you understand. Angor paused for a moment before he added, besides, even if Yi loses, you can still fight, right? The rules of this duel were different from the ones in Sky Tower. The winner could choose to let his teammates fight at any time while he or she rested. The losers would be directly eliminated and would not have the right to go up again. If Corel won the next duel, even if Yi lost the next one, Corel would still have a chance to fight again. Angor winked at Kale as if he was saying, I have faith in you. Kale was stunned for a moment. Although there was nothing wrong with what Mr. Chowei had just said, but Mr. Chowei had just said to trust Yi, and now he suddenly said something like this. Kale didn't know how to respond. Also, did Mr. Chowei think highly of Yi? Corel didn't ask, but Angor already knew what he was thinking. Did he think highly of Yi? Angor didn't know how to answer that question. After all, he didn't know if Black Earl would give Yi a trump card as well, or if Yi could really win the duel. In terms of chances of winning, Angor was more optimistic about Carol's chances because Corel had his own trump card. Rather than Yi or Corel, Angor preferred to say that he had faith in himself. Instead of explaining further, Angor smiled. You did well in the last duel. Keep it up. With that, Angor prepared to end the short conversation. However, Corel still asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Mister, I think Yi was crying just now. What's wrong with him? Angor paused for a moment. Well, I think it's best if you don't ask about it now. When we leave this place and return to the market, you can ask Dorcas about it alone. If you're still interested in this question by then. Angor gave an ambiguous answer in a meaningful tone. Corel didn't know what was going on, but he never paid much attention to anything other than ruins. If Mr. Superdimensional said something like that, then there must be something else going on. If that was the case, Corel decided not to ask for more details. By the time they were done chatting, Kale's excitement from his victory had gradually calmed down. Plus, he only had to deal with one more opponent later, which eased his mental burden a little. Another duel was about to begin when the Wise Lord's voice came again. As usual, Kale was the first to step onto the stage. Not long after he stepped onto the stage, a melodious tune drifted into his ears. Kale looked up and saw a man with long green hair wearing a goatskin mask. He was whistling as he walked up to the stage. His steps were relaxed as if he was strolling in his own backyard. Coupled with the loose robe and the casually tied-up long green hair, it added a bit of leisure. Without his mask, he would look even more relaxed. As Corel thought about this, his opponent stopped humming and took off his goatskin mask. Phantom also took off his mask before, but it was more of a show. He would only remove half of it to give his opponent a fanciful impression before putting it back on again. It would create a great atmosphere, but it wouldn't do anything. This man, on the other hand, took off his mask and revealed his true face. Under the mask was a young man who wasn't exactly handsome, but he gave off a gentle and elegant aura. When he took off his goatskin mask, it shrank on its own and was pinned to his waist. Only then did the man look up at Kale. He twirled the flute in his hand and bowed elegantly. "Shepherd, please enlighten me." Corel considered for a moment. "Traveler." The shepherd was a little surprised. "You're called Traveler?" "My name is very similar to mine." Corel frowned. The names Traveler and Shepherd shouldn't have anything to do with each other, right? Corel cursed inwardly, but he remained silent on the surface. The shepherd didn't get angry when Corel didn't respond. Instead, he said gently, "Our hearts aren't in the same place." Corel didn't understand what the shepherd meant. The shepherd explained on his own accord. "A traveler's heart is in the distance. And the shepherd's heart is also far away, in the forest where the wind blows, on the shore where the white sand floats, in the fertile land where the water and grass grow, and, in the starry field where the endless radiance shines." Corel was stunned by this series of parallels. It took him a while to regain his composure. "You don't seem like a shepherd. You seem more like a poet." The shepherd smiled. "Actually, both are the same. A shepherd herds the sheep in his hands. A poet herds the sheep in his heart." Every word the shepherd said would make people feel awkward if they heard it from someone else. But for some reason, when the shepherd spoke, there was an elegant rhythm to it. It was as if these words were meant to come out of his mouth. It didn't make anyone feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it sounded noble and pleasing to the ear. If it was a night with pleasant moonlight, holding a harp in one's hand and strolling leisurely in the courtyard, a young girl who was yearning for love would hear the shepherd's chant, and she would most likely fall for him on the spot. Faced with such an elegant opponent, Corel suddenly felt a little awkward. He didn't know what to say. If he didn't say anything, it would make him feel inferior. But if he said something inappropriate, it would seem that he was at a disadvantage. This sudden mental dilemma caused Cale to feel uneasy. The shepherd seemed to have read Carol's mind. He smiled warmly and helped him out. "A traveler's footsteps never stop. You must have seen many sights, right?" Corel instinctively replied, "I like to explore ruins." The shepherd said, "Sure enough, travelers have their own hobbies and goals, and they are constantly moving towards these goals. I really envy you. Although my heart is far away, my body is still in the same place." Corel asked, "Why?" The shepherd paused for a second before smiling. "Because I need to herd sheep." As soon as the shepherd finished speaking, the ruler of wisdom's voice rang out. "Enough with the idle chatter. Let the duel begin." Although the ruler of wisdom had already announced the start of the duel, neither the shepherd nor Corel immediately made a move. The shepherd twirled his flute in a circle before grabbing it. "I actually don't really like fighting. I prefer to play the flute. Do you have a song you want to listen to?" Corel didn't say anything. Instead, he stretched out his hand and made a spatial crack. The crack slowly grew until it could fit a person. At this moment, from the crack, it should be called a crack now, a tall figure walked out of the crack. The newcomer was bathed in a metallic luster, and his entire body was filled with a mechanical beauty. An alchemy puppet. The shepherd raised an eyebrow. Corel didn't say anything, nor did he have the alchemy puppet step forward. Instead, he looked at the shepherd with vigilance. The shepherd shrugged. "Since you aren't answering, I'll just play a song. Do you like the sound of the wind?" The moment he said that, the shepherd raised his flute to his lips and began to play a melodious tune. Along with the melody came a gentle wind that enveloped the shepherd. The shepherd rode the wind and floated in the air. At that moment, the shepherd put down his flute and looked at Corel. "The rhythm of the wind is a song for travelers." While Corel was puzzled, the shepherd's tune rang out once more. This time, the wind around them was no longer gentle. Instead, it gradually became heavier. There seemed to be wisps of thin mist and dense rain clouds in the surroundings. Under the blow of the heavy wind, the dense clouds turned into a gloomy color, and the wisps of clouds spiraled continuously. In front of Carol's eyes, a long road filled with lightning, storms, and dark clouds appeared. It was then that Cale began to understand what the shepherd meant when he said, "A song for the traveler." This was an epic of a traveler's journey. It was a song for travelers. Everyone who embarked on a journey wouldn't have a smooth journey ahead. There would be ups and downs. This was a bumpy road full of unknown obstacles. It was a road filled with thorns, a road shrouded in storms and gales. The shepherd was currently playing the role of the storm and gales blocking the traveler's path. Passing through was a song for travelers. Falling here was a death knell. It had to be said that the shepherd's momentum was much, much stronger than Phantom's. If momentum could be said to be divided into internal and external manifestations, then Phantom's momentum was superficial, while the shepherd's momentum was both internal and external. Even Kale had almost fallen due to such a large amount of hype. Being treated so seriously by the shepherd, Corel suddenly had the urge to give up on using external means and the alchemy puppet. He wanted to be like Y, using his own abilities to fight and achieve victory. However, this was only a fleeting thought. Corel understood the situation clearly. If he really gave up on external means, his chances of winning wouldn't be too high. At this critical moment, if he lost the duel because of his willfulness, even he would feel guilty. Moreover, compared to a real battle, Corel was more looking forward to going to the ruins after winning. Exploring ruins was more interesting than anything else. Thinking of this, Corel didn't let his thoughts run wild. He focused on this battle that he absolutely couldn't lose. End of chapter. What do you think of this shepherd? Dorcas looked at Angor. Angor answered without hesitation, he's an interesting person. Dorcas raised an eyebrow. Interesting? Is it just interesting? Angor considered for a moment. Someone with a story. Dorcas chuckled. Who here doesn't have a story? Angor remained silent for a while this time. Someone who's interesting, has a story, and has some secrets. Dorcas still looked like he couldn't give a complete answer. Who here didn't have secrets? Angor chose to remain silent and ignore the haters who would not be satisfied no matter what he said. Angor's first answer already contained all his thoughts about the shepherd, an interesting person. Angor had been paying attention to the shepherd since the beginning. Among all the apprentices in front of him, the shepherd was the one he paid the most attention to. The reason wasn't because of the empty title of Rhythm Apprentice, but because the shepherd was rather calm in the midst of his peers' anxious, cautious, and panicky emotions. He didn't fit in with the others. His calmness wasn't fake, nor was it forced. In fact, it was different from Grey Merchant's calmness. His calmness was more like calmness, leisure, and relaxation. How relaxed was he? Earlier, he was leaning on a black-faced goat and taking a nap with his eyes closed. It was strange that someone could remain so relaxed in such a situation. Maybe he was confident in his own strength and didn't care about the outside world. Let's not talk about whether the shepherd was truly powerful. Even if he was hiding his true strength, under the pressure of the wise ruler and the Dark Earl, only a magus above the legendary realm would be able to believe that his strength did not matter. There were no legendary wizards in the southern wizardry region apart from the Sentinels. Maybe he already knew his future and didn't care about the outside world. The prerequisite for this question is that he is a prophet, or that he has received some kind of prophecy or revelation. Such prophets had a very typical trait: they were usually indifferent and preferred to watch from the sidelines. The shepherd might be calm, but he wasn't so indifferent as to watch from the sidelines. He still felt joy and emotions, which wasn't something a prophet should have. Or perhaps it was because of his personality that he did not care about external things. This was hard to prove. Personality was too idealistic. But judging from the current situation, the shepherd's personality was indeed more gentle, or perhaps, undisciplined? However, this kind of personality was not enough for him to face the current situation with equanimity. After eliminating all possibilities, he still could not figure out why the shepherd was so calm. This was why Angor said that he was a man with secrets. As for what secrets he was hiding? However, the battle was not over yet. If he really had a secret, and the secret could support him far beyond his own strength, then he would eventually be exposed in the following battle. On the stage, the wind was still blowing. Along with the shepherd's flute, the wind on the stage had a different change. When the melody was long and graceful, the wind blew past Kale's limbs and imperceptibly restrained them. While the melody was dull, the surrounding wind transformed into a large number of wind blades. These wind blades were like birds that could automatically search for their enemies, refusing to dissipate until they touched Kale. As a result, the wind blades resembled green flower petals as they flew back and forth around Kale. As the pitch of the song gradually increased, the pressure of the wind became more and more pronounced. Not only did the wind pressure suffocate Corel, but it also sealed off all of the mana around him, making it difficult for him to use any of it. All he could do was constantly exhaust his mana. As long as he did not run out of mana, he could handle this for a short time. However, he would not be able to hold on for much longer. And this was only the shepherd's control over the wind. The shepherd himself had not done anything yet. He simply floated in the air with his eyes closed while playing his flute. Kale knew he could not afford to waste any more time. This was only the beginning of the battle. Judging from the shepherd's flute, the melody had not reached its climax yet. If Kale waited until it reached its climax, he might not even be able to stand on the stage. He had to get rid of the shepherd as soon as possible. At least, he had to stop the shepherd from playing his flute. According to Kale's original plan, he was going to use the space rupture to divert the surrounding wind into the void like a flood. However, after simulating the situation in his mind, Kale gave up on that idea. Space manipulators were very special among occultists. Cantrips and spells had a higher chance of backfiring compared to other manipulators, and the damage inflicted by such backfiring would be far greater than any other type of backfiring. This also caused space attribute masters to be extremely focused when casting spells, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. The wind was still rushing around them, giving Kale no time to focus on casting spells. It was very likely that he would run into a hurricane and lose due to the backfire. So he gave up on using the space rupture as a flood. Since his plan was not going to work, Kale decided not to waste time and summoned his alchemy puppet. He was going to use Angor's method to win this duel. The alchemy puppet's body shone with a bright metallic luster, especially its face, which looked as if it was painted with a layer of paint. Its face had been carved with a strange clown's smile by its creator. Therefore, when it attacked, there would always be a hint of strangeness and mockery. The shepherd didn't care about the puppet at all. He was completely focused on his performance. When he was halfway through his performance, he noticed that the wind around him was getting thinner and thinner. He opened his eyes in confusion. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a huge metal fist. The shepherd was shocked. It quickly used its flute to push aside the hand in front of it, then released a whirlwind in front of it. The whirlwind's counterforce caused the shepherd to quickly retreat. Neither side was injured from the brief contact, but the shepherd's flute was interrupted. As the shepherd's tune paused, the wind around Kale became sparse, and the heavy wind that had been binding Kale gradually dissipated. It was as if the battle had returned to its original state. "The wind is gone?" the shepherd muttered. No, the song didn't disappear. The wind didn't disappear. It was transformed. He was so focused on his performance that he didn't notice what was going on outside. Now, he finally sensed that the surrounding wind did not disappear. Instead, there was a betrayal, which was the transformation that he spoke of. The total amount of wind energy didn't change. The reason why he felt that the wind was getting weaker and weaker was because the wind was being transformed by his opponent. Because of this, the song was still there, and the wind was still there, but the battle had undergone a drastic change. The wind he controlled had been transformed. This was the first time the shepherd had encountered something like this in a battle. Normally, only strong wind could be transformed into weak wind. The difference in the strength of the wind was determined by the strength of the person controlling it. The fact that the shepherds were able to transform into wind meant that they were at a disadvantage in the competition of wind abilities. This was very strange. The traveler on the other side was a space-type acolyte. If he wanted to deal with the wind, he would have to devour it or banish it into the void. But he didn't use the power of space. Instead, he used the power of wind. And he won in the end? How did he do it? The changes on the battlefield were all seen by the audience. The wind was transformed? Could it be that this traveler cultivated the power of wind? Fanemo asked doubtfully. The evil woman and grey merchant were completely focused on the stage and didn't answer her question. Instead, it was the defeated phantom who said, even if he cultivated the power of wind, could he be stronger than the shepherd who cultivated the wind? Then if it wasn't a cross-type cultivation, what could it be? Fanemo also didn't believe that the traveler could win against the shepherd in a battle of wind. Even among the wind acolytes, there were very few who could win against the shepherd. After all, the shepherd was a wind element rhythm apprentice, but the battle on the stage was hard to fake. The traveler had indeed used the strong wind to transform the shepherd's weak wind. This meant that the shepherd was inferior to the traveler in terms of the power of wind. Fenemo guessed again, could it be that the traveler has dual innate talents? Dual innate talents weren't rare, but normally, acolytes wouldn't split their attention to cultivate multiple elements. Because their lifespan was limited, so was the time they could cultivate. After becoming an official wizard, their lifespan would be greatly extended. Only then would they have time to cultivate multiple elements. Thus, although Fenemo guessed that the traveler had dual innate talents, her words were still filled with doubt. Phantom, even if he has dual innate talents, how strong do you think the traveler's power of wind needs to be to transform the shepherd's wind? Without waiting for Fenemo to answer, Phantom directly answered, at the very least, he needs to become a sequence acolyte to be able to steadily transform the shepherd's wind. And how many wind acolytes are there? And among those that we know, none of them fit the traveler's characteristics. Rhythm, sequence, nature change, transition, reincarnation, these were the pinnacle of a single element that elemental wizards pursued. Although there were rhythm acolytes in every element, the acolyte that could truly reach the pinnacle wasn't the rhythm of wind, but the rhythm of water. And those that could reach the pinnacle of the wind element were wind acolytes. And the acolyte stage corresponded to the so-called sequence acolytes. No matter if it was rhythm acolytes or sequence acolytes, it didn't mean that they had grasped rhythm and sequence. They only had a glimpse of the true meaning of this path. To truly understand and embark on this path, one had to at least become an official magus. Even so, to be able to grasp a glimpse of the true meaning of this path at the acolyte stage was enough to show that one had great potential. In the magus world of the southern region, acolytes who had glimpsed the true meaning of this path weren't unknown. Even if the acolytes themselves were very low-key, they wouldn't help an official magus who could teach such acolytes hide it. This was a good opportunity to prove their teaching ability. The existence of the Tea Party also made it difficult for these acolytes with potential to hide their identities. Thus, although Phantom mentioned the name sequence acolyte, he didn't think that the traveler was a sequence acolyte. If he wasn't a sequence acolyte, then how did the traveler transform the wind? While Guiying and Fenemo were pondering, the shepherd on the stage gave a new direction of speculation. Is that it? The shepherd pointed at the alchemy puppet, it can transform the wind? Kal-El didn't say anything. The shepherd didn't mind and lightly laughed, since you don't want to answer, then I'll test it myself. The moment he finished speaking, the shepherd played his flute. This time, it wasn't a minor tune, but a clear and melodious sheep call. After the tune with the yodel flavor was played, 4 black-faced goats walked out from behind the shepherd in an orderly manner, one on the left, left, right, left, 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 right, and left. It was as if there was a large door behind the shepherd, summoning these 4 adorable lambs from the fertile grassland to the arena. As the 4 black-faced sheep walked onto the arena, the originally serious atmosphere suddenly changed. The 4 black-faced sheep didn't stop the shepherd's calls at all, bleating and bleating. Moreover, they circled around the shepherd, their footsteps extremely synchronized, as if they were tap dancing. The shepherd's serious expression became awkward because of the 4 black-faced sheep that didn't play by the rules. The most embarrassing thing was that the alchemy puppet on the other side had a clown face. With the bleating and the tap-dancing black-faced sheep, the arena seemed to have turned into a circus. Black 1, Black 2, Black 3, baby, if you don't stop now, you won't be able to eat windmill grass for the next month. The shepherd's calm state of mind was broken by the 4 black-faced sheep. Fortunately, the 4 black-faced sheep seemed to care a lot about their rations. When the shepherd threatened them with rations, they immediately became obedient. The shepherd coughed and thanked Kal-El. He thanked Kal-El for not attacking him when he was in a predicament. Then, the battle started in a dramatic manner. But this time, the shepherd didn't play his flute. Instead, he followed the rhythm of the black-faced sheep's footsteps and walked on the arena. At the same time, every time the black-faced goat stomped on the ground, it would create a gust of wind. The gust of wind would swirl around the black-faced goat and eventually form a whirlpool. The black-faced sheep transformed into a vortex of wind and jumped around the arena. All the obstacles created by Kal-El were absorbed into their bodies and turned into dust. The black-faced sheep weren't even afraid of spatial cracks. They directly jumped through the cracks, and apart from losing a bit of wind, they didn't lose anything else. And the wind they lost would be replenished by the black-faced sheep's footsteps. They were like perpetual motion machines, chasing after the alchemy puppet. Indeed, the alchemy puppet. They didn't look at Kal-El. This might have been the shepherd's order. But Kal-El wasn't without danger. The black-faced sheep chased after the alchemy puppet, while the shepherd started attacking him. Facing the shepherd's attack, Kale was prepared for it at first. But soon, he realized that rather than saying that the shepherd was attacking, it was more accurate to say that he was probing and obstructing them. The shepherd's probing was different from other people's probing. His probing was more to confirm whether or not Kal-El possessed the power of wind. Countless green flowers floated in the air. The flowers that looked like roses spun and floated to Kale's side. As the flowers flew, they began to tremble, as if they were foretelling what was about to happen. As the flowers approached Kale, they began to tremble even more, as if there was a surge of energy within them that yearned to be released. Finally, the large number of flowers around Kale reached the peak of their trembling. With a rumbling sound, the flowers all exploded, or rather, disintegrated. The disintegration of the flowers brought with it countless petals. These petals were like sharp blades, attacking Kale at a high frequency. This attack wasn't very strong, but it was very annoying. It was like mosquitoes constantly circling around one's ears. It didn't affect one greatly, but it was enough to make one's mind chaotic. The best way to deal with this kind of attack was to ignore it. But the shepherd seemed to have some foundation in the sound element. He increased the hiss of the petals as they cut through the air, and by adjusting the frequency of the sound, he continued to provoke Kale's nervous nerves, making him even more annoyed. If he ignored it now, it would affect his performance. And how to deal with these petals became a problem for Kale. Kale understood the shepherd's intentions. The shepherd used this kind of harassment instead of a direct attack to test whether or not Kale had the power of wind. As the shepherd had said before, if Kale wasn't willing to answer, then he would test him himself. If Kale really did have the power of wind, then the simplest way to deal with it would be the same as what the alchemy puppet had done before, turn strong wind into weak wind. As long as Kale set up a layer of strong wind around him, he could easily turn these petals into weak wind. And this method of setting up a layer of wind around him couldn't even be considered a magic trick for a wind elemental apprentice. It could only be considered a basic application of the power of wind. So if Kale chose to use other methods to deal with the petals, then it would expose the fact that he didn't have the power of wind. The shepherd had made things so complicated just to prove this conclusion. Kale understood the shepherd's intentions, but he didn't understand why the shepherd had to confirm whether or not he had the power of wind. In such a high-pressure battle, wasn't it unnecessary to prove such a worthless conclusion? Kale hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should call the alchemy puppet back. After all, the one who truly had the power of wind was the one hiding inside the alchemy puppet. But for some reason, when Kale tried to contact Speed Spirit through the puppet's device, Speed Spirit didn't reply. Kale doubtfully glanced at the puppets and discovered that the 4 black-faced goats had already transformed into 4 terrifying vortexes that surrounded the Speed Spirit. Su Ling was trapped by the 4 black-faced goats. However, wasn't Speed Spirit an elemental creature that was close to the level of an official adept? Why would he be trapped by 4 black-faced goats of unknown origin? While Kale was still wondering, the petals around him started to get denser and denser. The hissing sound made him even more irritated. After a moment of hesitation, Kale decided to use a spatial defensive spell to block the petals. Among all the defensive spells, only the spatial defensive spell was a rank 3 cantrip. The power of space wasn't as easy to control as the other elements, and once it went out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the spatial defensive spell was the only rank 3 defensive spell of the same rank. It didn't have the highest defensive power, but it was definitely the most difficult to cast. Kale's use of a spatial defensive spell made him feel like he was using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. But then again, Kale had done it on purpose. It wasn't that he didn't know any defensive spells of other elements. The reason why he chose the most difficult one was purely to bluff. In any case, if he used any other type of defensive technique, the shepherd would determine that he couldn't use the power of wind, so he might as well use the most difficult type of defensive technique, space. It was a deliberate act. I know what you're trying to do, but I'm not going to follow your script. Kale didn't know if the shepherd would be fooled by this bluff, but it was still a strategy to deal with the situation. Besides, even if the shepherd saw through his plan, it didn't matter. All he had to do was show that he couldn't use the power of wind. It wasn't a big deal. He had been hesitant to answer earlier because he was embarrassed. After all, an adept-level alchemy puppet wasn't something that an apprentice could use. If it was exposed, it would be confirmed that it was a trick given by an official wizard. Even though everyone had their own methods, but the help that Ghost Shadow and Finemo received was still within the scope of an apprentice. It was a bit too much for him to use an adept-level trick to participate in an apprentice duel. Because of this, he didn't answer the shepherd's question. But since the alchemy puppet was allowed to participate, it meant that the wise ruler had tacitly agreed that it complied with the rules of the duel. Therefore, even if it was exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Kale's sudden change in attitude left the shepherd stunned. However, he quickly came back to his senses and shook his head. He looked at Kale with an amused expression. It was as if he was telling Kale that he had seen through his tricks. Kale wasn't affected by the shepherd's attitude. Like he said, he didn't think it was a big deal. The only reason he had taken a detour was because he didn't want the shepherd to be able to prove himself so easily. Kale was more concerned about Speed Spirit's condition than being seen through by the shepherd. Why didn't Speed Spirit respond? What did the 4 black-faced goats do to Speed Spirit? Kale was very worried about Speed Spirit. He knew very well how precious elemental creatures were in the southern region. If something happened to Speed Spirit, he wouldn't be able to pay for it. With that in mind, Kale activated his spatial defensive spell and flew towards Speed Spirit. Kale didn't consider the fact that Speed Spirit was almost as powerful as a wizard-level creature. If something happened to Speed Spirit, Kale wouldn't be able to help. On the other hand, the shepherd knew that Kale didn't know how to use wind energy. However, he still couldn't prove where the wind energy came from. Was it from the alchemy puppet? The reason why the shepherd cared so much about the answer was because the wind was very different. The shepherd had his own secrets, and the wind energy seemed to be related to them somehow. Therefore, the shepherd wouldn't allow Kale to disturb the 4 goats before he came to a conclusion. The shepherd quickly chased after Kale. This time, he didn't use wind energy. Instead, he directly approached Kale. With the power of the wind, the shepherd's speed was extremely fast, and he easily blocked Kale's path. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Kale knew that he couldn't avoid this fight. At the same time, Dorcas approached Angor again. Do you know what I want to do the most right now? Angor didn't know what to say. What does that have to do with me? Dorcas clenched his fists and glared fiercely at the shepherd in the arena. I want to give that guy a good beating. If it was before, why would have complained, are you jealous of him? But now that Whale was gone, and he didn't want to say anything, Dorcas had no choice but to keep talking to himself. Because he did something outrageous. Angor gave Dorcas a doubtful look. The shepherd was behaving normally. There was nothing wrong with him, right? Seeing Angor finally paying attention to him, Dorcas quickly added, he summoned 4 ugly goats. Those 4 black-faced goats? Angor took a closer look and didn't think they were ugly at all. Overall, they looked very much like sheep. Their fur was fluffy and naturally curled, pure white and flawless. Only their faces were slightly black. Even though their faces were black, it didn't make them look ugly. On the contrary, because of the color, it covered their protruding noses, making their faces look flat and furry. They looked very cute. Besides, the color scheme reminded him of a cat from Earth he saw on his hologram tablet, which made him more subjective in his evaluation. Angor didn't argue with Dorcas. Everyone had their own aesthetic standards. Dorcas' aesthetic standards were just as ugly as Angor's. So, he respected Dorcas' opinion. But if he wanted to beat up the shepherd just because of the goat's looks, that was a bit twisted, wasn't it? Dorcas continued. More importantly, he gave those 4 ugly goats such horrible names. Angor tried to recall what the shepherd called the goats. They were called Black 1, Black 2, Black 3, and Baby? What was so horrible about that? The names are horrible, and they're not symmetrical. Black 1, black 2, and black 3 are fine. But shouldn't the last one be black 4? Why is it baby? What's the connection between baby and the others? Hearing Dorcas' complaints and seeing how impatient Dorcas was, Angor had an idea. Some people with obsessive-compulsive disorder would go crazy when they noticed something that didn't work out. They would only feel good when everything followed the rules. Could it be that Dorcas was such a person? But Angor remembered that such OCD sufferers were obsessed with order. Dorcas himself didn't follow the rules that much. He preferred freedom. He didn't look like an OCD sufferer. A weak voice came from the side. Gold 1, Gold 2, Gold 3, and Gold 4. Those are the names of his sandworms. Angor turned around and saw that it was Y, who had been quiet for a long time. Y's expression was still miserable, and his face was still very pale, but at least his eyes were a little more spirited than before. As long as Angor didn't mention what happened before, Y should be able to recover slowly. If I remember correctly, his sandworm is called Goldie, right? Plus, Dorcas still owed Angor gold. Gold is just a nickname. Its official name is Gold 3, Y said. Angor began to understand what V was trying to say. Dorcas was an atypical OCD sufferer. He usually didn't show any symptoms, but when he got serious about something, he couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't care about his sandworms being named Gold 1 to Gold 4, and he didn't care if they had nicknames or not. But when he heard other people's black-faced goats were named Gold 1 to Gold 3, and Baby, he couldn't help it. Even so, Angor still found it ridiculous. It was just a name. Maybe Baby had nothing to do with Gold 1 to Gold 3. Maybe it had its own combination, like BB or something like that. As Angor thought about it, the shepherd on the stage suddenly yelled, "Gold 1, help your brother. Don't let that alchemy puppet break through the vortex." Angor didn't know what to say. According to the order the shepherd used to call them, Gold 1 was Gold 1, and Baby was Gold 4. But now, the shepherd asked Gold 1 to help his brother? Brother? So Baby was the boss? Then why did you call Baby last? Angor's head was full of question marks. He glanced at Dorcas, who was beside him. Dorcas was already gritting his teeth. Angor finally understood Dorcas' feelings a little. Because his hand was also itching a little. Angor, what's up with your speed spirit? Black Earl's voice sounded in the spirit bond at the right time, which instantly dispelled the anxious atmosphere in the spirit bond. I don't know. Dorcas also turned around. Isn't it your elemental companion? How come you don't know about it? Angor looked at Dorcas' calm expression. Wasn't the guy yelling about killing Angor just now? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Angor shrugged. Maybe they're cute? Angor knew what Count Black and Dorcas meant. Speed Spirit was surrounded by 4 black-faced goats, and it didn't come out at all. Even Angor himself was puzzled, let alone them. Angor sensed Speed Spirit's presence when Kale tried to contact him. But Speed Spirit didn't respond to Kale's call, which was strange. At first, Angor thought Speed Spirit was in danger. But through the bond and his super perception talent, Angor was sure that Speed Spirit was fine. As for why Speed Spirit didn't come out from the goat's encirclement, Angor had no idea. After all, Speed Spirit was only his subordinate, not his elemental companion. End of chapter. Can you tell what happened to Speed Spirit, Mr. Dark? Angor asked. Angor was actually trying to ask why Dark Earl was interested in Speed Spirit all of a sudden. Dark Earl never showed much interest in a fight before. Even when YY, Noah's descendant, went on stage, the man would only watch quietly without saying anything. Apart from Dorcas's babbling, Angor could not hear anything else in the spirit bond. This time, the Dark Earl suddenly joined their discussion and asked about Su Ling, which made Angor curious. Did Su Ling encounter something that attracted the Dark Earl's attention? I only saw that Speed Spirit didn't attack those strange goats, Dark Earl said in a low voice. Count Black's answer was simple, but Angor could tell that the man was trying to tell something from his words. First, why didn't Speed Spirit attack the 4 goats? Angor was wondering about this as well. The 4 goats were still running around the arena, which meant Speed Spirit did not attack them. It could even be said that Speed Spirit was trapped in the circle by them. Speed Spirit was not an unintelligent creature. As an elemental creature that had lived for a long time, its intelligence was not lower than a human's. The only thing it lacked was experience in human society. However, these 4 goats did not need that experience at all. Besides, Speed Spirit had been following them all the way, so it knew how important this fight was. Something must be wrong if it suddenly went offline. However, Angor noticed something else from Dark Earl's tone. Second, strange goats. If one listened carefully to the Black Earl's words, they would realize that his focus was not on the swift spirit, but on the group of black-faced goats. From this, it could be seen that the Black Earl was more concerned about the black-faced goats than the Speed Spirit. Also, Dark Earl used the word strange to describe the goats, which was very rare. Dark Earl was not known for his great knowledge, but he was definitely one of the most knowledgeable people in the entire southern wizarding region. If even Dark Earl used strange to describe the goats, it was worth investigating. Angor didn't pay much attention to the goats. The shepherd already had one of them sleeping on the side of the field. Angor glanced at it and didn't find anything special about it. The only thing he could tell was that it wasn't an ordinary creature. Other than that, there was nothing worth talking about. Besides, he did not want to study a sheep summoned by an apprentice. As for whether it would be a bit abrupt for the sheep to appear on the stage, not at all. The shepherd's name alone said that he was a shepherd, so wouldn't it be normal for him to have a few sheep? Moreover, the shepherd had previously used the flute to summon a large number of insects hidden in the dark. This showed that the shepherd had some experience in controlling living creatures. It was not difficult to control a few sheep. Their names, abilities, and logic all matched. Of course, Angor would not pay too much attention to them. But now, the Black Earl had placed his focus on the flock of sheep, which meant that there might be something strange about the flock of sheep. He looked at the 4 black-faced goats again. At first, he didn't see anything special about the 4 goats. The only praiseworthy thing was that these 4 black-faced goats could all control the power of the wind. Moreover, in terms of efficiency, they were almost the same. Adding on the fact that they were very well coordinated, the battle strength they could display was directly a level higher. However, in terms of overall strength, they were still much weaker than Speed Spirit. However, as Angor paid more attention to the energy flow patterns of these goats, he noticed that they were different from ordinary supernatural creatures. Almost 90% of the energy they controlled came from the outside world. In other words, they were more like wind elemental carriers, who released the energy at the end of the energy cycle. Ordinary supernatural creatures, on the other hand, would absorb energy from the outside world into their bodies, convert it, and release it to the outside world. They were more like intermediaries. There was a fundamental difference between the two. With this, Angor began to observe how the black-faced goats could control energy in this way. With this observation, more mysteries surged forth. Angor could not see what was going on inside the goats. To be more precise, the goats' bodies were too ordinary. They were no different from ordinary goats. He couldn't even sense any supernatural energy. It was as if all the power of wind was outside the goats' bodies. Angor thought that the goats used wind energy outside their bodies. But now, it seemed that the wind energy outside the goats was their true form. But if that was the case, what kind of race were these goats? Were they really transcendent creatures? Angor observed for a long time, but he still couldn't tell what kind of goats they were. Furthermore, he couldn't even give a clear answer to whether the black-faced sheep was a physical creature or an energy creature. This was actually an inconceivable phenomenon. This was because it was not difficult to determine whether or not it was a corporeal creature. Wizards could cultivate spirit power by using their spirit see. They could easily tell the difference between a physical form and an energy form through their spirit power. Without using spirit power, they could make a rough judgment by observing how much the goats interfered with the material world. But these black-faced goats, whether it was from the level of a physical creature or from the level of an energy body, they all had some characteristics, but they didn't completely conform to any one side. It was hard for him to make a decision in such a situation. The Dark Earl had probably discovered this, which was why he called these black-faced goats strange. Strange goats? Dorcas also heard their conversation. He thought for a moment and observed the black-faced sheep on the stage. Then he realized what dark count meant. It does seem a little strange. Dorcas looked at the black-faced goats and frowned as he muttered to himself. Yi's expression was blank, but he didn't miss the conversation through their spirit bond. He followed Dorcas' gaze and looked at the goats on the stage. "Sir, is there something wrong with these goats?" Yi couldn't tell what was wrong with the goats, so he walked to Angor and asked. In the past, Yi would have asked Dorcas directly. But this was a special situation. He preferred to trust his idol more than Dorcas, who would surely expose his scars. Yi had left a good impression on Angor, so he didn't hesitate to tell Angor all his observations and guesses. Yi still couldn't tell what was wrong with the goats, but at least he understood what was going on. In that case, it does seem a little strange. However, could those goats of unknown species be summoned from the outside world by the shepherd? The creatures summoned by summoning adepts were a very special existence in the adept world. There were basically two things that made them special. First, there were all kinds of strange creatures. There were big ones, small ones, living ones, dead ones, organic ones, and non-organic ones. Most of them were non-living creatures, but even non-living creatures could be very useful as long as they were used properly. Second, it had to do with the creature's origin. The most popular method was to find a suitable creature and sign a contract with it. But there were other methods, such as using a summoning ritual to randomly summon a creature. It was like a blind box. As long as there was something willing to respond to the summoning, it could be summoned. However, this method had a huge drawback. Usually, non-living creatures were more likely to be summoned because they wouldn't resist. But non-living creatures had limited uses. If they were useless, it would be a waste of precious materials. Even if a powerful creature was summoned, it might not actually sign a contract with you. It might even backfire on you. Therefore, random summoning was basically a gamble. Most of the time, it was done by summoning wizards who had no other choice. However, there were exceptions. Academic wizards liked to use random summoning. They didn't summon creatures for battle. Instead, they summoned creatures to see different races and enrich their research. Wizards knew less than 1/10,000th of the foreign worlds where summoned creatures came from. Most of them came from unknown realms. And even if they came from familiar realms, they might not necessarily summon creatures they already knew. Therefore, random summoned creatures couldn't be determined by common knowledge. Based on the known definition of summoned creatures, the summoned creatures from another world were infinite, and the wizard's knowledge of summoned creatures was limited. It was unreasonable to measure the infinite with limited, so it was normal for unusual summoned creatures to appear occasionally. Maybe the black-faced sheep was one of them. Yi's conjecture wasn't without reason. At least, Dorcas nodded his head repeatedly after hearing it. But at this moment, the Black Girl denied it. Any summoned creature from another world, alive or dead, will be tainted with the aura of another world. It's an aura that doesn't fit in with the wizarding world in the south. If you go to the Grey Market for creatures from other planes, or Lorembier on Deer Island, you can sense the aura rejected by the world's consciousness. Even if the aura is concealed by runes, you can still sense it if you look closely. Angor knew about this strange aura better than anyone else. It was what caused John's death. "I can smell it." "They're not from another world," said the Black Earl. The Dark Earl only had his nose, and his nose was the sharpest among all of them. It was definitely at the level of a peak magus in the southern region. If the Black Earl dared to give such an answer, he must have something to back him up. This meant Ray's guess was wrong. But if they were not summoned creatures or creatures from another world, and he couldn't tell whether they had a physical form or not, it was strange. Where did these 4 black-faced sheep come from? For some reason, he thought of Toby, who was being trained by Greya at Phantom Island. Toby was a creature created by Greya, but he was also a rootless duckweed. So, these 4 black-faced sheep were also created creatures? He found it hard to believe. Greya's Genesis spell was so powerful that it shocked the entire southern wizarding region. So far, she had only created one sentient creature, Toby. Judging from Greya's conversation with the shepherd, these 4 black-faced sheep were sentient creatures as well. But if they were created creatures, there must be too many of them. Angor put the unrealistic idea aside and thought back to the Black Earl's question. What was Speed Spirit doing? Why didn't he attack the black-faced sheep? Could it be that Su Ling had figured out the origin of these 4 black-faced goats, or was Speed Spirit attacked by the black-faced sheep and couldn't do anything? Perhaps, their doubts about the 4 black-faced goats could only be answered by Speed Spirit ability. But Speed Spirit didn't even listen to Ray's order, so it was impossible to get an answer right away. Angor could contact Speed Spirit through the contract, but doing so now was basically interfering with the duel. The wise overseer wouldn't turn a blind eye to this, so he had to wait for the duel to end. The only thing Angor was glad about was that he still had enough trump cards for Kale. Speed Spirit was meant to help Kale deal with the shepherd, but it didn't mean he didn't use his other trump cards. Speed Spirit might not be working, but Kale could still use his other trump cards to ensure that he wouldn't lose. But to win, he would have to rely on himself. After all, the shepherd wasn't weak at all. On the arena, Kale didn't panic when the shepherd closed in on him. After a few brief exchanges, Kale understood the shepherd's strategy. The shepherd's melee combat skills were impressive, and his wind energy greatly improved his speed and strength. This was especially true for his reaction speed, which made Kale feel as if he was fighting against a bloodline apprentice. The shepherd's afterimages were all over the place. This was caused by his extreme speed. The shepherds used high-speed close-range attacks to target Yi's movements. His target was also very clear, which was Yi's spatial power. Once Yi's spatial force leaked out, the shepherd would quickly attack. Using the space element required concentration, and it was more difficult than using the other elements. The backlash was also greater. Every time the shepherd attacked, in order to avoid any problems or backlash, Yi had to dodge. Once he dodged, he wouldn't be able to continue casting spells. Through this tactic, the shepherd continued to block Kale's path of escape. Kale knew that if this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Speed Spirit didn't respond, and he couldn't break out of the encirclement, so Kale decided to use his other trump card. Kale's hand reached into the void, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he pulled out a grayish-black robe from the void. The cut of this robe was very simple, with almost no decorations. But when the robe was draped over Kale's body, there were gasps of surprise from the sidelines. The voice came from the evil woman. She was almost at the edge of the dome. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the grayish-black robe on Kale. "What's wrong?" Huishang looked at the evil woman in confusion. That robe. That robe. There's no mistake." The evil woman mumbled to herself as if she had entered her own world. She had no reaction to the outside world. Huishang didn't know what happened to the evil woman, but her mumbling attracted his attention to the grayish-black robe. What he saw made him frown. Looking at it with the naked eye, the robe couldn't be any more ordinary. However, when he used his mental power to observe the robe, there was a shocking change. The robe was like filth that fell into clear water. Black smoke kept coming out from the inside of the robe. Upon closer inspection, the robe was like the mouth of a deep abyss. The inside of the robe was pitch black, and black smoke kept coming out from the mouth. It wasn't the first time Huishang saw this kind of black smoke that could only be detected with his spiritual power. The resentment, hatred, and unwillingness of a powerful demon would manifest after its death. It would emit this kind of black smoke. If a normal person came into contact with this kind of black smoke, they would be greatly harmed. Not only would their personality become cruel and ruthless, but as time passed, they would be completely corroded by the black smoke and become a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. However, for transcendence, the damage of this kind of black smoke was limited. If it was combined with the vengeful spirit of a powerful demon, it might cause a backlash to the transcendence. However, this robe didn't have any vengeful spirit. Just the pure black smoke wouldn't cause any harm to the wearer. From this information, it could be deduced that this black robe was made from the skin of a powerful demon. Huishang couldn't tell what kind of demon it was for now. However, it was rare to see such a large amount of black smoke seeping out of the robe. Either the monster's strength was terrifyingly powerful when it was alive, or the monster had suffered unprecedented torture before its death. Unwillingness and hatred surged out violently before its death, and even after its death, it was still affected. However, even in such a situation, the strength of the demonic creatures was definitely not weak. Such a demonic beast's skin was extremely precious. It was definitely not something an ordinary apprentice could afford. If this monster had some history, then its value would be even more frightening. If he was not mistaken, this demon skin should have been sent by the enemy adepts. Perhaps, it came from the Noah clan. If he really came from the Noah family, it wouldn't be difficult for them to obtain the skin of a powerful monster with their huge family power and heritage. Although Hui Shang could see the abnormality of the robe, he still had many things he did not understand about the effects of the robe and the evil woman's reaction. What did the evil woman discover that made her so surprised? What was the use of Carol's robe? The first question could not be answered for the time being, but the second question should be answered as long as he continued reading. On the arena. After putting on his robe, Cale didn't stop at all. He immediately entered a casting state. The spatial fluctuations around him were visible to the naked eye. Light and shadow were distorted, and there were clear spatial layers. This was the first time Cale's spatial fluctuations were so large. It seemed like Cale was casting a powerful spatial cantrip. Seeing this, the shepherd was slightly puzzled. Cale had been trying to cast spatial rifts before, but he had interrupted them one by one. Now, he was casting an even more powerful spatial cantrip? If he was interrupted, the chances of a backlash were much higher than casting spatial rifts. Even if Cale didn't die from the backlash, he would be heavily injured. Is this a desperate attempt, or? The shepherd thought to himself as he looked at Cale's robe, is there something else? If it was the latter, then it was most likely related to this robe. The shepherd couldn't see through the robe, but since Cale had taken it out so seriously and used a high-grade cantrip right after taking it out, he had to be cautious. Being cautious did not mean that he would back down. When Phantom was fighting against the Noah family's apprentice, he could have used his sneak attacks to wear down his opponent's energy. However, he became cautious and gave his opponent a chance to recover, which led to his defeat. Thus, even though the shepherd was cautious, he didn't stop attacking Cale. This time, however, the shepherd didn't attack personally. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand and pointed towards the sky as he shouted, "Bibi." Following his voice, a valiant and spirited shepherd dog gradually condensed at the place where his finger was pointing. This was a mighty, black-backed, brown-toed shepherd dog. Its body was almost the size of a human teenager, and it was one of the taller shepherds. The moment it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. It seemed to be very proud of itself. It immediately raised its head and howled, showing off its raging wolf's blood domineering side. However, as soon as it raised its head, it realized that something was wrong. Why was its foot floating, as if it had stepped on air? It lowered its head in confusion. The dog's eyes widened. It didn't seem like it had stepped on air at all. It was actually in mid-air. Its round eyes were filled with fear. Its ears were flapping, as if it wanted to use its ears as wings. However, its body was too large, and the wings of its ears couldn't support its weight at all. The next second, with a cry, the shepherd dog fell from mid-air. Bang! After a loud crash, the shepherd dog collapsed on the ground. Its eyes were rolled back, and its mouth was crooked. Its tongue was hanging out involuntarily, and it looked like it was saying, "I'm broken." However, the shepherd didn't care about the shepherd dog's pitiful appearance. He stretched out his hand, and a spiral of wind appeared in the center of his palm. "Wait, wait." The shepherd dog suddenly stood up and spoke in human language. The shepherd acted as if he didn't hear it. The spiral of wind shot out and hit the shepherd's body. Due to inertia, the shepherd dog was sent flying like a windmill. "Bastard, you'll die a horrible death." The shepherd dog howled as it flew towards Cale, who was still in the middle of casting his spell. The shepherd clasped his hands together and murmured, "Don't blame me, don't blame me. I had no choice. If you could make a less awkward entrance and just make a brief confession, I would definitely let you appear with them next time." Previously, no one understood why the shepherd was so cruel to the shepherd dog. However, after hearing the shepherd's mutterings, they began to understand. This was probably a shepherd dog that liked to fart. The shepherd dog was still cursing in midair. This scene probably made the shepherd a little embarrassed. His fair face actually turned red. He said loudly, "If you shut up, I'll make a hat for you with my baby's fur." The shepherd dog's fierce eyes suddenly lit up. "Don't touch my baby. Use Black 3's fur. I hate it the most, but my baby loves it the most. You must make it bald." The shepherd, alright. When the shepherd dog, Bei, heard the shepherd's promise, it immediately became spirited. It regained control of its body, which was originally out of control, and immediately stretched its body in the air. Then, the shepherd dog stared at Kale. It's you, right? You actually dared to touch my baby. I'll make you pay. The shepherd behind it quietly said, my baby is fine. The shepherd dog was stunned, and immediately changed its words. Although the shepherd is a bastard, only I can need this bastard. I'll make you pay. The shepherd, I'm fine too. This time, the shepherd dog didn't say anything. It turned into a sharp arrow and charged at Kale. From the outside, Kale didn't move at all, as if he was still preparing to cast a spell. However, in reality, Kale had already finished casting the spell. In fact, he had already finished casting the spell when the shepherd summoned that strange shepherd dog, Bibi. There was another reason why he hadn't done anything. Now that the shepherd dog was charging at him, Kale naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. He immediately cast the spell that he had already prepared. In front of Kale, two spatial rifts appeared out of thin air. To be more precise, they were half a spatial rift and an elongated spatial rift. The spatial rift in front of him was large enough to allow a person to pass through. This was why it was called a spatial rift instead of a spatial rift. The reason why it was called a half-spatial rift was because it wasn't very long. Although it could allow a person to pass through, it would at most allow a child or a teenager to pass through. It was basically a crude version of a normal spatial rift. Calling it half a spatial rift was already an overestimation. At most, it was a third or a quarter of a normal spatial rift. As for the other spatial rift, it was more slender than a normal spatial rift. It was at least 10 times longer than a normal spatial rift. Moreover, not only was the spatial rift long, but its three-dimensional angle was also very tricky. The spatial cracks were like strong roots that kept spiraling and circling around Kale tightly. The only way out was through the spatial crack at the very front. If anyone carelessly barged in, they would definitely be torn to pieces by the spatial cracks. Even if they managed to avoid the spatial cracks, they would still be swallowed up by the spatial cracks. It could be said that this was a spatial spell that was both offensive and defensive. The shepherd dog, Bibi, probably didn't expect Kale's speed to be so fast. It was simply too fast to stop. The shepherd dog directly charged into Kale's spatial rift birdcage. Pitiful cries came out of the shepherd dog's mouth. When the shepherd dog charged over, Kale retreated a few steps to avoid the shepherd dog's charge. However, Kale still hadn't left the spatial rift's range, so he wasn't too far away from the shepherd dog. He personally witnessed the shepherd dog charging into the spatial rift. The spatial rift had been turned into a birdcage by Kale, so when the shepherd dog couldn't stop in time and charged into the birdcage, its body was cut into 8 pieces. The shepherd dog's body was dismembered, and even its head was cut into several pieces. But to Kale's surprise, the shepherd dog's mouth was still howling in pain, as if its broken body was still able to cause it pain. What happened next stunned Kale even more. The shepherd dog's pieces suddenly began to tremble. Then, like a jigsaw puzzle, they began to move on their own. Soon, a complete shepherd dog appeared in front of Kale. However, the shepherd dog Bei was still howling in pain. Judging from its mournful cries, it was very painful for a shepherd dog to have its body torn apart and reassembled. Although the shepherd dog was in pain, it didn't forget its purpose. It had suffered once, and now that it had finally charged into the spatial rift, it naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The shepherd dog endured the pain and charged towards Kale again. In the next second, the shepherd dog's eyes widened again. Why? In front of the shepherd dog's eyes, another spatial rift had appeared, and it was even longer than the previous one. Moreover, it was like a ribbon that Kale had casually arranged, twisting and turning all kinds of three-dimensional corners. It was as messy as a ball of wool that had been played with by a kitten. In this situation, no matter how quickly the shepherd dog reacted, it was still dismembered by the new spatial rift. It howled in pain again. A few seconds later, the shepherd dog was reassembled again, but this time, it was terrified. It didn't dare to charge forward anymore, and it timidly retreated to a place where there weren't any spatial rifts. It shouted, "I surrender. I'm on your side." I hate that bastard too. Let's kill him together. Brother. Kale and the shepherd were both speechless. Who's your brother? Who's your brother? Kale felt that the shepherd dog was too unreliable, but he still stopped attacking it and looked at the shepherd. The shepherd narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "This robe can increase the casting speed?" Kale had tried to cast spatial spells before, but even the most basic spatial rifts required time to prepare. The shepherd, on the other hand, relied on the power of the wind to interrupt Kale's casting every time. This time, however, the shepherd wasn't slow at all. He immediately sent Bebe to interrupt Kale, but before Bebe could reach Kale, Kale had already cast spatial rifts one after another. This time, the casting speed was completely different from before. He didn't know exactly how much more efficient it was, but he could tell from Kale's second spatial fissure that if it was just a single fissure, it was almost instantaneous. Now, it was impossible for him to break Kale's spatial rift like he did before. Kale didn't reply. He only frowned and gestured for the duel to continue. At this moment, the shepherd suddenly said to him, "Watch your back." Kale paused. He didn't understand what the shepherd meant. When he turned around, he saw that the cowardly shepherd dog had completely changed. There was a sinister smile in its eyes as it raised its head proudly and swiped its paws at Kale. If Kale had retreated as soon as he heard the shepherd's warning, he could have dodged the shepherd dog's sneak attack. But the shepherd was his only opponent in this duel, and Kale couldn't just blindly follow his words. Because of this, when he tried to dodge again, the shepherd dog's attack was already unstoppable. End of chapter. The moment he was ambushed by the sheepdog, Kale's mind went blank. The only thing he could see was the sheepdog's sly smile. When Kale came back to his senses, 2 seconds had already passed. What happened in those 2 seconds, Kale was actually a bit unclear. Or rather, he saw it with his eyes, but his mind didn't understand. For Kale, those 2 seconds were like a trance. For the sheepdog, those 2 seconds were dumbfounded. It clearly remembered that it had found an opportunity to attack the idiot who had been fooled. But, why was it the one who was hurt in the end? Yes, the sheepdog was now rolling on the ground in pain. Its front claws were all broken. Even with the nourishment of the wind, they quickly grew back, but the pain didn't lessen at all. As it held in pain, it tried to recall what had happened. Its eyes were filled with sorrow and tears. As expected, it's all that bastard's fault. I shouldn't have listened to its summons. I've suffered. Even though it was cursing, the sheepdog still couldn't understand how it had been hurt. This apprentice wizard was too strange. His back was clearly facing the sheepdog, and he didn't have any defense behind him, but its attack felt like it had hit an extremely hard rock. No, it was even harder than a rock. One had to know that its claw attack was wrapped in a special sharp wind, and its destructive power was terrifying. Even if the opponent used a defensive spell, it could still easily break through it. It was a true defense-breaking technique. The only downside of the claw attack was that it didn't hit its target easily. Before this, as long as the sheepdog's claw attack hit, it would basically be a funeral for the wind dog. But this time it had clearly hit its target, and the technique that could break through defenses had suffered a tragic defeat. Not to mention a funeral for someone else, it almost had to attend its own funeral. The sheepdog's miserable state was seen by everyone. They weren't ignorant people, and it was easy to see that the sheepdog's pain this time wasn't an act. This time, it really had suffered a backlash from its own attack. As for the reason, the sheepdog didn't know. But apart from it, everyone else, including the sheepdog, knew very well. From where everyone was looking, it could be seen that almost everyone was looking at Kal-El's gray-black robes. Before he had this robe, Carol's defense and casting efficiency were nowhere near as high. Now that he was wearing this robe, it was as if he had been reborn. What kind of magic did this robe have? Not only were they curious, even Kale was puzzled. Before the apprentice duel began, Angor gave him 3 trump cards. The first trump card was the alchemy puppet that had been possessed by Speedling. The second trump card was some expensive potions and magic scrolls. The third trump card was this robe. As for the first 2 trump cards, Speed Spirit was the main attack, the potion was the support, and the magic scroll was the control. As long as they were used properly, they would be able to determine the outcome of the battle. As for the last trump card, it was specially prepared to deal with the demonic elephant. Once you put it on, you're basically invincible. Kale was curious about the reason, and Angor gave him a straightforward answer. This robe is very strong. Even a truth-finder wizard might not be able to break it. In other words, even a truth-finder wizard would have to spend some effort to break it, let alone an apprentice like the demonic elephant. Even a bloodline manipulator like the demonic elephant would not be able to break the robe. This was why Angor said Kale would be invincible after putting it on. At that time, Kale didn't have much of a reaction to the robe. He just sighed in his heart, thinking that Mr. Superdimensional was indeed a member of the research department. He had never heard of a robe that could withstand the attacks of a truthfinder wizard. Even the largest auction in Mesopotamia didn't have such a treasure. Perhaps only the research department of Floating Mech City could create something like this. Kale did not know how to feel about it. When Kale put on the robe, he realized that Angor's description was only the basic effect of the robe. Earlier, the shepherd had summoned the shepherd dog Bibi in an attempt to interrupt Kale's casting. However, Kale had already finished his spell. It looked like Kale was still preparing for the next one. The reason he did not do anything was that he was stunned by the effect of the robe. Angor only said that the robe was strong in defense, but he did not mention that it could buff space cantrips. The shepherd sensed an unprecedentedly strong energy wave when Kale was casting, so he thought Kale was going to cast a powerful space cantrip. But in fact, Kale was only using the most basic space rupture. It was just a spatial crack. Only a spatial crack. But the final effect of the space rupture shocked Kale. Not only did the spell become almost instantaneous, but the effect of the spell was also enhanced to a terrifying degree. Space rupture became a real space rupture. It was only half a space rupture, but it was still very powerful. Space rupture was a top-level space cantrip that was close to spells, while space rupture was a level 2 cantrip, the most basic of all space cantrips. If one were to use an analogy, it would probably be the difference between wind blade and crescent blade. They were fundamentally different. Space rupture was a space rupture, but it did not affect the essence of space. It was more like leaving a mark in the air, which contained certain spatial properties. Space rupture, on the other hand, was a real spatial ability that could tear open a path to an interlayer space. Of course, this interlayer space was only the outermost layer of space. There was still a long way to go before a plain passageway could be reached. But at least Kale was able to tear open a space. Kale's space rupture was so powerful that it became a real space rupture. This was ridiculous. Apart from the space rupture, there was also a very thin and long space rupture, which was so long that it could form a three-dimensional birdcage. Kale had never seen such a thing before. One basic cantrip had triggered two effects. One was a qualitative change, while the other was a quantitative one. Even in Kale's dreams, he didn't dare dream of such a beautiful thing. Besides, it was not a dream at all. It was happening right now, in the real world. Because of this, Kale was stunned when he finished casting the space rupture. Kale only regained his senses when the shepherd dog Bibi's attack was right in front of him. Perhaps he was shocked by the terrifying effects of the robe, but Kale had forgotten what Chowie had said about its astonishing defensive capabilities. Kale had almost been frightened when the shepherd dog ambushed him from behind. Reality proved that Kale's space rupture was indeed terrifying. This robe's defensive capabilities were astonishing. Not only had the shepherd dog's ambush been completely ineffective, it had even broken its own paw. More importantly, Kale himself felt nothing at all. He didn't even feel the impact of the shepherd dog's ambush. It was as if all the power had been absorbed and reflected by the robe. For Kale, it was as if a gentle breeze had brushed against him. It did not hurt at all. Everyone, including the shepherds, guessed that the robe's defensive capabilities and the efficiency of the space rupture spell were due to the robe's increased defensive capabilities. But the real situation was far more shocking than they thought. Because of this, Kale, who knew the truth, was even more curious about this robe's magical powers. "Where did it come from, Bibi? Are you all right?" The shepherd's voice traveled over. The shepherd dog's curses came from behind Kale. "You bastard, you never call me when there's good stuff, but you always make me take the blame for bad stuff." The shepherd's expression was slightly awkward, but from Bibi's energetic shouts, the shepherds could tell that Bibi's situation wasn't bad. Just as the shepherds let out a sigh of relief, a gentle breeze carrying whispers blew over from nearby. The shepherds looked at where the breeze was coming from, and saw that it was coming from where the 4 black-faced goats were. The shepherd's expression slowly sank as he heard the whispers, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. 2 seconds later, the shepherd seemed to have come to a decision, and he raised his head to look at Kale. The shepherds ignored Bibi's curses, and instead looked at Kale apologetically. "I apologize for Bibi's ambush." Kale didn't say anything, and only frowned slightly. From his perspective, as long as the rules allowed it, ambushes weren't a big deal. Instead, it was the shepherd's sudden apology that Kale didn't understand. Earlier, when Bibi had ambushed him, the shepherds had actually warned him to be careful of his back. Wasn't this the same as stabbing his companion dog in the back? The shepherds saw that Kale didn't respond, but he didn't mind, and he lightly bowed. The shepherds then said under Kale's shocked gaze, "I admit defeat for this duel." After saying this, the shepherds extended his hand towards the ruler of wisdom in the air. "Are you certain that you wish to admit defeat?" The ruler of wisdom didn't question the shepherd's choice, and he only asked the usual question. The shepherds looked outside the dome, and he saw Fan Mo's eyes widen in disbelief. He also saw the demon elephant sigh softly. The shepherds then looked towards Grey Merchant and the evil woman. The two of them weren't as shocked as Fan Mo. Grey Merchant lightly nodded towards the shepherds, as if supporting his decision. The evil woman, however, didn't even look at him. Instead, she stared at Kale. After looking around, the shepherds finally withdrew his gaze and nodded towards the ruler of wisdom. "I am certain." The ruler of wisdom didn't say anything. He simply removed the dome, and his indifferent voice traveled to everyone's ears. "The traveler is victorious in this duel." After admitting defeat, the shepherds once more bowed towards Kale before turning around and leaving the arena. At the same time, Bibi and the 4 black-faced goats all ran back to the shepherd's side. The shepherd dog was no longer whining like before. Instead, he had an infatuated look on his face as he moved next to one of the black-faced goats and continuously rubbed against it, calling out "Bow bow, bow bow." The black-faced goats that he called Bow bow didn't reject the shepherd dog. Instead, another black-faced goat moved forward, wanting to block the shepherd dog. The shepherd dog immediately wanted to bark at the black-faced goat behind it. However, Bow bow let out a cry, and the shepherd dog immediately withered. This black-faced goat was probably the black 3 that the shepherd dog had been talking about. It was also Bow bow's favorite black-faced goat. It had to be said that it was quite amusing to see a bunch of sheep and dogs fighting over each other. However, Kale didn't pay attention to these details. He didn't say anything about the shepherd's decision to admit defeat, nor did he ask why. This was because if Kale were in his shoes, he would most likely choose to admit defeat as well. Once this robe appeared, its defensive capabilities would be invincible, and its spatial abilities would be amplified. No matter how strong the shepherds were, they would have no chance of winning. Thus, admitting defeat at a time like this was actually a good choice. However, Kale was thinking from the perspective of a foregone conclusion. If he hadn't seen the results, Kale wouldn't have thought that the shepherds would admit defeat so decisively. The shepherds should only know that the robe's defensive capabilities were very strong, but he didn't know how strong they were. As for the amplification of spatial abilities, the shepherds didn't know. All he knew was that it increased the efficiency of his spatial abilities. In many situations where the outcome was unknown and unclear, logically speaking, the shepherds should have tested the robe's abilities. However, the shepherds hadn't done so. Why? Could it be that the shepherd's sneak attack really made him feel apologetic? That didn't make sense, did it? Previously, the shepherds had done things that didn't make sense. For example, why was he so insistent on confirming whether or not he was the one who released the power of wind? Kale's suspicions towards the shepherds increased. However, when he saw the shepherd's figure leave the stage, Kale knew that these suspicions would most likely not be answered. After the shepherds left the stage, Fan Mo wanted to say something, but the magical elephant pulled her back. He must have made this decision after careful consideration. "You must trust the shepherd's judgment." Fan Mo was still somewhat unwilling, but she still relented. However, her gaze didn't move away from the shepherds. Since the magical elephant said that the shepherds had made this decision after careful consideration, Fan Mo wanted to know what the shepherds had been thinking about. The shepherds fell silent for a moment. He didn't look at Fenemo, but instead looked at the magical elephant. For the next round, you should admit defeat. Fenemo originally wanted to hear the shepherd's explanation, but she didn't think that the shepherds would actually advise the magical elephant to admit defeat. She immediately couldn't hold back and jumped out to question the shepherds. However, the shepherd still ignored Fenemo. Instead, he sat down on the ground and called over a black-faced sheep to use as a pillow. The magical elephant was also somewhat surprised, but he was more rational than Fenemo. What's the reason? The shepherds narrowed his eyes. There's no reason. In any case, there's nothing wrong with admitting defeat when encountering that traveler. The shepherds naturally had a reason, but there were some things that he couldn't point out. Because the things he saw and the information he obtained couldn't be obtained from the battles on the surface. Just like Kale, he didn't understand why the shepherds didn't even try to probe the situation and admitted defeat so quickly. The magical elephant, if there's no reason, I won't give up. The shepherds pondered for a moment. Up to you. After he said this, the atmosphere between the magical elephant and the shepherds suddenly fell silent. An invisible but unsettling feeling gradually spread in the air. This stiff atmosphere was only broken half a minute later. The person who broke the silence was the evil woman. She let out a long sigh and said softly, "The shepherds did the right thing by admitting defeat." Moreover, his suggestion to the magical elephant was also correct. If we fight now, the magical elephant won't be able to win against that traveler. Everyone looked at the evil woman in confusion. Even Huisheng looked over. He roughly knew that the reason was because of that robe, but Huisheng didn't know what the robe was made of. However, judging from the evil woman's previous reaction, she should know some inside information? The evil woman snorted lightly and said, "Because that guy's robe was sewn from the skin of the Void Demon." Void Demon? Everyone was stunned when they heard this name. They subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the void creatures that were constantly clamoring outside the arena. Generally speaking, the term Void Demon did not refer to a specific race of demons, but rather a general term. As long as it was a magical creature of the void, it could be called a Void Demon. Therefore, the demonic creatures surrounding the arena could be considered as void demons. The evil woman noticed everyone's gazes and sneered, "I'm not referring to these domesticated magical creatures. If it's not this type of magical creature, could it be a special name?" Gray Merchant speculated. The so-called special name was actually a special name. The void was too vast. In Chown's words, the void was the concept of the universe. From the macroscopic perspective of the universe, there were countless types of magical creatures. However, from the perspective of an individual adept, there were far fewer void creatures. There were only a few types that could be seen. Adepts might not even be able to see a single magical creature in their entire lives. Even if there were a large number of these rarely discovered void demons, as long as their range of activity did not overlap with that of the sorcerer world, the sorcerer world would give them special treatment and give them a special name. After all, when adepts did research, they would definitely look at it from their own perspective. Just like the Void Traveler, it was a special title. However, there were still too few void travelers. Basically, no adepts had done research on them. Thus, they were only recorded with special names. If an adept had done in-depth research on a certain void creature with a special name, or had communicated with it indirectly to understand its attacking methods, characteristics, and lifestyle, then it might even have its own clan name, code name, or even individual name. For example, Chaosunozi, Chupacabra, Many-Headed Igor Dogo. They might sound like human names, but they were in fact the names of void creatures. These names weren't necessarily given by adepts. It was possible that the void creatures had said them themselves, or that adepts had learned of them through indirect means. These magical creatures with names were also special names. The evil woman nodded when she heard Gray Merchant's question. "That's right. It's a special name." Huisheng recalled the shock on the evil woman's face when she saw the robe, as well as the unconcealable yearning in her eyes. He hesitantly asked, "Is it a chupacabra?" The chupacabras were a kind of small-sized void magical creature with the head of a sheep, the body of a human, and the tail of a scorpion. Their appearance was somewhat similar to the sheep demons of the abyss, but the chupacabra's physique was far inferior to the sheep demons. They were only half the size of the sheep demons and were mostly one. 5 to 2 meters tall. The chupacabras had another characteristic: almost all of them were blind. However, it was not right to say that it was born blind. Chupacabras had eye sockets on their skulls. When they were born, they also had spherical crystals that resembled eyes. According to the research of Magi, these spherical crystals had the ability to sense light, but they were unable to see anything. As the chupacabra grew, these spherical crystals would gradually shrink until there was nothing left in their eye sockets, only darkness. Many Magi guessed that the chupacabras were a distant branch of the shepherds. As they were unable to compete with the shepherds in the abyssal world and were unwilling to be devoured, they escaped from the abyssal world and struggled to survive in the void. The degenerating eye was one of the pieces of evidence. If the chupacabra's eyes could grow back perfectly, then the only difference between them and the shepherds would be their physique. Their appearance would be almost the same. Even if the chupacabras were inferior to the shepherds in terms of overall quality and didn't even have eyes, they still had some outstanding aspects. For example, their powerful spiritual force and spatial teleportation ability. Many Magi mocked that the chupacabras had exchanged their weak physical bodies for powerful spiritual force, and their eyes for spatial teleportation ability. Though it was just a joke, many Magi believed that this was the truth. And the proof was still the eyes. According to the theory of evolution and degeneration, the eyes of the chupacabras should have been eliminated long ago. So why did they still have eyes when they were young, and why did they disappear when they grew up? Some Magi had conducted research on this reason and discovered that the eye sockets of the chupacabras were like boxes, and the eyes were like offerings. This was very much like a ritual that used the eyes as a sacrifice. If it really was a ritual, then this was an internalization of the ritual. In other words, the internalization of the ritual. It was obviously different from external rituals that could be seen with the naked eye. Unless there was a chupacabra that was born intelligent and willing to take the initiative to communicate, it was very difficult to determine if this was a ritual. However, regardless of whether this conjecture was true or not, the powerful spiritual force and highly efficient spatial ability had indeed given the chupacabras a great guarantee for their survival in the void. It was easy to understand just by thinking about the void travelers. They were obviously incredibly weak creatures, yet they were able to survive in the void like fish in water. The reason why Grey Merchant mentioned the chupacabras was because the evil woman had expressed her desire to use the organs of the chupacabras to modify her body. This would allow her to better adapt to the environment of the void for her future needs. However, there were special magical creatures in the void. They were all rare magical creatures, and the chupacabras were no exception. Though the Magi had more or less researched their characteristics, this didn't mean that they had been discovered many times. It was just that the frequency of them being encountered was slightly higher compared to other special void demons. Overall, they were still very rare. Moreover, the chupacabras possessed powerful spiritual force. Usually, they would use their spatial ability to escape before the Magi could find them. It was simply impossible to catch them. The void was also the home of the chupacabras. It would be very difficult for the Magi to catch them. The evil woman had visited all kinds of auctions in the past 10 years. She also went to Lorraine's underground merchant guild on Deer Island. However, she returned empty-handed every time. Grey Merchant knew all too well about the evil woman's obsession with the chupacabras. This was why he thought of the chupacabras when he recalled the woman's previous excitement. Grey Merchant believed that he had the answer in the bag. However, the evil woman shook her head and said with a gloomy look in her eyes, "It's not the chupacabras. It's Seamus." At the same time, on the other side of the arena, Dorcas' eyes were glowing as he caressed Kale's robe with an intoxicated look. Is this really Seamus' skin?" Angor replied, "You've asked this question 5 times already. How many more times are you going to ask?" Dorcas did not mind Angor's tone at all. He muttered to himself, "Isn't this the first time I've seen Seamus' skin? It's so beautiful. When I touch it, I feel like my soul is trembling. This is the first time I've touched a skin that fits my hand so well. It's as if it was made for me. So perfect, so touching. It's as if my name is written on it." Dorcas looked at Seamus' skin as if he was possessed. It was as if he was looking at his lover. "Did you hear that? It's calling my name. It's saying, 'I'll wait for you.'" I'm yours. I'll belong to you. Even Kale was disgusted by Dorcas' shameless act. He quickly backed away from Dorcas. However, Dorcas did not let go of Kale's hand. He even pressed his face against the skin. Yes, he pressed his face against Kale's arm. While feeling the coolness of Seamus' skin with his face, Dorcas kept breathing in and out as if he was smelling the scent of his lover. It smells so good. Is this Seamus' skin? So this is what I've been smelling in my dreams at night? Y could not stand it anymore. He did not want to say anything because he was still traumatized. But when he saw Dorcas' silly look, he could not help but complain, "Are you so lost that you can't even tell the difference between good and bad smells? You're not smelling Seamus' skin. You're smelling Kale sweat." Dorcas tried to defend himself. "No. It's the scent. It's a faint, cold fragrance. It's a smell that makes me yearn for it." "Cold scent? You're hallucinating." Y retorted. "No, it's definitely not." Before Y could continue mocking Dorcas, Dark Earl's voice came from their spirit bond. "There is indeed a strange scent. And it smells familiar." Y did not believe Dorcas' words, but since his lord had said so, could there really be a scent? Y hesitated for a moment before walking to Kale's side and burying his head in it. Right now, Kale was like a big tree, with Y and Dorcas, the two koalas, hanging from each arm. Y took a deep breath and finally smelled a faint, cold scent beneath the pungent metallic smell on Kale's body. Even though this scent was very faint, one had to admit that it had a very strong presence. Y's sense of smell was enhanced by his innate talent. He was even more sensitive to smells than many witches who loved fragrances. This faint, cold scent was the most contrasting scent Y had ever smelled. Even though the scent was faint, it left a strong impression on anyone who smelled it. Even though it was a cold, delicate scent, like that of a flower on a high mountain, it carried an intoxicating and irresistible charm. This was even more potent than many fragrances with pheromones added to them. In the words of some witches who loved fragrances, it was even more advanced. Without leaving a trace, it would cause people to flock to it like a flock of ducks. This was the first time Y had smelled such a scent. However, his lord had said that this scent was very familiar. Could it be that he had smelled it before? "Seamus, do they have such a scent?" Y asked the Black Earl as he tried to recall what he knew about Seamus. Seamus was a type of void monster that possessed strength close to that of an adept at birth. Once they entered adulthood, their strength would reach the level of a truthfinder. They were well versed in the Tao of space and could travel through the void without any obstructions. Even though it was only a short distance, it was still a considerable distance in the greater environment of the void. Their bodies were considered small compared to other void monsters, but they were still 4 to 5 times larger than humans. They looked like falcons with a pair of broad wings on each side of their bodies. However, these weren't wings. They were more like the tails of geckos. Seamus could break off their wings once they encountered danger and use up the spatial energy stored within to teleport to a fixed location. At the same time, the broken wings would cause a spatial collapse where they were, causing a spatial storm to sweep through. To put it bluntly, it was like a plain passageway used by adepts. It was an escape technique. However, Seamus didn't have to worry about backlash. Moreover, it could be released instantly and pose a threat to the enemy, preventing them from locating his whereabouts. However, this ability had its drawbacks. For example, a spatial beacon had to be left in advance in order to survive with broken wings. Also, because it was a fixed location teleportation, it would be awkward if the location was surrounded by people after the teleportation. In the end, although the wings could be regrown like a gecko's tail, it would take decades to do so. During this period, Seamus could only live with his tail between his legs if he encountered a strong enemy. However, even though there were many drawbacks, they couldn't obscure the beauty. Seamus' ability to survive with broken wings made it almost impossible for adepts to locate him. All adepts knew that every part of Seamus' body was a treasure. Whether it was his skin, bones, or flesh, they were all useful. Especially the skin and bones, they could replace many spatial materials that had been lost. Even if it wasn't refined into an alchemy tool, it could still be used as the main material for a plain passageway. Moreover, due to its innate spatial properties, it wouldn't be worn out after one use and could be used repeatedly. However, even if they knew all this, what was the use if they couldn't catch him? Furthermore, Seamus' strength was basically above the level of truth. A truth-knowing monster and a truth-knowing adept were two different concepts. Furthermore, truth-level void monsters and truth-level void monsters were completely different concepts. Void monsters were not afraid of adepts at all if they were of the same rank. Therefore, the number of adepts who could hunt Seamus in the southern region could be counted with one's fingers. This made Seamus materials even rarer and harder to come by. At least, it had been a long time since any of Seamus materials appeared in the southern region. Every time it appeared in an auction, it would set off a wave of excitement. Most of the excitement was just a prelude to the auction. However, in the wizarding world, where information transmission was slow, it was easy to distinguish between the truth and the lies. The fact that public opinion could take shape meant that Seamus materials were worth something. Because of that, when Dorcas found out that it was Seamus' skin, he was so envious that his saliva was about to flow out, and he even said a bunch of shameless words. Dale knew Dorcas well enough to know what the man was thinking. He was probably trying to take a chance. After all, if someone was willing to lend out Seamus' skin so generously, maybe Dorcas could get something out of him by saying a few words. Dale went through all the information he knew about Seamus, but he didn't find anything that mentioned Seamus' scent. Such details might not be noticeable to mortals, but in the wizarding world, due to the existence of aroma alchemists, scents were never neglected. Since no information mentioned Seamus' scent, it was possible that Seamus' scent wasn't special at all. Dale didn't feel confident after coming up with this answer. He looked at the Dark Earl. The Dark Earl spoke in a low voice. Monsters in the void usually don't have scents. They will actively suppress the emission and spread of their pheromones. It wasn't hard to figure out why. Exposing one's pheromone in the void was no different than exposing one's location in the dark forest. Wild beasts could easily follow the scent and hunt you down. This was why most void monsters didn't emit any pheromones, which meant they didn't have scents. However, this wasn't absolute. There were still some void monsters that could emit scents. However, most of the void demons would stay far away from this kind of odor. Those who dared to expose their scent were either strong enough to not fear any challenge, or weak enough to use their scent to lure or kill them. The former type couldn't be defeated, so they would avoid them. The latter type was too lazy to fight. Those who played tricks like this were basically useless in public, so there was no need to waste time on them. Seamus, on the other hand, wasn't strong enough to not fear any challenge, but he wasn't weak enough to use tricks either. Therefore, he was in the middle of the pack, a void monster that could hide its scent. You mean this isn't Seamus' scent, sir? What would that smell be? Wai hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, is it the smell of a human? If it was a human scent, then it wasn't Kale's, which meant it had something to do with Mr. Superdimensional. Of course, it didn't belong to Mr. Superdimensional. After all, Vale had known Mr. Superdimensional for a long time. But if it wasn't Mr. Superdimensional's scent, then could it belong to Mr. Superdimensional's lover? This kind of cold fragrance had a bit of charm. If it was a body odor or fragrance, it was basically impossible for it to come from a man. So it could only belong to a woman who was close to Mr. Superdimensional. It's the smell of the abyss plane. You can ask Angor where it comes from, Dark Earl said. Angor already wanted to tell Vale about it, but he didn't want to interrupt when Vale and Dark Earl were talking. Now that Earl mentioned himself, Angor quickly answered, it's the scent of Panis succubus. To be precise, it was the scent of Panis succubus saliva. Panis succubus, Chi, gave Angor a piece of Seamus' corpse as a reward after experiencing the rhythm of sea in Rizutran. It was spat out by the succubus. The Panasi succubus was a powerful succubus of the abyss. Her saliva naturally contained a certain amount of supernatural properties. However, as time passed, the supernatural properties gradually faded away. But the fragrance in her saliva remained. This was also the source of the fragrance mentioned by the Black Earl. Angor only explained the source of Seamus' skin, but he didn't explain in detail how it got to him. No one asked about it, since it would only be awkward if they asked about Angor's privacy. Dale looked at Dorcas and said, now you know, you didn't smell Seamus' skin in your dreams. It's the scent of Panis succubus. Dorcas glanced at Vale and snorted. Whatever it is, at least it's not the smell of a fungus. Vale's eyes widened. He clutched his chest and took several steps back. His expression slowly turned blank. In other people's eyes, Vale's colorful face suddenly turned into black and white. Even the painting style had changed from realistic to abstract. Dorcas didn't care about why at all. Instead, he looked at Angor with a flattering look. His intention was obvious. Angor knew what Dorcas was trying to say. He chuckled. If you can give me something of equal value, I'll give it to you. It's not that I can't trade with you. Xianxia's skin was indeed valuable. Even without being refined, it could still enhance one's spatial abilities to a certain extent. Besides, it was an extremely rare material, so Angor cherished it very much. It had been a long time since he got Xianxia's skin, and he only managed to craft a heart-protecting armor for Elmi, which could protect him from the distorted seed. His own armor, on the other hand, was still in the preliminary stage of being designed. Normally, Angor wouldn't trade it for something so simple. However, there were exceptions. Developments couldn't keep up with changes. Ever since Headland joined Angor, Angor already had a stable void intelligence station. When he was communicating with Wang Wang, he would often hear Wang Wang talking about the void, including the traces of Xianxia and the spatial waymark that Xianxia had set up. Thanks to the Void Intelligence Station, Angor had a chance to get more materials about Xianxia, so he wasn't lying about it. If Dorcas could offer him something interesting, Angor wouldn't mind giving it up. However, while Angor was willing to part with his treasure, Dorcas couldn't. Dorcas lowered his head in frustration. As expected, Angor was different from Y. It was impossible to get anything from Angor. While Dorcas was feeling down, the wise ruler spoke again. The next match is about to begin. Both sides of the duel may enter the arena. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. After a while, no one went up on stage. Their side should have been Yi's, but he was currently in a state of absent-mindedness. The atmosphere around him was so gloomy that it was scary. Anyone who got close to him would turn into black and white like him. Grey Merchant's group was in a different situation. The other apprentices had already lost, so the golem was the only one left. But for some reason, the golem didn't move. It seemed to be hesitating about something. Meanwhile, Grey Merchant and the woman were whispering to each other. Grey Merchant looked a little excited, while the woman looked cold. Judging from their expressions, it seemed that they were having an argument. However, they were talking through their spirit bond, so Angor didn't know what they were arguing about. The arena was empty, and it looked like it was going to end soon. The wise ruler spoke in a plain tone, if no one steps up in the next half a minute, it means you have all given up, and the apprentice duel ends here. There will be no winner. The words of the wise sovereign were tantamount to an ultimatum. Angor glanced at Ray, but the man didn't respond. He glared at Dorcas and finally looked at Kale. If Y couldn't go up, Kale would have to go up. Kale already knew what was going on without Angor's reminder. He took a deep breath, stood up, and prepared to enter the arena. On the other side, the argument between Grey Merchant and Grey Merchant finally came to an end. Judging from their expressions, Grey Merchant seemed to have lost. As their argument came to an end, the demonic elephant finally stepped onto the arena. Kale was about to follow suit, but before he could do anything, a shadow flew past him and landed in the center of the stage at the speed of lightning. Yes, it was falling. The one who entered the arena was Yi. However, Yi's method of entry was very special. He was swatted into the arena by a huge stone object that looked like a mosquito swatter. Because of the special way he entered the arena, before Yi could even react, he was already sprawled on the arena with his head on the ground. When Yi came back to his senses and opened his eyes, he saw a magic elephant wearing a mammoth mask. Through its eye sockets, he could see the astonishment on its face. One had a blank expression, while the other had a strange look in his eyes. In the next 2 seconds, Y seemed to have realized something. He quickly stood up from the ground with an ugly expression on his face. Golem, on the other hand, was still surprised. Y recalled the way he landed, his face burning. He felt as if something was leaving his body. When he turned around and saw the astonished look in the demonic elephant's eyes, he only felt that it was extremely dazzling. He didn't need to think to know that the one who kicked him was his master. Wai didn't dare to complain about his master, but the demonic elephant, an outsider, actually looked at him with such a gaze. Was he mocking him? When Wai thought of this, the resentment in his heart was instantly ignited, and he glared fiercely at the golem. The astonishment in the demonic elephant's eyes turned into doubt. He didn't understand why Wai would suddenly hate him. Moreover, the degree of hatred seemed to be quite high. If he knew what Wai was thinking, he would probably feel wronged. The astonishment on the demonic elephant's face wasn't because of Wai's posture. He wasn't Dorcas, and the demonic elephant would never run his mouth. On their side, even the most boisterous Fanny Mo wouldn't comfort herself by mocking someone's posture. It wasn't that they pretended to be virtuous, but that they simply didn't care. The only people who cared about you being embarrassed were those you knew. After all, even if they wanted to ridicule you, they had to at least know you. As for why the demonic elephant's eyes were filled with astonishment, it was because he didn't expect that Wai would be the one on the stage. He had thought that it would be Kal-El against him. This was because after the battle between Kal-El and the shepherd had ended, the shepherd had reviewed the situation. After some discussion, they all agreed that Kal-El's trump card against the shepherd was the alchemy puppet. This was because the shepherd had confirmed through the black-faced sheep that the alchemy puppet possessed wind energy that was almost at the level of an official magus. The robe that Kal-El was wearing, which was made from Xianxia's skin, displayed defensive power that was almost at the level of a dominator. They speculated that it was specially prepared to deal with the demonic elephant. However, Kal-El probably didn't expect that the shepherd would force him to use this trump card as well. Because of this, the demonic elephant was astonished when he saw that Wai was the one on the stage instead of Kal-El. Apart from that, there was something else that made the demonic elephant feel astonished. Could it be that the opponent had sent Kal-El because the evil woman's strategy had been discovered? Before this, the shepherd had advised the demonic elephant to not compete. As long as the opponent had a robe made from Xianxia's skin, he would lose without a doubt. The demonic elephant himself also felt that there was no need to go up and ask for trouble. The defensive power of Xianxia's skin could even withstand a blow from a truthfinder magus. The demonic elephant didn't think that he could break through such a terrifying defense. But now, the demonic elephant still went up. The evil woman insisted on sending the demonic elephant, and the demonic elephant had no right to refuse. As for why the evil woman insisted on sending the demonic elephant? The reason was simple. She needed Xianxia's skin. Xianxia's skin was of a higher grade compared to the chupacabra the evil woman was looking for. It also had better effects. The evil woman didn't care about the Xianxia's material at all. She would be satisfied as long as she could get the chupacabra material. But now that Xianxia's skin was right in front of her, how could she not be tempted? There was no way she could take it by force. As far as the evil woman was concerned, there was only one way to get Xianxia's skin. After defeating Kal-El, the demonic elephant would take the robe made from Xianxia's skin from Kal-El's body. Earlier, when Angor took the spoils of victory from the Grey Merchant, the sage didn't stop him. This meant that the rules allowed it. In that case, the evil woman felt that they could do the same and take the spoils of war from Kale's body. But how was the demonic elephant going to defeat Kal-El? Since the evil woman proposed this method, she was prepared to help the demonic elephant as much as she could. She even gave one of her trump cards to the demonic elephant. This was to ensure the demonic elephant's victory. However, the evil woman's idea didn't gain any support from the Grey Merchant. The Grey Merchant still needed the wizard named Elmi to help him retrieve his memories from the mirror. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. The evil woman believed that these two matters couldn't be lumped together. The Grey Merchant wouldn't take the memories for free. The Grey Merchant would pay an equal price. This was a fair trade. The evil woman wanted Xianxia's skin, which was also within the rules. These two matters didn't conflict. But was there really no conflict? The evil woman probably didn't believe it herself. The value of Xianxia's skin was completely different compared to the mirror. Besides, the evil woman's offer to help the Grey Merchant retrieve his memories was obviously out of friendly kindness. It didn't necessarily mean that she was willing to pay the price for the Grey Merchant. After all, the so-called price was still unknown. Whether it was worth it or not was another matter. Even if one knew what was going on, sometimes greed would blind everything. The evil woman was in such a situation. She deceived herself into thinking that her matter and the Grey Merchant's matter were two different matters. They couldn't be lumped together. If the demonic elephant could see the crux of the matter, how could the evil woman not see it clearly? However, the demonic elephant didn't have the right to speak nor the right to choose. Under the evil woman's coercion, he could only go on stage. However, after the demonic elephant went on stage, the opponent gave him a shock. Kal-El, who was wearing Xianxia's skin, didn't go on stage. Instead, it was the descendant of the Noah family who went on stage. Spirit Shadow had already passed through the mycelium barrier and caused this descendant to temporarily lose his combat ability. How did he recover so quickly? Had the mycelium larvae been completely removed? Also, what should he do now? If the descendant of the Noah family also had a trump card and he couldn't win, should he use the trump card that the evil woman gave him or not? If he used it, what would happen to him? Also, this trump card was precious. The evil woman used it as her trump card. If he didn't use it on Kal-El, how could he explain it to the evil woman? Also, if he used such a trump card on the descendant of the Noah family in front of the Black Earl, the descendant would be injured or even killed. What would happen to them? It could be said that in a short period of time, because of Huaiyi's appearance, various thoughts floated through the golem's mind. Each of these thoughts made the demonic elephant feel troubled and conflicted. Under such circumstances, the demonic elephant continued to show a look of surprise. Unfortunately, Huaiyi didn't know that there were so many twists and turns in the story. He was already in a bad mood, and now that he had been kicked onto the stage and his opponent had seen him embarrass himself, Huaiyi's anger had reached its peak. They didn't want to fight at all, but his aura was getting stronger and stronger. The demonic elephant, on the other hand, didn't want to fight anymore because of all these thoughts. The demonic elephant was supposed to be stronger than the demonic elephant. But now, there was such a huge contrast between the two. Amidst the surging thoughts of all parties and such a strong contrast, the curtains of this duel finally opened. While they was fighting, Angor didn't pay attention to the stage at all. This wasn't to say that Huaiyi's battle wasn't interesting. Huaiyi's fighting style was completely different from his previous battle with Ghost Shadow. He was more aggressive, like an angry lynx, attacking without any regard for his own life. He followed the golem and clashed head-on. There were plenty of things to watch, but Angor was more curious about something else. He looked at the alchemy puppet standing beside Kal-El. They only talked about Xianxia's skin and didn't mention Soren. Still, Kal-El, Black Earl, and Kal-El were all curious about what happened to Soren. Why did Soren get entangled by the 4 black-faced goats? Why didn't Soren do anything? Also, Soren should have told Angor about it as soon as he left the stage. But Angor waited for a long time, and Soren didn't tell him anything. Angor was curious about all these strange reactions. When Angor looked at Soren, Soren didn't react at all, as if he was really a puppet. It wasn't until Angor contacted Soren through the power of the contract that Soren finally realized what was going on. Angor and Soren talked in private, so no one knew what they were talking about. However, Angor's expression would pause for a few seconds every now and then, as if he was thinking about something. It seemed that there was something fishy going on. A moment later, Angor and Soren finally finished talking. "What's going on?" Dorcas asked curiously. Angor considered for a moment and spoke through their spirit bond. Soren said something interesting. "It's not that he can't break through the siege. He just doesn't want to." Black Earl already mentioned that Soren didn't want to break through the siege, and Angor's words confirmed Dorcas' guess. Soren was right. Soren didn't want to break through the siege. "I called Soren." Kal-El spoke up. "I did, but he didn't answer. I think he heard your call but didn't want to break through, so he just pretended he didn't hear you." Dorcas raised an eyebrow. What's the point of living an elemental creature that refuses to obey its master? Although Dorcas' words were unpleasant to hear, they were the mainstream opinion. Looking at the overall situation in the Magus world, what he said was correct. Angor shook his head. He didn't really disobey. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Angor explained what Dorcas had gone through and how he came to be. When Angor signed a contract with Soren and the other captured wind creatures, there was a clause in the contract that stated that they would not be allowed to harm the wind elemental sprites. Storm Ridge and White Cloud Village in Tidal Realm were enemies. However, no matter how fierce their conflicts were, they rarely went after a newly born wind elemental. They had experienced it themselves, so they knew very well that it was not easy for any elemental spirit to be born. Besides, most elemental spirits didn't even have intelligence. They didn't have any ideology or hatred. What was the point of going after them? Angor had been traveling in Tidal Realm for a while, so he understood how the elemental spirits felt. That was why he agreed to the contract. Because of this, Soren didn't do anything to the 4 black-faced goats. So, those 4 strange goats are wind elemental spirits? Dorcas said in surprise. Why do I feel that they don't look like it? Those goats clearly had fleshly bodies. Also, their energy flow was strange, but it didn't follow the rules of elemental creatures. Angor shrugged. I'm thinking the same thing. Angor didn't think the goats were elemental spirits either. However, Soren was confident. Even if they weren't elemental spirits yet, they were already on the verge of becoming elemental spirits. As long as they could survive an elemental tide, they would become elemental spirits sooner or later. In other words, although the 4 black-faced goats were not elemental spirits yet, they had the potential to become elemental spirits. They could be compared to seeds. A spring rain was all it took for them to sprout their heads. Because Soren believed that the goats were only one step away from becoming elemental spirits, he was worried that if he used too much strength, these ungerminated seeds would be destroyed and lose their chance to evolve. Therefore, Su Ling did not dare to act rashly when he was surrounded by them. This was why Soren didn't break through the encirclement. Are you sure he's telling the truth? Dorcas asked. I can only be sure that he's not lying to me. I can't guarantee that he won't make a mistake. Despite Soren's explanation, Angor still didn't believe that the goats were the seeds of elemental spirits. Angor had seen too many elemental spirits in the tide plane. Most of them didn't have sentience. Only a few of them had intelligence and could speak like Dangros. Even elemental spirits probably didn't have any intelligence. A seed that wasn't even an elemental spirit yet had extraordinary intelligence. It could even talk and use tactics to attack and cooperate with others in battle. It could even cross species to target others. It sounded ridiculous. Angor couldn't believe it. But since Soren said so, it wasn't impossible. Maybe Soren was just too inexperienced. Speaking of experience, Count Black was definitely the most knowledgeable among them. With that in mind, he looked at Count Black and wondered what the man had to say about this. End of chapter. Interesting. After pondering for a moment, the black girl seemed to have thought of something and laughed softly. I once guessed that the 4 goats were summoned by a special summoning spell. They had special abilities, and that's how they managed to trap Speedy. The word special was used to refer to something that was different from the norm. Something that was different from the norm was rare. The black girl said special 3 times in a row. The meaning of these 3 special was not equal, but progressive. It could be understood as targeting all the clams in the sea, targeting the clams that could produce pearls, and targeting the only clam that could produce the most perfect pearls among the clams that could produce pearls. It was the rarest of the rarest, the most selective. The probability of such a thing happening was extremely low. Count Black couldn't help but laugh at himself. Now that I think about it, it's kind of funny. Then what do you think, Mr. Angor asked. It has nothing to do with the summoning spell. It's the shepherd's ability. I'm sure this shepherd is a wind element rhythm apprentice. But he's not just a rhythm apprentice. Dorcas frowned. A dual element talent? The black girl replied, no, he's a wind elementalist. It's just that his wind is a little special. At this point, the black girl looked at Corel. You've faced his wind before. What do you think is special about it? Kale was surprised. He tried to recall the shepherd's wind he sensed back in the arena. The wind was gentle and heavy, violent and tranquil. His wind was very changeable, and it gave Kale a very special feeling. Kale pondered over his words and hesitated for a long time before saying, it feels like his wind is alive. The black girl said, you have sharp senses. It's really a living wind? Kale exclaimed. What I mean is, wind can also be alive. Black Earl, why can't it be alive? Isn't Chuling the living wind? Count Black then looked at Angor and Dorcas. Dorcas and Kale were both confused. Angor, on the other hand, was squinting his eyes as if he had thought of something. What? Do you have an answer already? Count Dark stared at him. Nope. I just thought of someone. Angor saw that the Count was still looking at him. It has nothing to do with this. Black Earl, you should know that inspiration doesn't come out of nowhere, right? I know. But the person I'm thinking of has nothing to do with it. Count Dark glanced at Angor and changed the topic. I'm not sure about the shepherd's ability yet. But Speedling reminded me of something. There's an interesting wizard in the Moonfrost Union who published a paper in Expedition into Plains. This paper is very interesting. It's called The Will of Flame. The Will of Flame thesis talks about how to give a flame willpower, and how to evolve into a flame creature after it has willpower. Dorcas suddenly spoke up, I think I've seen this issue of Expedition into Plains before. It's one of the main articles in Expedition into Plains. It takes up almost half of the pages. But it's all guesses that can't be realized. Even the author of the paper said that it's only a reasonable guess. Reasonable? Heh. Not a reasonable guess. More like an idealized one. Because of this paper, the issue of Expedition into Plains was criticized by many wizards. Even in my tavern, there were people who scolded this matter, saying that this paper was published through the back door of Expedition into Plains. After that, the Moonfrost Union never published any more papers in the following issues of Expedition into Plains. That's how they managed to calm the public opinion. Dorcas paused and tried to recall. I think it's the 245th issue of Breath. While Dorcas spoke, Angor also tried to recall. Before going to the Abyss Plane, Angor read a lot of Expedition into Plains. Wizard Madeline also prepared a list of journals for him, telling him which ones were worth reading and which ones weren't. Among them, the 245th issue included Spring Sacrifice and Breath supplements. Madeline only recommended Spring Sacrifice, and Breath didn't include Breath in the list. Angor finally realized why he didn't remember this paper when he read so many issues of Expedition into Plains. So he just happened to skip this one. But after hearing what Dorcas and Black Earl said, Angor understood why Wizard Madeline didn't recommend this one. Giving a flame willpower and turning it into an elemental creature? This did not sound reliable, and according to Dorcas, even the author himself had made a reasonable guess. To put it bluntly, it was imagination. That was even more unrealistic, so it was normal for Madeline not to recommend it. Angor believed that even if he read that issue, he would probably complain about it too. But since Black Earl suddenly mentioned this paper, did it mean that the thesis in the paper could actually be realized? Earl Black, you're right. That paper did encounter a lot of criticism, but as far as I know, that paper didn't get in through the back door. It did produce some results, but the author didn't write it down. Sir, you mean to say that the method in that paper can really give the will of fire? Dorcas asked in surprise. I don't know if the paper can give a flame willpower. But the author did some experiments in a control group, and he did find some unusually active flames, which seemed to be caused by willpower. But due to the author's health condition, he couldn't keep trying, so the experiment ended there. At this point, the Black Earl added, this information should be correct, because when I was talking to Wizard Monchi, he personally mentioned it. Talked to Mr. Monkey? The highest leader of Moonfrost Union? Dorcas looked at the Dark Earl in surprise, but he quickly understood. It made sense. Black Earl was on the same level as Monkey's pavilion. Everyone knew that Mr. Monkey wanted to become a legend, so it was normal for him to talk to his peers to improve himself. Angor looked at Black Earl. If you can't confirm the validity of the paper, why did you mention it? Also, what does the paper have to do with the shepherd? I don't know if flame willpower is valid or not, and I never paid much attention to it. But when I saw the shepherd, I noticed that he has something in common with the author of the paper. The shepherd looks like an ordinary wind elemental acolyte, while the author looks like an ordinary fire elemental magus. The Dark Earl emphasized the word ordinary, but are they really ordinary? How can an ordinary fire wizard give a flame willpower? At this point, Earl Black finally revealed the name of the author of this thesis. He's not an ordinary fire wizard. He's the author of the paper. His name is Winchester. Winchester? Angor was shocked when he heard the name. It was not only because he had seen Winchester before, but also, with the mention of this name, he finally understood why the Dark Earl would suddenly talk about a paper that seemed to have nothing to do with the shepherd. The reason was now clear. This magus with the nickname Blazing Blood Flame was an extremely unique fire magus. He was a person who had undergone a qualitative change in fire. Coincidentally, when Count Dark mentioned that the shepherd might be more than just an ordinary wind apprentice, Angor also thought of someone else. Of course, it was not Winchester. It was Nausicaa's good friend, the one who almost stopped Angor on the 3rd level of Sky Tower, Sleeping Dripping Stream, Xianxia. Just like Winchester, Xianxia was an elementalist, while Xianxia was a water wizard. Once he put all the pieces together, he knew what Count Black meant. A person who has undergone a qualitative change in wind? My lord, do you mean to say that the shepherd is the one who has undergone a qualitative change in the wind? Count Dark looked at Angor in surprise. He hadn't revealed the answer yet, but Angor had already guessed it. One had to know that the fact that Winchester was a person who had undergone a qualitative change in fire was something that very few people knew about. That's right. I think the shepherd is a wind wizard, Black Earl said. Winchester is a fire wizard, and he's also Wizard Monchi's student. I've heard from Monchi that Winchester's thesis could only be realized by elemental transformers. Winchester took a small step forward. Unfortunately, Winchester's body was weak, and he would vomit blood whenever he used his ability. So he could only write the latter part of the paper by guessing. If the core thesis of that paper is correct, and Wizard Monchi's guess is also correct, then the only person who can give the elements a will, and even let the elemental will have the embryonic form of an elemental creature, can only be an elemental mutator. The answer goes without saying. The shepherd isn't just a rhythm apprentice, he's also a wind essence changer. When everyone heard this, they came to a realization. From these clues, although there were still some flaws, the logic finally made sense. Indeed, the shepherds had to be someone who had undergone a qualitative change in the wind to be able to imbue the wind element with their will. This was much more reliable than Black Earl's special summoning skill, summoning a special summoned creature, and this special summoned creature even has a special talent. The Black Count said, however, can someone who has undergone a qualitative change in the wind really so easily bestow a will to the elements? Why do those strange goats and that shepherd dog have physical bodies? I think the shepherd might have read the paper and been inspired by it, but he should have other secrets. When the Black Count said this, he stopped. As for what other secrets the shepherd was hiding, it would be difficult to find out just by analyzing them. Still, Black Earl managed to guess that the shepherd was a wind wizard just by looking at some clues from Speed Spirit. Angor was impressed. The difference between different people's experience and their ability to make judgments was often reflected in such details. If Speed Spirit is right, those black-faced goats will become wind elemental creatures soon. Angor muttered, I'm looking forward to their future. Both Dorcas and Kale nodded in agreement. They were not elementalists, but studying elemental abilities was a compulsory course for every wizard. Besides, after becoming a wizard, every wizard would look for elemental companions. In this case, almost all wizards would pay attention to papers related to elementalism and information about elemental creatures. Even Dorcas, who did not study elemental magic, wanted to know what was the difference between natural elemental creatures and human-bred wind elemental creatures. The 4 black-faced goats that knew how to cooperate with each other and were also intelligent. In their eyes, the future was truly promising. It was a pity that they would not be able to find out the answer to these questions. The future was full of uncertainties. Whether the shepherd could create a wind elemental creature was still unknown. Even if they succeeded, they couldn't possibly keep an eye on the shepherd every day. They could only hope that in the future, when the shepherd succeeded, he would be willing to share the fruits of his labor, just like Winchester. But it would be difficult. The shepherds had no background to speak of, and the adepts of the southern region were in dire need of elementium creatures. Unlike the Winchester, the shepherds did not have Master Monkey to rely on. It was very likely that they would disappear without a trace. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. While everyone was paying attention to the shepherd, the duel on the field had also reached its climax. Wai versus Golem. Under normal circumstances, Wai had no chance of winning. However, as a bloodline apprentice, Golem did not seem to be doing well in this battle. It was obvious that Golem was not paying attention all this time, and he seemed to be restraining himself. It did not seem like Golem was worried about hurting Yi and getting blacklisted by the Noah clan. Ghostly Shadow also had the same problem, but Ghostly Shadow was not worried at all. This puzzled the crowd. However, the Golem's restraint also gave Yi an opportunity. Yi was already in a state of anger. He activated his Noah bloodline, and with Gaia's strength, his defense was extremely strong. He did not lose to the Golem by much. Now that the battle had reached its climax, Yi even had a slight advantage. This surprised the crowd. Dorcas, in particular, was amazed. He had thought that Yi's battle instincts were almost useless after staying in Mesopotamia for so many years. He did not expect Yi to still be hot-blooded. In a battle with anger, one would often become rash due to hot-bloodedness. However, Yi was different. It was obvious that although Yi's attacks were aggressive, when it came to the Golem's counterattack, he knew when to advance and when to retreat. To increase his courage and strength through madness, yet still be able to find reason in the midst of madness. This was something that even Dorcas would find difficult to do. Under such circumstances, Yi gradually increased his advantage. The more the Golem fought, the more passive it became. No one knew what kind of psychological burden it had. However, from the way it looked at the Grey Merchant and the Evil Woman, it could be guessed that the Golem's current situation was related to the Grey Merchant and the Evil Woman. A few more minutes passed. Yi had actually used Noah's secret art in a relaxed state. The Golem was caught off guard and was almost completely surrounded by the earth spikes. If its range of movement continued to be limited by the earth spikes, the Golem would definitely be defeated in less than 2 minutes. At this time, the Golem finally made up its mind. It slowly took off the mammoth mask, revealing a very simple and honest face. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Golem took out a blood-red object and pressed it against its forehead. The blood-red object looked like a translucent glass ball. However, when it touched the Golem's forehead, blood-red buds began to spread on the ball. These buds continued to grow and penetrated deep into the Golem's skull. The whole scene made people feel physically uncomfortable. Several seconds later, a blood-red organ that looked like an eye appeared on the Golem's forehead. Angor was still trying to figure out what the bloody eye on the Golem's forehead was. Dorcas' expression changed. That's an ownerless organ. End of chapter 2758. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.